The girl knelt in a pool of blood. The wound on her shoulder was so deep that the bone was visible. The fiery dog was tearing at her flesh, causing every nerve in her body to tremble with pain. She said nothing, clenched her teeth, and veins bulged on her forehead. Her eyes were like knives, sweeping across everyone on the platform. Those noble boys and girls, who were dressed in gorgeous clothes, were looking at her with excitement and contempt, as if they were enjoying a comedy. Bai Lu was high above, holding the spirit beast chain in her hand, with a malicious smile on her face. Hurry, bite harder, chew out her bones too. To Bai Lu, this lowly girl was not a human being at all, but a tool for venting and entertainment. Inyan stared at Bai Lu intently, remembering her every word and every smile. Her hatred had long been rooted in her bones and became the last strength that supported her. Inyan thought that if she could leave this place alive, these people, Bai Lu, Su Linyan, and all the onlookers would have to pay the price. The princess has arrived. A sharp announcement sounded, interrupting the laughter on the platform. Su Linyan slowly stepped onto the platform, wearing gorgeous clothes and looking as elegant as a painting. She frowned slightly, glanced at the girl in the field, smiled, and said softly, "Don't torture her anymore. She is already pitiful enough." Her voice was gentle, but it was like a knife cutting into the girl's ears. Pitiful? Inyan wanted to laugh out loud. Every time, when she was in the most tortured and most powerless, Su Linyan would appear in this way, pretending to speak for her and putting on a compassionate look. But she wanted her to die completely more than anyone else. Today was Inyan's 18th birthday, and it was also her only hope. According to the rules of the Kingdom of 10,000 Beasts, awakening the beast essence at the age of 18 is the most important moment for everyone. And the location of the awakening of the beast essence determines a person's talent and future. Inyan's animal bones were the most important part of her spine. If she could awaken the powerful animal essence, she would be able to use this power to fight her way out of the palace and escape from the cage that imprisoned her. But the little hope she had just raised was ruthlessly crushed. She was dragged into the secret room by the emperor and empress's personal slave and thrown on the cold stone table. In that cold secret room, the emperor and empress sneered and looked down at the girl lying in a pool of blood. They ran their bloody fingers across her face with contempt. The cold knife pierced the girl's back, and the pain spread like a flame throughout her body. Inyan gritted her teeth and said nothing until the phoenix bone was peeled off and a golden beast egg rolled out. There was fanaticism in the eyes of the emperor and empress. After taking the beast egg, Inyan was thrown into the abyss of the devil like a waste. The cold wind was howling, and she fell into the river. Her blood dyed the undercurrent red. Just as death was about to devour her, a hoarse and strange voice rang in her ears. "Interesting little doll, with an egg. Demonic stream, a place regarded by the world as a desperate situation." Everyone thought that Inyan was destined to be killed and become food for the monsters in demonic stream. Not only did Inyan not die, but she turned a disaster into a blessing. She was held in the palms of the hands of the horrible monsters in the demonic gorge and was protected and became their only little demon girl. These demon monsters that once made the world tremble in fear doted on this girl to the core and even put aside their usual brutal nature and vowed to protect her to the death. They said, "Anyone who dares to touch a hair will become the enemy of the entire demon clan." Inyan returned to Wojo from the hellish demon gorge. This time, she was no longer the weak woman who was at the mercy of others. She killed her enemies with her sword and stepped on geniuses. She shook the world with her unrivaled attitude. Those proud people who claimed to be geniuses retreated in panic, just hoping not to be targeted by the witch. "Please stop calling me a genius. She only hits geniuses. I am not worthy." Inyan not only crushes everyone in strength, she has also tamed many legendary cute pets and spiritual beasts, and is even proficient in medicine and poison. However, these cute pets have an unimaginable desire to protect her. They rebuke any spirit beast that dares to approach Inyan. All the beasts in this world that want to get close to their masters are green tea beasts. They must be killed no matter how cute they are. 3 months later, in the palace of the Kingdom of 10,000 Beasts, Su Linyan was screaming hysterically, throwing golden beast eggs on the ground and stomping on them repeatedly. Her face was pale, her hair was messy, and she looked crazy. Why? Why can't this egg hatch yet? How much of my blood and sweat will be needed to feed it? Yana. The empress came over after hearing the noise, with a bit of displeasure on her face. "What are you doing?" This is the egg of a divine beast condensed from the phoenix essence. We can't destroy it. Mother! Su Linyan tightly grasped the Empress's hand, her tone full of grievance and unwillingness. It's been 3 months. There has been no movement in 3 months. Does this egg not belong to me at all? If those lowly people knew that I couldn't hatch a divine beast, what would they think of me? What about Brother Fengshuan? Will he abandon me? Her voice was almost trembling. He waited for me for 3 months. The Fong family is a famous family in the 5 continents, and Brother Fong Sun was born with a full spiritual body. I have Fong Yuan. We are a match made in heaven. But if this egg never hatches... Her face became paler and paler. Who dares? A hint of viciousness flashed across the Empress' eyes, and she soothed him. Yinner, isn't Fong Sun still searching for the dragon scale grass for you in Mount Baitu? I heard that it is a miraculous medicine that can induce the birth of beast eggs. He will definitely bring it back. Dragon scale grass. Su Linyan's eyes lit up, and she held the Empress's hand tightly. Mother, is this true? If there is dragon scale grass, this egg will definitely hatch. I must get it. The Queen Mother stroked the back of her hand and smiled meaningfully. Don't worry, Queen Mother will never let you down. You will become the most dazzling woman in the kingdom of beasts, and even in the entire 5 continents. Deep in the thick fog of Mount Peak-2, a team was slowly moving forward. Each person was carrying a spirit beast and looking around vigilantly. At the front of the team was a stern-faced young man and a girl who was surrounded by people. Bai Lu was surrounded by a group of female slaves. She looked arrogant and said with disdain, "This baked mountain is too boring. Where's the danger? I don't know why it was listed as a forbidden area." Fong Sun glanced at her coldly and said calmly, "You can go back." Bai Lu was stunned, and the smile on her face froze instantly. She gritted her teeth and continued unwillingly. "This place is shrouded in thick fog all year round. Only you, Brother Sun, dare to come here, right? Is the dragon scale grass really here?" Fong Sun ignored her and just kept walking forward. Bai Lu was so angry that her face turned pale, but she didn't dare to say anything more. At this moment, a clear bell sound suddenly rang out in the thick fog, breaking the silence. "Oh!" Fong Sun's eyes flashed, and his hand was already on his weapon. The thick fog slowly dissipated, and a red figure appeared in front of everyone. She was a young girl in a red dress with a half-silver mask on her face. The half of her face that was revealed was delicate and cold, and her pair of blood-red cat-like eyes were particularly eye-catching. She had a string of black bells tied around her ankles, and was bending over to pick a medicinal herb that was shaped like a coiled dragon. Dragon scale grass. Dragon scale grass. Brother Sun, it's dragon scale grass. Bai Lu shouted excitedly, pointing at the girl. "Hey, untouchable. Hand over the grass." The girl slowly turned around. Her eyes fell on Bai Lu, her voice cold and sarcastic. "Why?" Bai Lu was choked, and her face instantly turned ugly. "Do you know who we are? This is the forbidden area of the kingdom of beasts. This dragon scale grass belongs to our young lady. Hand it over if you know what's good for you." The girl chuckled, and there was a hint of teasing in her bloodshot eyes. "Forbidden area? You can come, but I can't." Bai Lu was enraged and sneered. "Untouchable. You are courting death." She turned around and ordered the slave girl beside her. "Catch this fool who doesn't know how to live or die." Several female slaves immediately joined in the shouting. "Our young lady wants the dragon scale grass in your hand. She thinks highly of you. Why don't you wash it and hand it over to us? This kind of lowly fellow is not even qualified to carry Our Lady's shoes in the kingdom of beasts. Miss, I think we should strip this woman naked as a reward for the soldiers," a female slave suggested, her words full of malice. When the soldiers around heard this, their eyes suddenly lit up with lust, and their gazes fell on the girl without any concealment. Bai Lu sneered and waved her hand. "Hand it over obediently, or you will suffer physical pain." Inyan slowly put away the dragon scale grass. His eyes swept over Bai Lu, and a surge of hatred surged in his heart. She never thought that she would meet Bai Lu here 3 months later. Every day she spent in the demonic gorge was like hell. She gritted her teeth and persevered for 3 months just for this day. "Stop? Okay." Inyan curled his lips and smiled, his voice soft. But before he finished speaking, a black light suddenly flashed by. She swung the long whip in her hand suddenly, and the whip instantly turned into a black snake, tightly wrapped around the neck of the fiery dog, and threw it hard to the ground. "This is impossible." Bai Lu's face suddenly changed, and she exclaimed, "This is my natal spirit beast." The tip of the black snake's tail suddenly pierced into the flesh of the fiery dog. The snake's tail hooked on its fangs and pulled hard, causing blood and flesh to fly everywhere. The fiery dog let out a shrill wail. Inyan raised an eyebrow, his tone full of contempt. "Dear, pull out its teeth one by one and peel off its skin. I just need a scarf." Bai Lu screamed and covered her chest, her face pale, and her body trembled due to the severe pain of her natal spirit beast. She turned around frantically and shouted, "What are you still standing there for? Kill her!" But the next moment, Inyan suddenly appeared in front of her, grabbed her neck, and pressed her to the ground. Pa! Pa! Two crisp slaps were heard, and Bai Lu's two front teeth were knocked out. Her mouth was full of blood, and she looked extremely embarrassed. "Untouchable! How dare you!" Bai Lu screamed, but Inyan tore her dress off. Inyan looked at her with a cold tone. "Don't you want to reward the soldiers? Then come by yourself." Bai Lu collapsed and screamed. Her legs went weak, and she even peed. A foul smell immediately filled the air. Inyan let go of her hand in disgust, looked at her miserable appearance covered in urine stains, and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. "It's really embarrassing." Fong Sun watched all this and finally spoke in a calm voice. "That's enough, she's already lost." Inyan sneered, his eyes contemptuous. "She can kill me if she wants, but I can't kill her?" After saying that, Inyan threw Bai Lu to the ground and turned around to pick up the dragon scale grass. Fong Sun's eyes flashed with disgust, and he pushed Bai Lu away with his scabbard, asking her to stand further away. He really shouldn't have let this woman follow him. Bai Lu saw his expression and realized how embarrassed she was. She looked down and saw her dress was torn and the urine stains were wet. She felt ashamed and angry, and she wanted to skin Inyan alive. "Your weapon is very special." Fong Sun looked at Inyan calmly. "But if you kill Bai Lu's natal spirit beast, the soldiers present will never let you go. Even if I don't have to do anything, you will definitely die. The spiritual beast and its master live and die together." Fong Sun could not tolerate Inyan destroying the fiery dark dog in public, as this concerned Bai Lu's life. "Bitch!" Bai Lu gritted her teeth and took the opportunity to shout. "If you kneel down and kowtow to me now." "Shut up!" Fong Sun turned around and yelled, finally losing patience. This kind of woman who only knows how to cause trouble is really a headache. He looked at Inyan again, with a hint of inquiry in his eyes. "What's your name?" "Inyan." She smiled slightly, with a hint of mockery. "Give me the dragon scale grass, and come back to the kingdom of 10,000 beasts with us." Fong Sun's tone was calm, but unquestionable, as if this was her only choice. He wanted to find out the identity of this woman, and he was also curious about the treasure that concealed the fluctuations of spiritual power. "What?" Bai Lu protested in a low voice, with a resentful look in her eyes. "Is this bitch worthy of it?" Inyan looked at her with a bright, yet creepy smile. "If you say one more word, I will pull out all your teeth." Fong Sun frowned. Although Bai Lu was stupid, he was brought here by him after all. He was unhappy that Inyan didn't take him seriously. "Okay." Inyan suddenly smiled. "I'll go with you." She easily retracted the whip, and the power of the black snake wrapped around the fiery dog also dissipated. Fong Sun nodded with satisfaction and raised his hand to signal the soldiers to put away their weapons. However, Inyan walked towards Bai Lu. In Bai Lu's horrified eyes, she gently patted her shoulder and said with a smile, "We still have a long way to go. Let's get along well." During this slap, a black insect as small as a hair silently drilled into Bai Lu's body. Bai Lu was so angry that she waved away Inyan's hand and said viciously, "Do you know who I am? The queen of the kingdom of 10,000 beasts is my aunt, and the peerless genius princess who appears once in 1,000 years is my cousin. Are you scared? Once in 1,000 years?" Inyan repeated in a low voice, his tone meaningful. "Humph, if you're scared, kneel down and beg for mercy." Bai Lu sneered. "When we return to the kingdom of beasts, I'll let you know what it means to live a life worse than death." Inyan looked at Bai Lu, murderous intent surging in her eyes, but she said nothing. "And more!" Bai Lu suddenly turned around and warned in a low voice. "Brother Sun is mine, you little vixen. Don't dream on. Be careful, or I'll grind you to dust." She scratched her neck, where a rash had appeared, but she didn't seem to notice anything unusual. Inyan glanced at her and gave her a meaningful smile. Although Bai Lu spoke in a low voice, Fong Sun could hear it clearly. A trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. He was already used to this kind of jealous drama. In his opinion, women should be dependent on men, and he, Fong Sun, is a genius among geniuses. This way, Fong Sun took out a compass and pointed in a direction. Bai Lu immediately clung to him, her face full of admiration. Brother Sun is so amazing. He even has the medicine-seeking dragon plate, which must be one of the 10 great artifacts of the 5 continents. When Inyan heard the word artifact, he glanced at the compass and showed a strange expression on his face. This thing, why does it look like the broken iron block that the crazy old man in the demonic stream used to pad the table legs? What are you looking at? Bai Lu noticed Inyan's gaze and immediately put her hands on her hips and shouted, "How could a lowly person like you have seen such a good thing?" Inyan smiled without saying anything, raised his hand and gently touched the long whip that turned into a black snake and whispered, "Don't worry, keep her, I can use her." In front, the compass suddenly trembled violently, and a deep purple herb appeared in a barren land. The spiritual energy fluctuations were so strong that it was suffocating. What is this? Fong Sun's eyes were filled with surprise, and he immediately stepped forward to pick it. "Don't move!" Inyan suddenly stopped him, his tone cold and stern. Fong Sun turned around and said with a bit of disdain, "There is nothing in the world that I, Fong Sun, cannot touch." Before he finished speaking, he pulled up the herb by its roots with great, domineering power. In an instant, magma surged beneath Mount Piku, and the roar echoed throughout the area. A white jade coffin slowly emerged, and inside the coffin lay a man. Just with his eyes closed, he exuded a pressure that was enough to shake the heavens and the earth. The man moved his slender fingers slightly, and the entire mountain range shook. The place where Fong Sun was located exploded directly, and the soldiers instantly turned into bloody mist. "The space jade token that my teacher gave me." Fong Sun gritted his teeth, took out a jade token, and crushed it. A powerful spiritual power barrier rose up, barely protecting him, Bai Lu and Inyan. "This jade token can only protect 2 people," Fong Sun said in a gloomy voice. "Take me away." Bai Lu hugged his legs and cried loudly, "Brother Sun, I don't want to die." Fong Sun coldly pushed her away and turned to Inyan. "Come with me." "How could you do this?" Bai Lu shouted in despair. Inyan chuckled, approached Bai Lu, and whispered, "You have been poisoned. In less than half a month, your face will be rotten beyond recognition. If you want the antidote, come back to me at Mount Baitu in 3 days." Bai Lu was stunned, her eyes widened in horror. The moment she recognized Inyan's identity, her pupils shrank violently. "It's you." "Impossible." Inyan didn't bother to pay attention to her. He raised his hand and pushed Bai Lu into the space vortex, then avoided Fong Sun's gaze. "You actually gave her the chance to live?" Fong Sun was shocked with a complicated tone. "Why don't you leave?" Inyan said coldly. She knew that as long as she untied the magic bell on her foot, she would be called back to the demonic gorge in the next moment. Fong Sun gave Inyan a final deep look, and before entering the space vortex, he left a message. "You are the kindest woman I have ever met." Inyan sneered, watched him disappear in the light, and turned to look at the rolling magma. Her eyes were cold, and she whispered, "Kind? I don't think so." The figures of Bai Lu and Fong Sun disappeared in front of Inyan. The moment the space vortex closed, the terrifying pressure had already pressed towards Inyan. Without any hesitation, Inyan raised his hand and directly disconnected the bell on his ankle. A black vortex suddenly appeared and pulled her in. Under the power of the demonic stream seal, Inyan instantly disappeared from Mount Baitu. Mount Piku was still shaking, the magma beneath the ground was roiling, and the mountain range was collapsing layer by layer, as if some terrifying existence was about to break out of its cocoon. At the same time, in the palace of the kingdom of 10,000 beasts, the emperor and empress looked far away in the direction of Mount Piku, their faces as pale as paper, and they muttered to themselves, "How is it possible? Could that person still be alive? Mother, what should I do with my dragon scale grass?" Su Linyan interrupted the empress's thoughts in a rage, with only anxiety and anger in her eyes. She didn't care about danger and changes, and only thought about her own interests. However, the empress was brought back to reality by her voice, and her face suddenly became even uglier. She suddenly thought of Fong Sun. If Fong Sun died in Mount Piku, how would she explain this responsibility to the Fong family? At this moment, A strong wind blew up in the inner hall, and the disheveled Fong Sun and Bai Lu fell out from the space crack. Fong Sun, are you okay? The empress was overjoyed, and the fear on her face disappeared. As expected, she was not wrong. This genius from the 5 continents must have something to save his life. However, Su Linyan's first reaction was to ask in a shrill voice, "Where's the dragon scale grass? Didn't you say you would get it for me?" She pounced on Fong Sun and grabbed his hand, shaking him anxiously. Fong Sun was still thinking about Inyan's matter, but when Su Linyan grabbed him, his face suddenly became gloomy. He turned around and stared at her coldly, a hint of deep disgust flashing in his eyes. This was his fiancée? He almost died on Mount Piku, and she didn't even ask about her safety? Su Linyan felt Fong Sun's gaze and was stunned for a moment. She loosened her hands involuntarily, and her whole body was shaking. Upon seeing this, the empress stepped forward immediately, pulled Su Linyan behind her, and scolded in a low voice, "You are too outrageous." She looked at Fong Sun with an apologetic smile and explained, Yenner was frightened by the riots at Mount Piku and her emotions got a little out of control. Fong Sun, please don't be offended. Fong Sun sneered, and for the first time, took a serious look at this legendary princess who was rarely seen in 1,000 years. If she had not been born with Fong Yuan and had not been engaged to the Fong family, he would have ignored this stupid woman long ago. He narrowed his eyes and said in a cold tone, "The princess has excellent talent and is blessed by the phoenix essence. I guess the hatching of the divine beast egg does not require the mere dragon scale grass, right?" Su Linyan's face turned pale instantly, and her heart sank. She forced herself to calm down and gave a forced smile. "Brother Sun is right, I lost my composure. I was just too worried." At this time, Bai Lu was curled up on the side, sweating profusely in pain. The poisonous insects had begun to wreak havoc in her body, and patches of red rashes and ulcers appeared on her skin. Bai Lu clenched her teeth, her eyes full of resentment and fear. "The bastard is still alive," she roared in her heart. "Not only is she still alive, she even dared to poison me." Bai Lu stumbled to her feet, and no one paid attention to her condition. Everyone was paying attention to Fong Sun and the dragon scale grass, completely ignoring her existence. Bai Lu clenched her fists, and a chill surged in her heart. She couldn't die. She had to find a spiritual doctor to detoxify. In the demonic gorge, monsters of all shapes and sizes gathered together, looking nervously towards the distant peak to mountain. "What should we do? Inyan hasn't come back yet. Where is Mizine? Isn't Inyan her adopted child? That which uses Inyan to test drugs all day long. And now she doesn't care about her life or death. I should be the one to raise Inyan." The monsters quarreled more and more fiercely, and their voices became louder and louder, but they all shut up the next moment. Countless jackdaws soared into the sky, and their shrill cries cut through the sky above the demonic gorge. Then, a seductive woman wrapped in a black robe slowly walked out of the black fog. She exuded an extremely dangerous aura, and her bewitching eyes stared coldly in the direction of Mount Piku. "You little annoying guy hasn't come back yet?" "No." A little monster scratched his head anxiously, "But we can't get out either. The demon gorge is sealed. Damn the seal." Boom! Mount Piku shook violently once again, and the hearts of the monsters trembled in unison. "Is that person going to wake up?" a demon asked tremblingly. "Who cares if he wakes up or not? He has no grudge against us demons. I'm only worried about Inyan." Just as the monsters were in a commotion, the woman wrapped in a black robe, Inu, suddenly spread her huge black wings, and the demonic energy on her body surged wildly, rushing straight into the ceiling barrier. "Mizine!" A one-legged old monster rushed over. "Don't touch the barrier." Before he finished speaking, there was a loud noise in the sky, and a figure fell from the sky and hit Inu heavily. "Ouch!" Inyan rubbed his waist and shouted with gritted teeth, "It hurts so much from the fall." "It doesn't hurt." She looked down and her eyes widened immediately. She was actually sitting on Inu's shoulders. "Don't get excited. I can explain." Inyan's mouth twitched, and he raised his hands to try to calm the other party's anger. But the next moment, Inu kicked her away mercilessly, and Inyan fell heavily to the ground, falling into a pit. "Ha ha ha!" The monsters gathered around while laughing, mocking. "Inyan can't go a day without getting beaten." Although their tone was joking, they quickly helped Inyan up and carefully checked her for injuries. Inyan patted the dirt off his body, stood up nonchalantly, and turned to look in the direction of Mount Piku. What on earth is that? Inu said coldly. Under the Piku mountain, there is a person who is not allowed by the world. People? Inyan frowned. Could it be that the turbulence just now meant that he was about to wake up? Ms. Een glanced at her and said in a low voice, Don't worry about that. I haven't asked you yet. Did you touch something I told you not to touch? It's not me. It's two idiots, an old enemy, and a stupid man named Fong. Inyan smiled meaningfully. The next few days should be very interesting. Ms. Yin's face darkened instantly. She grabbed Inyan's wrist and said in a cold tone, What did you say? That man? Is his last name Fong? Yeah. Inyan was stunned. What's wrong? Inus grib gradually tiktenet. Just as she was about to ask more questions, a monster suddenly shouted excitedly, Nyen Nyen, come and see. Your egg is moving. Inyan was stunned. Then surprise appeared in his eyes, and he turned and ran towards the direction of the beast egg. Inyan turned around and ran home quickly, her heart pounding. Inyan stood there, her face gloomy and uncertain, and everything that had just happened kept replaying in her mind. The Fong family. Is it really that Fong family? And the riot at Mount Piku? Is that person really going to wake up? Her eyes were cast towards Mount Piku, and her clenched fists were trembling slightly. Inyan returned to her hut and saw a black eggshell on the bed trembling slightly. Her heart suddenly tightened. That was her natal beast egg. The twin natal eggs, which were comparable to the miracle of Feng Yuan in the Legend of the Five Continents, were about to hatch right before her eyes. Crack! With a slight sound, the eggshell cracked and a small black tail poked out. Inyan's heart warmed, and he was about to go forward to check, but the tail suddenly curled up and quickly retracted with the broken eggshell. Then there was a chi-chi sound of gnawing on the eggshell. Baby! Inyan took a tentative step forward, with uncontrollable anticipation in his eyes. Before she could get close, a circle of strong black light spread out from the eggshell, and a powerful pressure instantly enveloped the entire room. If it weren't for the seal restriction of the demonic gorge, this power would have already broken through the clouds. Inyan, the divine beast is about to hatch. There was a noise outside, and a group of monsters rushed in. Inyan, what kind of beast do you think it is? A monster asked excitedly. Inyan took a deep breath and said with a smile, It's all right, my little one. No matter what it is, I like it. The pressure lasted for a long time. All the monsters held their breath and stared at the eggshell, not daring to look away. The lights suddenly dimmed, and a small black creature poked its head out of the eggshell. It was a furry little creature with two soft tentacles on its head, which were now flapping their wings. After feeling so many people's gazes, it seemed a little shy and immediately rolled itself into a small ball, shrinking to one side and not daring to move. Insect beast! A monster widened its eyes and shouted in disbelief. What? It's an insect beast? Among all the spiritual beasts, insect beasts have the least future. Inyan, why did you give birth to such a cowardly insect? The monsters sighed with disappointment in their tone. However, this insect beast is different from the disgusting appearance of ordinary insects. It has a round and furry body that makes people feel soft and cute at first glance, especially its golden eyes, which are as crystal clear as gems. The little insect beast obviously understood the monster's ridicule. It rolled timidly to Inyan's feet, curled up into a small ball, stretched out its tentacles, and gently rubbed her ankles, its eyes filled with tears of grievance. Don't cry, don't cry. Inyan's heart was about to melt. She squatted down, picked it up, and comforted it softly. However, the moment she picked up the little guy, the furry insect beast suddenly flashed and turned into a boy about 3 years old. He put his delicate little face on Inyan's shoulder and called in a baby voice, Master. The little boy was soft in his arms, with a faint scent of milk. The monsters were originally laughing and watching the fun, but now their faces all changed. What are you doing? Get off Inyan. You are her natal spirit beast, and you have to protect her in the future. How can you be so delicate? The boy's eyes suddenly turned red. He bit his lips, clenched his fists, and said firmly, I will protect my master. Inyan patted his head and comforted him. It's okay. Even if you are not strong, the master will protect you. Hearing this, the little boy smiled and leaned on Inyan's shoulder with a satisfied look. However, at this moment, he turned his head to look at the group of monsters behind him and suddenly raised his eyebrows, his eyes full of provocation. The monsters were stunned. This little thing has two faces. Inyan smiled and asked in a low voice, "Baby, you don't have a name yet? How about I give you one?" The little boy shook his head, grabbed Inyan's clothes with his little hands, and said in a baby voice, "I have a name, it's Baibian." Baibian, Inyan murmured again, thinking it was quite appropriate, and nodded in agreement. However, Baibian's gaze suddenly fell on the black whip wrapped around Inyan's waist, and a hint of murderous intent suddenly flashed in his originally weak golden eyes. The next second, the snake beast that turned into a black whip seemed to feel a great threat. It let go of Inyan's waist with trembling body, let out a hiss, and desperately fled out. "Damn it," the black snake shouted in fear, spitting out its tongue. "This is not an insect beast." Baibian snorted. His eyes returned to being gentle and harmless, and he turned to Inyan and said coquettishly, "Master, do other people think I'm too weak?" The monsters' faces turned black, and the same thought came to their minds. This little thing must be beaten up. Inyan hugged Baibian tightly and said gently, "No, no matter how strong you are, the master will protect you." Baibian smiled happily, but Inyan couldn't help but think of the other beast egg that was snatched away by Su Linyan. How is that egg now? Has it hatched? Will it be wronged? Thinking of this, Inyan's eyes darkened, and her heart seemed to be hollowed out. She subconsciously clenched her fists, hugged Baibian, and walked out of the house, and came straight to Innu. Innu was sitting on a huge rock with mouths all over it, with a lost look on her face, not knowing what she was thinking about. "Mother!" Inyan walked up to her and called out softly. Innu came back to her senses. Her sharp eyes fell on Baibian, and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. "This little bug is quite interesting." Baibian shuddered all over and shut his mouth obediently, not daring to say anything more. "Mother, is the soul-changing pill I mentioned last time ready?" Inyan asked, with an anxious look in his eyes. Innu smiled slightly. "That thing was made by the old poison master, not me. But, have you found a suitable body?" Inyan nodded. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. "I must get out as soon as possible to find my beast egg, and it's time to avenge my revenge." Ms. Een hesitated for a moment, and unexpectedly agreed. "Okay, but you have to promise me two things. One is to find the treasure that can break the seal of the demonic gorge, and the other is to bring the head of the Wojo, Fong family, back to see me." Fong family? Inyan narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking of the disgusting man beside Bai Lu, and sneered. "Okay." Inyan turned around. A meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Bai Lu, don't let me down." At this moment, in the palace of the kingdom of 10,000 beasts, Bai Lu looked at her festering face in the mirror, trembling all over and almost collapsing. "I can't die," she screamed. "I want to find her. Let her save me." Bai Lu always remembered the warning Inyan gave her before she left, and she didn't even dare to mention her name, let alone tell anyone about meeting her. She couldn't afford to take the risk. If Inyan really refused to save her, her face would be completely ruined. This woman is so vicious. There's nothing she can't do. Bai Lu looked at her festering face in the mirror, trembling all over, and becoming more and more anxious. "No, this can't go on. Find a way. Save me." She screamed and got angry at the spiritual doctor beside her. Those spiritual doctors were already impatient, and if it weren't for the fact that she was the princess cousin, they would have left long ago. Just when they were at a loss, a female slave rushed in a panic. "Spiritual doctors, go to the princess. The divine beast egg is about to hatch." Hearing the words hatching of divine beast eggs, the spiritual doctors were startled and instantly put down what they were doing. They rushed to the spiritual platform where the princess was like a tide, completely forgetting that Bai Lu was still there. Bai Lu stood there in a daze, her face turning blue with anger. But she also understood that her little matter was not as important as the divine beast egg of the princess of the kingdom of 10,000 beasts. On the altar, Su Linyan and the emperor and empress were nervously staring at the golden beast egg placed in the center. Spiritual light was flowing around it, emitting a strong sense of oppression. "I originally thought that the bastard was dead and the egg wouldn't hatch. After all, they're conjoined twins." Su Linyan's face was full of ecstasy. "I didn't expect it to hatch." The empress held her hand, her eyes full of love. "Silly child, Feng Yuan is in your body now, and the owner of this egg has long been you. What does it have to do with that bastard?" Su Linyan smiled even more brightly. She had completely accepted the statement that she was the real owner of Feng Yuan. Crack! With a crisp cracking sound, a crack appeared on the golden eggshell, and a golden wing suddenly shattered half of the eggshell. Immediately afterwards, a blazing flame rose from the egg, causing the temperature around it to soar as well. Yinner, look, it's a fire phoenix. The empress excitedly held Su Linyan's hand tightly, and was so excited that she could hardly stand. It is indeed a fire phoenix. The eggshell broke completely, and a little phoenix with golden and red wings stood up shakily. Its entire body was bathed in blood-red flames, with a flickering flame burning between its brows, and its eyes were sharp and fierce. The next moment, the little phoenix transformed into a little girl with 2 pigtails. The girl glanced coldly at the mother and daughter, then broke off a piece of eggshell domineeringly and chewed it up with a crunch. Her eyes were filled with disdain. Humph! Who are you two? The empress was startled, but soon regained her smile and pushed Su Linyan forward. This is your master. Su Linyan felt the strong pressure from the girl and couldn't hide her joy. She asked carefully, Can I give you a name? Ganminada. The little girl waved her hand impatiently, turned her head and looked at Su Linyan with contempt, and said coldly, Ugly freak, you are not my master. The smile on Su Linyan's face froze. She took a deep breath, and the light of the phoenix yuan on her body suddenly increased, summoning the master-slave formation to control the spirit beast. The formation under La La's feet suddenly lit up, and the strong suppressing force made her fall to the ground with a look of shock on her face. I am your master. Su Linyan looked down at her, her tone full of madness. I was born with Feng Yuan, and you were born with Feng Yuan. If you dare not obey me, I will beat you to death. La tried to struggle, but the power of the master-servant contract was so strong that it made her desperate. She took a few breaths and whispered, Okay, you are La's master, and La will listen to you. Su Linyan proudly removed the formation. However, the next second, La suddenly turned into a little phoenix, leaped up, spread its wings, and billowing flames swept around. I admit nothing, La roared. I'll burn your chicken coop. The house was instantly engulfed in flames. La raised her little head, flapped her flaming red wings, broke through the roof, and flew out, with flames drawing a dazzling trail in the air. I'm going to find my real master, La said angrily, her eyes full of stubbornness and indomitable spirit. However, before she flew far, an even more powerful pressure pulled her back. The empress stood there coldly, raised her hands to disperse the flames around her, her eyes cold. The disobedient little pet must be properly disciplined. Su Linyan stood aside and cried out with tears in her eyes. Mother, don't worry, Yinner. The empress comforted her, turned her head to look at La, and raised a cruel smile at the corner of her mouth. Beat him to death, and he will be good. La was firmly trapped by the spiritual power. She struggled desperately, her face full of anger and unwillingness. Wait, when La advances and finds her master, I will burn all of you ugly monsters to death. The empress frowned, raised her hand, and drew out the spirit whip and swung it fiercely at La. However, La nimbly dodged while cursing, and each dodge brought with it billowing flames, causing chaos in the entire spirit platform. Inyan, who was far away in the demonic gorge, felt a sudden pain in her heart, and a strange feeling rushed straight into her soul. She barely stood still, but still fell down due to the pain. Master, Yin. The monsters gathered around her and looked at her with worry. When Inyan opened her eyes again, her nose was filled with a strong smell of medicine. Little girl, are you awake? A messy green-haired kid stood beside her bed, his hands behind his back, looking at her pretentiously. Although he looked like a child, his actual age was already over 5,000 years old. Old Poison Master? Inyan sat up, holding his chest. What's wrong with me? It's nothing serious. The old Poison Master shook his head. I guess you're just weak. I'll prescribe some tonic for you. Don't! Inyan thought of his strange tonic and immediately shook his head in fear. Where's the soul-changing pill? Inyan asked directly. I can't wait. The old Poison Master slowly took out a small box and opened it, revealing 2 white pills inside. He handed the medicine to Inyan and whispered, Remember, this medicine only lasts a limited time. Don't waste it. Inyan picked up the pill. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Don't worry. I will make Bai Lu work for me willingly. The old Poison Master looked at her, was silent for a moment, and suddenly patted her head. Girl, remember, No matter what kind of world is outside, you are a child raised by the demons. Don't let those so-called geniuses climb over your head. Okay. Inyan patted his chest and said to the old poison master with a smile. You don't need to remind me. I have all these things in mind. Haha, great. The old poison master laughed out loud, with a look of satisfaction on his face. You are worthy of being the only child of our demonic gorge. There was a hint of anger in his laughter. He paused for a moment and whispered, those so-called famous families in the 5 continents trapped us demons in this deadly place, just to... He swallowed the rest of his words vaguely, as if he didn't want Inyan to hear them. Inyan noticed his pause and was about to ask further questions, but the old poison master slapped her hard. What are you looking at, little girl? Go back to practice. You haven't even learned a few tricks of making poisons, and you're already rushing out. Inyan touched his head, which was hurt by the slap, shook his head helplessly, took the soul-changing pill, and went back to his room to practice. Inyan's room was filled with all kinds of strange things, and at a glance they were all treasures sent by the powerful demons. Master, what is this? Bai Lu dragged out a strangely shaped golden disc from under the bed. The surface of the disc was engraved with complicated formations, and the magic elements in the air continued to gather towards it. Oh, this? Inyan frowned and thought for a moment, then said, this is the demon gathering plate that the great demon uncle at the East Mountain gave me. He said it is comparable to a top-grade spiritual treasure. He told me to use it as a cushion when I'm practicing and as a table when I'm not practicing. Bai Lu's mouth twitched, and he continued to look through the things on the ground. What about this bracelet? A magical instrument. What about this hairpin? It's also a magical instrument. Bai Lu looked up at her. His eyes lit up. This room, could it be a magical instrument as well? Wow, you're quite smart. Inyan picked him up and said with a smile, yes, this house is actually a space magic weapon. It was originally used as a warehouse, but later the monsters turned it into a house and gave it to me. Bai Lu was stunned with shock. He put his chubby hands around Inyan's neck and asked with a smile, Master, can we take these things with us when we go out? Of course, these were originally given to me. Inyan kicked the pile of magic weapons on the ground and said helplessly, but I can't use some of the advanced magic weapons for the time being. My strength is not enough. The smallest monster in the demonic gorge lives for 300 years. They love Inyan, the little girl, very much and want to give her all the good things they have. There were 3 knocks on the door. The old poison master poked his head in, dragging a large box in. Girl, the more I think about it, the more I feel something is wrong. You have too few magic weapons, and the world outside is too dangerous. As he spoke, he opened the box, which was filled with bottles and jars. These are the new poisons I made. Each poison has an antidote. Remember to tell me the effect after you use them. I haven't tried these yet. Bai Lu was counting the bottles, and just when he counted to the 135th, there was another knock on the door. Inyan, this is a new set of clothes I made. It can withstand the attack of a strong man in the human spirit realm. Use it to save your life. A monster came in carrying a dress and threw it to Inyan. You also need a sword below the human spirit realm. This one is suitable for your strength. Take this stinger and this shield. Inyan's hands were not enough, and he kept begging for mercy while holding a pile of things. Enough, enough. I can't take it anymore. Unexpectedly, the monsters didn't listen at all. They stamped their feet and scolded. What do you know? Do you know how dangerous it is outside? If you can't defeat the enemy, use the self-destruct weapon to smash them to death. Inyan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But I really can't carry it anymore. The monsters were stunned for a moment and immediately ran out shouting. Get Inyan a space magic weapon to store things. Inyan looked at their backs running away and sighed helplessly. Do you want me to carry a mountain with me when I go out? At the same time, in the palace of the kingdom of 10,000 beasts, Su Linyan was looking at the emperor and empress with excitement. Mother, did you really give me this sky frost sword? The queen nodded, her tone full of love. This is the sword I used when I was in the spiritual stage. It is extremely rare in the world. Although it can only be regarded as a medium-level magic weapon, no one below the human spiritual realm can defeat it. Su Linyan happily took the sword and gently stroked the blade, but the smile on her face gradually faded. Mother Lala, how is it? The empress's expression darkened, and she said coldly, It is being trained in the dungeon. Don't worry. I will let you see a well-behaved and obedient spirit beast in 3 days. But Fong Sun, Su Linyan asked in a low voice. The queen sneered. He is a little unhappy with what happened last time. You should spend more time to comfort him these days. Su Linyan nodded and said with a firm look, "Don't worry, mother. I will never let you down." There is also the upcoming beast fighting competition. The emperor and empress spoke in a heavy tone, their eyes full of expectation. You must win first place this time and let the whole 5 continents remember your name. This is the first step for you to become famous in the 5 continents. Yinner, remember not to make any mistakes. Su Linyan nodded heavily. Yes, mother. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Bai Lu huddled in the room, listening to the voices outside praising Su Linyan, her heart filled with jealousy and resentment. When my injury heals, I will also participate in the beast fighting competition. Bai Lu gritted her teeth and said, "When the time comes, I will definitely kill that bastard." Although she was angry, she also knew that she couldn't completely break up with Inyan before getting the antidote. She could only comfort herself, just keep your distance. If that happens, I have the blazing dog to lead me, and she won't be able to catch up. As night fell, Bai Lu quietly rode the chiming dog to Mount Baitu. Along the way, she was so nervous that she kept looking around and cursing under her breath. Could that woman have died under the pressure of Mount Pictu? If so, what about my poison? Just as she was panicking, the fiery dark dog suddenly growled at a shadow in front of it. "Are you here?" Inyan's voice came from the darkness with a hint of smile. Bai Lu's whole body stiffened, and she subconsciously took a few steps back. She wanted to curse but swallowed it back because she saw a black snake with its tongue spitting out from its mouth coiled in Inyan's hand. The cold look in his eyes made her shiver. "Give me the antidote quickly." Bai Lu tried hard to suppress the fear in her heart and said calmly. Inyan leaned against the tree trunk, while Bai Bian sat on a branch next to it, his legs swaying and his pair of red-gold eyes showing a hint of amusement. "Want an antidote?" Inyan raised his eyes slowly, looked down at Bai Lu, sneered and said, "Sure, kneel down and beg me." Inyan's eyes narrowed slightly, and a strong killing intent was revealed in his pupils. The pressure of the ninefold spirit body was like a mountain pressing down. Bai Lu couldn't breathe. Her whole body was tense, and veins bulged. This bastard, is he worthy? Bai Lu was extremely angry, but it was useless to be angry. The poison that the best spiritual doctors in the Beast Kingdom could not cure was solved by Inyan. She didn't want to die, nor did she want to be disfigured. Bai Lu gritted her teeth and finally knelt down slowly in humiliation. "Yes, I'm sorry." Her voice trembled and her eyes lowered. The disgustingly festering face under the veil was hidden in the shadows. "I was wrong before. I was wrong." Her voice was filled with endless humiliation and submission. Inyan looked down at her. This woman who was once so high and mighty was now kneeling at his feet. This scene was very similar to the past. "How ridiculous." Inyan sneered, his eyes cold. "You made me kneel for 18 years. Now it's your turn." She casually threw out a medicine box, which contained a white, soul-changing pill. "Take it." Inyan's voice was cold, like the god of death announcing judgment. Bai Lu was hesitant. She didn't believe that Inyan would be so kind and really willing to detoxify her. "What? You don't believe it?" Inyan raised her lips. Her smile was full of mockery. She took out another identical pill, threw it in her mouth, chewed it and swallowed it. "See, the poison won't kill you." Seeing Inyan personally testing the medicine, Bai Lu breathed a sigh of relief. "Although this woman is vicious, she won't kill me now because she needs my help." Thinking of this, she gritted her teeth and swallowed the soul-changing pill. However, the next moment, a tearing pain suddenly erupted from her body. "Ah!" Bai Lu let out a heart-wrenching scream, her hands tightly grasping the ground, her face twisted in pain. "You lied to me. You wanted to kill me," she roared, staring at Inyan with resentment. Inyan was also suffering from the pain of soul separation brought by the soul exchange pill. She was trembling all over and her face was pale, but she gritted her teeth and endured it. She slowly walked in front of Bai Lu, looked down at her, and said in a voice as cold as ice, "Do you think I will let you go? You are too stupid." After saying that, Inyan closed her eyes and fell limply. Bai Bian had been waiting by her side, and he deftly grabbed her body and gently placed her on the grass. Bai Lu's body twitched and stopped, and after a moment, she opened her eyes again. Those eyes were no longer full of resentment, but instead revealed a cold and complacent smile. "Master?" Bai Bian asked tentatively. Bai Lu raised her lips, revealing a familiar smile, and said in a hoarse but clear voice, "It's me." Bai blinked and forced out a brilliant smile. "Master, you have changed your body." Inyan raised his hand and touched the unfamiliar face, the corners of his lips slightly raised. Compared to an unknown identity, Bai Lu's identity is more usable. Since we have done it, why not do it to the best of our ability? At this moment, the fiery dog under Bai Lu suddenly whimpered in pain, and then its body twitched violently. Blood seeped out from under its fur, and soon turned into a pool of blood. My natal spirit beast died along with its master's soul. This is really troublesome. Inyan pondered and frowned slightly. How can I get another fiery dark dog? Don't worry about that. Bai suddenly spoke, with a little pride in his tone. The next second, his body suddenly changed and turned into a flaming hell dog, standing majestically in front of Inyan. Even the attributes and skills are the same? Inyan asked in surprise. Bai licked his nose and said proudly, "Of course. As long as the spirit beasts are not much stronger than me, I can transform into anything I have seen. Moreover, I am more powerful than them." Inyan smiled and patted Bai head. "Good boy. The master will protect you in the future. But the most important thing now is to find the master's other cub." Bai nodded and whispered, "Yeah." Inyan took the antidote, eliminated the poisonous insects in Bai Lu's body, and patted the ground. Two shadow beasts emerged from the ground, lowered their heads, and circled around her, making flattering, whimpering sounds. "Send my body back to Demon Gorge, and keep it for the time being," Inyan ordered. "Wait until I find a way to unlock the seal, and then come back to take it away." The shadow beast nodded vigorously and said in a baby voice, "Don't worry, Inyan. Remember to come back if anything happens. We'll be there to pick you up anytime." Inyan smiled, turned over and sat on Bai back, and headed towards the kingdom of 10,000 beasts without looking back. When the first rays of sunlight in the morning shone on the gate of the palace, Inyan was already standing here. She looked up at this place that had frightened her countless times, but a sneer rose on her lips. "Did Miss Bai go out early in the morning?" The soldier guarding the gate smiled and respectfully opened the heavy door for her, completely unaware of what kind of evil spirit they were welcoming. As soon as I entered the palace gate, a frivolous voice came from the side. "Where have you been, sister? Can you still show your face to others?" Inyan turned around and saw a girl about 15 years old standing in front of him. The girl's eyebrows revealed a sense of publicity and harshness. It was Bai Lu's younger sister, Bai Qian. Although the two sisters were born of the same mother, they were incompatible. In order to compete for family resources, they had been fighting to the death since they were young. Bai Qian walked forward and stretched out her hand to pull the veil off Inyan's face. "Sister, take it off quickly to get some fresh air, and I'll see if there's any hope." There was malicious sarcasm in his tone, and undisguised pride and malice in his eyes. Inyan looked at her coldly, and memories flashed through her mind. Bai Qian once put a barbed rope around her neck, forcing her to crawl on her knees like a dog, and circled outside the palace gate again and again. When Bai Qian's hand was about to touch her, Inyan flipped his wrist, pulled out the long whip, and swung it straight at Bai Qian. Bang! Bai Qian was hit hard and flew away. She fell heavily to the ground and didn't get up for a long time. "You!" Bai Qian screamed angrily, but her eyes were full of shock. "Impossible. You obviously don't have spiritual power talent. How can you use spiritual power?" Inyan put away the whip and said calmly, "Maybe he was poisoned. It's a blessing in disguise." She smiled slightly, her voice calm but murderous. "Sister, you should be happy for your sister." At the same time, the shadow beast was carrying Inyan's body across Mount Piku. In the coffin at the foot of the mountain, the sleeping man opened his eyes again. His hands were on the coffin, and his glass-like eyes looked through the layers of magma at the body being moved. "Well, the softness looks good," he whispered to himself, raised his hand, and waved it, and the entire baked mountain cracked open, and the demon shadow beast fell into the coffin along with Inyan's body. The man reached out and threw the shadow beast aside. He lowered his head and pressed Inyan's body, revealing a satisfied smile. "It's just right as a pillow." He closed his eyes again, lay lazily on Inyan's body, and fell into a deep sleep again. Chapter 9, that's great. The two shadow beasts trembled and hugged each other. There were formations everywhere below. The corners of any small formation would turn them into ashes in an instant. "They are dying. They are dying." The two shadow beasts were in tears. "But, hey, that man seems to have fallen asleep again? They tried to get outside, but the man didn't move. The shadow demons trembled as they rushed towards the demonic stream. It's over. Inyan was taken away. Inyan had no idea that she was being treated as a natural pillow, and she was still teaching Bai Qianqian a lesson. You hit me? I'm going to tell the elders of the Bai family about this. Bai Qianqian's eyes turned red with anger, and her heart was filled with panic. Originally, Bai Lu's fiery dark dog was a spiritual beast of above-average caliber. Now that Bai Lu had even awakened her talent for cultivation, what would she do in the future? What are you guys arguing about? A soft voice came, causing Inyan to freeze. She turned around slowly and saw Su Linyan standing behind her. Hatred rushed straight into Inyan's brain, forcing her to lower her head to hide the murderous intent in her eyes. Inyan clenched his hands into fists. Cousin. Bai Qianqian immediately rushed towards Su Linyan. Look how she beat me. She had large abrasions on her hands. But Su Linyan didn't want to look at Bai Qianqian at all. She looked at Inyan in shock. Bai Lu, what's going on with the fluctuations in your spiritual power? I don't know either. Inyan pursed her lips tightly, trying to calm herself down. Maybe it was a blessing in disguise because of that inexplicable poison. Let the spiritual doctor check your body. Su Linyan smiled gently, but turned around with a completely gloomy face. How is that possible? Another person who practices dual cultivation of beast and spirit by her side. She was obviously feeling very uncomfortable, but in order to maintain her usual noble and dignified appearance, she had to force a smile. Okay, let's take a look. Inyan curved her lips. Did Su Linyan want to find out the secret of why she could practice? These spiritual doctors in the palace of the kingdom of 10,000 beasts could not see through the old poison master's methods. She had no fear. What about me? Bai Qianqian asked unwillingly. Cousin, she hit me. Qianqian. A hand pressed her shoulder, and Bai Qianqian turned to face Inyan's smile. We should solve the problems between sisters by ourselves. Why do you have to make bitch? Sisters suffer, right? Inyan emphasized the word bitch and said with a smile on his face. Su Linyan frowned subconsciously. She felt that Bai Lu was strange, but I can't tell what's strange about it. Su Linyan summoned all the spiritual doctors and made quite a big fuss, which resulted in even the emperor and empress knowing about it. What did you say? She looked at the slave girl who came to report the news and asked in surprise. You said Bai Lu awakened her spirit? What's going on? Sitting next to her was a man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. It was Fong Sun. Bai Lu. Fong Sun put down the cup. Didn't they say she was poisoned? The slave girl lowered her head and said, Yes, but the spiritual doctor said that the poison has been resolved and that the spirit body has indeed awakened. Is there such a strange thing? Fong Sun raised his eyebrows. He was a little interested in Bai Lu. He said to the emperor and empress, I'll go see her. The empress waved her hands, but her mood fell to the bottom. If Bai Lu was really that strong, wouldn't it threaten her position as Yena? The empress felt very irritated, and there was a vague feeling of uneasiness in her heart. Inyan sat on a stool in the room, watching the spiritual doctors examining her body. She had suppressed her cultivation to the first level of spiritual body. After all, she had just awakened, and being too exaggerated would only arouse suspicion. These spiritual doctors found nothing. What a great joy! A spiritual doctor from the Bai family said, My Bai family actually has a person who practices both beast and spirit. The spiritual doctor said to Inyan with a red face, Miss, I will send a message to the elders of the Bai family right away. This wave of young people in the Bai family really shows signs of talent dwindling. Although the emperor and empress are members of the Bai family, they are now in charge of the kingdom of 10,000 beasts and are too old. The princess is the first person in 1,000 years, but the princess's surname is Su. She represents the royal family of the kingdom of beasts. The younger generation is not up to standard, and the Bai family can no longer hold their heads up in front of other families. Bai Lu is the eldest girl in the Bai family's direct lineage. Su Linyan beside him held her hands tightly. She curled her lips and said, Congratulations, cousin. You're welcome, bitch. Inyan smiled and spoke clearly. I'm far inferior to you, a person born with Phoenix Yuan. Oh, right. Inyan's eyes darkened. I wonder when we can see Princess D's divine beast? She saw that Su Linyan did not bring her baby with her. What's the hurry? Su Linyan looked at her and said, You'll know at tomorrow's beast fighting banquet. The little phoenix was disobedient, and she didn't dare to use it unless she was well disciplined. It seems that she is being held in the emperor and empress's room, and she cannot enter. Inyan lowered his head, hiding the cold, murderous intent in his eyes. Okay, then I'll look forward to it. Bai Bian crawled at her feet, raised his head, and glanced at Su Linyan lazily. A hint of disgust flashed across those big eyes, the same as Lyle A's. TSK, why does this person look like a chicken? He is so ugly. Sooner or later, her Feng Yuan will be dug out, and it will all belong to her master. Bai Bian licked his lips, feeling a little eager to do something. Brother Sun, Su Linyan wanted to leave, but when she turned around, she saw Fong Sun coming in. She suddenly felt uncomfortable. Fong Sun was her fiancé. How could he enter another woman's boudoir so calmly? I heard that you have awakened your spirit body. Fong Sun looked at Inyan. His eyes fell on her face that was beginning to scab over, and a hint of disgust flashed in his eyes. A woman should be as beautiful as a flower. If her face cannot be cured, she will no longer be considered a woman. Yeah, Inyan looked cold. Your face is like this. Why don't you cover it up? Fong Sun frowned in dissatisfaction. Inyan sneered. I don't see you look that good. Why are you so confident? What did you say? Su Linyan's voice just rose a little, but then she remembered that Fong Sun was here. So she had to act a little more otherworldly, so she softened her voice and said, Cousin, you can't be so jealous of others just because your face is injured. You know it's wrong to do this. Su Linyan screamed in the middle of her words, because Bai Bian suddenly jumped over and grabbed Su Linyan with one claw. This woman's whining was so annoying. Su Linyan was unable to dodge and fell to the ground in a mess. How dare you? Fong Sun was furious and was about to kick Bai Bian. You dare? Inyan shouted. You dare to attack me now? Do you think the Bai family will let you go? Her current talent is like a treasure to the Bai family, and they will definitely protect her. Brother Sun. Su Linyan grabbed Fong Sun fiercely. She suppressed the resentment in her eyes and said gently, Forget it, I'm fine. Fong Sun looked at Su Linyan disapprovingly. Yinner, you are just too gentle. That's why you let this kind of person bully you. The Bai family is Yin's maternal family. I will let you go for the sake of the Bai family. Fong Sun suppressed his anger and left with Su Linyan. Inyan didn't even raise an eyebrow. Bai Qianqian was stunned for a moment when she saw that she dared to attack Su Linyan. It seemed that her sister was really different from before. Inyan turned around and glanced at Bai Qianqian. That Fong Sun, is he from the Wojo Fong family? Of course. Bai Qianqian glanced at her. You follow him every day? Don't you even know this? But don't even think about it. Bai Qianqian sneered. That's DG's man. You're not worthy of him. Who knew that Inyan would smile and curl the corners of his lips the next moment? Wojo Fong family? The one that made the old which gnash her teeth in hatred? That's great. She was afraid of getting into trouble. It turns out that the people from the Wojo Fong family are right in front of her. Chapter 10, The Unreasonable Ones from the Ditch. After these people left, Inyan looked at Bai Bian. Bai Bian, can you turn into Bai Lu? Inyan asked suddenly. He only knew that it could turn into various spiritual beasts, but could a human do it? Bai Bian transformed into a little boy and said, It can last for 3 hours. Just give me a drop of blood. Baby, you are so great. Inyan kissed it hard. I feel dizzy from all the changes. Master, are you going to sneak out at night? Bai Bian asked excitedly. Are you going to fight? I want to go too. Help me pretend to be Bai Lu here. Don't let it get exposed. Wait until I find a big cub, and then we can go out together. Bai Bian agreed reluctantly, and then pulled her hand and said, Will the master like Dazi more, and not Bai Bian? He blinked his big eyes, which were filled with tears. Am I still the master's favorite cub? How could that be? Inyan kissed him. You too are my children. But every time she saw Bai Bian, her heart ached, not knowing whether the other child was doing well. Late at night, Bai Bian turned into Bai Lu and lay on the bed. Inyan took out a magical weapon that could conceal the breath and all fluctuations of spiritual power. This thing was specially given to her by the old witch to do bad things. Well, to do serious things. She was dressed in black and put on a mask that covered her entire face. The mask depicts a woman with narrow eyes and red lips, looking like a witch. Inyan was quite familiar with the imperial palace. He easily avoided the patrolling soldiers and toured the imperial city. But she didn't find her baby at all. Then the only things left are the empress's bedroom and the dungeon. Inyan bit her lip and half lay on the dark roof. We can't go there. We'll be caught by the empress. She was really unwilling to accept this, and it seemed that she could only wait for tomorrow's beast fighting state banquet. Just as I was about to go back, I saw Fong Sun walking out alone, without anyone by his side. Inyan stopped suddenly. Wojo Fong family, and a genius. She showed a smile on her face. After being raised by the big demons for such a long time, her personality and temper have become very much like those of the demons. It doesn't seem good to go back like this. Old witch, let me help you collect the interest today. Fong Sun didn't sleep so late because he was thinking about the woman he met in Mount Piku. Bai Lu today, I thought of her. I don't know if that woman is still alive. He muttered to himself, looking at the bright moon in the sky. Too much kindness is stupid. What a pity. Fong Sun showed a regretful expression on his face. That woman looks like a flower. A woman like this is worthy of my adoption. As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp sword energy suddenly came towards him. The full force attack of the 9th layer spirit. Fong Sun was caught off guard, and although he dodged at the first opportunity, a long leg swept over and hit him right in the face. As soon as Inyan came over, she heard this guy mumbling to himself about taking advantage of her, and also saying that she was kind. The hell is this stupid man insulting? Inyan fired at full force, one move after another, spiritual power continuously flowing into her body. She had to act quickly, otherwise she would be engulfed in dust when the soldiers arrived. Who are you? Fong Sun took the attack passively. He was shocked to find that this man was actually stronger than him. The fluctuations of his spiritual power clearly showed that he was only one step away from breaking through the human spiritual body. Inyan sneered, and her moves were aimed at Fong Sun's most vulnerable parts. Fong Sun broke out in a cold sweat and immediately summoned his magic weapon. You're looking for death. Fong Sun's self-esteem as a man was repeatedly challenged, and his veins bulged with anger. Do you think you are the only one who has a magic weapon? Inyan chuckled in his heart. Inyan threw out 3 inferior magic weapons as soon as he made a move and snapped his fingers. Explode! 3 loud bangs, boom, 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 directly swept Fong Sun in. He immediately took out his defensive magic weapon, but was still beaten black and blue. Which enemy is it? Please tell me your name. Fong Sun saw his magic weapon was blown to pieces, and he said angrily with a trembling voice, You are hiding like a rat in the gutter. Inyan did not stop moving and returned 3 lower-grade magical weapons. Fong Sun's face showed signs of cracking. Come again? Inyan sneered. We came from the same village, so we never follow rules when fighting. Fong Sun was both frightened and angry. He can blow up so many magical weapons at will. Where does this person come from? Master Fong? The soldiers in the palace came quickly, and seeing that Inyan was about to be surrounded, she sneered. I'll spare you today. We'll see you later. The next moment, 5 medium-sized magical weapons appeared in Inyan's hands. Fong Sun's face changed drastically, and he shouted to the soldiers rushing over. Get out of the way! His words were swallowed up completely by the sudden explosion of air. With a loud bang, it rushed straight into the sky. Inyan retreated quickly outside, while continuously throwing out the magic weapons in his hands, exploding one after another. The soldiers were hiding in a panic, and Inyan even chose to blow up the newly built palace, with blazing flames rising. She was so happy, but the next moment several powerful auras rose into the sky in the palace. Dozens of auras are all powerful warriors in the heavenly spirit realm. Tisk! Inyan sneered. Trouble, I have to run. Her lips, hidden under the mask, curved slightly, as she watched the place that had tortured her for 18 years being blown upside down. The evil feeling that had been weighing on her chest finally eased a little. Asshole! A majestic voice exploded in Inyan's ears. The angry voices of the empress and queen resounded throughout the imperial city. You ignorant rat! How dare you invade my imperial city? The next moment, overwhelming spiritual power crushed down. In a blink of an eye, they found where Inyan was hiding. Inyan sneered, and 5 magical weapons appeared in his hands again. But it is a top-grade magic weapon of the demon clan. As soon as the light was taken out, the magical elements in the air rushed towards her. Now that the demons have been sealed, there is no one left in this world who can use the demonic elements. You can imagine how abundant they are. Inyan looked at the 5 magical weapons in his hand. Use this to announce the return of the demons. Go! Inyan said softly. The next moment, the demonic elements gathered like a storm and collided violently with the spiritual power of the emperor and empress. Magic elements? The empress in the bedroom suddenly opened her eyes full of fear. There should be no one in this world who can drive magic elements anymore. But when she resisted this wave of demonic elements, she found that there was no trace of demons in the entire imperial city. How is it possible? The empress murmured. The seal in the demonic gorge has not been broken. Those monsters should not have come out. At this time, in the demonic gorge abyss, all the monsters were exhausted after Inyan left. So boring. They have been trapped here for thousands of years, and it has only been a short while since they started to liven up the city, and Inyan is gone. There was dead silence in the demonic stream, until the sensitive demons felt the vibration in the direction of the palace. Inyan! The monsters all displayed their magic wings behind them and flew into the sky. From afar, they saw a small piece of the palace exploded. That's the magic weapon I gave to Inyan. Haha. A great demon put the seal on it with a proud look on his face. It's mine. How can it be a low-grade magic weapon? Everyone was dissatisfied and clenched their fists and shouted. Inyan, blast the best one. Superb. Damn it. Our Inyan was forced to explode her magic weapon. Is someone bullying her? I said 2 warehouses are not enough. The old poisonous creature rushed out from his own hill in a hurry, without even putting on his clothes. His voice was louder than anyone else's, and his baby face was flushed red. Blast it up. Superb. If it's not enough, go home and get some. There's still plenty at home. Everyone's faces turned red from shouting. Inyan was indeed the child they taught. The monsters were stunned until the demonic elements soared into the sky. Outside, the demonic gorge had been dormant for thousands of years. But this explosion was like throwing a stone into the sea, stirring up the dead hearts of the monsters. Damn it! A little monster stuck to the seal suddenly cried. I haven't seen the demon elements outside move for a long time. Why are you crying? You are useless. The monster next to him had red eyes. Why can't we cry? Those things outside are holding us here just to drain our blood. We haven't done anything. They were not originally called demons. They once had a better-sounding name, the Divine Light Clan. I don't know how many years it has been sealed here. Inu stood proudly in the air, looking calmly in the direction of the imperial palace. After a few seconds, a faint smile appeared on her face that never smiled. But the next moment, all the monsters heard the sound coming from below. Oh no, adults! Nyan's body was taken away by the guy from Mount Piku. Chapter 11. She's mine. The demon gorge, which was as lively as New Year's Day just now, suddenly became dead silent. Inu suddenly fell from midair, and with a wave of her hand, the shadow demon appeared in front of her. Inu's face was cold. What did you say? It's true. He took Nyan away from the only bloodline left by the Xian clan at the foot of Mount Piku. The shadow demon collapsed and cried, What should we do? There is magma everywhere in that place. What if our Nyan's body is destroyed? Stop being such a pessimist, the old poison master shouted. What can I do? We can't get out either. How about fighting the seal? What's the point of trying it out 800 years ago? Then are you going to let me watch Nyan's body trapped in that damn place? Except for that kid himself. Who else can get into the seal of Piku Mountain? The old poison master said that the soul-changing pill has a time limit. Once the time is up, Nyan can't return to her body. Nyan will die. Everyone was arguing, except for Ms. Een, who had a gloomy expression and said nothing. There was a darkness in her eyes, so deep that one felt as if they were looking at 2 dry wells that had remained unchanged for hundreds of years. Old poison master. Inu was calmer than all the monsters present, but her next words made everyone think that she might be crazy. Take out the telescope. The old poison master froze. Have you thought it through? If you use that thing, all your nearly 100 years of training will be in vain. The 1,000-mile sound mirror is a treasure of the demon clan. It can ignore all the seals and restrictions in the world and allow the user's voice to travel thousands of miles. But it requires the sacrifice of a great demon. No one will touch this thing. It has been buried for a long time. After all, the demons now only have hatred towards the outside world. But who would burn their cultivation just to spread a curse? I've lived for so long. What does a mere 100 years mean to me? Een said in a cold voice. Take it. The monsters kept their mouths tightly shut. Inu was the most vicious person towards Inyan in the entire demon gorge. They all thought that Inu didn't care about Inyan, but at this moment they found that Inu seemed to care more about the little annoying guy she mentioned than they did. The Chinli sound mirror was only the size of a palm, and Inyan poured her cultivation into it without hesitation. At the foot of Mount Piku, the man was still sleeping when suddenly a voice pierced through the ban and came in. "Get up!" It was a woman's voice, suppressing her anger, but still roaring arrogantly in his ears. The man frowned. "Open your eyes." Inyan took a deep breath and called out the man's name. "Open them for me." Yuan Xin Sui. The next moment, the man's eyes suddenly opened, the magma suddenly boiled, and Mount Piku shook slightly. "Who?" He spoke, his tone seeming to stick to the ending sound, leaving behind a lazy tune that made people think. "What you stole was not a dead body, but our Majian's child. Give the child back to me." Inyan said angrily. "Demonic ravine?" Yuan Xin sat up, and it took him a long time to remember that he was his neighbor. But he looked down at the guy he had grabbed when he was trapped in the chaos. He didn't pay attention at the time. He just felt that a piece of soft meat fell down. He was really sleepy, so he just put the person into the coffin and lay down to sleep. Inyan's hair was as black as ink. He reached out and touched it. It was as smooth as satin. The face was also very pleasing to the eye. More importantly, it was very comfortable to lean on. It was rare to see living things on Mount Piku. Even if he did occasionally, he would still fall asleep. Yuan Shinsue, send Inyan out. Although you can't get out yourself, you can send her out. Inyan was very anxious. After all, the time of Chinli sound mirror is limited. "Why?" Yuan Xin leaned against Inyan, curled his lips, and said nonchalantly, "No. If I grab it, it's mine. She's mine." Inyan in the demonic gorge smashed a mountain into pieces with one palm. She took 2 deep breaths. Inyan must not stay with Yuan Shinsue. Otherwise, who knows what will happen. "Yuan Shinsue, how about this? Let's make a deal." Inyan said quickly. "You have been trapped under the Whitehead Mountain since you were a child. Don't you want to get out? Although I have no way to seal our demon gorge, I do have a way to seal your Xian clan." As soon as the words fell, the faces of the demons were surprised. Mizzy never told them about this. But if the only descendant of the Xian clan went out, everyone shuddered at the mere thought of it. Mizzy closed her eyes tightly, as if she had made a great decision. "Give Inyan back to us, and I will teach you how to get out." Yuan Xin was stunned for a moment, and his somewhat careless look finally became serious. The palace was in chaos. The soldiers had not slept all night and wished they could turn the entire city upside down and shake it so they could find the devil who had caused such panic in the city. Of the Kingdom of Beasts had already heard the legend about the monster that caused chaos in the palace last night. So many demonic elements are rioting. Is the seal on the demonic gorge loosened? If the monster comes out, it will kill us all. All the demons should be killed. How could they escape? Look, there's a notice posted in the Imperial City. Someone with sharp eyes saw the soldiers coming out with notices. A picture with a portrait was pasted on the wall. Hiss! Everyone gasped when they saw the portrait clearly. The woman in the portrait looked eerie, with lips as red as if she had eaten a child. It was exactly the mask that Inyan wore last night. It seemed that there was nothing else to put on the mask in the Imperial City, so they could only draw the mask. This demon is a demon. He looks like a demon woman. Bah! Descendants of the demon clan, anyone can kill them. Everyone spat at the notice, but deep down, no one was not afraid. When the demonic element rioted yesterday, it was like the calm before the storm, but also like the prelude to a catastrophe which made them worried. There was a lot of noise outside, but Inyan was sitting quietly in the room. She listened to the whispers outside and smiled. Bai Bian leaned against her. "Master, you must take me with you next time. It's such a shame to leave out something so fun." Just as Inyan was about to speak, there was a knock on the door. "Miss Bai Lu, the Bai family has sent you a new female slave." The man outside had a flattering voice that was not there normally. Everyone knows that after Bai Lu awakened her spiritual power, her status in the Bai family is completely different. Inyan opened the door and saw a whole row of female slaves squatting outside. But there were not female slaves in the palace. They were all rushed over from the Bai family's main residence overnight. Inyan roughly counted and found that there were about 200 female slaves. Oh, you have to know that Su Linyan only has 200. This is the treatment that the princess gets. Also, the chief steward in the lead handed over a snow-white token. The beast fighting state banquet is about to begin. The elders have said that Miss Bai Lu is invited to represent the Bai family in the battle. A smile appeared on Inyan's face, and he took the token steadily. "Don't worry." Inyan's eyes flashed with a hint of teasing. "I will definitely not bring shame to the Bai family." Inyan, who was waiting for the Bai family's arrival in her palace, had a dark face. She slapped her personal slave girl. What did you say? The Bai family asked Bai Lu to fight? Then what am I? Chapter 12. Tiamat becomes a bootlicker? Su Inyan was so angry that she smashed the white jade cup in her hand. The female slaves dared not say a word. What happened again? As soon as the empress came in, she saw Su Inyan with a ferocious face and going crazy. What happened? The beast fighting banquet will start soon. How can you be called the princess of a country like this? Su Inyan felt wronged. Mother, why am I not fighting on behalf of the Bai family? Speaking of this, the empress' eyes also flashed with coldness. Those old immortals in the Bai family have been very dissatisfied with me since I became the ruler of the 10,000 Beast Kingdom. They think that my heart is not with the Bai family. Before, the Bai family really didn't have a child who could take on the responsibility, so the Bai family could only choose you. But Yinner, your last name is Su, not Bai. Those stubborn old guys must be very unhappy. Su Inyan clenched her fist in anger. But people outside think that I will represent both the Bai family and the Kingdom of Beasts this time. How can I get off the stage like this? Those people must be waiting to laugh at me. Su Inyan has been praised highly since she was born. How could she tolerate being ridiculed? Don't worry, Yinner. A hint of disdain flashed across the eyes of the Empress. You just found a random maid and think she can replace you? That's the short-sightedness of the Bai family. Your little spirit beast has been trained to be very obedient by its mother. When the time comes, your spirit beast will surely be the most stunning to appear. The Bai family will only regret not choosing my Yinner. The Empress raised her hand and gently touched Su Inyan's head. Just wait and see. Inyan took his own token and was about to go to the banquet hall by himself, but was stopped by several female slaves of the Bai family who seemed to have high status. How can you go there by yourself, miss? Wouldn't that bring shame to our Bai family? The two slave girls looked indifferent, like well-trained puppets. The Bai family's animal cart has arrived, miss. Please come in. The female slave stepped aside, and Inyan saw several snow-white, four-winged Pegasus horses stepping on light blue crystal hooves and neighing at her. Although they were clearly horses, the neighing sounded like the sound of a spring, and emerald beads falling on a jade plate, making people feel relaxed and happy. Aren't these the Pegasus that the elders of the clan have been eyeing so closely? Bai Qianqian followed the sound and came over. When she saw the horses, she was stunned. Pegasus are extremely difficult to raise. Even our Bai family only has 8. Pegasus moves as fast as the wind, is extremely fast, and has a gentle temperament, and its blood is a panacea for healing internal injuries. This horse is actually for you to use? Bai Qianqian was like a long-necked chicken that had its feathers plucked, making a lot of noise. How dare you? The two leading female slaves suddenly looked fierce and angrily scolded Bai Qianqian. If the elders want to give it to the young lady, then it is for the young lady. Is it your turn, Miss Qianqian, to question it? Bai Qianqian was startled. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she murmured aggrievedly. But I want to... The eldest lady will fight on behalf of the Bai family. This is the face of the Bai family. These two female slaves work directly under the elders of the big family. Although they are female slaves, their status is higher than that of some young ladies without talent. Naturally, they were not afraid of Bai Qianqian, a little girl who had not yet grown out of the animal world. After the two men finished scolding, they looked at Inyan with a blank expression. But Inyan knew that this was the gentle expression of these two people compared to before. Miss, please get in the car. The female slaves bowed their heads respectfully. Bai Qianqian's eyes were red, and she was almost going crazy because of this scene. It is obvious that not long ago, Bai Lu was just an ordinary member of the Bai family. Even her father and mother thought that Bai Lu would not be able to achieve anything great, and instead had higher expectations of her. How come everything changed overnight? Inyan smiled and glanced at Bai Qianqian, then walked straight to the animal cart. Just as he was about to get on the car, several horse slaves nearby tried hard to calm the Pegasus. Although Pegasus are docile in nature, they are proud and will not attack people actively, but not everyone can be carried by them. But as soon as Inyan walked to the side, the eyes of several Pegasus suddenly widened and sparkled. They exhaled air gently through their noses and suddenly rushed towards Inyan like crazy, and the horse slaves couldn't stop them. Miss, be careful, Manu shouted with a pale face. Bai Qianqian clenched her hands suddenly and stared at Inyan with jealous eyes. Collide! Hit her to death! But who would have thought that the Pegasus not only did not bump into Inyan's hands, but also used their big heads to constantly nudge Inyan's hands. They lowered their noble heads and rubbed Inyan's hands with the softest hair on their necks. Inyan was also startled. There are no spirit beasts in Majian. She only knows that the beasts in Majian like her very much. However, everyone in Majian likes her and pampers her, so she didn't notice it. That's right. She didn't seem to have measured her attraction to spirit beasts. After all, there was no magic weapon in Majian to measure that thing. Those are all human stuff. According to the monsters, they collected them without hesitation in the early years before they were sealed. What is this, miss? The two slave girls looked at each other with shock in their eyes. The spirit beast compatibility value that Miss measured was only level 4. There are 10 levels in total, and this result can be said to be very, very ordinary. Inyan was not panicked at all. She was surrounded by four Pegasus and said calmly, "After awakening my spirit body, I feel that my compatibility value is a bit higher, but I haven't tested it yet." The two slave girls were overjoyed. This is really a blessing in disguise. Congratulations, Mississippi. Do you still need to test? You don't need to test it to know that it is definitely above level 8. The Emperor and Empress had a close relationship with level 7, which is already very rare. Let's go, we're going to be late. The two female slaves had a look of joy on their faces. The Bai family had been going downhill in the past 2 years, and they had no choice but to cling to Empress Bai Ling. It is obvious that the Bai family was more famous than the royal family of the 10,000 Beast Kingdom in the past, and even superior to the royal family. However, in the past 2 years, the Emperor and Empress have only cared about the interests of the royal family, which makes others think that their Bai family is dependent on the 10,000 Beast Kingdom. It's really ridiculous. Now that Bai Lu can get up, the Bai family can get rid of this shadow, and returning to the top is just around the corner. Miss, please get in the car. The female slaves lifted the curtain for Inyan. Inyan nodded and was about to walk over, but unexpectedly the Pegasus were not happy. They raised their hooves and kept rubbing against Inyan and flapping their wings. There was also a big Pegasus that gave Inyan a wink. Inyan, have you seen the horse-faced seductive eyes before? Anyway, this is the first time she has seen it. The horse slaves had never seen such proud Pegasus surrounding one person just to fight for a chance to be ridden. The Pegasus all shook their backs and stamped their hooves seductively. Everyone could understand what these Pegasus wanted to express without saying a word. What car do you take? Come on, get on my back. Chapter 13, Swing and Swing. Baibian followed behind Inyan, rubbing the ground with his claws impatiently. These little three beasts who wanted to seduce their master. It stepped forward and snorted lightly. In an instant, the Pegasus that had been dancing and seeking pleasure just now suddenly became quiet. Inyan glanced at the time and said, "Let's go with you. I'm already late. It's faster to just ride on them instead of dragging them." The slave girls had no objection. After all, the eldest lady has fully demonstrated her strength. Inyan directly straddled the largest Pegasus and rode on it. The Pegasus was so excited that its entire body turned red. The other Pegasus were extremely disappointed, but they still tried to get closer to Inyan. The Pegasus flapped its wings and flew into the sky with the sound of wind. At this moment, quite a few guests were already seated at the Beast Fighting State banquet. Some also come from all over the world. Look, that's the Wojo Fong family. They are the first to arrive. They are so impressive. Even the clothes on the female slaves are priceless. Everyone on the field whispered. Fong Sun of the Fong family is getting engaged to Princess D. So, of course, he has to be the first one to come and support the occasion. Oh, those are the Zhou and Wu families, one of the 5 famous families along with the Fong family. Wow, I see Zhou Xiaoyu, the little genius of the Zhou family, and Wu Shui, the pearl of the Wu family. That's great. 3 of the 5 great families from the 5 continents have come at once. The second-rate small country of the 10,000 Beast Kingdom is going to become famous today. Isn't it all for the sake of the Phoenix Yuan woman who appears once every 1,000 years? Otherwise, how could the kingdom of 10,000 beasts have this face? Is Feng Yuan really that amazing? Not to mention the curiosity of those who just watch the fun. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoyu of the Zhou family was lying on his recliner. The black robe with red patterns made him look very heroic. Zhou Xiaoyu threw a fruit with rich spiritual power into his mouth and said lazily, "When will the princess come out? You made me wait for so long. You are such a great honor." The Zhou family elder who came with him was very calm. The 10,000 Beast Nation is willing to support the princess, so she must be the finale. Tisk, Zhou Xiaoyu stood up and stomped the ground with the spear in his hand. Who cares if it's 1,000 years or 10,000 years? We'll know if he's really strong after a fight. You are a fighting maniac who doesn't understand romance. You only know how to fight. A clear female voice sounded beside, and a woman came over. Every step she took could leave a large frost mark. Every time the Phoenix Yuan girl appears, the kingdom of 10,000 beasts will soar into the sky and become an existence as famous as our 5 families. It is still unclear whether you can beat them. This woman is none other than Wu Shui, the darling of the Wu family's patriarch. Wu Shui is pretty, and her tone is full of arrogance from being spoiled. Feng Yuan is real, but I heard that she can't hatch the egg of the mythical beast. Who knows, there might be something interesting to watch today. Although Wu Shui had never met Su Linyan, she was very annoyed with her in her heart. Among the capable young generations from the 5 continents, except for her, the other 4 are all men. It can be said that she is a unique figure among young women. Linyan came from. In the past 2 days, the whole 5 continents know the name of Feng Yuanu and Huangnu. Wu Shui said nice things, but she was actually extremely jealous. How could this woman from a small family in a second-rate country be worthy of being on par with her? As he was speaking, he heard another noise. Oh my God! Look, everyone! The people from Shengshan sect are here. Those clothes, aren't they from Lingtian Academy? Hey! A black robe covering the body and red threads wrapped around the fingers. Isn't it someone from the Red Ghost Valley? This is crazy. 1 sect, 1 valley, 1 academy. Are they all here? If the 5 families of the 5 continents represent family power, then the 3 that appear now are the best places in the entire 5 continents to cultivate talented people. These are also the places most desired by all young talents in the 5 continents. These 3 places have the best teaching staff in the 5 continents and countless resources. When these 3 arrived, they rolled their eyes at each other. Are you all here for that princess? This is really. I'm afraid that the princess will become famous all at once. Is Feng Yuan really that powerful? Can it make these big forces so excited? Everyone began to envy the princess. This means you are at the highest point since birth, and your future achievements will be limitless. When the emperor and empress saw all these people coming, they were filled with excitement. Su Linyan stood on the high platform and watched from afar. She felt a little nervous, but more proud. Look, Su Linyan is such a perfect woman. She was born to be the most dazzling genius under the spotlight. Yenner, are you ready? The emperor and empress asked her. The admission mode has been started, and the major families of the kingdom of 10,000 beasts have begun to enter one after another. At the same time, various natal spirit beasts appear. But those powerful people seem to be losing interest. As for beast tamers, it's not like they haven't seen them before. Of the 10,000 beast kingdom is not confined to one place. Over the thousands and millions of years, the people of the 10,000 beast kingdom have been running around everywhere. Those who possess this bloodline in the 5 continents are called beast tamers. That princess, Zhou Xiaoyu frowned and didn't finish his words. Suddenly, the sounds of animals were heard. Countless blue phoenixes flew out from the palace. They were the spiritual beasts raised by the Wansho royal family. That princess is coming out. Everyone was shocked, and the next moment they saw a young girl in light golden clothes stepping on a blue phoenix. She had an ethereal and otherworldly temperament and a peaceful smile on her face. She was wearing priceless jewelry, which gave her a very royal demeanor. The blue phoenix landed steadily, and Su Linyan stood directly in the center of the Colosseum. She bowed to everyone with a clear and pleasant voice. Welcome everyone to my kingdom of beasts. Her waist-length hair was gently blown by the wind, attracting admiration from many men present. Su Linyan felt the changes in everyone's emotions, and a hint of complacency flashed through her heart. At the same time, the pressure of Feng Yuan was released from behind her. People couldn't feel it, but all the spirit beasts present were slightly restless and some lowered their heads. It's Feng Yuan indeed. The people from the powerful forces looked at each other with a strong interest in their eyes. This trip was indeed not in vain. Everyone was looking at Su Linyan. Only one family was not looking. Those are the Bai family members. The Bai family actually used to be from the kingdom of 10,000 beasts, but later when the family power grew, the Bai family moved to the 5 continents. Although it is not considered a big family, it still has a reputation. Where's Bai Lu? The elders were all anxious. Why hasn't she come yet after the ceremony? Speak of Chow Chow. Here comes Chow Chow. Just when the elder was getting so anxious that he was sweating profusely, He heard a pleasant neighing sound coming from the sky, each one louder than the last. This is Pegasus' voice. The elder of the Bai family was stunned. Why does this voice sound so? Why does it sound like you're overexcited? Su Linyan was interrupted by the voice. She looked up in dissatisfaction, and the shadow of Pegasus appeared in the sky. Su Linyan was startled. That was the Bai family's Pegasus. Had borrowed it from the elder of the Bai family before, wanting to let her ride it when she entered the venue. But the Bai family disagrees. Look, who's on the Pegasus' back? It's not common sense that people shouldn't sit on the back of a Pegasus. Did you see it wrong? Everyone rubbed their eyes, and their attention was immediately distracted. Can, you are not mistaken. There is really a person sitting on the back of Pegasus. And it was at this moment that Inyan felt Fong Yuan's fluctuation, which made her heart beat faster and faster. Because it was originally hers. Almost out of control, the Nirvana Phoenix Yuan behind her seemed to be provoked, and a layer of pressure spread directly from her. Inyan was suddenly shocked. Exposed? But a magical weapon on her waist that blocked the fluctuations glowed slightly, covering up the pressure. But the influence on spiritual beasts still exists. Everyone suddenly realized that the spirit beasts that had just bowed their heads in fear towards Su Linyan suddenly became agitated. They all raised their heads and looked at Inyan. As if it was an appointment, he raised his head at the same time. But it's not fear. They held their tails high behind them. Uncontrollably, he began to sway from side to side, like a puppy. Chapter 14, the Master came to rescue her. Who is this? Isn't this the Pegasus of the Bai family? Isn't it Princess DG, who is representing the Bai family? Everyone was dumbfounded. At the same time, the owners of those spirit beasts also quickly pulled their spirit beasts over. What a suffering they had suffered. There is the princess suppressing her in front. Later, Inyan seduced her. Do these spirit beasts still have their masters in their eyes? Everyone was so angry, but dared not say a word. Is this person from your Bai family? Someone couldn't wait to ask the elders of the Bai family. The Bai family elders were stunned for a while before the big elder reacted and laughed loudly, saying, Yes, it's our Bai family's child, Bai Lu. Throw the token. When Inyan heard his voice, he threw the token in his hand down. The token shot into the Bai family's altar and exploded with sparks. The flame burned brightly and condensed into a white word. Is that someone from the Bai family? When did the Bai family produce such a person? Did you see the reaction of the spirit beast just now? How great is the fit? The Pegasus held their heads high and shook when they landed on the ground. Inyan got off the horse and stood opposite Su Linyan. Compared with Su Linyan's gorgeous dress, she was dressed much more plainly. Cousin, you really are the center of attention today. Su Linyan smiled at her tenderly, but her hands hidden in her sleeves were clenched tightly, with her fingertips sinking deeply into the flesh. No match for you, Princess D. Inyan turned around and took a look at the Colosseum, found the location of the Bai family, and turned around and walked over. The elders looked at her with joy. So, kind as to be something, but only Inyan herself knew that from childhood to adulthood, the people who loved to abuse her the most were the Bai family. The death of her mother at that time was also due to the pressure from the Bai family and her cowardly and non-existent father, who directly allowed them to abuse her mother to death. As for her, these elders of the Bai family wished she was dead, but they didn't want her to die easily. He tortured her to show his loyalty to the emperor and empress. Oh, there is a blood feud between them. Thinking this in his heart, Inyan showed a friendly smile on his face. Elder, I am late. Tiamat was a little disobedient at first. The Bai family looked at each other, looking at the Tiamat that was following her like a puppy. Is this called disobedience? That horse didn't treat them as human beings before, right? The elder of the clan looked proud. Please sit down. Has the compatibility value not been retested? Inyan nodded, lowered her eyes, and said, Aunt never cared about me, and Princess D was not very happy to see me, and I was embarrassed to mention this matter. The Bai family elder's face suddenly darkened. You have shown such amazing talent, but the emperor and empress don't care about you. Bai Ling is now the nominal head of the Bai family. She cares less and less about the Bai family every year. She just feels that the Bai family is weak and can no longer provide her with support. Humph! Inyan looked at the gloomy faces of the elders, turned his head away, and curled his lips. In order to overthrow the emperor and empress and take revenge, the first thing to deal with is the Bai family behind her. It doesn't matter if it's difficult to uproot a big family. Isn't it enough to let them be at odds with each other? The rifts grow gradually and eventually become irreparable cracks in the relationship. The emperor and empress are not happy either. Su Linyan was still making a fuss. Mother, look at her. If the Bai family had any regard for me, they wouldn't have let Bai Lu out. Even if they like Bai Lu, can't they wait until after the state banquet? This is the first time I've competed in front of these big forces since I got Fong Yuan. The emperor and empress stared at Inyan with grim expressions. Don't worry, Yinner. The empress thought of something and calmed down. The Bai family and the Wansho royal family will only train one person with all their strength, and that is you. She will help her daughter remove all obstacles. But she has already come to the fore this time, and I. What's the hurry? The empress shouted softly, revealing a smile. Look at the sky. What is that? Su Linyan was startled, and when she looked up, she saw a huge ball of fire flying out from the depths of the palace. The blood-red flame made Inyan feel palpitations instantly. Inyan got goosebumps all over his body. Everyone heard the loud phoenix cry and looked up to see what was going on, but were stabbed by the bright flames. The phoenix beast is out. Zhou Xiaoyu suddenly straightened his back and squinted his eyes to look up at the sky. Although it was a young beast, its tyrannical pressure made all the powerful people present excited. Spiritual beasts, like humans, have differences in qualifications, and the phoenix beast is the top existence among spiritual beasts. If it is successfully cultivated in the future, it can be comparable to a great spiritual god. Bai Bian, who had been lazy at first, narrowed his eyes sharply. Unlike the others, his sight was not blocked by the flames at all, and he could see the scene inside directly. The next moment, Bai Bian suddenly stood up straight, with murderous intent surging in his eyes. Bai Bian, what's wrong with you? Inyan was just about to comfort it when he heard the people around him exclaim. What is that? What fell? Densely packed blood-colored beads fell down and landed on everyone's hands, and rich vitality and spiritual power emanated from the beads. Inyan also got one, but when she saw clearly what it was, her heart ached violently. This is phoenix blood. So much blood. Inyan felt cold all over as he watched everyone present excitedly scramble for the beads. Everyone has come from afar. This phoenix dew is a small token of our appreciation from the kingdom of 10,000 beasts. The queen appeared with a smile, and she also appeared above the Colosseum. Then I declare that the kingdom banquet of the beast fighting officially begins. There was crazy applause in the stadium. Even those powerful people showed a smile. Phoenix blood is a rare thing whether it is eaten directly or used as medicine. The phoenix flew around and then returned to the palace. As soon as it arrived at the palace, La La fell from midair. There was a bloody hole in her stomach, and she curled up in a corner in pain. There was a silver chain tied around her ankle. At first glance, the chain looked like an anklet, but in fact it was digging deep into her flesh. It drilled into the gaps between her bones and could make La La suffer excruciating pain at any time as long as the owner of the chain wanted to. The bloody hole on La La's stomach was slowly healing. Su Linyan stood beside her and watched coldly. Hurry up and get up. Don't delay the fight later. If you lose, I'll show you how I'll deal with you. Having heard such words, La La would have been furious. But she was quiet at the moment. She seemed to feel the breath of her master just now. Spicy eyes reddened, that was for sure. The master came to rescue her. Chapter 15 applause for you, double taunting. La La forced herself to sit up. Looking at La La's rapidly recovering body, Su Linyan couldn't help but think of Inyan. She pursed her lips heavily and looked at La La even more displeased. They are exactly the same monster. Su Linyan raised her foot and wanted to kick La La, but she held back when she thought that she would have to rely on La La to fight later. Hurry up and get up. You have to take the lead in the preliminary round today. If you make me lose face, I will break your bones one by one with chains tonight. Anyway, you can recover the next day, right? La La huddled in the corner, breathing slowly. She had to heal her wounds quickly so that she could kill those who bullied her. She also had to protect her master, but she couldn't act rashly and expose her master's identity. These people were very powerful and would definitely kill her master. Inyan sat in his seat with his fingers trembling slightly. This phoenix blood is a good thing. The elder smiled. It's rare for the empress to be so generous. Lure, I'll give it to you. Feed it to your spirit beast and try to get a good ranking for our Bai family this time. Inyan took it silently without looking up. She was afraid that if she looked up, she would reveal the murderous intent in her eyes. She asked the elder in a hoarse voice, Elder, I remember that today's first test was a draw. Tomorrow's competition is for you to choose your opponent, right? The elder nodded. Yes. Inyan raised her head with a cold expression and looked at Su Linyan on the stage. If the draw of lots failed today, she would make Su Linyan bleed as much as her son tomorrow. She was trying hard to suppress her emotions when she was hit lightly on the back. Bai Lu turned around and looked at Zhou Xiaoyu with a smile on her face. Little girl, how did you make those spirit beasts treat you like that? Zhou Xiaoyu rolled over, crossed the barriers on both sides, and sat next to Bai Lu. The Bai family was shocked. The clan elder wanted to say something, but when he thought that this was the Zhou family of Wojo, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. If Bai Lu and Zhou Xiaoyu could succeed, Inyan glanced at him and was not interested in this young man who was obviously a bit too familiar with others. Born? Like Fong Yuan. Zhou Xiaoyu held a short jade flute in his hand. This thing was obviously a medium-sized magic weapon. He turned the jade flute twice in his hand and finally pointed it at Inyan. He said bluntly, I've been sitting for a long time and my bones are itching. Bring your spirit beast to fight me. Look at how powerful you are. His eyes were full of fighting spirit. Inyan, I will be gentle. But before Zhou Xiaoyu could finish his words, he was lifted back by an invisible force. Great Elder. Zhou Xiaoyu fluttered his hands in the air. Let me go. Inyan watched him being pulled back and pressed firmly on the stool. Xiaoyu, stop making trouble. The Zhou family's elder didn't say anything, but his voice entered Zhou Xiaoyu's ears. Didn't you see that the eyes of those people in Shengshan sect are green? Zhou Xiaoyu sneered and said carelessly, Shengshan sect and the others are like this when they see any talented people. Didn't you see that many people are also staring at the one from the Bai family? The great elder looked at Zhou Xiaoyu in surprise. Although Xiaoyu looked warlike and brainless, they actually knew that Zhou Xiaoyu was a very smart person. I don't think there's anything special about that born Feng Yuan. It's just that he has better talent. Zhou Xiaoyu stared at Inyan. There are so many people with good talent in the 5 continents. There are more than 1 or 2 who think they have the ability to reach the highest level. I think the one from the Bai family looks more dangerous. The great elder was surprised. Really? Zhou Xiaoyu's intuition is sometimes terrifyingly accurate. Of course, that's why I want to fight her. Zhou Xiaoyu laughed. Will we know if it works after a fight? That can't be now. Look, the princess has appeared. The first show was naturally performed by Su Linyan, and it was customary for the royal family to open the show. Inyan straightened his back suddenly and saw Su Linyan coming out with a barefoot little girl wearing a red bib. The little girl still had a pale look on her face, and she followed Su Linyan, looking around. Inyan clenched her hands tightly. That was her baby. Lala looked at the crowded crowd in the venue. She could clearly feel her heart beating faster and faster. The master must be here. Lala was so excited that even the wounds on her body didn't hurt so much anymore. The first battle, the battle between the princess of the kingdom of 10,000 beasts and, a judge said as he reached into the box, rummaged around, and took out a piece of paper. Everyone off the field was praying silently. Help, don't choose me. Ancestors, please bless me. It's not me. It is not me. Inyan touched Baibian's head and said, please. It had to be her. She wished she could chop that bitch Su Linyan into 8 pieces right now. And only in a fight would she have the chance to let Baibian try to stuff the dragon scale grass into the cub's mouth to make it more hidden. The dragon scale grass that we had collected from Mount Piku was still there. The cub had lost so much blood, and although it couldn't be seen on his face, he must have been badly injured inside. Princess Emperor, fight against Li Ke from the Leaf family of the 10,000 Beast Nation. A group of people suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, but Inyan suddenly clenched his fists. Forget it, it doesn't matter. She touched Baibian's head. Luck was not on her side. After she won, she would be able to make her own choice. Su Linyan and La La stood on the stage. After a while, Li Ke came with a furry. The exploded wolf beast came up. Oh, it's a winter wolf? Someone exclaimed. It's a carnivorous spirit beast, and a strong meat-eating one. The Li family's luck. They'll step on shit when they go out, haha. Everyone smiled with glee. Can be divided into carnivorous and herbivorous types according to their respective instincts. The meat-type spirit beasts like tigers, lions, bears, etc. are very powerful beings and are called meat-type strong attacks. Similarly, there are strong attack types like elephant and rhino in the grass type. The winter wolf is definitely a pretty good tanky attacker, and the Leaf family probably had been holding back their energy to make a splash, but in the end, They ran into Su Linyan and they really wanted to die. The head of the Li family had a gloomy face, as if he hadn't slept for 10 nights. TSK, how pitiful. But no matter what, we can still get through it in 3 moves, right? 2 moves. Everyone started to speculate. The prairie wolf stepped onto the platform. The contestants this time were all spirit beasts that had just awakened this year. They were still cubs and could not control the pressure on their bloodlines at all. Lala was still looking around on the stage. Finally, she locked onto an area and was about to walk towards Inyan. The prairie wolf stood in front of her at the urging of its owner. The little mouth was open with sharp teeth, and it looked quite fierce as it roared. Lala frowned and put her hands on her waist. "You little brat, you're blocking my eyes." As soon as he finished speaking, the pressure he released crushed the winter wolf with a bang. The prairie wolf let out a scream and was so scared that it was shaking all over. It had no ability to fight at all. Its master was shocked. He didn't expect the difference between spiritual beasts could be so great. "This is too strong. As expected of you, Princess D. Are the others here to run with you in this race?" A smile just appeared on Su Linyan's face, and she looked at Inyan proudly. Now she should know who is the protagonist of this game, right? But why is that bitch clapping? Inyan was really happy that her cub won, and she clapped subconsciously. Bai Bien also raised his 2 furry hooves and clapped his hands. With the whole audience silent, their actions were truly strange. Everyone turned their heads stiffly and looked at Inyan's action, with only one thought left in their minds. This guy from the Bai family is provoking the princess with her dog. Double the provocation. Oh! And at this moment, everyone suddenly heard a vibration and a loud bang. What's that sound? Everyone raised their heads and looked into the distance. That seems to be the direction of Mount Piku. Chapter 16, he's coming. What's going on? The emperor and empress frowned, and people from several major forces also became nervous. On Mount Piku everyone waited nervously for a long time, but there was no follow-up movement. It seems there is no movement. Lingtian Academy's students moved their ears. I guess some ferocious beast has broken in again. Okay, don't scare yourself. Let's continue here. After he said this, everyone present relaxed. What are you doing? The elder of the Bai family came to his senses and grabbed Inyan. Are you clapping? This is a provocation. If you want to provoke me, now is not the time. We still have to give the emperor and empress some face. Moreover, the clan elders don't think Inyan can beat Su Linyan. Isn't this asking for embarrassment? Inyan shrugged indifferently. Got it. I'll provoke you later. Su Linyan's heart was trembling with anger, but she couldn't lose her temper and had to keep smiling in front of others. Lala was not angry. Following the sound of applause, she immediately saw Inyan. The moment she saw Inyan, Lala had a very strange feeling in her heart. The beast core in her body felt warm, as if it was soaked in warm water. Lala subconsciously waved towards Inyan. Is it the master? It's the master! Everyone present was stunned. Was the princess's spirit beast trying to show goodwill to Bai Lu? Was she that powerful? When Inyan saw La's actions, he felt a pang of sadness in his heart. That was her natal spirit beast. Even if it was taken away, the cub would still recognize her. But soon Lala was forcibly taken away, and the Colosseum was empty again. Lingtian College glanced at Inyan and whispered to the person next to him, "Take a closer look at this girl. Don't let the people from Shengshan sect and those old ghosts get to her first." The person next to him hesitated. But this person has a family. So, what if you have a family? We have to recruit all the talents we need. Our academy is more open to recruiting talents than sections. When you become talented in the future, you will remember the favor of the academy. If you ask him, the talents in the royal family are not very good, and they will eventually return to the royal family. Sect, there are many children from sects anyway, maybe they would be more willing to stay in the college. The competitions went on one after another, but apart from the people of the 10,000 Beast Kingdom who were cheering, the people from these big forces didn't even frown. Wu Shui swung aside her scented fan and said disdainfully, "This is such a low-level competition. I almost fell asleep watching it." She stretched, revealing a soft waist that was as delicate as ice and jade, but no one dared to look. "Are we leaving?" Wu Shui couldn't wait any longer and asked the elder of her family. The elder shook his head and pointed in Inyan's direction. "Go after you've seen the girl from the Bai family." "Her?" Wu Shui curled her lips. "She can't be compared with Tianxing Fengyuan. And did you see, elder? There is a fiery dark dog at her feet. She is just average in the meat attack. She is not as good as the frost wolf that was scared to death before. As Wu Shui spoke, her eyes swept across Inyan's face again. She wasn't very pretty and looked plain, which made her even less motivated. As if to verify Wu Shui's words, Inyan's name was suddenly called out on the stage. The next match is between Bai Lu of the Bai family and Bai Chao Villa of the Wanshou country, Zhuangxian. Bai Chao Villa participated? I didn't see it before. Didn't they say that Bai Chao Villa had given up participating in the competition for 2 consecutive years? Bai Chao Villa has lost talented people in the past 2 years. It used to be as famous as the Bai family, but now it has been forgotten. Inyan was the first to go on stage, and Bai Bian followed her slowly, yawning sleepily. That lazy look made the elders of the Bai family feel nervous. Oh no! The elder suddenly widened his eyes and muttered, I forgot that when the blazing dark dog came out, she still had a medium to low talent. Even though her talent has improved now, the blazing dark dog is still the same. The elder suddenly felt dizzy and almost fainted. It was all over. He regretted deeply in his heart that he had forgotten about this matter. The qualifications of this fiery dark dog could not be improved. The princess should have come. We were too impulsive. The elder clenched his fists tightly. Elder, that's not necessarily true. The people beside him quickly persuaded him. Although the blazing dark dog is not very good, the Bai Chao Villa. The ones who awakened there are all grass-type spirit beasts, and they have long since lost their talents. Will our young lady still be afraid of him? The elder of the clan finally regained some confidence. Yes, it's not scary if our opponent is Bai Chao Villa. Inyan watched a frail man who coughed 3 times with every step he took walk onto the field. His skin was sickly pale, but his eyes were gentle. Although the boy was thin, he was very tall, and he smiled at Inyan in the warm sun. Bai Bian. Inyan called out, and Bai Bian lazily walked to his position. Where is your spirit beast? It's a little shy and doesn't like to be around me. I'll call it out now. Zhuangxian finished speaking. The whole audience burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Are you embarrassed to pull the spirit beast out? He looks like a medicine jar. How can a man be like this? Inyan frowned when he heard these words. She would occasionally let the monsters in the demonic gorge practice moves on her. She was the weakest among them, but everyone joked about it. But when she really got in a battle, no one would say anything unpleasant. The big demons have said that as long as you are on the competition stage, even if you are as weak as a bean sprout, you should not underestimate the opponent during the battle. Otherwise, you will die without knowing how. Zhuangxian ignored this person completely. He waved his hand in the air, and a summoning formation appeared. And at that moment, a strong pressure from the spirit beast rolled out from the formation along with a roar, and white light enveloped the entire arena. A spirit beast with shining scales and a powerful aura stepped out from the magic circle. Everyone in the audience was petrified on the spot. Me? Am I blind? Is that a chilin beast? This medicine jar awakened a holy chilin. The holy chilin is not the main combat force, but it is second only to the divine beasts, and even if it is well cultivated, it can become a holy beast that can challenge the divine beasts. The elder of the Bai family just felt a buzzing in his head. It's over, Saint Chilin. The Bai family is finished. If Bai Lu was really here, then the Bai family would be finished, but the one standing here was Inyan. Not only was Inyan not afraid, her eyes were full of eagerness to try, and Bai Bian also put away her previous lazy look. I didn't expect to see a dark horse in this competition. Inyan laughed. Saint Chilin, Bai Chao Villa has a bright future. Zhuangxian looked at Inyan in surprise. He was already surprised when Inyan showed no contempt from the beginning. Now everyone went from contempt to shock, but Inyan was still the same, and even looked a little happy. Zhuangxian thought she was quite interesting, nodded and said, Please enlighten me. The next moment, holy light appeared on the Chilin beast body. The light brought up a burning fire, and it rushed towards Bai Bian fiercely. There were only 2 words left in everyone's mind. Finished. How can a dog fight a sacred beast? The powerful pressure even brought up a sharp wind, causing Inyan's dress to fly backwards. She glanced at Bai Bian and asked, Are you okay? Bai Bian's answer was to leap forward. The next moment, the hair on its body turned pitch black and countless fire snakes emerged from its body. With a proud shake of its head, it pretended to be a flaming dog. Do these people really think it's a dog? Roar! It opened its mouth and roared loudly, its momentum pouring out, and the next moment, the spiritual energy in the air began to boil. Everyone on the field saw that Bibian's body was getting bigger and bigger and more weird. Someone looked up in a daze. The sky was clear just now, but it's dark now. At the same time, under Mount Peak 2, the magma was boiling like crazy. Yuan Shinsui looked at the ninefold spiritual power that was peeled off from his body and emerged in front of him. He also saw that the sealing chains were just as Inyan said. They no longer bound him, but instead tied up the ninefold spiritual power as if it were him. Yuan Xin laughed softly, and his peerless eyes looked outside the mountaintop, the place he was always staring at but could not leave, the world that carried the flesh, blood, and souls of their entire Xian clan. He slowly picked up Inyan's body, his voice frighteningly calm. Let's go. Chapter 17. Being teased in front of everyone. Yuan Shinsui walked to the exit and was stunned for a moment when he saw the sunlight shining on the ground outside. A sarcastic smile flashed in his eyes, and he stepped out with a curved red lip. Directly opposite Mount Peak 2 is the demonic gorge. He held Inyan's body and walked forward for a distance, then saw countless monsters crowded in front of the seal of the demonic gorge. It's Inyan, come here quickly and hold her. Oh, our Inyan must have suffered a lot. When her soul is not in the body, it will be affected. Look at that thin little face. Isn't she thinner? The monsters widened their eyes. Inyan's body looked in excellent condition, and he could directly feel that his body was stronger than before. Yuan Shinsui strangely. Could it be that this guy used his spiritual power to nourish their Nyan's body every day? Okay, throw Nyan in quickly. The monsters quickly stretched out their hands. We will catch it steadily. The monsters spoke. They secretly glanced at Yuan Shinsui's face. This person is so fucking beautiful. The monsters thought simply and crudely in their hearts. As a result, Yuan Xin lowered his head and glanced at Inyan. He saw the seal of the demon gorge on her body, and a smile bloomed on his lips. He stared at them with a half smile and said slowly, "No, if I give it to you, she will be locked in." His pair of dark eyes were curved, revealing indifference to everything. Compared to the dumbfounded monsters on the opposite side, Yuan Shinsui looked like a real demon. He was the last member of the Xian tribe. On the day when the tribe was exterminated, the tribesmen used up their last bit of strength to break the restriction of Mount Peak 2. At the last moment, the tribe leader locked him alone inside, locking up those who were ready to make moves against the Xian tribe, as well as him. He had been living in that place for thousands of years. Perhaps because he was too bored, he became more and more sleepy. Occasionally, he would bring down one or two spiritual beasts passing by Mount Peak 2 and ask them about the situation in the outside world. The people outside were living better and better, and the major families were thriving. After hearing this, he could only remain silent in anger and numbness. When the Xian clan was still around, his mother made a puppet for him, saying that when he grew up he could use formations to drive the puppet. The Xian clan was best at formations, and he liked it very much, almost to the point of sleeping with it in his arms every day. But later all the tribesmen died, and his puppet was soaked in a thick pool of blood and could not be found. Thinking of this, Yuan Shinsui looked down at Inyan again. She was more beautiful than his puppet, as beautiful as the vibrant flowers outside. Whatever he picked up was his. I just want you to take a look. Yuan Shinsei hugged her body tightly again and repeated, "She is mine." The monsters were pissed. Inyan is ours. Mizine taught you how to get out. You must keep your promise. Everyone was furious, but fortunately, Ms. Een appeared soon. Inu had seen this child before, but she didn't expect. Yuan Shinsui had grown so big. Yuan Shinsui was only 10 years old when he was imprisoned, still the age of a child. There were no living creatures in there for so many years, and no one accompanied him as he grew up. It is estimated that he still has the mentality of a child. Mizine thought for a moment before she softened her voice and said, "Good boy, you must do what you promised to others. Give her to me now. Otherwise you wouldn't be a good kid." The monsters looked at her in horror. What was she doing? Yuan Shinsu's jet black hair fell down, making him look like a demon or a ghost. Inu watched him turn around and smiled at her. "Well, I'm not a good boy. So, if you don't give it to me, I never promised you that in the first place." He stepped back. "I want her to sleep with me." The aura of Inu exploded, and her tremendous anger could be felt even through the seal. Yuan Shinsui. Yuan Shinsui ignored her. There was a mixture of indifference and innocence in his eyes. "Don't call my name." He pursed his lips and smiled. "Thank you for teaching me the method. When I get out, I will find a way to break your seal to repay you." Where are you going? You can't go outside. Inu's pupils shrank suddenly. Have you forgotten why your people died? If they discover your identity. The main reason was that it was too unsafe for Inyan's body to follow him. How could I forget how my people died? Yuan Shinsue suddenly raised his head, and the next moment, circles of superimposed formations emerged under his feet. The entire ground began to tremble and crack. Yuan Shinsue's eyes were cold, and his voice was even colder. I don't need you to remind me. Inu's face darkened. After she taught him to strip away 90% of his strength, he was still so strong. This must be at least the strength of a heavenly spiritual person. But there was obviously no one who could teach him to practice. What on earth did he do in that sealed place? Yuan Shinsue saw Inu's surprised look and just raised his foot to leave. But he found that Inyan's loose hair was caught on his button. He stared at Inyan's hair, and that look made Inyan shudder. She said quickly, "It will be inconvenient for you to take her with you, so you should still." Who knew that the next moment the formation under Yuan Shinsue's feet suddenly retracted. He let Inyan lean on him and ignored those demons. He quietly combed her long hair with his 10 fingers, as if the person who was angry just now was not him. He lowered his eyes, his half-slid-down hair covering half of his handsome face, and then he began to braid Inyan's hair skillfully. But he had only seen his mother comb his hair when he was a child, and he made it loose, but fortunately, he helped her tie it into a ball. Yuan Shinsue was quite satisfied after reading it. The demons felt as if they were watching a person who had finally gotten a toy and couldn't let it go. The key is this is their thought. Ah, the seal is broken. The monsters felt as if their own daughters were being molested by a stinky man in front of them. But Yuan Shinsue came out by himself, and when he looked at the motionless body, he gradually frowned again. He simply picked up the person. He wanted to know where her soul was. Yuan Shinsue set up a fortune-telling formation with one hand, and the formation pointed directly in the direction of the kingdom of 10,000 beasts. He doesn't want something that can't move. He wants something that is alive and can move. At this time, Inyan had no idea that someone was coming towards her. She was standing against the wind, watching Baibian grow incredibly tall, with the hairs on his back standing up like thunder. Change. Mutation. The elder of the Bai family only felt that today's breath was rising and falling repeatedly. Yes, elder, look at this mutation. Yes, it's a mutation for the better, right? Someone said, swallowing. The clan elder pushed away the person who was supporting him and stared at Bai Bian with burning eyes. Of course it's a good mutation. Ha 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 ha. That's my Bai family's child. Zhou Xiaoyu looked solemn. I knew this person was not simple. The fan in Wu Shue's hand was almost crushed by her. Under such an impact, Zhuang Xian was almost unsteady on his feet. But Inyan stood firmly. She chuckled at everyone's shocked looks. Then, let's get started. Chapter 18 Low Profile? Never. Zhuang Xian looked at her against the wind, with a hint of shock in his eyes. Mutated beast, holy chilin, he shouted. The holy chilin let out a cry and suddenly rushed towards Baibian. The next moment, the white holy light and the black flames intertwined and collided with each other. Thick smoke suddenly exploded on the field, and the bright light engulfed Inyan and Zhuang Xian. A young spirit beast can actually produce such an effect. The leader of the Red Ghost Valley showed a surprised look. This strength is like that of a strong person in the human spirit realm. Oh no! Someone suddenly shouted. They are still near the stage. Are they affected? The beast masters of the 10,000 beast kingdom are great at controlling spirit beasts, but they themselves are unable to cultivate spiritual power. Everyone was so fascinated by watching that they forgot about it. Hurry up and save them. Chigui Valley and Lingtian Academy were the first to react and rushed over subconsciously. These old guys are so cunning. Sheng Shanzong was a step too late. He saw that the two of them who wanted to snatch people and improve their favorability were not dignified at all. Etc. The two men rushed to the front of the stage, but suddenly stopped. Everyone felt that in just a moment, the two men suddenly appeared in front of the Colosseum. The teacher of Lingtian College frowned and waved his hand, and the billowing smoke and dust on the field dispersed in an instant. Everyone watched with bated breath. Is it the Holy Kirin who won? They are sacred beasts anyway. Before anyone could finish their words, their eyes widened as if someone had grabbed them by the neck. The huge holy chilin had fallen to the ground at some point and fainted. Zhuang Xian was also affected by the aftermath. He didn't have time to avoid it and spat out a mouthful of blood. The already weak man now looked even more shaky. Bai Bian's body was wrapped in black flames. This was the first time that it had displayed its true strength. Bai Bian looked up at the dark clouds in the sky, speechless. What? Its inherited memory clearly remembered that the changes in heaven and earth that his clan could cause were enough to destroy the entire kingdom of beasts. But was this little dark cloud looking down on the beasts? Was still a cub, swung his tail in dissatisfaction, and the dark cloud in the sky immediately dissipated. But everyone's attention is not on Bai Bian. Everyone was looking at Inyan, who was intact in the impact. At this moment, her body was covered with a faint milky white halo, which formed a translucent armor that blocked all the aftermath. Spirit? Spirit, someone asked in amazement. Is that spiritual power? Spirit armor is something that everyone can do after awakening the spirit. If this happens in the 5 continents, it is no big deal at all, and everyone can do it. But this is the kingdom of beasts. Zhou Xiaoyu and Wu Shui stood up at the same time. Beast masters naturally have a better talent for taming beasts than others. If they can also cultivate spiritual power, they will be envied wherever they are. La La was lying on the window with her eyes wide open. Her master is so strong. But La La stared at Bai Bian with an unhappy look. Who is that? So annoying. Shouldn't she be the only spirit beast that the master has? La La's face looked very grumpy, and there was anger all over her fair little face. Eso. Su Linyan was about to go crazy. Bai family. Do the Bai family still have a princess like me in their eyes? How to let that bitch take the spotlight? The elder of the Bai family responded to the furious Su Linyan with a hearty laugh. Ha, lure, come down quickly. The elder finally got too excited after switching from great sorrow to great joy, and then back to great sorrow and finally great joy. He is now in a half-crazy state. Okay. He said several good things, and the head of the family next to him stared at him unkindly. Look at how he has no self-control. It's really embarrassing. He doesn't have the calm demeanor of a big family at all. But I felt sour in my heart, as if a bottle of vinegar had been overturned. Why couldn't their family produce a precious genius? If their family could have one, they would let him take off his clothes and run around the beast fighting. All the big powers from the 5 continents had forgotten about Su Linyan and were all looking at Inyan with fiery eyes. How glorious it would be if they could recruit such a genius. The empress remained silent this time and did not try to comfort Su Linyan. Instead, he stared at Inyan from afar through the window. She wore armor on both hands that covered her fingertips, and everyone thought she wore it as a magic weapon. But the empress slowly took off the armor on one of her fingers, and it was obvious that the tip of the finger was missing. This piece of finger was bitten off when Inyan was having his bones dug out. The wound was ugly and was covered by the gorgeous armor. That Bai Lu, the more I look at her, the more she seems to be as annoying and in the way as that bastard. The empress murmured softly, with murderous intent in her eyes. But it doesn't matter. She exhaled lightly. If anyone gets in the way of my yinner, I will do whatever it takes to get rid of her. Inyan came down from the Colosseum and looked towards the platform. How can she rescue the cub? Linyan cannot be killed at the moment. We must find a way to cut off the connection between her and La La otherwise. If Su Linyan dies, La La will also die. Just as he was thinking about it, the beast fighting judge came out again. The list of those who have passed the preliminary test is as follows. He raised his hand, and countless spiritual powers condensed into a list of those who had passed each family and floated in the air. The referee said expressionlessly, tomorrow's game will be divided into attacking and defending. The attacking side will be decided by drawing lots. After the attacking side is decided, they will decide who their opponent will be tomorrow. There was a gloating smile in the judge's eyes. Little ones, pray that you don't run into anyone who is too strong. What? This happens every year. People who are unlucky are doomed. If Princess D or the Bai family chooses me, then Congratulations, buddy. You went up on 2 legs and came down on 4 legs. Why are women the only ones leading the charge this year? Are there no men who can do anything? Yes, isn't it the one with the holy Kirin? He's been beaten down. Just accept your fate. This class is not going to be very successful. Everyone below was so nervous that they started to swallow their saliva. The judge began to call out names one by one. The Bai elder was in a very good mood. He even had someone serve him a cup of tea. He crossed his legs and said proudly, just wait and see, Lure. No one will have the guts to choose you. Of course not. The Bai family members beside him said proudly, that means they don't want to live anymore. Even if she were the princess, she wouldn't choose our eldest daughter. Someone couldn't help but laugh and said, I don't think our eldest daughter is necessarily worse than the princess. After defeating the holy Chilin, everyone was very proud. Inyan does have the strength to make them swell. The next attacker is Bai Lu from the Bai family. Everyone was horrified, and those with weaker strength looked dejected. It was over. Everyone likes to pick on the weak, and Bai Lu must be one of them. After all, this is a beast fighting competition, so winning is still the first priority. Inyan walked onto the stage calmly, and the sleepy big powers on the field immediately perked up their eyes. Which of the remaining ones do you choose? The judge pointed at the remaining names floating in the sky. Inyan was the third one chosen, so there were still many options. Inyan fell in love with the name at first sight, but she didn't need to say anything. She raised her hand, and spiritual energy gathered in her hand, quickly transforming into the shape of a spear. Spiritual power condenser. The teacher from Lingtian Academy straightened his back suddenly. Didn't she just awaken her spiritual power not long ago? Red Ghost Valley even took off the hats on their black robes. Not everyone can condense spiritual power when they first awaken. They are truly gifted. But what surprised everyone even more was yet to come. With a hint of murderous intent in Inyan's eyes, he swung the spear in his hand violently and stabbed it hard into a name in the eyes of everyone in disbelief. Princess Su Linyan. Puff! The Bai tribe elder spat out all the tea that he had just poured in his mouth. Chapter 19. The evil woman robbed the man? Elder Bai was confused. No, I said she wouldn't choose you. I didn't say you should choose her. He began to feel short of breath again. Huh? Zhou Xiaoyu suddenly perked up. He looked at Inyan on the stage and smiled with his sharp fangs showing. Pretty. I don't like those who pick on the weak. Wu Shui, who was standing next to him, heard this and glanced at him. Then her eyes turned gloomy as she looked at Inyan. Su Linyan sneered at this. How dare a cheap girl who got lucky halfway dare to compete with me? Just right. Su Linyan was absolutely confident in her own abilities. Now that things have come to this, don't blame me for not giving face to the Bai family. Tomorrow, I will make your Bai family lose face. But things have come to this, and the Bai people can only accept this reality. Go Lure from today on, you will live in our family. The elder of the Bai family said to Bai Lu after careful consideration, Don't live in the palace anymore? Inyan hesitated for a moment. If she was not in the palace, she would not be able to see Lala. But the palace is where Bai Lu grew up. If she stays in the palace, there is a chance that some of her habits that are different from Bai Lu's will gradually be discovered. And she must be closely watched by the emperor and empress now. After thinking for a moment, Inyan smiled and said to the Bai family elder, Okay, elder, I want to go back and live there too. Okay. The elders nodded repeatedly. The faces of the people around the emperor and empress darkened as they listened. What did the Bai elder mean by this? Bai Lu is going to go back to live here? Why? Are you worried that it's not safe for her to live in the palace? Hey, just as Inyan finished speaking, Zhou Xiaoyu came over again. Want to fight with me? You can see that he is very obsessed. Next time, Inyan glanced at Bai Bian. My spirit beast is tired. You are Bai Lu, right? The teacher from Lingtian Academy came over with a kind smile on his face. Your spirit beast is very powerful. Not only is the spirit beast powerful, the girl herself is also very powerful. I noticed that the spirit armor was quite thick. Have you measured the spirit beast compatibility value and the spirit power potential value? People from Shengshan's sect also came over. The Bai people were squeezed out. Inyan knew that these people came to recruit talents, but she had no intention of staying here for a long time in Bai Lu's shell. After saving Lala and finding a way to break the seal, she would use her own body again. She doesn't have much time. Sorry everyone, I'm not feeling well and I'm going home to rest first. Inyan said with a smile to everyone. These words made a group of powerful people look gloomy. Is this woman shameless? Do you know who they are? The Bai elder was afraid that his family would be poached, so he apologized with a smile, but did not slow down at all as he took Inyan to the beast cart. Lure, are you sure about tomorrow? The elder seemed to have made an important decision. Come to the ancestral hall tonight, and I will persuade the other elders to improve your strength. Inyan raised an eyebrow. Zhou, is there such a good thing? Thank you, elder, she said with a sweet smile, but her eyes were very deep. But why didn't Fong Sun from the Fong family come out today? The clan elder muttered. Inyan sneered in his heart. He had a bruised face and nose. It would be strange if he dared to come out. He must be lying in the room, recuperating. Inyan had never been to the Bai family. Although the Bai family's main branch was in the 5 continents, their roots were still there in the kingdom of 10,000 beasts. The beast cart arrived at the center of the kingdom of 10,000 beasts and stopped in front of a high gate. There was a big word Bai written on the door plaque. Outside the door were 2 fire-armored turtles with golden armor and burning flames, guarding the door. They had an amazing aura. She estimated the strength of these 2 fire-armored turtles and found that they were comparable to those of the strong men in the Earth spirit realm. The Bai family did have some background. The servants of the Bai family had been waiting outside the door for a long time. When they saw her coming down, they immediately knelt on the ground, and their voices were filled with flattery and awe. "Welcome back to the mansion, young lady." Bai Lu's own parents are in Wojo, so she doesn't have to worry about being exposed if she divides the family here, because not many people here know her. Just as I was about to go in, I suddenly heard a noisy sound coming from across the street. "What happened?" asked the elder. A slave girl who just came over said, "Yes, the owner of Hongyan building fell in love with a man." The owner of Hongyan building is a woman who does all kinds of evil. She loves to abduct men and women who have no background or strength, but are good-looking, and drag them in a Hongyan building to become her tools to make money. If anyone disobeys her, she will kill them in the street. No one can do anything to such a domineering and cruel person, because she herself is also an 8-star Earth spirit realm powerhouse. From the human spirit realm, the levels are further subdivided into 1 to 9 stars. In addition to his own strength, the most important thing is that the master of this OP is an elder of the Shengshan sect of Wojo. That elder is a powerful lesser divine mirror master, who is above the heavenly spirit realm and can reach the peak great divine realm with 1 more step. That person? The Bai family elder frowned. "Don't worry about her, or she will cause trouble. But judging from the commotion, I'm afraid she's an incredible beauty." Although the elder of the Bai family is old, he still showed a somewhat obscene smile. "I wonder which family is so unlucky to be favored by her and cause such a big commotion." Inyan narrowed his eyes and looked over there, then brought Bai Bian into the Bai family's gate. Across an empty street, a woman in a red dress holding a bone-piercing whip and the people from Hongyan building surrounded a man holding a woman in front of them. There were many people watching the fun nearby. Yuan Shinso's gaze did not fall on the woman in front of him. He looked around, and the formation hexagram showed that this was the right place. "Where are you looking?" The woman's face was gloomy, but when she saw Yuan Shinso's face, she suddenly felt that all her anger disappeared. Hongyan Tower is named Hongyan. Unfortunately, although she has a nice name and a good figure, she has a black spot on her face that cannot be wiped off. The spot has spread all over her face, and there are many black pimples on her face, which look densely packed. "I'll ask you again, which family are you from?" Hongyan slammed the bone-piercing whip in her hand heavily on the ground, creating a deep pit. Some new spectators nearby didn't understand what was going on. "What? The owner of Hongyan Tower again?" "Yeah, let me tell you, this is not ordinary today. I can see that in the past 2 years, she has rarely come out to snatch people in person." "Who is it? Is it that man?" The woman who was speaking leaned forward and glanced at the man. Yuan Shinsue turned around just in time, and the woman's half-body that had been leaning out just froze in place. She had never seen such a handsome man. From the eyes to the nose, down to the lips, there was not a single part that was not good-looking. Fong Sun from the Fong family? Zhou Xiaoyu from the Zhou family? Those so-called young heroes combined were not as good as this man's eyes. There seemed to be frost and snow in his eyes, and the cold pressure on his eyes was enough to shock people so much that they dared not approach. "Ah!" The woman murmured as if she had lost her soul. "I understand why the owner of Hongyan Tower must have him." Chapter 20. Which woman is so delicate? If it's too close, Yuan Shinsue won't be able to find the specific person, nor could he find the soul of the pillow in his arms. He hadn't seen so many people in a long time. Yuan Shinsue found it quite interesting to be surrounded by them, except that the woman in the middle was a bit noisy. "Hey, let me ask you where you come from." Hongyan didn't feel any spiritual power fluctuations from him. "Are you mute?" Yuan Shinsue finally raised his eyes to look at her. He spoke with indifference. "I'm not from any family. I'm alone." Being stared at by those eyes, Hongyan felt a breathtaking surprise again, especially when she saw her ugly self in his eyes, which made her feel a strong sense of inferiority that had nowhere to hide. But because of this, she can't stand seeing those beautiful women and men living a good life. She wanted to torture them like crazy. "Aren't you born beautiful? Then let those beauties who are blessed by God suffer because of their beauty," so that she will feel comfortable. But when she saw Yuan Xinsen's face, a poisonous desire for exclusivity began to rise up in her heart. She wanted him. Alone. Hong Yin's unique face twisted, and her greedy smile became 3 times uglier in the eyes of everyone. That's perfect. I bumped into you today. You're lucky. Come to my Hong Yin building. You will be someone in my backyard from now on. The people watching nearby couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, this man is going to be bad. You said, how many spirit crystals do you think it would cost to buy a man like this for one night? Spirit crystals are the universal currency of the 5 continents. If anyone wants to enjoy such a beauty, it should be the beauty herself. Who knows? She might become her forbidden delicacy, someone snorted. If I got such a beauty, I would not let her go out to receive customers. It's not that the beauty lacks that little spiritual crystal. But why is he hugging a woman? Is the woman sick? TSK, that can't be his wife, right? They mentioned it and Hong Yin naturally noticed it. A beauty may be reluctant to hit a man, but that doesn't mean she will let go of the woman in his arms. That woman you're holding is your woman? Hong Yin narrowed her eyes. She was even more unscrupulous when she was sure that he was helpless. She raised her hand to grab Inyan's hand and said, throw it away. But that was the moment she reached out. A formation suddenly enveloped her entire hand. In an instant, countless blood-colored threads emerged from it and tied up Hong Yin's hand in the blink of an eye. Hong Yin suddenly felt a pain as if her skin and bones were rotting. However, in just a breath of time, Hong Yin's hand turned into a pool of blood in front of everyone. Several women nearby couldn't help but scream when they saw this. Formation Master? Is it a Formation Master? Someone couldn't help but step back. Heavenly Spirit Realm? No, lesser God Realm. Little divine realm, Formation Master. Hong Yin knelt on the ground with a pale face, no longer thinking of recruiting this man into her backyard. Sir, please spare my life, sir. It is my fault that I did not recognize the great man. She is in the realm of lesser gods and a Formation Master. Even if her master is here today, he can't protect her. A Formation Master really only values talent. In terms of combat power, a Formation Master in the lesser god realm is definitely stronger than a simple lesser god realm master. With his ability, he could become the head of any big family in the 5 continents. Why? Why did it appear in the Kingdom of Beasts? Hong Yin was trembling all over. The people from Hong Yin building behind her were running away or kneeling. The people who were watching the fun nearby also knelt down one after another. This is an absolutely strong person. Will he be angry? Would he kill them all in a rage? Everyone trembled in fear. I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry, sir. Hong Yin was about to faint from the pain, but she didn't dare to really faint and kept banging her head on the ground. Yuan Xin lowered his eyes and looked at the woman. After a while, he curved his lips slightly and said, it's okay. The beauty showed an ecstatic look. But his next sentence was, I won't blame you if you die. A formation suddenly appeared above Hong Yin's head. Hong Yin trembled all over. No, sir. I can do anything for you. What do you want? As long as it is what you want. The formation that had begun to gather power suddenly stopped. Really? Yuan Xinsue looked thoughtful. Then help me find someone. That person should be nearby. I want you to find a way to gather all the people nearby. Hong Yin nodded desperately. I'll find a way. Sir, please keep me. I will definitely be useful. That afternoon, after Inyan finished practicing in the room and walked outside, he saw the elders were still discussing, and there were constant quarrels coming from inside. Master, they are arguing about whether to let you into the ancestral hall. Bai Bian turned into a child. Everyone didn't find it strange that the mutant beast cubs could transform into human form. Let them fight for it. Inyan smiled. It just so happens that I'm also quite interested in the Bai family's ancestral hall and the Bai family's secret method of changing bones. It was because of that secret method that her Feng Yuan was stolen later. Maybe that secret method can sever the relationship between Su Linyan and my baby. Inyan's eyes darkened, and he still felt a pang of pain in his heart when he thought of Lala. Seeing her like this, Bai Bian immediately comforted her and said, Master, don't worry. I will definitely find a way to stuff the dragon scale grass into her mouth for tomorrow's competition. This way, her injury will heal quickly. Inyan nodded. Then I heard several female slaves outside whispering to each other. Something big happened in the Hong Yin building next door. I know. I heard that the owner of Hong Yin Tower wanted to snatch someone on the street again. And what was the result? The female slave who spoke kept the other person in suspense with her eyes drooping. Hurry up and tell me. The people nearby were really anxious. It turns out that man is actually a lesser god-level warrior and a formation master. The slave girl looked like she was about to faint. I knelt on the ground at the time and didn't dare to breathe, fearing that I would die. So scary. What are you trying to scare? Another slave girl also knew about this. I heard that the gentleman is simply the most beautiful man in the world. I just saw him from a distance. I bet you have never seen such a handsome man in your life. If such a handsome man likes me, I would give my life to him. She looked fascinated, but quickly added, but that gentleman seemed to have a woman. He was holding that woman all the way. Hearing this, Inyan couldn't help but frown with disgust. Pampered women in this world who don't even want to walk on their own and want men to hold them? The author has something to say. Mini theater. At the beginning, Inyan, is there such a delicate woman in the world? Later, Inyan knew the truth. I didn't expect that the clown was actually me. By the way, is anyone really reading this article? Ha 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 ha. There are no comments and not many requests for updates. It really hurts. Chapter 21. Overestimating one's own abilities. Inyan shook his head, thinking that these people were just bored and had nothing to do. Originally, the owner of Hongyan Tower was doomed to die, but I don't know why the master suddenly let her go. The slave girl couldn't control the expression on her face when she got to the most crucial point, and said with a beaming face, "The most important thing is that the owner of Hongyan Tower didn't care even though one of her hands turned into blood, and she said she would redeem the most popular courtesan and gentleman in the building. The most popular woman in Hongyanla is naturally the Oiran, and the man is called the male lord. I see that everyone is eager to go and watch the fun." The slave girl said excitedly, "That master doesn't look like a tyrannical person. When we finish our work, let's go and take a look from a distance, right?" This is the life-saving trick that Hongyan came up with. That courtesan and the gentleman helped her earn a lot of spirit crystals. She would have to be crazy to want to give them up. She never thought of letting them go when she was forcing them to sign a contract to sell themselves and then forcing them to swallow that intermittent poison. But there was nothing we could do. The adult said he would call everyone around to come over. After he offended someone, he boasted that he could attract everyone around him. Could she force everyone to come? That beauty would probably offend all the powerful families in the kingdom of beasts. So he could only put out his 2 money trees to attract people to come and see. Inyan was not interested in this matter. She planned to go out for a walk. She had lived for 18 years but had never really seen what the kingdom of beasts looked like. As soon as she went out, she was stopped by a voice. "Hey, from the Bai family." Inyan was surprised and turned to see Zhou Xiaoyu leaning against the wall. "It's just right that I'm going in, and it's the same for you to come out." Seeing this belligerent guy, Inyan was also troubled. "What are you doing here?" "You're here to kidnap someone." Zhou Xiaoyu grinned. "Your attitude today upset those old guys. They all went to the palace to see the princess. I'm different. I came to find you. How about it? Are you touched? I'm from the Bai family. Do you think I can go with you?" Inyan was speechless. "Your family may not treat you well, and the resources that the Bai family can give you are not even 1/10 of ours. If you don't work for yourself, you will be punished by heaven and earth. You should be smart and move up." Zhou Xiaoyu looked around. "By the way, your front door is big enough. It's more than enough for a fight here." Inyan had no choice but to walk around him and try to go out. Bai Bian shrank to the size of a palm and fell asleep on her shoulder, raising his eyelids and glancing lazily at Zhou Xiaoyu. Then Zhou Xiaoyu saw the little beast rolling its eyes at him. "You spirit beast are very rude." Zhou Xiaoyu frowned. Inyan subconsciously turned his head to glance at it. Bai Bian stared at her with his round eyes in a cute way and let out a baby voice, rubbing his head against Inyan's neck, as harmless as a little rabbit. Zhou Xiaoyu was stunned by its sudden change of expression. Inyan touched Bai Bian's head and glanced at Zhou Xiaoyu. "Stop talking nonsense. There is no one more polite than my Bai Bian." "Zhou Xiaoyu." This woman seemed to be blind. "Where are you going?" Zhou Xiaoyu immediately followed her when he saw her leaving. The eldest elder of the Zhou family promised Zhou Xiaoyu that if he brought Inyan to the Zhou family, he would not challenge anyone to a fight for the next month. So Zhou Xiaoyu looked at Inyan with fighting spirit. He had to bring this girl to Zhou's house today. The 2 men walked away one after the other, and behind the gate, the chief elder came out with the remaining 3 elders. The elder of the clan said angrily, "Look at what I said. The Bai family is too small. For a genius like this, we should worry about whether we can keep her. You short-sighted people are still hesitating whether to open a family temple for Lu." The second elder frowned and said, "But our family temple. No need to say buts. Lure will become the head of the Bai family sooner or later. She will know what happened in the ancestral hall sooner or later. The elder's eyes were deep. He is our Bai family's child. He has the blood of our Bai family and will not be afraid of the things in the ancestral hall. Outside, Inyan was annoyed by the tail following him. Don't you have any delicious food in the kingdom of beasts? Are there any specialties? Why don't you speak? Hey, are you going to Zhou's house with me or not? The young man was extremely handsome, and Inyan had stole the limelight in the competition. After they had walked for a while, many people cast their eyes on the two of them. Inyan was so annoyed. Are you done yet? If you follow me again, believe it or not. What? Are you going to hit me? Zhou Xiaoyu looked excited, and the magic weapon in his hand suddenly condensed. Come on! I'm ready. Let's fight. Inyan was going crazy. Just as I was feeling annoyed, another voice came from the front. Hey, Zhou Xiaoyu, are you bothering the girl again? Inyan saw Wu Shui from the Wu family and Su Linyan and Fong Sun were actually together. Zhou Xiaoyu raised his eyebrows and looked over, but when he saw Fong Sun, he burst out laughing, holding his belly. Ha ha ha, Fong Sun, why is your face swollen like a pig's head? Who taught you a lesson? Tell me quickly, so I can get to know him. I'm sure we'll get along really well. Fong Sun was filled with shame and embarrassment. It was Su Linyan and Wu Shuefei who dragged him here. He didn't want to come out in the first place. Get along. Fong Sun sneered. Yes, they get along. They are the remnants of the demon clan. Zhou Xiaoyu, I have no objection to you wanting to get to know the demon clan's cubs. Zhou Xiaoyu's smile faded. Demons? You haven't heard about this yet? Wu Shui raised her eyebrows. The remnants of the demon clan have appeared in the world, hiding among the crowd. Maybe one day that person will find you. That's perfect. Let's have a fight. Zhou Xiaoyu sneered. Do you think I'm afraid of anyone? Hey, you from the Bai family, wait for me. Inyan was just about to slip away quietly, but who would have thought that he had such sharp eyes? Cousin, do you not want to see me? Su Linyan still looked gentle, but also a little aggrieved. Does cousin hate me so much that she chose me to fight today? Su Linyan did not bring Lala out, since she could not kill her here, but Inyan could not help but show his disgust for her in his eyes. Or is it because of Brother Sun? Su Linyan grabbed Fong Sun's hand. Actually, I know that you like Brother Sun too. Inyan rolled his eyes in his heart. I know Brother Sun is handsome. Su Linyan looked at Fong Sun shyly, but she saw his swollen face. She felt a pang in her heart, but she continued calmly. Our Brother Sun is recognized as the most talented and handsome man in the 5 continents. Maybe not. Inyan originally didn't want to pay attention to her, but Su Linyan just wouldn't stop. She felt that this person deserved a lesson. Don't think that everyone likes your Brother Sun. When it comes to talent, I don't think I'm worse than him. You're willing to be inferior to others, so don't drag me into this. There's more. Inyan remembered the slave girl's words, curved his lips, and sneered. Who gave him the title of the most beautiful man in the 5 continents? Did he give it to himself? Go to Hongyan Tower and see. The most beautiful man is there. Chapter 22. You are my one and only. How dare you compare me to those filthy things? Fong Sun's eyes were fierce. Bai Lu, do you want to die? Zhou Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow. People only talk about appearance. The people in Hongyan building are not human beings. Seeing that they were about to quarrel again, Wu Shui, who was not helping either side, chuckled and said, Then why don't we go to Hongyan building and take a look? It's just in front. I think it's very close to the Bai family. Inyan didn't want to go at first, but when she saw Su Linyan's unconvinced look, she immediately became interested in the one in Hongyanla. At this moment in Hongyan Tower, Yuan Shinsue placed Inyan's body on the bed. Sir, this is the most beautiful girl in our Hongyan building. Hongyan's hand had been bandaged, and she asked attentively, Who would you like to serve you today? The women she picked out all had blushing faces. They were all beauties, but none of them dared to look up at Yuan Shinsue, as they would feel ashamed of themselves. Yuan Shinsue raised his head and looked at these women. The beauty smiled confidently in her heart. Although she didn't know who the woman who hadn't woken up was, she didn't believe that there was a man in this world who would reject a woman who came to his doorstep. Sure enough, after Yuan Shinsue looked around, he suddenly waved to one of the women in the blue skirt and said, Come here. The woman's heart trembled violently. Is it her? The beauty next to her smiled. It was as expected. Sir. The woman walked towards Yuan Shinsue step by step, her eyes as charming as silk, and her voice seemed to melt. Sir, I. Before she could finish her words, she saw Yuan Shinsei reaching out his hand towards her, and the woman's heart began to beat like thunder. A group of women nearby cast jealous glances at him. If this woman is favored by the master, will she be able to escape from this damn place? However, Yuan X's hand swept across her head, and the next moment the most beautiful hairpin on the woman's head was pulled out by him. The women were stunned. Yuan Shinsei inserted the hairpin into Inyan's head. The purple hairpin matched her very well. Yuan Shinsei smiled and said, "It looks good." The woman in the blue dress sat down on the ground. What does this mean? Reluctantly, she raised her head to look at the woman's face. At this angle, without Yuan Shinsei's obstruction, she could clearly see an extremely beautiful face. Compared with this woman, the courtesan in their Hongyan tower is like the mud on the ground looking up at the clouds in the sky. For a moment, she felt a strong sense of shame. How could the Lord be interested in her when there was a woman like this around? "Sir, do you still need a hairpin? I can get a lot of hairpins for this, noble man." Hongyan immediately came up and asked flatteringly. "No need." Yuan Xian stared at the hairpin. After a while, he suddenly reached out, pulled out the hairpin, and threw it on the ground. What's wrong, sir?" Hongyan was startled. "It's not pretty enough." Yuan Shinsei was like a master who was trying hard to match clothes and accessories for his doll. He thought it looked good at first, but the more he looked at it, the more he felt that it was not worthy of his beloved baby. Go find her." Hongyan immediately turned her head away. "Forget it," Yuan Xian said in a broken voice, leaving Hongyan stunned. "Are all the people here? I'm gonna go look for them." His cold gaze on her beauty made her hair stand on end. At this time, in the Hongyan pavilion, the courtesan and the gentleman were sitting like puppets for others to watch. The two of them were very beautiful, but their beauty was empty. They had resisted at the beginning, but they had poor talent for cultivation and did not have a strong background, so they were firmly held in the palms of their beauties. "TSK, how pitiful." The people below shook their heads and sighed. "We don't know who will pick up these two people. I hope it's not someone who will torture them." There are also those with rich family backgrounds who are eager to try. Inyan and her group came over at this time. They stood on the periphery and looked up to see a man and a woman on the upper floor of Hongyan building. Su Linyan was worried just now, but when she saw the man, she immediately smiled and said, "That's it? Cousin, you have such a good taste. I didn't expect you like this kind of man. It's dirty, but his face is not even 1/10 as good as our brother Fong Sun's." Su Linyan couldn't wait to show her affection to Fong Sun. She had recently felt that Fong Sun's attitude towards her had become much colder since he came back from Mount Piku. Wu Shui was also not interested. What male king? He is good-looking, but there are many better-looking men in Wojo. Even any male lover from the backyard of those powerful women is better-looking than this one. As expected, people from a second-rate country like the Kingdom of 10,000 Beasts are very ignorant. Fong Sun also sneered. "How dare you compare this kind of person to me? Do you think you can be so arrogant just because you have the Bai family to rely on, right?" Fong Sun walked towards Inyan step by step, stretched out his hand and grabbed her collar. "Do you believe that I can prevent you from entering the Colosseum tomorrow?" As soon as I pulled it up, the sounds around my ears suddenly disappeared. Fong Sun was stunned and saw that everyone around him was staring at the attic in fascination. The courtesan and the gentleman were pulled down at some point, and the usually arrogant lady owner of the attic bowed and nodded like a dog and personally carried up the 9-dragon chair and another chair that looked very comfortable. A man was sitting on the chair, and a woman was sitting on a small chair next to him. The woman seemed to be asleep, leaning against the man, her face obscured by her black hair. His jet black hair was tied up, and a glance from the corners of his eyes was enough to make people feel frightened, and looking at him any longer would be considered blasphemy. Su Linyan and Wu Shui, both women, were so shocked that they were speechless. Su Linyan stared at Yuan Shinsei in a daze. Compared with him, Fong Sun, whom she liked so much just now, suddenly became mediocre. "He's looking at us?" Wu Shui's throat tightened. Yuan Shinsei was looking at them. To be exact, he saw Inyan in the crowd at first sight. His eyes, blessed by the Xian clan's unique formation, could penetrate all kinds of cover and see the essence of all things. He saw at a glance that it was just a shell, and inside the shell, Inyan's soul was the same as his puppet. Puppet doll is the name given by the Xian people to the small puppets given to them by their elders. Most of them were made by the elders of the tribe themselves, and were used in conjunction with the unique formation of their Xian tribe. The combat power was very strong, and a person would only have one doll in his lifetime. At first, Yuan Xian was so sleepy that he grabbed her and used her as a pillow, but later he thought she could actually be his doll. Yuan Xian smiled at Inyan with curved lips. That smile made everyone feel dizzy, and they couldn't recover for a long time. But the next moment, he saw Fong Sun holding Inyan's hand. His smile disappeared, and he suddenly stretched out a finger and pressed from a distance. A huge formation appeared in midair. The huge pressure pushed everyone to their knees on the ground with a bang, including Fong Sun, Wu Shui, and others. He is indeed a formation master of the lesser god realm. Wu Shui said with a pale face, "Lower your head. Don't look at him." It's really weird. None of their elders came out with them. What if they run into a strong madman who doesn't care about anything and suddenly goes crazy and kills them? The others obviously thought the same and lowered their heads. The beauty's legs were shaking. What happened? But among so many people, only Inyan felt nothing. She didn't feel any pressure at all. "Master, this man is very dangerous." Bai Bian's expression was tense. Inyan made a prompt decision and knelt as well. Otherwise, it would be too conspicuous. But just as she was about to bend her knees, a huge force supported her and refused to let her kneel, and straightened her knees. Inyan lowered her head, sweating nervously. Could it be that this person, did he know that she was from the demon clan? Otherwise, why would he treat her like this? Fong Sun, who was standing next to him, didn't know what was going on. The other person just knelt down, but he was pressed down whole, with half of his body sunk into the mud, and right below him there was a pile of stinky dog shit. The stinky dog shit went straight into his mouth, and now it felt like all the bones in his body were about to break. Seeing that Inyan didn't even look up, Yuan Shinsue frowned in dissatisfaction and snapped his fingers. The next moment, Inyan raised his head uncontrollably, and everyone was forced to bow their heads. Only she looked up and saw his smile. Chapter 23, You Are My Doll. Inyan couldn't move his whole body, and the fear in his heart was like a crashing ocean wave. Bai Bian's hair stood on end, but he was suppressed like a furry pancake lying on Inyan's shoulder. Yuan Xian smiled softly and said, "Found it, my doll." The next moment, Inyan felt his body lighten, and he was dragged directly to the attic. She watched Yuan Shinsu's face getting closer and closer, but she really had no intention of appreciating her beauty at all. Blast? How many high-grade magic weapons do I have? Inyan's mind was filled with various thoughts. No, high-grade magic weapons cannot kill a strong man in the lesser god realm. She felt suffocated. Especially after Yuan Shinsue reached out his hand to her, Inyan felt even more desperate. Finished. Old demons, your dreams will die here. But the next moment, Inyan felt someone holding her head, and then warm lips touched her forehead. Inyan froze. This guy kissed her? Yuan Shinsue loved his doll very much when he was a child. Before going to bed, every time, he would touch his face against the doll's face. He didn't think there was anything wrong with him. He seemed, not to want to kill her? Didn't that mean he had discovered her identity? Inyan wiped his forehead and didn't care about the fact that he was being flirted with. He managed to calm down and asked, "Do you know me?" Yuan Shinsei parted the hair of the person next to her whose face she couldn't see clearly so that she could see. Inyan, this is not. Isn't this her body? This sight almost scared Inyan to death. But looking at the people kneeling on the ground beside her, Inyan swallowed the second half of her words. She didn't care about the danger or not. She grabbed Yuan Shinsei's hand and walked to a secluded place. "Let go of my body, damn it," she cursed in a low voice, turned her head, and tried to hug her body again. But Yuan Shinsue was quicker than her. He picked up the body and looked at her disapprovingly. "Don't say swear words." Inyan. The two of them left the attic, and the pressure at the scene disappeared. Everyone relaxed and looked up to find that their clothes were all soaked with cold sweat. Where did the Bai family go? Zhou Xiaoyu immediately looked at the empty seat next to him. Wu Shui's lips turned pale. He was taken away by that adult. I'm afraid he's in great danger. This lord is really too capricious. Su Linyan gritted her teeth. I will go back and tell my mother. How can such a cruel person stay in the kingdom of beasts? He actually made her a princess? Bow her head? This is outrageous. Wu Shui sneered. Hongyan Tower Master was so excessive before, but I never saw you ask your mother to come out and seek justice. Why can't you tolerate it today when you bow your head? She was really fed up with this princess who always looked for her mother, and she was in a bad mood, so she couldn't help but make sarcastic remarks. You, Brother Sun, look at her. Brother Sun, Su Linyan turned her head and saw that Fong Sun was still lying on the ground and couldn't get up. Ha 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 ha. There's a small formation on Fong Sun's body. Zhou Xiaoyu pointed at Fong Sun's back. What did you do to offend him? You're really like a giant turtle eating shit. Fong Sun, who was talking nonsense at the moment, couldn't speak, but his whole body was twitching with anger. What are you standing there for? Zhou Xiaoyu looked at Su Linyan. We can't break this formation. Go find an elder to save your brother turtle. Oh, sorry, brother Sun, ha ha ha. Zhou Xiaoyu turned around and said, you go find someone to save Fong Sun, and I'll find someone to save the Bai family. Although he had a smile on his face, he moved very quickly. Must be quick. Zhou Xiaoyu was afraid that Inyan would be killed by that brutal formation master. The ferocious array master was taking out a stack of fruits full of spiritual energy from a small drawer next to him, handed them to Inyan, and asked, would you like to eat? Inyan, do you think I'm in the mood to eat now? Yuan Xian looked at her in confusion. Then what do you want? I want my body back. Inyan asked tentatively. No. Who would have thought that Yuan Xinsui's expression suddenly changed? I picked you up. Inyan. When can you come out? Yuan Xinsui looked at her and said, this body you are borrowing now will not last long. And this body is ugly. Kindness. Since he had no intention of killing, Inyan was not afraid of him. So he simply sat down opposite him and asked, where did you find my body? Back du mountain. Yuan Xinsui thought for a moment and said, I live there. Inyan's eyes widened. Are you the one trapped there that the old witch was talking about? Inyan could already imagine the scene at that time. What bad luck! Why did the shadow beast leave from Mount Piku? Inyan scratched his head with a headache. What do you want in exchange for my body? You are my doll. Why should I return it? What is a puppet? Inyan looked devastated. Inyan really wanted to say something harsh, but the problem was that she didn't have the strength to do so. Inyan secretly glanced at her body, wondering in her heart if she could steal the body. Don't look at it. Yuan Xian smiled at her with a serious face. Do you want to leave quietly? Although Yuan Xinsui, who had just come out, didn't understand many things, he had a keen sense. I'm telling you, you can't leave. Yuan Xinsui's eyes were cold, and he looked at Inyan without any smile and said, if you don't want to be my doll, then I will kill you. Suddenly being stared at by him with such eyes, Inyan felt a chill running up her spine. She felt that this formation master looked like a particularly innocent child, with mood swings at times, and his behavior was very direct, doing whatever he wanted, but he had a bloodthirsty and brutal nature in his bones. In fact, it was almost the same as Inyan guessed. Yuan Xinsui was pressed under a mountain when he was young. As time passed, there was no one around to teach him, and he lived day after day in the hatred of genocide, and became what he is now, seemingly simple, yet ruthlessly indifferent. What are you planning to do after leaving Mount Piku? Inyan could only change the subject, but his eyes were fixed on his body, and his mind was always thinking about what to do. Well, he thought for a moment, his eyes dark, kill someone. Inyan suddenly turned around and met Yuan Xin's face, which was not joking at all. Who to kill? I want to kill everyone within my sight. He smiled at Inyan. The smile was very seductive, but it made people feel cold for no reason. Inyan slowly tightened the hand that was placed beside him. At this moment, Yuan Xinsui no longer has any trace of innocence. Don't be afraid. Yuan Xinsui stretched out her hand and slowly touched Inyan's earlobe. I won't kill my doll. His voice was very soft but pleasant. I like you very much. Inyan couldn't help but shiver when he touched her. By the way, I see you have a seal of the demonic gorge on your body. Yuan Xian pulled open Inyan's collar. Below her neck, near her chest, was a black mark. That was the seal of the demonic gorge. If your body is left in the demonic gorge, you will still be sealed, right? This is also one of the reasons why he was reluctant to send Inyan back to Majin. Of course, the biggest reason was that he couldn't bear to do so. Yuan Xinsui said indifferently, I can erase this for you. Chapter 24, he listens to whatever she says. Inyan raised his head suddenly. Are you serious? You can erase this seal. Well, it can be erased. Yuan Xian rubbed the mark. Inyan twitched his mouth fiercely following the movement of his hands. Where are you touching? The seal of the demon gorge is mainly for the demons. I have seen it in the books of my tribe. Such a long time was enough for him to finish reading all the books left by his tribe members before falling asleep. You are not of demon blood. The power of this seal is only 1/10. If I work hard, I can erase it. He could say fearlessly that he wanted to kill everyone, but now he was analyzing this matter inexplicably seriously. Inyan felt that Yuan Shinsue was a man with many faces. So, when are you coming back? Yuan Shinsue asked again. You don't have to worry about being sucked back into the demonic gorge. Do you want to come back now? Of course, Inyan wanted to go back to his own body. I want to go back, but not now. She hadn't finished the most crucial thing, which could only be done with Bai Lu's body. She raised her head and looked at Yuan Shinsue. You said you wanted to kill everyone, right? Kindness. Inyan said, I advise you not to do that. Because there are many people here who are stronger than you. Before you can get your revenge, you will be besieged and killed by the strong. Inyan heard the noise outside and hurriedly spoke faster. Besides, every grievance has its perpetrator, and it is not rational to vent your anger on others. Lure. The voice of the elder of the Bai family was heard outside. Inyan immediately said to Yuan Shinsue, Put my body away first, and I will tell you when someone comes in. You don't have to say anything, just nod okay. Yuan Shinsue looked a little unhappy, but since his doll said so, he still reluctantly put the body into his own space magic treasure. Elder, I'm here. Inyan opened the door directly and saw that a group of people from the Bai family had come. The chief elder was an 8-star Heavenly Spirit Realm expert, and all the Heavenly Spirit Realm experts that the Bai family could call upon had come. Lure, are you okay? Seeing that everyone was fine, the Bai clan elder breathed a sigh of relief. If Bai Lu was gone, who would participate in the next competition? It's okay. Inyan smiled and asked everyone to look at Yuan Shinsue. This lord is a formation master in the lesser god realm. He summoned me here because he saw that I have attainments in formation masters and wanted to take me in as his disciple. Right, sir? She turned her head and blinked hard at Yuan Xian. Yuan Xian looked at her with indulgence. His doll not only knew how to curse, but also knew how to lie. Yeah, Yuan Xian responded politely. Seeing that he cooperated, Inyan felt relieved. Yuan Shinsei, if she didn't want to get her body back, lest he say kill you and really destroy her body, but she could only try her best to keep this person on her nose. It has to be tied. Even though this was like dancing on knife-sharp edges, she had no other choice. Is this true? The clan elders never expected that not only would they not have to fight a fierce battle, but a big pie would fall from the sky. Our lure really has a talent for formations. Is this true? The clan elders' voices became sharp. Yuan Shinsue's expression towards him was not so good. He held up his face and slowly looked at the Bai elder in front of him. Inyan felt that he was looking at a pig that could be slaughtered at any time. So he walked up to the Bai family elder with a stiff smile and said, Of course it's true. My lord is very tired today. Please go to our Bai family to rest. Yes, it's what we should do. A group of elders all had red faces. Oh my God! There is a strong man in the lesser divine realm going to the Bai family. Even if he will not take action for the Bai family, just sitting in the Bai family is already very good. Inyan just breathed a sigh of relief and pulled Yuan Shinsue outside. Yuan Shinsei followed her obediently, his eyes fluctuating, and no one knew what he was thinking. Lure, we'll open the ancestral hall tonight. The Bai elder was extremely excited. Today, the elders will work together to help you improve your strength. Inyan suppressed the excitement in her heart. Although she didn't know what the method was, she thought that maybe it would allow her to break through the shackles in her body and become a powerful person in the human spirit realm. If you don't take advantage of a good opportunity, you're a bastard. The elder of the Bai family frowned and said, Lure, don't make it public that you have been accepted as a disciple by this master, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. Let's wait until the beast fighting competition is over. Is this because they are afraid of attracting the attention of the emperor and empress? They hit it off immediately, and Inyan thought the same. When a group of people quietly slipped away from the back door, Inyan also heard the angry voices of the Fong family outside. Sunner, quick, erase this formation quickly. Who is proficient in formations? Yuan Shinsue also heard the voice. He sneered and slowly drew a talisman with his fingers hidden in his sleeves. Fong Sun, who had just been dragged up, was pushed back into the mud again. There was a crack sound, which was the sound of his ribs being broken. Ah! Inyan heard Fong Sun's screams, and she turned her head and looked fiercely at Yuan Shinsue. Yuan Shinsue stretched out his hands and said with a smile, I didn't do anything. It wasn't me. Inyan, anyone who believed you would be a fool. Thank you, she whispered. I know you taught him a lesson for me. You are my doll. Yuan Xian said softly. What on earth is a doll? Why me? She couldn't help but ask. You were originally a pillow, but later I thought it would be nice to have you as my doll. It was just what I needed, and you were right above my head. As soon as I stretched out my hand, you fell off. Yuan Xian's eyes turned red. A doll is, you'll understand later. What do you want to understand? Inyan rolled her eyes secretly in her heart. Just wait until she finds a chance to take back her body, break the seal, and run away. Who wants to be a puppet? He leaned his head on Inyan's shoulder and said, I'm sleepy and want to sleep. Inyan looked at the broad daylight and thought, isn't it inappropriate to sleep now? It's not time to go to bed yet. I don't even know your name yet. Inyan was forced to hold the man up and asked, what's your name? Yuan Shinsue felt sleepy and mumbled, Yuan Shinsue. What? Yuan Shui Shui. Inyan muttered, it suits you quite well. Go to sleep when you say go to sleep. Inyan finally helped him lie down in the Bai family's room. Before she could catch her breath, she saw the Bai clan elder in front of her saying to her, come with us to the ancestral hall now. Inyan's eyes lit up. Okay, elder. Bai Bian turned over on her shoulder, shook his head, and perked up. Several clan elders brought Inyan to the gate of the ancestral hall. However, Inyan just walked to the door and didn't know if it was his illusion. She seemed to hear some faint and dense sounds coming from inside, neither crying nor shouting. It was a young woman's faint breathing and creepy humming, as if she was weaving a song that slowly floated into her ears. Chapter 25. The Bai family is evil to the core. Come. The patriarch pushed the door open, and Inyan immediately took a look. The sound did not disappear, but there was nothing inside except a room full of Buddha statues. The ancestral hall is so big, Inyan said in surprise. It can easily accommodate thousands of people. Of course, this place is blessed with a space spiritual treasure. Although it looks like a small room, it can actually accommodate tens of thousands of people without any problem. The elders stroked their beards proudly. By the way, it was difficult to ask you in such a crowd just now. Does that master really want to take you as his disciple? Everyone wanted to confirm it again. After all, he was a formation master of the lesser divine realm. Yes, Inyan had learned the demon clan's formation when she was in Demon Gorge. The formation is universal, so she would not be afraid of being exposed when the time comes. That's good. The elder laughed so hard that his eyes almost disappeared. Sit down cross-legged. His expression became serious, and Inyan immediately sat down cross-legged. Several elders followed suit and stretched out their hands, shouting, get up. The next moment, Inyan suddenly saw the Buddha statues in front of him begin to tremble, and milky white beads were drawn out from the bodies of the Buddha statues. Woo-woo! The strange tune seemed to be louder. Before Inyan had time to wonder, he saw the clan elder had already put those milky white beads together. With flames burning in his palms, they condensed into a bead that emitted amazing spiritual power and pressure. Bai Bian sniffed and smelled the pure spiritual power inside. His eyes lit up and he whispered, Master, this is a good thing. Lure, apply it on your forehead, the Bai elder said quickly. Inyan nodded and applied it. The next moment, a pure spiritual power exploded in her body, and for an instant, her tendons, veins, and lungs were aching slightly. Big beads of sweat dripped down Inyan's forehead. She has both spiritual power and magic power. If she eats this thing, the magic element will actually drill into her body. This is not okay. Inyan immediately suppressed the demonic elements in his body in a hurry. The spiritual energy around him suddenly began to surge. Magic elements were about to roll away, but the connection was severed just after they turned over. They could only remain silent unwillingly. It's about to break through. Inyan was filled with ecstasy, thinking to himself, fortunately, the movement of breaking through the human spirit realm cannot be seen by the naked eye. Otherwise, I can't hide it from these people in front of me. Her skin became a little whiter, and although she looked calm on the surface, every vein in her body was twitching violently. Inyan looked inward intently and saw a snow-white bead on his lower abdomen with a sharp spike on it. The one-star human spirit realm. Inyan was overjoyed. If I let go of the absorption of magic elements now, the one-star human demon realm will be easy to reach. I'd better go back to the room and break through the human demon realm. Don't commit suicide here and expose your identity. Inyan opened his eyes excitedly, and several elders asked quickly, how is it? This is our Bai family's most precious treasure. The first time you eat it, the effect should be the best. I remember the best time. The emperor and empress ate it, and their spiritual bodies were directly transformed from the first level to the 6th level. The princess in the palace is at the 4th level. How about you, Lu? It turns out that Su Linyan also used this thing. No wonder he jumped into the 4th level of spirit body in an instant. Inyan smiled at the 4 elders. I am now a 9th level spiritual body. As soon as these words came out, several elders burst into laughter. Okay, Luer, stop lying to us just to save face. Even if this is your first time taking this pure liquid, you won't reach the 9th level of spiritual body all at once. Exactly. How much? Seeing that they didn't believe her, Inyan simply raised her hand and said, the 9th level spiritual body can make the physical body impervious to knife piercing and cannot be smashed by an axe. It is no problem for her to possess a 9th level spiritual body in the spiritual realm of a 1-star human. He stabbed his own hand with the sharp knife in his right hand. Really? See, it penetrate. The pupils of several elders shrank fiercely, and their voices trembled a little. Really? Is it really a 9th level spirit body? Luer's talent may really be better than we thought. They looked at each other in disbelief, and then the 4 of them burst into crazy laughter. What royal family of beasts? What sacred chilin beast? Our Luer is the most talented child. They have already begun to dream of the Bai family dominating the 5 continents in the future. Inyan touched Baibian's body and was in a good mood. He asked casually, but what did the elders give me to eat just now? Are these Buddha statues magical instruments? The elder's expression suddenly became very strange. He stared at the Buddha statue in front of him with a half-smile and said, of course it is a magic weapon. It was made by our patriarch when our Bai family was at its peak. He invited very powerful weapon refiners and formation masters to work together to make this treasure. Oh, Inyan became interested. Luer, you will take over the Bai family sooner or later. The elder's eyes were dark. Today is not only to help you improve your strength, but also to let you know the biggest secret of our Bai family's longevity. For some reason, seeing the expressions on the faces of several elders, Inyan suddenly felt very uncomfortable in his heart. Wojo, the strange tune became louder and sounded like a ballad. The sound was not bad, but Inyan felt a little creepy. Watch out, Luer. The elder of the clan took out a token, which floated in the air. He shouted in a low voice, open. The front half of the golden Buddha statue suddenly opened like a door. Osh, it hurts. Let me go. Save me, just let me die. Sharp cries, screams, and a strong smell of blood exploded at once. At that moment, it felt like a long, thin needle had pierced Inyan's ears, but she didn't even bother to cover her ears. Because when she saw the scene clearly, her eyes turned bloodshot. Those Buddha statues were hollow, with living people nailed inside. Their limbs had been chopped off, and every once in a while a long thorn would pierce their bodies from the statue. Blood continued to flow down and fell into the formation under their feet, extracting the pure spiritual power in the blood. If the people inside were about to die, there was a healing formation next to them that could allow them to live a little longer. There were both men and women, but they were all young boys and girls, the same age as Inyan. They stared at themselves with their eyes fixed, and their empty eyes, tortured to despair, were like a giant net that completely enveloped Inyan. She just now actually used this thing to improve her strength? That could not be suppressed immediately followed. Behind the well-dressed appearance of the Bai family members, there was a Shura purgatory. Their family was really rotten to the core, rotting and festering. Where do all these people come from? She heard her own voice sound terribly calm. Chapter 26, everyone is begging her. There are people from the kingdom of 10,000 beasts and the 5 continents. We have selected people who have just awakened their talents, and no one will care if they die. The elder said proudly, don't worry, you will definitely not have any worries when using these people. Inyan looked at the Buddha statue closest to her. There was a girl inside. Her lips were moving, silently saying, help me, kill me. Everyone looked at her with pleading eyes. They were begging her to save them, and even if she couldn't, killing them would be better than suffering like this. This long and painful torture made all of them feel worse than death. No one escaped? Inyan clenched his fists unconsciously, and even Bai Bian was tense. It never imagined that the thing that smelled so pure was actually extracted in this way. They can't escape. The elder of the Bai family raised his eyebrows and chuckled. Did we hire those formation masters in vain? This space, the formation inside the Buddha statue, and the 1,000 hooks that lock them are all integrated. If their bodies leave the Buddha statue, The large formation in the space will be activated directly. Even if they can escape from the Buddha statue, they can't escape from this room. Once they get out, their bodies will explode instantly. The elder of the clan looked very proud. Moreover, the formations here are all dead formations. There is no way to break them. If the formations are gone, the whole house will disappear. These are all the benefits our ancestors left for us. We should be grateful, understand? Inyan looked at the purgatory-like scene in front of him and pulled the corners of his lips stiffly. Yeah, I get it. Okay, good boy, go to bed. We still have to prepare for tomorrow's competition. The elders patted her on the shoulders and asked her to go out. The patriarch raised his hand and sealed the Buddha statues again. The cries and screams disappeared and turned into the song that Inyan had heard at the door before. This is also designed by the master our ancestors asked to do, for fear that the sound would disturb us. As soon as the Buddha statue is closed, it will turn into a beautiful ballad. The elder closed his eyes in ecstasy. Does it sound good? Inyan didn't say a word. Her whole body was cold. She stood behind him and stared at the Buddha statues gloomily. The Buddha statue is compassionate, with a smile on his face that shows he is saving all living beings. How ironic. Inyan didn't know how he got back to the room. Bai Lu instantly turned into a human. Master, they. Hush! Inyan's face turned pale, but there was anger burning in his eyes. Bai Lu, do you think those people want to live like that? Or do they want to die? Bai Lu was stunned. His chubby face was also full of anger. If it were me, I would definitely think it would be better to die. Death array. Inyan suddenly looked up. Oh, right, let's go find. Yuan X's voice suddenly came from behind, which frightened Inyan so much that she trembled all over. She turned around and found that this man had been lying on the bed in her room at some point, with his clothes loosely spread out, and his black hair wrapped around his shoulders, entangled with the embroidery on the brocade quilt. Yuan Xian's eyes were red from sleepiness, and he patted the pillow beside him. Come and sleep. Inyan's eyes lit up. Why are you sleeping? Can you break the death formation? Yuan Xian raised his eyelids and said lazily and vaguely. No, the death array can be destroyed, and the living array can be solved. Inyan immediately lost all his strength. Then, those people can only wait to die in there? You are full of demonic elements and are about to overflow. Yuan Shinsue saw a tiny formation in his eyes, and he could clearly see that her current condition was actually very unstable. You're about to level up. You can see all this? Inyan was shocked. Idol, you should level up. It's not good for your body to be suppressed for too long. Yuan Shinsue told her based on her own experience. Sometimes I level up while sleeping, and I feel very uncomfortable when I wake up because I don't have the spiritual power to guide me. Inyan, you can level up while sleeping? Are you God's biological son? Yuan Shinsue wondered along with her. Isn't everyone like this? He had never come into contact with anyone other than his tribe when he was a child, and later he was locked up alone. How could he understand how others practiced? Everyone is practicing very hard, okay? Inyan exploded. You don't practice? Where does your spiritual power come from? Why do we need to practice? Yuan Xian frowned, seeming to be confused. Wouldn't the spiritual power come into the body on its own? Inyan's entire body felt like it was about to break apart. Is this human language? Inyan recalled the days when he was whipped by an old witch in order to improve his strength, and he felt sad. Yuan Xian glanced at her and said with little interest, That's because the spiritual power around you is not very sensible. The sensible spiritual power will move on its own. But instead of telling me this, you should break through quickly. Yuan Xian raised his hand and directly set up a formation. I set up a barrier. People outside can't feel the magic element. Don't worry. You know not to let anyone discover my magic element. Inyan immediately sat down cross-legged. Those ugly guys in your family said so. Yuan Xian said, Inyan, since you helped me set up the formation, I won't mind you calling my little cuties from the demon clan ugly monsters. She really could no longer suppress the demonic elements in her body. Once she let go, the demonic elements in the entire room became visibly violent. Without even Inyan's warning, they rushed towards her in groups, shocking her. The demon elements outside the demon gorge haven't seen demons for tens of thousands of years, right? Are they so enthusiastic? She has been in the demonic gorge for 3 months, and under the influence of the demonic gorge and the old witch's various conditioning, her body has long since transformed into one of spirit and demon. Isn't she the only little darling in the world who can make the demon elements crazy? Yuan Xian took a hazy look and said with a smile, "See, it moved by itself." Inyan finally experienced what a true genius was. It was much easier than breaking through the human spirit realm just now. Without any effort, a black bead with a protruding corner appeared on her lower abdomen. The two beads were quite hostile to each other. They kept a considerable distance from each other and ignored each other. 1-star, human-demon realm. Inyan looked at her hands happily. Her current strength was much stronger than before. At least now, she didn't need to explode her magic weapon when she saw Fong Sun again. She could deal with him with one hand. But soon she couldn't laugh anymore. She was able to break through thanks to the people in the Buddha statues. She received their favors but did nothing. Inyan's gaze fell on Yuan Shinsue, and he asked seriously, "Can you teach me how to break the death formation?" "You are too weak to break the death formation." Yuan Xian rejected it without even thinking about it. "Can you?" Inyan asked. "Of course I can." Yuan Xian raised his eyebrows. "I can also take you to many places freely." His puppet doesn't seem to be aware of his strength. "Really?" Inyan came over and asked anxiously. "Then can you take me into the depths of the palace without anyone noticing? If it is possible, then why wait until tomorrow to teach Su Linyan a lesson? She could do it now. And there is a way to solve that death formation." Chapter 27, Teaching Su Linyan a Lesson. "You want to enter the palace?" Yuan Xian raised his eyes. "What for?" "Go and bleed someone," Inyan said coldly. Yuan Shinsue, who had looked sleepy just now, sat up straight. He stretched out his tongue and licked the corner of his red lips. "I like this." Inyan gave him a strange look. She wanted to ask him for help, but when she heard this, he took the bait. This is too cooperative. "Let's go." Inyan didn't think too much and just got the job done first. "By the way, Bai Bian, you turn into me and stay here," Inyan instructed. "Just in case. The ever-changing face is so long. The master went out to do something without taking him with him. It must be because he is too weak now." Yuan Shinsue's back with hostility. "Huh." Bai Bian let out a long breath. "I still need to improve my strength. I'm strong enough, so the master doesn't need to ask others for help." Just as Bai Bian was cheering himself up, Inyan experienced the power of the high-level spiritual formation for the first time. Formations are divided into spiritual formations and magic formations. She has seen people from Demon Gorge use high-level magic formations, which are quite troublesome to form seals and draw the formations. But Yuan Shinsue accomplished it in the blink of an eye, which was simply terrifying. The previous second she was at the door of the Bai family, and the next second she was already on the roof of the palace. The formation that conceals the breath can only last for the time of an incense stick. Yuan Xian had just finished speaking when Inyan heard a voice coming from under his feet. It was Su Linyan's voice. "Chill." She squatted down with a serious expression and lifted the tiles. What she saw then was a scene that made her heart tremble. Su Linyan grabbed La's neck and pressed her head hard against the sharp corner of the table again and again. Blood splattered and La was scolded. "You are a wild chicken pretending to be a phoenix." Lala's body was tightly entangled and unable to move, but she still had a mouth. "My master will come back, and she will repay you for everything you are doing to me now." La Tong's voice trembled. "You're dreaming," Su Linyan said in a frenzy. "Your master has long been dead, and his bones have rotted away." She pulled out the dagger beside her, put it against her mouth, and cursed with bloodshot eyes. "I told you to speak. I'll see how you can still speak after I cut off your tongue." La struggled desperately, and Su Linyan showed a cruel smile. "What's wrong? This is not the first time I cut your tongue. You should be used to it. Today I will use one of your tongues to drink." As she said this, she was about to stab it in with a knife. Inyan, who witnessed the whole process, had no way of controlling his immense hatred, and the demonic element, which was already more violent than spiritual power, exploded. "What?" Su Linyan felt something was wrong and subconsciously raised her head, but found that a knife was faster than her movement of raising her head. Inyan had already jumped down from the roof. La was beaten to a pulp. When she saw her, her eyes turned red. Whoa. She cried so hard that even her master couldn't call out. Inyan had already put on the witch mask, and without waiting for Su Linyan to speak, the aura of the 1-star demon realm directly pressed Su Linyan to the ground. "Be quick." Inyan grabbed Su Linyan's hair and slammed her head against the corner of the table as if it was a painful blow. 1 time, 2 times, 3, 4, 5, 6. Inyan's attacks became more and more severe. Didn't you get hit pretty hard just now? She lowered her voice and stabbed the dagger in her right hand directly into Su Linyan's stomach. Ah! Su Linyan's mouth was covered, and she let out a silent scream. She fell to the ground and twitched violently. Phoenix blood? Inyan drew out his dagger. I want to see if your blood is black. Su Linyan stared at the woman in front of her. Demons? It's a demon. Staring at me? Inyan chuckled, raised his hand, and stabbed again. Su Linyan, that's when I was blind. Don't be so quick to howl. This is definitely not the first time I've hit you. Today I'll take one of your eyes as a drink. Inyan repeated what she had said. Su Linyan was almost covered in blood. Inyan grabbed Su Linyan's neck with one hand. Although she wanted to kill her right now, if she died, Lala would also die. Hurry, Yuan Shinsue said softly. They found you. Inyan knew it without him saying anything. Linyan, who had fainted, hugged Lala and jumped onto the roof. Yuan Shinsue was still admiring the blood-red scene below. Let's go, Inyan said anxiously. The next moment, the two disappeared from where they were. At the same time, the top floor of the house was lifted up by a huge force, and the emperor and empress appeared where Inyan and the others had just stood. She looked down and saw Su Linyan lying in a pool of blood. She trembled all over, and her grief-stricken voice echoed throughout the imperial city. Yinner, demon bastard, you and I cannot coexist. On the other side, Yuan Shinsue took Inyan to the farthest forest nearby. Inyan hugged Lala, who was burning all over, and the sharp anklet cut into her bones. He was in so much pain that he was unconscious, but his little body leaned against her, and he called out Master in satisfaction over and over again. Inyan was so heartbroken that he could only hug her tightly. Tears fell one by one, and she tried to cut the magic weapon with the dagger, but she couldn't cut it. Get out of the way. Yuan Shinsue easily pushed her away. He gathered his spiritual power and pulled her hard. Controlled by the emperor, an empress shattered with a snap. My whole body was twitching with burning pain, but soon I felt that without the restraint, the pain was no longer so severe. Master, Lala doesn't feel any pain anymore. Lala comforted him with a pale face. Don't cry. I should have found a way to rescue you earlier. Inyan felt extremely guilty. Your name is Lala, right? Yeah. Lala leaned on her shoulder. The master will definitely find a way to undo the contract between you and Su Linyan and give you your freedom. Inyan's eyes were fierce. Then the master will definitely use her life to make up for the suffering our Lala has endured these days. Lala, thank this lord quickly. Inyan was grateful and turned to Yuan Shinsue and said seriously, if it weren't for this lord, I wouldn't be able to save you. Even if she was rescued, she couldn't deal with the magic weapon, and Lala would still have to suffer. Thank you, brother. Lala was not spicy at all now, and was as well-behaved as a little doe. Yuan Shinsue seemed a little indifferent to everyone except Inyan. Go back. Well, let's go back. Inyan took out the dragon scale grass and coaxed Lala. Come, eat this, and your injury will heal faster. Lala swallowed it without hesitation. You just stay by my side and recover from your injuries. Can you shrink? Inyan was very happy at this moment. You have a younger brother named Baibian. If you shrink, I will hide you. As long as Lala doesn't appear in front of Su Linyan, she can't control it. Besides, Su Linyan was seriously injured and had no time to care about Lala. The entire imperial city should be in chaos by now. Inyan sneered and looked in the direction of the imperial city. But I still have to do something very important. Chapter 28. Thousands of people kneel and kowtow. What? The princess was stabbed? The blood phoenix was stolen? The Bai clan elder was almost asleep when he heard the bad news. He was stunned. Is it the remnant of the demon clan? Yes, sir, the slave girl said in panic. The emperor and empress are going crazy, and all the soldiers in the palace are checking every house. The elder of the clan immediately got up from the bed and put on his shoes while asking, how is the princess? No matter how much she is at odds with the Bai family, Su Linyan is of Bai family blood after all, and the royal family and the Bai family are tied together. Hurry, let's go into the palace. The chief elder quickly summoned the remaining elders. By the way, go and call Lure out. The Bai elder was afraid that the only good seedling in his family would also fall into the hands of the demon. What about that gentleman? Someone hesitated. Should we call him? Will a strong person in the lesser god realm give you face if you call him? The elder of the clan reprimanded. Just take Lure with you. Baibian was just bored, and when he saw the elder of the clan calling him to go with them, he was immediately surprised. What? You want me to go to the palace with you? It rolled its eyes and said, Okay. But I was worried in my heart, master. You must come back before the transformation time limit. Not long after the Bai family members left, Yuan Shinsui brought Inyan back to the Bai family. The clan elders are not here, which is perfect. Inyan grabbed Yuan Shinsui and walked into the ancestral hall. Is this the death formation you mentioned? Yuan Shinsui stared at the Buddha statues as soon as he came in. The bloody smell. Yes, can you open these Buddha statues? Inyan wanted to steal the token that controlled the opening and closing of the Buddha statues, but that thing was carried by the elders of the clan, so there was no possibility of doing it. The Buddha statue is simple, but the death array covering the entire space under our feet is unsolvable. Yuan Shinsui raised his hand, and one light array after another emerged from his fingertips. The next moment, Inyan saw what it meant to be a child pampered by spiritual power. He didn't even need any guidance from him. Countless spiritual powers quickly poured into Yuan Xian's broken formation, and the golden spots of light were still jumping towards him. You know, normally when she absorbs spiritual energy, these little guys are like stubborn bulls that can't be pulled by 3 ropes. All right, that's enough. Yuan Xian frowned and raised his hand to swat away the spiritual energy particles that were still trying to squeeze into the formation. The golden light spots were swatted away by him and turned into a lump of cake. The next moment, the golden formation split into thousands and flew towards the Buddha statue. There was a light, crisp sound of click. The Buddha statue opened silently. The moment it was opened, Inyan casually put a mask on Yuan Shinsui. Although the people inside were all pitiful people, it was still necessary to be on the safe side. If they saw her and Yuan Xian's broken faces, refused to accept their help, and finally bit them back to please the Bai family in order to survive, wouldn't all her efforts have been in vain? The people inside raised their heads one after another, and were stunned when they saw Inyan's face again. What a weird mask. Yes, are you here to save us? Someone asked with cloudy eyes. What do you mean by saving us? Look, she is wearing the clothes of a disciple of the Bai family. Bai family members, you all shall die miserably. A woman had already begun spitting and screaming at Inyan. You all members of the Bai family shall die. You are a bunch of demons chewing human flesh and blood. You will be punished. Everyone looked at her with extremely resentful eyes. Like the evil spirits in hell who will never be reborn. Inyan was very familiar with this kind of look because she herself was thrown into the demonic gorge with this kind of look. Shut up. Yuan Xian frowned, and with a raise of his hand, those people were torn off the Buddha statue and fell heavily to the ground. But the curses from these people disappeared altogether. I'm out. Their bodies were full of holes. Their flesh had been dug out, and their blood had been taken out. Some people couldn't even stand up, but at this moment they watched everything that was happening in disbelief. They looked up and saw the Buddha statue that had been trapping them. You saved us? The girl who started to curse first raised her pierced face and looked at Inyan with a trembling voice. Aren't you a member of the Bai family? Why? I'm not from the Bai family. Inyan looked at them. I can't save you either. This is a death array. There is no solution, but I can let you make a choice. You can choose to die now, or go back to the Buddha statue and wait. No one wants to die. This is Inyan's understanding. She pulled Yuan Shinsei behind her, preventing her from speaking, and tried her best to draw everyone's attention to her. Inyan had already thought of the possible reactions that would follow. These people might scold her, or they might record her voice and figure and complain to the Bai family in order to win credit in exchange for their freedom. So she arranged a fake Bai Lu in advance so that no matter how suspicious the elders were, they would not suspect her. As for Yuan Shinsui, she would naturally find a way to completely get rid of him later. Inyan took a deep breath. She was ready to be blamed and betrayed by these people. With a thump, a man who was missing a leg suddenly knelt down in front of Inyan. Plop, plop. One after another, people knelt down in front of her. Inyan was stunned for a moment and subconsciously took a step back, but was pushed on the shoulder by Yuan Shinsui behind her. Thousands of people knelt down at the same time. Some of them were seriously injured and their knees could no longer bend. It was more like they were breaking their already twisted legs again and smashing them hard to the ground rather than kneeling. Thousands of people kneel. You guys. Inyan looked at them in shock and said, What are you doing? Girl. The woman who had cursed the most fiercely just now raised her head. Half of her face was actually very pretty, and a red mole could be vaguely seen between her eyebrows. Inyan always felt that this half of her face looked familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. Girl, you are our benefactor. The woman's only remaining eye shed tears of blood. I am really sorry for insulting you just now. Inyan thought of thousands of possibilities, all of which were the worst possible outcomes. But not all people in this world are extremely evil and shameless. There are also people who suffer a lot but do not feel resentment or anger and still have a conscience. Don't worry, we will never tell anyone about what we saw you two today. The woman smiled at Inyan, and the wounds on her face were split open. Because we don't plan to continue being tortured by the Bai family. There is no solution to the death formation. We all know that. We can't wait until tomorrow. The woman slowly lowered her head and kowtowed to Inyan. Please help us get rid of it. We don't want those disgusting jackals to drain even a bit of our spiritual power anymore. The woman's voice choked with sobs. Please destroy this damn place. Chapter 29. Send elixir to the enemy? No need to kneel to me. Inyan felt more and more uncomfortable as he watched this scene. We have no way to repay your kindness this time. We only hope that good people like you two benefactors can have a smooth life. The woman said tremblingly. No need to say that. Inyan clenched his fists. I was the first to receive your kindness. Thanks to you all, my strength has been able to improve further. Everyone looked up, looked at each other, and laughed. They knew who this benefactor was. It was the girl brought here by those members of the Bai family today. Can you destroy this formation? The girl asked. Even if we die, as long as the source is still there, there will be helpless children being captured and used as food to feed this rotten maggot family. Inyan turned and looked at Yuan Shinsue. Yuan Exin casually placed his hand on Inyan's shoulder, rubbed her earlobe with his fingertips, and said somewhat unhappily, breaking the death formation is very tiring. Is there anything you want? Inyan also knew that his request today was a bit too much. Maybe I can help you. A powerful person in the realm of lesser gods has been hovering around her. He must need her to do something. Yuan Shinsei really thought about it seriously. Then he suddenly smiled and said, I don't want anything now, I'll just owe it to you first. The next moment, his hand pressed on the formation, and the huge formation began to collapse at a speed visible to the naked eye. Benefactor, can you do me another favor? The woman suddenly raised her head and handed Inyan a token. In fact, I am not an orphan with no one to rely on. I've been spoiled since I was a child. I only got out because I had a quarrel with my family and ended up in the hands of the Bai family. My family will understand once they see this letter and my keepsake. The woman's hands were shaking as she handed over the things. She was afraid that Inyan would not be willing to help her take care of the baby. But Inyan took her things without hesitation. Who is it for? The formation had completely collapsed, but fortunately Yuan Shinsue had blocked all the movement inside, and no one patrolling outside noticed that the most important foundation of their Bai family was about to collapse. To the owner of Bai Chao Villa, the woman fulfilled her last wish, and even her tone became cheerful. Tell my brother and father not to avenge me, and not to bring trouble to the villa. Inyan finally understood why she always felt that this woman looked familiar. It turned out that she was the child of that declining family. Her brother was the owner of the holy chilin. The owner and her brother were really 80% alike. Is your brother's name Zhuangxian? Inyan asked. Have you seen my brother? The woman's eyes suddenly lit up, and her tears flowed even more fiercely. Is he okay? Okay. Inyan smiled. Your brother has awakened the holy chilin, and your Bai Chao villa will have a good future. That's good. That's great. That's really great. The woman cried with joy, and the formation collapsed with a bang. Each of them also dissipated like ashes before completely disappearing. Inyan heard everyone's last words. My benefactor, it is great that the spiritual essence that was taken away from us today can help you. After hearing this, Inyan slowly closed his eyes. The Buddha statue shattered with a loud bang, and the entire space began to collapse, finally revealing the original appearance of the ancestral hall. It was just an empty, dark, damp, and musty room. Master, Lai Lei's voice came out muffled from the small pocket on her chest. Don't be sad. Well, I'm not sad. Inyan said hoarsely, they won't die in vain. Wait for me for a moment. Inyan looked at Yuan Xian and said, don't worry, I won't let the Bai family suspect you. Yuan Xian raised his eyebrows indifferently. It doesn't matter if you know. Just kill them all. Yuan Shinsue was still eager to try. Inyan said calmly, The Bai family has many capable people, and the emperor and empress are at the same level as you. This is my business, and I can't let you take risks." She took a deep breath, controlling the demonic elements in her body, releasing a little bit, but not much. Black magic elements gradually appeared before my eyes, and they lined up one by one and began to form rows of words while floating in the air. Yuan Shinsue laughed as soon as he saw these lines of words. "If you don't want others to know, then don't do it yourself. Kill the princess first. Defeat the Bai family again. The demons will surely appear. Settle the blood debt." Inyan was already looking forward to the reactions of the clan elders when they saw the empty ancestral hall and heard these words. If she leaves behind the magic elements, those people will think that it was the remnants of the demon clan who did it. Go to Hongyan Tower and sleep for a while, so that they won't think you're in the Bai family, but didn't catch the demons. Inyan looked at Yuan Xian and said, "I'll go to the Imperial City to get Baibian back." Yuan Xian frowned. "You won't sleep with me? Whose doll runs outside every day? What are you sleeping for?" Inyan turned around and asked in surprise. "You just said you were going to sleep before. No, you really wanted to sleep? Did you pull my body to sleep with you at the foot of Mount Peak too?" Yuan Shinsu's face disappeared immediately, and those beautiful eyes turned gloomy. "You are my doll if you don't sleep with me. Who do you want to sleep with?" "No." Inyan's face turned pale. When did he fall asleep? How did he fall asleep? The pillow he mentioned at the beginning. Could it mean sleeping? How do you sleep? Inyan asked hurriedly. "How else can you sleep? Close your eyes." Yuan Xian raised his eyebrows and looked at her. Inyan asked tentatively, "What about me? That is, will you take off your clothes for me before going to bed? Why do you want to take off your clothes when you are sleeping peacefully?" Yuan Shinsue stretched out her finger and pointed at Inyan. "What nonsense are you talking about?" "Oh, so he doesn't understand." Inyan felt relieved. "Forget what I said. Go to Hongyan Tower and don't stay in the Bai family. By the way, send me to the palace." She would definitely not be able to get in now without opening the formation to send her there quietly. As for Lala, she let Lala enter her space magic weapon first, so that she would not be discovered. Yuan Shinsue found a relatively secluded place for her and sent her there. When Inyan took off the mask, he saw Bai Bian wandering around outside. This saved her the trouble of looking for someone. "Master!" Bai Bian immediately transformed into a fiery dark dog and ran towards her. "You're too late." Bai Bian almost couldn't hold on any longer. "Sorry, baby." Inyan picked him up. Now that the two cubs have returned to her, Inyan feels as if her heart has been filled up and she lets out a long sigh. "Let's go and see Su Linyan." Inyan smiled and walked forward. After taking only 2 steps, he saw Zhuang Xian from Baichao Villa coming over with a bunch of spiritual medicines. Inyan was stunned and immediately thought of what the woman had given him. "Miss Bai." Zhuang Xian also saw Inyan and immediately greeted her with a smile. "What are you doing here?" Inyan looked at the spiritual medicines. "Are these prepared for Su Linyan?" Chapter 30, I am the best at sowing discord. Yes, the Empress gave the order. "Are you here to see the princess too?" Zhuang Xian still looked pale, but none of the female slaves in the palace dared to neglect him anymore. "Well, let's go together." She hasn't really appreciated Su Linyan's appearance yet. At the same time, Inyan was also thinking, how should she give the letter that the woman left for her to Zhuang Xian? This banker and player really trustworthy? The two of them walked together and ran into Fong Sun after only a few steps. The wound on Fong Sun's face had healed, but the bones in his body that were broken by Yuan Xian had not healed, so he had to be carried by someone whenever he went out. But Fong Sun is a man who will die if he loses face. It is obvious that he needs to be carried because of his poor health, but he insists on acting like, "I am like this because of my high status." He narrowed his eyes and looked at the two people who came together. Bai Lu's face is very ordinary, but her temperament has changed a lot during this period of time, and people will notice her at the first sight wherever she stands. Zhuang Xian, who was standing next to him, had a decent smile on his face, and his gentle gaze fell on the woman next to him. What a perfect couple. Fong Sun didn't know why, but he felt uncomfortable. Not long ago, Bai Lu was still calling him Brother Sun in front of him. He straightened his back and waited for Inyan to come and greet him. As a result, the two men didn't look at anyone and just walked straight past him. Fong Sun shouted in disbelief, "Bai Lu!" Inyan stopped and turned sideways with a somewhat impatient look. "What's the matter?" Fong Sun was stunned. Then he heard Inyan muttering and pulling Zhuang Xian away, saying as he walked, I called him, but he didn't say anything. What's wrong with him? Is he lying on the ground with his brain broken? Burst out of Fong Sun. You. But Inyan had already pulled Zhuang Xian away. Fong Sun gritted his teeth, and the Fong family attendant who followed him asked carefully, Sir, what about the princess? Our two families still have an engagement. Do you think I would marry a loser who has lost his divine beast? Fong Sun said with a gloomy expression. Su Linyan has Feng Yuan? Even if Su Linyan has Feng Yuan, and it is easier to train other beasts for her own use, no matter how many beasts are added together, they cannot be better than her own natal beast. Besides, if her natal beast dies, Su Linyan will surely die as well. Fong Sun's eyes flashed with deep disdain. Not to mention her face is really disgusting now. How could a woman like this be worthy of him? Sir, we have to find a reason to break off the engagement, right? Otherwise, people will say that our Fong family is ungrateful. Of course, Fong Sun said coldly. How could I not know this? While they were talking, Inyan and Zhuang Xian entered the heavily guarded palace. Inyan saw the emperor and empress at a glance. Waste! The empress's cold voice was accompanied by the sudden shock of her spiritual power, which knocked a female slave holding medicine in front of her away and smashed her on the wall, leaving a deep blood mark. The slave girl's eyes were wide open, and she died with her eyes open. This medicine soup is boiled like this. That's why my son can't wake up. If my son doesn't wake up, you useless doctors will cut open your brains one by one. A row of spiritual doctors knelt in front of her and trembled like sieves. Zhuang Xian looked at the bloody scene with a hint of disgust in his eyes. But in order not to anger the powerful emperor and empress, he concealed his expression well. Zhuang Xian is here? The empress spoke in a cold voice, her eyes fixed on Inyan, as if they were filled with poison. You are here too? Inyan made a sad expression. My cousin will be fine. Aunt, please don't be too sad. And don't worry about the Bai family, Aunt. Inyan took a step forward, the corners of his lips raised with a bit of deliberate provocation. The Bai family has me, so let your cousin take good care of her injuries. What I mean is you should just take a rest. I, not your sickly daughter, will be the future head of the Bai family. These words immediately made the emperor and empress, whose nerves were already stretched to an abnormal level, go crazy. How arrogant! Since when did a little girl like you have the final say in my Bai family? The emperor and empress could not suppress their anger at all, and slapped Inyan away in front of everyone's stunned eyes. Be careful. Zhuang Xian was horrified. Inyan was well prepared. She used a defensive magic weapon to quietly block 5 points of the force, and the remaining 5 points hit her hard. Ah! Inyan screamed and flew out like a kite with a broken string, smashing the wooden door and falling to the ground outside. Help, help! Inyan's eyes flashed with some calculations, and he quickly raised his head and shouted to the outside. Elders, help me! Annie's gone crazy. She wants to kill me. After she howled loudly, the emperor and empress rushed out of the room, pointed at her with a vicious look and cursed. How dare you, bitch, talk nonsense and stir up trouble. I will tear your mouth apart today. Inyan's voice became even louder. Elder, Lure is unfilial. She can no longer work for the Bai family. Lure. Several voices mixed with shock and anger came like rolling thunder. Several elders appeared in front of Bai Lu in an instant, who was howling loudly just now, suddenly tilted his head and vomited a large pool of blood with a wow. Lure, how are you? The clan elder's eyes turned bloodshot. He came over and stuffed the life-saving elixir into Inyan's mouth. Before the empress could react, several elders looked at her with disappointment and angrily scolded her. Empress, what you did today is really disheartening. Was it Lure who caused the accident of the Emperor Ji? Why are you taking your anger out on Lure? If your daughter dies, you want everyone else to be buried with her? You were all deceived by this girl. The empress was shaking with anger. She was the one who provoked me first. Upon hearing this, Inyan immediately said miserably with a look of heartache, I don't know which words provoked my aunt. Was it wrong for me to tell her not to be sad? Was it wrong for me to tell her not to worry about the Bai family, and that everything was fine? Inyan had a sad face, and her acting shocked Lala, who was hiding in her pocket. Does it mean that my aunt will be happy only if I tell her that my cousin can't wake up? Shut up, you evil creature. There was a ferocious bloodshot in the emperor and empress's eyes. Seeing that she was about to attack again, several elders shouted angrily. Empress, you are too presumptuous. Do you still have eyes for us old guys? Do you still have eyes for the Bai family? The patriarch's eyes were extremely sharp, as if he wanted to pierce the emperor and empress in front of him directly. In the past 2 days, the Bai family and the emperor and empress have been testing and fearing each other. The Bai family wants to support Inyan. The emperor and empress only wanted their daughter to be in the spotlight and to control the Bai family and the royal family. But no one pointed it out, but because of Inyan's provocation, he vomited blood in public. This already thin veil was finally torn off by violence. Inyan was supported by several people, and a smile appeared on his drooping face. Today is just a trigger. Ignites the fire between the Bai family and the emperor and empress. Lure, let's go. The patriarch snorted coldly. In the end, he didn't say anything more to the emperor and empress, as he didn't want to completely break off relations with them. Inyan was supported by several elders. He groaned for a while, then suddenly grabbed the hand of the chief elder and asked, "Am I going to die? Elder, if I die, can you help me break the contract between me and the blazing dark dog? At least let the blazing dark dog continue to work for the Bai family." The clan elder was deeply moved by Inyan's words. He smiled and said, "Good boy, don't talk nonsense. You were just injured. It's okay." Inyan didn't care. She asked persistently, "If that day comes, can I break the contract?" Her heart was pounding. That's right, Inyan was asking questions. The elder was obviously touched by her kindness. He sighed and said, "Of course, yes." Inyan felt relieved. "All right, it would be nice if it could be disconnected." She gave a subtle smile. She wanted to break the contract between La and Su Linyan. Chapter 31. Do you take off your clothes when you sleep? What should I do? Inyan asked hurriedly. Elder, tell me, so that if I really encounter an accident in the future, I can keep the blazing dark dog. Several elders looked at each other and saw the shock in their eyes. Lure is so loyal to the Bai family. They were worried that Lure would be abducted by other powerful forces. This is really wrong. Okay. After thinking for a while, several people nodded. They were also thinking about what happened between the emperor and the empress today. It's not that they are cursing this outstanding child to death, but with Su Linyan's condition and the emperor and empress looking unreliable, the mutant fiery dark dog is the last trump card left for growth. It's not that difficult actually. It just requires a very rare treasure. The elder of the Bai family said slowly, Lure, let me ask you, besides our own spirit beasts, what else do we need to sign a contract with other wild spirit beasts? Of course Inyan knew this. It was common sense that even 3-year-old children in the Wojo country knew. We need the beast god fruit that is unique to our Wojo country. The spirit beast, and I will each eat one. And the spirit beast will then dissolve a drop of its heart blood into our beast essence, and the contract will be completed. The natal spirit beast is a life and death contract between both parties, living and dying together. This is not the case with ordinary contracted beasts, as the stronger party will control the direction of the contract. Beast masters who cannot awaken their spirit bodies are unwilling to accept beasts other than their own spirit beasts. After all, spirit beasts can improve, and they're just ordinary people. After signing the contract, they can break off the relationship with those spirit beasts whenever they want. Wouldn't that be like treating them like a big boss? Of course, it doesn't matter if your own natal spirit beast is willing to take care of the smaller spirit beasts. Yes, it is the beast god fruit. The elder nodded and said solemnly, but the people of Wojo country only know about the beast god fruit, but they don't know that there is a 1 in 10 million chance that the beast god fruit tree will not bear fruit, but will bloom a black flower shaped like a sharp cone. Eat the black flower? Inyan asked hurriedly. That's not right. The elder smiled. The black flower basically won't live more than 100 days, but there will still be one flower among 10,000 that survives, and a drop of dew will condense in the flower. That drop of dew is what matters. The more Inyan listened, the gloomier he felt. With such stringent requirements, when can we find the time to go? But no matter what, she won't give up if there is a way. Does the Bai family have it? Silly child. Where can you get such a precious thing? The elder laughed. This method is the result of an ancestor of our Bai family who accidentally got this condensed dew and drank it without knowing what it was. As a result, he broke the bond with his natal spirit beast and regretted it deeply. As they were talking, the group had already arrived at the Bai family. When the female slaves saw Inyan was injured and looked weak, they were all horrified. Take good care of the young lady. The elder of the clan stared at the female slaves in her room and said, If you don't serve her well, watch out for the head on your neck. In terms of not taking human life seriously, The people of the Bai family are truly in the same lineage as the emperor and empress. Great elder, why don't we go get some more pure dew to help Lure heal her wounds? Suggested the second elder. Is hydrosol? It is naturally the good stuff in their ancestral temple. The elder of the clan smiled and said, yes, I was negligent. Come on, Lure, follow me. Upon hearing this, Inyan's face showed genuine joy. Let these people see the moment when their foundations collapse. When he pushed open the door of the ancestral hall, the clan elder thought he would see those magnificent Buddhist statues as usual. But no, there was nothing inside. Only an empty room and a row of words made of magic elements. The word was still twisting wildly in front of him. Oh my God! The elder was so angry that his eyes were red, and he held his head and screamed from the bottom of his heart, damn demons! I am from the Bai family. The foundation of my Bai family is gone. He could no longer control his spiritual power, and it swept across the room, directly blowing up the entire house. The remaining elders were also extremely angry. They pointed at the few words left by Inyan and could not utter a single extra word. My throat felt like it was being pinched. When Inyan saw the patriarch raise his head, his face was covered with traces of tears, and he looked as pale as if he had aged 50 years in an instant. She slowly closed her eyes. These bastards should be made to suffer a fate worse than death. This is the best apology to the innocent people who have been tortured. Inyan was done. He also raised his hand, pointing at the few lines of words he had left in disbelief, and cried out in tears. The remnants of the demon clan have gone too far. How could they do such a shameless and vicious thing? My Bai family, my Bai family. Her spiritual power surged, and she spat out a mouthful of blood, as if it was free. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted from anger. The scene suddenly became chaotic again. Who was pretending to faint, felt himself being lifted up by several people, and then placed on the bed. After everyone in the room had left, Inyan suddenly opened his eyes. Master? Lala couldn't hold it in any longer, so she ran out of the space when she was safe. She had a lot of wounds on her body because they were caused by magic weapons. Even if Lala could heal herself, the crisscrossing wounds were still visible, and they would not heal so quickly. But Lala was in good spirits. She leaned against Inyan and said with a satisfied look on her face, Is this the master's home? Of course not. Inyan looked around the room with disdain. Our home is in Majin. There are many uncles there. They must like Lala very much. Inyan hugged Lala and felt heartbroken when he saw the wounds. Just then, Baibian also came out. He turned into a little boy and glared at Lala. The master is now the master of two beasts. Not happy, huh? La's big eyes rolled around, and she snorted coldly at Bai Bian, who was puffing up his face. The two cubs' eyes met, and they collided in the air with a crackling sound. Inyan could vaguely hear the voice of the female slave outside. What on earth happened? The eldest lady fainted, and the elders were so angry that they were bedridden. I heard that the demons broke into the ancestral hall. Demon clan? How scary. Didn't she also assassinate the princess and snatch the blood phoenix? Where is that adult? That gentleman has already gone to Hongyan Tower. If he were still there, the demons probably wouldn't have succeeded. Alas, of the demons is very easy to recognize. If Inyan was not one with the spirit and the demon, his identity would be exposed in minutes. Therefore, when everyone already thought that the demons attacked the ancestral hall, they would no longer suspect Yuan Shinsui. They would only think that Yuan Shinsui went to Hongyan Tower, which gave the demons an opportunity to take advantage. Even if they suspected that Yuan Xin was broken, they could not do anything to him. Isn't it easy for a formation master in the lesser divine realm to escape? Inyan sighed softly. I owe him a lot of favors. I don't know what Yuan Shinsui is doing right now. In Hongyan Tower, Yuan Shinsui looked at the tower owner, who was kneeling in front of him tremblingly, and then took out Inyan's body and held it in his arms. He found many beautiful hairpins and placed them on Inyan's head one by one. Suddenly, Yuan Shinsui seemed to have thought of something, turned around, and asked the host with a serious face, Do you take off your clothes before sleeping? The host was stunned, his tongue tied with nervousness. What? If I sleep alone, my outer clothes, yes, I have to take them off, right? Yuan Xin frowned. What if you sleep with someone else? Yuan Shinsui asked again. Hongyan Building is a brothel. She thought Yuan Shinsui was asking about that kind of thing. The owner of the building subconsciously said, If a man and a woman are in love in my building and both of them are willing, of course they will take off all their clothes. Chapter 32. You and I should be intimate. Do you want to take it off? Yuan Shinsue stared at the clothes on Inyan and fell into deep thought. The OP was so scared that he almost lost his soul, just when Yuan Xin was hesitating. Fortunately, the Bai family sent someone to invite him. Sir, our eldest daughter has fainted. Would you please go back and check on her? The visitor had a terrified look on her face. She was also afraid of this big shot, who could crush her to death with just a flick of his hand. Yuan Shinsue immediately took Inyan's body. He walked towards the Bai family with a gloomy face. The Bai family is now in chaos. The servants gather together and worry and fear about what they will do if the Bai family is finished. Several elders of the clan collapsed in anger, and Yuan Shinsue reached Inyan's room unhindered. When I opened the door, I thought I would see Inyan lying on the bed dying, but I didn't expect to smell the fragrant aroma of food after opening the door. Hey, close it, Inyan said immediately. I told those female slaves not to come in. Don't let them see it. Come quickly, there are delicious foods. There was a huge basin on Inyan's table. Lala plucked a feather from her body and placed it at the bottom of the basin, burning it. The flame on the feather was a thin cluster, but the temperature was very high. There were also various kinds of meat on the table, as well as edible vegetables that were full of spiritual power. These are what I brought out from Majin. They are Majin's specialties. I guarantee you have never eaten them. Inyan put a bunch of green balls and meat into the pot to cook. Soon the aroma became stronger. The two little ones still don't know how to use chopsticks. Bibian is a little better. After learning from Inyan for a few days, he can barely use chopsticks to scoop up the food. When Lala was in the palace, she always ate with her hands, and now she was struggling with a piece of meat in the pot. Seeing her like this, Bibian couldn't help but curl his lips and said, "You are so stupid that you can't even use chopsticks." As soon as he finished saying this, the ball he was holding slipped out. Lala scoffed mercilessly. Aren't you also capable of this yourself? That's because I'm hard to clamp. The two kids started fighting while arguing, stirring the food in the basin with two chopsticks. Inyan was extremely troubled. Why did these two little guys always quarrel? Raising a cub is so tiring, and he's so disobedient. Inyan muttered. Yuan Shinsue had no expression on his face. He picked up the chopsticks and tapped them gently on the edge of the basin. With a boom, it was as if an invisible air wave swept over the two little guys. Lala and Bibian suddenly stiffened, and the two bodies that were about to fight each other became quiet at the same time. What was that feeling just now? Bibian and Lala swallowed at the same time, as if someone was holding a knife slowly against their vital points. The two cubs looked at each other, finally stopped arguing, and began to eat obediently with chopsticks. Yuan Xin picked up a green ball, looked at Inyan, and said, "No, it's easy to carry." Inyan. Yuan Shinsue took a bite of the green ball. The outer skin was crispy, and the inside was filled with sweet juice, but it was not greasy and was refreshing and appetizing. This is called an appetizer ball. You've never tried it, right? Inyan asked with a smile. Yuan Xin nodded slightly. What did you eat when you were at the foot of Mount Piku? Inyan asked curiously. Yuan Shinsue thought for a moment and said, spiritual power. Inyan paused with his chopsticks and asked in surprise, "You're not going to eat?" Yuan Shinsue looked calm, not thinking that what he said was a tragic thing. There is no food there. There are only books, skills, instruments, etc. left by the tribesmen. None of them can be eaten. Inyan pursed her lips. Seeing her like this, Yuan Shinsue thought for a moment and added, "It's not that sad actually. You can go without food if you have the spiritual power to sustain yourself. But that would be uncomfortable." Inyan also knew that the stronger people were, the more likely they would be able to stay in seclusion for decades at a time. They didn't even need to eat. When they became strong enough, it was common for their appearance to remain unchanged and their bodies to not decay. But it will be uncomfortable. It's just that the strong ones ignore the discomfort of an empty stomach. So you need to sleep. Yuan Shinsue said, "It will be fine if you fall asleep. It won't be so uncomfortable." Perhaps for this reason, no one spoke. He finished learning all the formations of the Xian clan and became more and more bored day by day. When he was bored, he would sleep, and when he woke up, he would practice. Later on, he became stronger and stronger, but without any comparison, he didn't know how strong he was. I just felt that it was getting worse and worse. I spent more than half a year sleeping in a year, and even more so, I spent 9 years sleeping in the last 10 years. How old are you this year? Inyan asked curiously. I forgot. Yuan Xion's eyes were blank. I was carving the date on the wall downstairs to record the time. You didn't bother to remember it later? Not really. Yuan Xin put down his chopsticks. His hair crown was a little loose, so he simply pulled it off and spread his black hair in front of Inyan like a monster. He used the most ordinary tone and said the loneliest words. The wall can't be carved anymore, so I won't remember it. Inyan coughed lightly. How did you get out? Inyan asked curiously. Didn't they say there was a seal? After saying that, he felt that he had asked too many questions. I'm sorry, I asked too many questions. If it's inconvenient to say, just pretend that I didn't ask. I drew out 90% of my power, and the seal thought that was my true form, so it abandoned me and went to capture the remaining 90% of my power. Yuan Xin leaned on the stool, slightly raised his face, revealing his delicate jaw. Then I came out. Inyan couldn't even hold the meat in his hands. What does it mean to divide up 90% of the strength? So 1/10 of his power is the peak of the 5 continents combat power at the lesser god level? It has been a long time since a powerful god level person has appeared. Okay, Inyan sighed. It's not easy for both of us. Yuan Xin stared at Inyan and suddenly said, next time you have anything you want to ask, you can ask me. What? Inyan was stunned for a moment and didn't react. Yuan Shinsue, however, held up his right face and stared at her and smiled. His tone was gentle, unlike his previous behavior of standing still when others died in front of him. The Xian people can talk about anything with their dolls. Nyan, you and I should be close and intimate. Inyan dropped the chopsticks in his hand. You. How do you know my name? That's how those ugly guys in your family call you, in front of me. Yuan Xion's voice was pleasant to the ear, especially when he said her name. Isn't it Yin Yin? Lala and Bai Bien looked up at her at the same time. Isn't it? The two of them blinked their big eyes. You can yell at me like that, but that doll? Inyan said seriously. I'm not your doll. I have my own ideas and things I want to do. Do you understand what I mean? I don't think it's appropriate. I understand. What do you want to do? Yuan Shinsue also sat up straight. I will help you with whatever you want to do. I don't think there's anything inappropriate. Chapter 33. Not knowing that one's family members died, tragically, is the real pitifulness. Inyan looked up and met Yuan Xion's eyes. She coughed lightly. Has she been taking advantage of others? It has always been Yuan Shinsue who has been helping her. Thinking of this, Inyan couldn't help but ask, who harmed your Xian clan? I will help you if I can in the future. This is a favor I owe you. A lot. Yuan Xian stopped smiling, and a frost suddenly appeared in his eyes. In the kingdom of 10,000 beasts? In the 5 continents? Inyan planned to go to the 5 continents to improve his strength after finishing his work here. Yuan Shinsue just stared at her and smiled without saying anything, obviously not intending to let Inyan take care of the Xian clan's affairs. Okay, let me know if you need my help. Inyan finished the last piece of meat, put down his chopsticks, and started to put on his night clothes. Where are you going? Yuan Xian frowned. Go to Baichao Villa and bring a letter to them. But not as Bai Lu, but as the remnant of the demon clan. Me too. Yuan Shinsue was about to say that he wanted to go too, but his eyes suddenly focused. His expression changed, and he stood up straight and looked towards the east. At that moment, Yuan Shinsue suddenly felt an inexplicable palpitation. To the east, thousands of miles away, Yuan Xin looked towards the east and said in a very low voice, I won't go with you to Baichao Villa. I have somewhere else to go. It's okay. I can go by myself. As long as it's not a palace or a heavily guarded place, she can go by herself. However, it was the first time she saw Yuan Shinsue's eyes like this. Those usually indifferent eyes seemed to be rekindled with ashes, and the scarlet red was about to spread across the prairie. Yuan Shinsue and Inyan left at the same time. Inyan had to keep a disguise to pretend to be her. Yuan Shinsue walked out of the gate with a swagger, and no one dared to stop him, not even asking. This is the difference in strength, Inyan told himself while standing on the roof. One day, I will be so powerful that I will travel across the 5 continents, and no one will dare to challenge me. Master, let's go. Lala was so happy that the master would take her with him instead of Baibian. Snort. Why does the master have 2 eggs? How nice it would be if she was the only cub, Lala thought sadly. Inyan had long known that Baichao Villa had declined, but he had never expected it to decline to such an extent. She looked at the empty villa with few people guarding it, not to mention the masters guarding the gate. Those 2 had not even reached the human spiritual realm. I was squatting at the door, dozing off in a trance. The plaque of the villa was wiped clean, but there were only 2 lanterns flickering dim light, giving people a sense of dilapidatedness in the dark night. Inyan climbed in without much effort. But as soon as he entered, Inyan was surprised. Spiritual energy inside the villa is at least 2 degrees higher than outside. There are so many delicious things. Lala turned into the size of a palm and shrank in her arms and whispered, "The grass here is all edible. These are elixirs, not herbs." Inyan had just finished speaking when he heard footsteps and a quarrel. "Father, why do you have to make me go to Xingshan sect? I don't want to go." It was Zhuang Xian's voice. Inyan narrowed his eyes and saw Zhuang Xian and a middle-aged man walking towards him. Inyan hid in the shadows. The middle-aged man was only a powerful warrior in the earth spirit realm, and his spiritual power seemed weak, as if he had suffered a serious injury in the past that destroyed his foundation. "You're not going to Xingshan sect. Do you want to die of old age in this villa like me?" Zhuang Tianwen was furious, his middle-aged and fat face flushed red. "You have such a good talent. Why don't you consider your future? Xingshan sect has promised me that their sect master will personally accept you as his last disciple. Xingshan sect can give you so much more than a useless father like me." A closed disciple? Zhuang Xian's gentle face was now covered with sarcasm. "I don't want it. What kind of famous sect is that? They said they wanted to accept me, but they were just forcing me. And what did Xingshan sect say? They asked us to turn the villa over to the sect and protect our villa. It's just a group of robbers who took a fancy to the spiritual medicine in our villa and planned to rob it." The young man's eyes were full of bloodshot, and he said fiercely, "Dad, this is the life's work of our ancestors. Are you willing to give it to others?" Yes, the holy Kirin is amazing, but he was too young and too easy to be manipulated. Zhuang Xian delivered the elixir to the emperor and empress, and when he came back he received this devastating news. Sheng Shanzong specifically wanted him, and not only him, but also his father, to hand over the villa. He still remembers the arrogant look of the man who came to deliver the message. The man raised his chin and said, "I can guarantee that except for Xingshan sect, the other big families can't afford such a big deal as us. Your villa is a piece of fat meat, and we can't protect it without strength. Since you are about to join our Xingshan sect, we are willing to accept your small villa." He seemed to be certain that they would not dare to refuse, and his words were full of superiority. "Besides, other forces will not compete with us for the person that our Xingshan sect specifically requests. Xingshan sect's reputation is valuable." The man said half-warningly, "Such a sincere recruitment. You guys should just be happy." Zhuang Xian thought that what this meant was that Xingshan sect had warned the other forces not to extend an olive branch to him. Zhuang Xian. It was to threaten him. "Then what can we do?" Zhuang Tianwen looked dejected. "It's a fact that I can't protect the villa. I'm a useless person. The royal family has already regarded this place as their own manor. They can take whatever they want. I just want to get you into a big sect safely, so that you won't be harmed by others in the future. How many rivals want to kill this young talent in the cradle? Those who once bullied our Baichao villa are staring at us." Zhuang Tenwen wiped his face fiercely. "They are afraid that you will cause trouble for them when you grow up. Shouldn't they be afraid?" Zhuang Xian's eyes were red. "How many people in our family have they killed in order to snatch the spiritual medicine? And my sister." Inyan was shocked. As expected, Zhuang Xian had a younger sister. "If the villa is gone, my sister won't be able to find her way home." Zhuang Xian clenched his fist tightly. "Aren't we going to wait for my sister?" Inyan looked at the letter in his arms in silence. "Your sister." Zhuang Tianwen's eyes turned red. "Your sister may have already." "Impossible." Zhuang Xian suddenly raised his voice. "My sister must be fine." Lala looked at Inyan with a worried look. Their family members are dead already. If her master died, Lala couldn't imagine how sad she would be. "Master, why don't you tell them slowly?" Lala said softly. "How pitiful. Isn't the dead girl pitiful?" Inyan exhaled lightly. Not letting them know about the tragic death of their family members and having no revenge to take is pitiful. As soon as he finished speaking, the token and the letter flew straight towards Zhuang Xian. Chapter 34. You can bear this kneeling. Who? Zhuang Xian caught the letter. Before he could get angry, his pupil shrank as soon as he saw the token. He asked in disbelief, "Sister?" The other person's last wish was fulfilled, and Inyan quickly retreated and tried to run away. Wait! Wait! Zhuang Tianwen had already noticed Inyan's location. "We won't move. We won't come over." He was so anxious to finally get news about his daughter that he said sincerely, "I'll just ask a few questions. Please stay. We will definitely not come." He felt that Inyan seemed not to want to reveal his identity. "Sister, is my sister okay?" Zhuang Xian asked excitedly. "Why didn't she come home? Why can't my father and I find her everywhere?" Inyan paused. She was silent for a moment and lowered her voice and said, "Just read the letter. She should have written it all." "Okay, girl, please don't leave. If you don't trust us, let's just talk about it. We haven't thanked you yet." The two were filled with joy, thinking that they would soon meet their daughter. Inyan just remained silent. Zhuang Xian opened the letter with joy, but froze when he saw the contents. His hands began to tremble slightly, and the words inside were like knives, cutting into the hearts of the father and son. The Bai family. How dare the Bai family? Zhuang Tongwen suddenly covered his heart, vomited blood in anger, and fell straight to the ground. "Father!" Zhuang Xian quickly supported his father, his face pale. "Girl, is what my little sister said true? Did the Bai family really do such a heartless thing? You should be able to recognize your younger sister's handwriting," Inyan said after a pause. "Bai family, Zhuang Xian, will never coexist with you in this life." Zhuang Xian's eyes were bloodshot, and he held his sister's token tightly, with veins bulging on his forehead. "I won't let any of the Bai family go." Zhuang Tianwen fainted from excessive grief. Zhuang Xian asked someone to take his father to his room to rest, and then he looked in the direction of Inyan. "Don't worry, young lady. I have already said that you are her benefactor, and she will never be able to repay her in this lifetime." He lifted his robe and was about to kneel down. "Please accept my greetings, Zhuang Xian." Before I even knelt down, I felt resistance on my knees. Zhuang Xian's heart was shocked. This man sounded very young, but he was already a powerful person in the human spirit realm. "You don't have to kneel to me. I am just doing my duty as entrusted by someone." "Then please let Baichao Villa repay you," Zhuang Xian said. "You can take whatever we have at Baichao Villa. If you don't have a place to stay, you can also stay here." Inyan's mind moved. "There are many magical herbs in this place. Maybe? Do you have the dew condensed from the flower of the beast god fruit?" Although he asked, Inyan didn't actually have much expectation. "Forget it, I'm just like this." Unexpectedly, before he could finish his words, he saw Zhuang Xian opposite him asking in astonishment, "Miss, how did you know that we have one in Baichao Villa?" Inyan took a step forward and asked anxiously, "Are you serious?" "Yes." Zhuang Xian was still grief-stricken, but he did not dare to neglect his benefactor and said very straightforwardly, "Come with me to get it." "Forget it. I'll get it for you, young lady." The girl didn't seem to want to show up. "Wait, stop." Inyan suddenly stopped him. "I'll go with you." "Master?" La La said anxiously. "You can't show up." "It's okay." Inyan comforted La La. "Let him get it. I wouldn't trust you to use it even if he gets it." Just in case, she didn't know what was added to the dew. She had to see it with her own eyes. Besides, if someone wanted to give her something so precious, she had to at least show up. Inyan walked out from the darkness wearing a black veil. But as soon as she walked out, she saw Zhuang Xian turn around. "Don't worry, young lady. If you don't want to show up, I won't look at you. This man is a true gentleman." Seeing him like this, Inyan finally felt relieved. "No, I'm wearing a mask." He brought Inyan to the warehouse. The person guarding the warehouse was a strong man in the earth spirit realm. He was also the only one with good strength who stayed in this villa to repay his gratitude. "Master?" The man looked at Inyan in surprise. "The warehouse is a restricted area. How can you bring outsiders in?" "It's okay. This is our Baichao Villa's benefactor. Mutu, open the door." The man named Mutu looked very foolish. He scratched his head and said, "Okay, master, the benefactor of the villa is my benefactor. This is a child my father rescued when he was young. He is not from the kingdom of 10,000 beasts, but he has a good spiritual talent," Zhuang Xian said as he led Inyan inside. "He is just a wooden boy, and he is still guarding my house." The other powerful earth spirit realm masters had already fled. "Look, this is it." Zhuang Xian held out a small box. "Our family has been growing spiritual medicines for generations. We had a heyday, and this is what's left over from that heyday. But we don't know the medicinal properties and effects, so no one dares to use it. They are also afraid of wasting this rare elixir by using it carelessly." Zhuang Xian held the thing up with both hands and said, "To repay the young lady for her kindness, I will give it to her." Inyan took the condensed dew and felt a burning sensation in his heart. Originally, She had prepared herself to spend the rest of her life searching for this thing. But unexpectedly, this thing was delivered to her the next moment. If Inyan had been a little more ruthless and ignored those innocent people, he would not have run into the young lady from the Zhuang family. You won't get this condensation at all. By the way, this is for you. Zhuang Xian took his badge. With this badge, you can enter and leave my villa freely. He was stunned for a moment after he finished speaking, then smiled bitterly and said, but now my villa is open to anyone who wants to come in or leave. Thank you, I need this. Inyan took the badge. A force's waist badge can completely replace an identity card. Inyan does not have an identity card in the Kingdom of Beasts. When she returns to her own body, she will definitely become an illegal resident. Inyan didn't dare go back to the Bai family to use the gel on La La, for fear of causing a commotion. She plans to take La La into the mountains. Zhuang Xian waited until she left before opening the letter and reading it carefully again. Finally, he took a deep breath, walked up to his father, and said, Father, I absolutely do not want to go to an unreasonable place like Shengshan's sect. If nothing unexpected happens, that princess also went to Shengshan's sect. Who is the princess? Doesn't she also have the blood of the Bai family? The emperor and empress are cruel, and she is the head of the Bai family. My sister died in their hands. I absolutely cannot have the same teacher as such a vicious person. Zhuang Tianwen looked like he had aged 10 years. As if he had made an important decision, he took a deep breath and said to Zhuang Xian, you don't have to go to Shengshan's sect. From today on, our Baichao villa and the Bai family will not coexist. Go. Take out the token that Dad put in the secret room. Zhuang Xian was horrified. Dad, don't touch that thing. Chapter 35, Breaking Your Contract. You should go if I tell you to. Zhuang Tian asked anxiously. Your sister's body is still warm. Do you want me, your father, to keep that life-saving talisman and live forever? Go get it. Zhuang Tianwen was young. He was a disciple of a very powerful master. Unfortunately, his foundation was damaged, and he did not want to tarnish his teacher's reputation. So he returned to the kingdom of 10,000 beasts. That token was the life-saving talisman given to Zhuang Tianwen by the powerful man. Now Zhuang Tianwen is finally going to use it. At the same time, Inyan brought Lala to a deep mountain. Lala, come here. Inyan asked Lala to swallow the dew. How does it feel? Inyan asked nervously. Lala smacked her lips and said with a tense face, I don't feel anything. As soon as he finished speaking, the beast energy in La's body was torn apart violently. Lala twitched all over, as if something was being peeled off from her. It hurts, master, it hurts so much. Lala. Inyan picked up Lala directly, but the next moment the Feng Yuan in her body began to heat up. A huge formation spontaneously appeared under her and La's feet. Inyan could feel Feng Yuan's joy. At the same time, her heart seemed to be filled up bit by bit, as if a piece of flesh that had been dug out was finally and slowly filled back at this moment. At the same time, Su Linyan, who was still unconscious in the palace, suddenly opened her eyes. She let out a shrill scream and rolled off the bed with a thud. Yanea! The emperor and empress rushed over as soon as they heard the voice. What was seen was Su Linyan's mad look as she kept stretching out her hands and grabbing her spine frantically. All the wounds on her body split open, and she twitched all over and shouted, Mother, my back hurts. Someone is digging at my bones. It hurts so much. She felt as if the spine behind her was being pulled out alive. She has now finally endured 1/10 of the pain that Inyan felt at that time. This mere 1/10 was enough to drive Su Linyan completely crazy. Such a loud noise was immediately heard by Fong Sun, who was practicing nearby. He quietly came to the door of the room, but did not go in because he did not want to see Su Linyan's ugly face. One eye was blind, and the bloody eye socket looked disgusting. But Fong Sun never expected that as soon as he walked over, Su Linyan's collapsed and crazy voice came out at the top of her lungs. Mother, my divine beast is gone. Su Linyan spat out large mouthfuls of blood. I can feel that the connection between me and the divine beast is broken, and the contract is broken. What? Fong Sun was shocked. How could this be cut off unilaterally? Then wouldn't Su Linyan be a useless person? How is this possible? The empress was horrified. No one can break the contract, unless... She suddenly thought of the dew. This is something only the Bai family knows. She firmly believes that the Bai family has no reason to do this. Could it be that a powerful person in the great god realm cut it off by force? Let alone a small country like the 10,000 beasts. Just look at how many years it has been since the 5 continents produced a powerful god-level warrior. Mother, that bastard is back. Su Linyan was almost going crazy. She couldn't control her mouth at all after being hit so hard. She said with a trembling body, "She is back. I took away the phoenix bones, the phoenix essence, and the beast eggs from her body. Now she wants to take them away from me one by one. She wants revenge on me. She's back, ah." Su Linyan hugged her head and screamed loudly. "No, that woman's bones are already rotten. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Mother is here." The emperor and empress hated her so much that they wanted to kill everyone. They could only hug their beloved daughter tightly and constantly comfort her, saying, "Mother will find you more and better spirit beasts. That disobedient phoenix is gone. There are other things. Don't you believe in our Bai family's secret recipe for bone replacement?" The empress' eyes were unbelievably cold. "Not to mention that you still have phoenix bone and phoenix essence. If you want other people's animal bones, the queen mother will find them for you. Holy Chilin, do you like Zhuang Xian's bone? If it doesn't work, do you want Bai Lu's mutant spirit beast?" The queen said viciously. "As long as my son wants it, I can help you get it." At this moment, Fong Sun, who was standing outside and listening to everything, had a shocked expression on his face. "Kill people? And take their bones? There is such a secret method?" Fong Sun glanced in Su Linyan's direction with disdain. The kingdom of 10,000 beasts is really courageous. How dare they fool him with such a fake woman? But a calculating gleam flashed across Fong Sun's eyes. He was very interested in the secret method of changing bones. If he gets that secret method, doesn't it mean that someone like him who can't control beasts will be able to awaken his natal spirit beast in the future? Fong Sun narrowed his eyes. He would not want Su Linyan, as she was not worthy of him. But he must get this secret method. Deep in the forest, the spiciness no longer hurts. "Master." Lala looked at her body and turned around on tiptoe excitedly. "Master, all the wounds on my body are gone." She severed the contract with Su Linyan. Because Inyan was right beside her, Lala's soul spontaneously entangled with the Feng Yuan of its real owner. But after Lala called out twice, she found that Inyan didn't answer her. When I looked up, I found that Inyan had her eyes tightly closed. Spiritual power and demonic elements were rushing towards her, swirling around her and forming a huge vortex. The master is going to be promoted. Lala straightened up suddenly. The two natal spirit beasts returned to their positions together. Only now did Feng Yuan's nirvana become complete, and waves of pure spiritual power flowed out from Feng Yuan. Inyan clearly saw that on her lower abdomen, 2 beads, one black and one white, were slowly extending a second thorn. The spiritual realm of 2-star people. The 2-star human devil realm. They actually broke through at the same time at this moment. There are wild spirit beasts ready to make a move around. So Lala no longer has to worry about her aura being exposed and discovered by the emperor and empress. The contract has been broken, and no one can break the wings of the blood phoenix again. A blood-red fire phoenix suddenly appeared on the ground. It stretched out its wings, and the soul of the spirit beast that had merged with the real phoenix essence became even more powerful. The huge wings spread out, flames burning, protecting Inyan, who was still advancing in the middle. The blood phoenixes might swept across the entire mountain range, shocking the restless beasts to their spot. She opened her mouth, and her childish voice already contained the outline of a future voice that would be powerful enough to swallow up the world and destroy the sun. "Low-level beast, get out!" Just as the blood phoenix was protecting its master, in a dense forest in the east, Yuan Xian's tattered robe was dragging on the ground. He stared closely at the group of black-robed people in front of him. "I am very familiar with the aura on you." Yuan Xian raised his eyes, which were filled with emptiness and indifference. And those men in black robes were shaking with excitement. The next moment, he suddenly knelt down in front of Yuan Shinsue. "Meet the young master." Yuan Xian raised his eyebrows. "I originally thought that all the people of the Xian tribe had died. I didn't expect that you guys would stay here." Chapter 36, it's them. "We were such a glorious tribe back then. How much have our people contributed to the 5 continents? The black-robed leader trembled all over. "But they are greedy and have wiped out our entire tribe." The tribe leader was so disheartened that he used the last of his tribe's strength to set up a formation to preserve you, the only pure bloodline. The black-robed man said in a sad voice. At that time, our group was trapped in danger while on a mission. The elders thought we were dead, but fortunately, God did not end our way to sacrifice our tribe. When we escaped from the trapped place alive, we found that you, the young master, were the only one left in the Xian clan. We couldn't enter Mount Peak-2, so we could only guard outside day after day. We sensed your presence some time ago, young master, and we couldn't wait to come here. Young master, the black-robed people were all very old. Their strength was not as strong as Yuan Shinsui's, so naturally their lifespans were not that long. We are almost at the end of our rope, but we cannot die without avenging the Xian clan. Yuan Xian lowered his eyes and said softly, "Just kill them all. Of course we will make them pay with blood." The black-robed people said hatefully, "But we know that we can't do it alone, so we have been secretly expanding our influence over the years." The Five Continents Red Ghost Valley was founded by our subordinates, and the position of Valley Master has always been vacant for the young master. Now we can finally hand over the Red Ghost Valley to the young master in its entirety. If the people from Shengshan Sect and Lingtian Academy were here, their jaws would drop with surprise. On the surface, Chigiga came here for Su Linyan, the princess who was born with the Phoenix Yuan. But in fact, he came to find Yuan Shinsue. Is there a better smoke bomb than DG? Young master, come with us to Wojo. The great elder of Chige Valley lifted the hat on his black robe, revealing an old face. Wojo is where you should stay, young master. There may be a way to unlock the seal of Mount Peak-2. The seal under Mount Peak-2 preserves all the savings and foundation of their Xian clan. Definitely take it out again. Yuan Shinsue looked at the strange tribesmen in front of him and sneered when he heard them talk about the Five Continents. "Oh, let's go now without further delay." The Xian people burst into tears. "No!" Unexpectedly, Yuan Shinsue suddenly said, "I want to go with my doll." He smiled, dispelling the gloom that had suddenly risen in his eyes, and said, "You guys go first." Several elders looked at each other. Their young master had been imprisoned at the foot of Mount Peak-2. At that time, he was young and his personality was not stable, and there was no one to supervise him, so he became the person he is now, doing whatever he wants. But because he is fed with hatred, the cruelty in his bones becomes deeper day by day, and he is definitely not a merciful person. But everyone was very happy. Doll? We were worried that the young master would not have anyone to open and close the carved doll for you, because the clan leader was not here. It would be great if you had won. But where is your doll, young master? Everyone asked in confusion. Don't people carry their dolls with them? She want to take care of something. Yuan Xian smiled. Deal handle things? How? How to handle it? The great elder was so surprised that he stuttered. Could a kid handle things by himself? Kindness. Young master, can your doll run and move? Without the blessing of the formation, the great elder couldn't help but ask. Yes, Yuan Xian added. Not only can she run and move, she is also very beautiful. The great elder, that's not a doll, my young master. But Yuan Shinsue didn't care what they said. He glanced at the sky and said, I'm going to go find her. You guys go first. No, the subordinates will go with the young master. We can wait for him. The great elder said that he was unwilling to let Yuan Xian suffer alone anymore. They had to protect the young master. It's up to you. Yuan Xian waved his hand. The formation flashed, and he disappeared on the spot. Oh no! Everyone suddenly realized when they saw him disappear. We forgot to ask where the young master is now. Yuan Shinsue returned to the door of the Bai family in a blink of an eye, and Inyan arrived at the right time. Yuan, go to sleep, Inyan called him with a smile. Yuan Shinsue frowned and corrected her. It's Yuan Shinsue. But soon he relaxed his frown and said, it doesn't matter what she says, she can scream. After breaking the contract with Lala, Inyan looked very high-spirited. When Bai Bian heard her voice, he immediately changed back to his original appearance, rushed out of the house, puffed up his face, and stretched out his two fat hands to Inyan. Master wants a hug. He had already felt it just now. That red-feathered bird will become the master's natal spirit animal, just like him. I am so angry that my master is no longer an animal to me. Inyan picked him up and called a female slave to ask, are the elders still sick in bed? Yes, young lady. The female slaves looked terrified. They didn't know what was going on, but from the reactions of the elders, it seemed as if the sky was falling. I understand. Inyan sneered in his heart. After all, good and evil will be rewarded in the end, and the Bai family's retribution is coming. Miss, someone has come from the palace and asked the Bai family to come over. The emperor and empress want to question them. A servant ran in hurriedly and said, "The palace is in a hurry and needs someone now. I'll go call the elders." The female slave who had just spoken immediately turned around and ran back. "Wait," Inyan suddenly smiled. "The elders are not well. The emperor and empress just need someone to ask questions. I will go." Now that the elders of the clan have gone to bed, this gifted young lady is the only one with the highest status in the family, so how could the female slave dare to say no? When the elder wakes up, tell him that I went to the palace to see the emperor and empress. The slave girl retreated in response. Yuan Shinsue looked at Inyan. "What do you want to do?" "I have rescued Lala. Next, I will use this body to do one last thing." Inyan was not going to continue using Bai Lu's body. She wanted to use her own body again. "The seal on my body can be removed. Are you sure?" Yuan Xin curved his lips and said, "I have already removed the seal for you." "Thank you." Inyan walked outside. "In less than 3 hours, I will be back to my own body." Yuan Xin's eyes lit up. He also doesn't like Bai Lu's shell. "Master!" Bai Bian suddenly jumped down from Inyan's arms. He walked to Yuan Shinsue with a stern face. "I want to go with Brother Sui Sui." The next moment, Lala also appeared. "Me too. I want to be with Brother Sui Sui." Lala and Bai Bian stood side by side. Really? Inyan's entry into the palace this time was also a certain risk. "That's fine. Anyway, you will still be by my side when my soul returns to its place." After all, Yuan Shinsue was in charge of keeping her body. However, Inyan frowned and looked at Yuan Shinsue. "I didn't expect you to be so popular with children." Chapter 37. Disrupting the Emperor and Empress Plan. Yuan Shinsei didn't say anything, just stared quietly at the two little things that were not even as tall as his knees. "Then I'll go first." Inyan stepped forward and sat on the beast cart outside. The spirit beast towing the cart was also in a hurry and soon ran away. As soon as she left, the atmosphere here suddenly became weird. The two cubs took a step back together, with their little hands raised vigilantly, keeping a long distance between themselves and Yuan Shinsue. Lala put her hands on her hips, feeling the terrifying aura of Yuan Shinsue across from her, and said stubbornly, "I will protect my master's body well. I warn you, if you dare to do anything to my master's body, I will not forgive you when I grow up. Yes, I'm staring at you." Bai Bian pointed to his big eyes like black grapes. Yuan Shinsue stared at the two of them with cold eyes. That calm look, which even carried a hint of annoyance, gave the two little kids goosebumps all over their bodies. It seemed as if a giant beast appeared in front of them that could kill them with one slap, and the beast raised its hand, hesitating whether to end their lives. But the two cubs didn't retreat a single step. "Protect your master's body." Yuan Xin moved his fingertips impatiently, and the next moment he put them away. "Nyan will get angry if you touch these two annoying little things." He suppressed his murderous intent, turned around, and walked outside. The two cubs immediately followed, like two little tails swaying behind a ferocious beast. Inyan arrived at the palace while the animal cart was galloping. Just as it was about to go in, the animal cart collided with something with a bang. What happened? Inyan came out and saw that the two animal carts had collided with each other. Another animal cart also came out of the palace, carrying a person in a hurry. "I'm sorry, my beast carriage was too fast." "Miss Bai." A clear voice came from inside. Zhuang Xian got out of the beast carriage and said with a smile, "This is really fate. Miss Bai has also come to the palace." We bump into each other again. Although Zhuang Xian was smiling, his expression did not look good. After all, he had just received the bad news about his sister. He tried hard to suppress the coldness in his eyes, so as not to let the woman opposite him find out that he wanted to kill the Bai family as soon as he saw her. But he could never have imagined that the Bai Lu in front of him would be the benefactor to whom he had just knelt. Inyan was thinking about something else. She looked at the two identical animal carts. Why would Zhuang Xian, an irrelevant person, appear in the palace at this time? Did the emperor and empress ask you to come? Inyan asked hurriedly. Zhuang Xian was stunned. Yes. Is it for the elixir? Do you want me to get the elixir? Zhuang Xian shook his head. No. He said he wanted to ask me some questions. Did they just look for you? Did they not look for your father? Did they look for you by name? Inyan asked 3 questions in a row, feeling more and more that something was wrong. Inyan could guess why when questioning the Bai family, because the contract was broken and only the Bai family knew how to break the contract. The emperor and empress had doubts in their hearts and wanted to know if there was a traitor in the Bai family. But why did he look for Zhuang Xian? No, that's not right. Inyan felt a sudden chill in his heart. Although she broke the contract, the Bai family's secret technique was still there. Now that vicious woman Su Linyan had lost her natal spirit beast. Although she still had the Phoenix Yuan, how could the Empress be willing to see her daughter's wings broken? Maybe she is attracted by Zhuang Xian's beast essence and holy chilin. As long as Su Linyan replaces Zhuang Xian's beast essence, the holy chilin will naturally have to obey Su Linyan just like La La. This trick is vicious, but effective. What wouldn't the Emperor and Empress do for their daughter? The more I think about it, the more I think this is a possibility. Miss, shall we go in together? Zhuang Xian stepped aside to let Inyan go first. The female slaves couldn't help but show admiration when looking at Zhuang Xian. Zhuang Xian was a true gentleman and was very gentle even to his servants. Moreover, he had awakened the holy Kirin, so his future was limitless. But who would have thought that after Inyan's face changed, he simply raised his hand and pushed Zhuang Xian away. Get lost! What the hell are you trying to get close to me? Zhuang Xian was stunned, and the female slaves who were leading the way were also stunned. Zhuang Xian was interrupted by Inyan before he could finish his words. You made my skirt dirty. Inyan slapped the hem of her skirt and said arrogantly, You have to pay for my skirt. The slave girls took a quick look and wondered where the dirt was. It was clearly a snow-white skirt. Okay. Zhuang Xian still smiled good-temperedly. Okay, wait until I see the Emperor and Empress. You soiled my skirt, and you still want to see my aunt? Inyan was unwilling to give in. A magical whip appeared in her hand, and she threw it heavily to the ground. I want you to buy me a brand new skirt right now. Zhuang Xian's face darkened. The woman from the Bai family is too bullying. What? You still want to fight with me? Didn't I beat you up badly enough before? Inyan sneered. I'll give you 2 hours. I want a skirt like the one I'm wearing now. Otherwise, you won't be able to return to the villa alive today. Miss, this is not good, right? The female slaves tried to persuade her. But Inyan swung the whip hard on the ground, and they couldn't even fart. What's wrong with that? Inyan stared at Zhuang Xian in front of him and said, He is just a young master from a ruined villa. It doesn't matter if he dies in the palace today. I'm the eldest daughter of the Bai family. I can kill him if I want. Zhuang Xian's anger surged up to his lungs, his face flushed red, and he almost gritted his teeth and said, Really? The Bai family is really amazing. Well, your Bai family is really good. Inyan narrowed his eyes. The Bai family is naturally the best. Get out of here, she shouted, pointing in the direction of the city gate. Get out and never enter the palace again. The female slaves did not dare to persuade Inyan, who was now in a powerful family. He could only persuade Zhuang Xian, Master Zhuang Xian. It's just a skirt. Go and come back quickly. The Empress is still waiting. Yes, Master Zhuang Xian. We can't afford to offend Miss Bai Lu. They said softly. Zhuang Xian turned around angrily and strode away. After walking for a while, he turned around and looked in the direction of the palace gate. However, he found that the woman was still standing in the distance, staring at him quietly, but her face no longer had the exaggerated arrogance just now, but was very calm instead. The palace behind her was pitch black, like an endless cave with no end in sight. Zhuang Xian looked at her and stood there in a daze. He vaguely felt that something was wrong and raised his foot to walk back. But the woman opened her mouth again and said 3 words silently. Don't come back. Zhuang Xian was startled, but the next moment the palace gate was completely closed. At this time, in Su Linyan's room, the Emperor and Empress were touching their daughter's head to comfort her. Don't cry, Yinner. Today, my mother will help you get the beast essence of the holy Chilin. Chapter 38, Why are you laughing? Really? Mother, I want the holy Chilin, and I also want that mutant fiery dark dog. Su Linyan was as crazy as a drowning man grabbing a piece of driftwood. In my eyes, Mother, my appearance is ruined. Will Brother Sun not want me? I'm going to be rejected. She shook her head in pain. I'll become a joke in the whole Wojo. No, the Empress said fiercely. My queen mother will never let this happen. She turned around and shouted to the slave girl guarding the door. Is Zhuang Xian not here yet? The slave girl had obviously received the news and said hesitantly, I did arrive, but I soiled the young lady's skirt at the palace gate, and the young lady sent her out to buy a skirt. Asshole! The Empress was furious. Who gave Bai Lu the courage? How dare she send away the person I wanted to meet? Wait, you said it was Bai Lu who came? The slave girl suppressed her trembling hands and said quickly, Yes. She dared not say another word. In the past 2 days, the emperor and empress had killed these slaves to vent their anger because of the matter of the emperor's concubine. She really didn't dare to provoke her. "Who wants to see the clan elder I want to see?" the empress said irritably. "Mother, I want her beast essence." Unexpectedly, Su Linyan immediately became excited. Her beast essence is even more powerful than Zhuang Xian's mother. "You can't touch her now. Don't worry, Yinner. You still need the Bai family to work for you. Wait for me to appease the elders, and then I will kill her and use her for my own benefit." This secret bone-changing technique is not absolutely invincible. It has many restrictions. For example, it cannot be used by those over the age of 18. This secret technique is a cruel, forbidden technique. Once it is exposed, it will definitely cause a shock in the 5 continents and cause big trouble. Therefore, only the top people in the Bai family know the existence of this secret technique, and other people don't know it at all. This secret technique can only be used by strong people in the lesser divine realm. The emperor and empress will not waste their own spiritual power to use the secret technique on those juniors who have nothing to do with them. Moreover, a person can receive beast essence at most 3 times, so naturally one has to pick the best one each time. The effectiveness of the received beast essence will actually be lower. It is best to have the powerful beast essence of one's own body. For example, the empress herself has 3 beast essences, but on the surface she only has 1, so the actual strength of the empress is much stronger than her apparent strength. And the same goes for the elders of the Bai family. Let Bai Lu go away, and let the elders come instead. The emperor and empress did not finish their words. Inyan had already sent the female slave at the door in. "If the empress has anything to say, please come to me. The elders are now bedridden, and I'm afraid they won't be able to hear your summons." Inyan walked in, and his eyes fell on Su Linyan. She raised the corners of her eyes, revealing an undisguised smile that was about to drive Su Linyan crazy. The emperor and empress didn't want to make Su Linyan angry and waste her energy, so they simply pressed the back of their daughter's neck, and Su Linyan fell asleep. "Bai Lu, you now think that you can definitely get the Bai family, so you were so arrogant in front of me, right?" The emperor and empress looked indifferently and slowly stood up. The next moment, the pressure was released. Inyan was pressed so hard that he wanted to lie on the ground. How could a 2-star human being like her be able to withstand the pressure from a powerful lesser god-level being? Suddenly, blood started flowing from Inyan's mouth and nose. Her kneecap made a crisp crackling sound, which was the sound of her kneecap cracking. "You refuse to kneel? You have guts." The queen looked down at her from above and sneered. "Do you think you can get the elders to help you if you provoke me and hurt me like last time? Don't let your wishful thinking stop, you little bitch. As long as I am the only lesser god realm expert in the Bai family and I will be inseparable and will be under my command. The same trick won't work the second time you use it." The empress raised her hands and pressed hard. "Kneel down." With a crack, Inyan felt a sharp pain spread throughout his body. She had long expected this torture. As long as she enters the palace, the emperor and empress will never let her go easily. But this is what she wanted too. Inyan was suppressed by the pressure, so much that blood came out of all her orifices and she felt like her bones were twisted together in pain. But she suddenly raised her bloody face and smiled. "What are you laughing at?" The emperor and empress didn't know why, but they felt that her face was extremely familiar. Inyan smiled, and she felt flustered. Obviously, to her who was so high and mighty, this man was as weak as an ant that could be crushed to death with just a flick of the hand. But this man was not afraid of her at all. "Empress, no, poisonous woman." Inyan spoke slowly, blood flowing down the corners of her mouth, but she laughed wantonly and happily. "You and your daughter, 2 black-hearted maggots. Do you know why the elders of the clan are all bedridden? You only care about your daughter, and you have never understood what happened to the Bai family, right?" Her eyes, at this moment, became extremely strange, so strange that the emperor and empress's heartbeats accelerated. What happened to the Bai family? The emperor and empress felt that they were being led by the nose by this tiny ant in front of them. "How ridiculous!" She grabbed Inyan's neck, slowly exerted force, and said fiercely with a fierce look in her eyes, "Don't try to play tricks on me. Tell me now." Inyan was strangled to the point of being unable to breathe, but the more uncomfortable she felt, the brighter the smile on her face. It actually made the emperor and empress feel a sense of fear penetrating into their bones. Inyan opened his mouth slowly and uttered 4 words softly, "By family, ancestral hall." As soon as these 4 words came out, The emperor and empress became confused. Their hands loosened subconsciously, and Inyan fell to the ground coughing. Ha ha ha! Inyan covered his neck and looked up at her, saying sarcastically, "Others may not know what's in the ancestral hall, but how can you, a vicious woman, not know?" The empress, who had just looked calm and composed, had red eyes. She grabbed Inyan and shouted, "Tell me, what happened to the Bai family ancestral hall? That is the lifeline of the Bai family." Moreover, the emperor and empress have become accustomed to using those pure energy liquids, and even Su Linyan has used them a lot. If those energy liquids were gone, how could her yin still crush everyone else in the same period? The ancestral hall is gone, Inyan said quietly. Just 4 short words stirred up huge waves in the hearts of the emperor and empress. What ancestral hall is gone? You're talking nonsense. The empress almost couldn't stand still. She wanted to go to the Bai family to take a look in person. That is the legacy passed down by our ancestors. How can it just disappear like that? But after taking 2 steps, the empress suddenly turned around and looked at Inyan, who was lying next to her. She suddenly remembered that her niece had always called her aunt in a very affectionate way. But how long has it been since she last shouted? Even if they shouted, it was all in a sarcastic tone. His personality seems to have completely changed. It's just that he has better talent. Could the change be so big? The empress walked step by step to Inyan's side. She looked at Inyan and asked in disbelief, "The Bai family's foundation is ruined. Why are you laughing?" Chapter 39, I want to take the Bai family. You are not Bai Lu. Once that absurd thought appeared in the emperor and empress's minds. It grew like a vine and could not be controlled. At this moment, several elders of the Bai family were rushing to the palace. When they woke up, they found that Inyan was gone. When he heard the servants outside say that Inyan had gone to the palace, he was so scared that he lost his soul. "Big elder, hurry up! Why do I feel so uneasy?" The second elder said as he hurried towards the palace. "The emperor and empress don't know what happened to the Bai family, right?" The elder of the clan sneered. "She only has her injured daughter in her heart, so she naturally doesn't care about the life and death of the Bai family." When they discovered that the Bai family's foundation was destroyed, the patriarch went from despair to acceptance of reality. He had a rage in his heart that he had nowhere to vent, so naturally, he took it out on the emperor and empress who had ignored the Bai family. The emperor and empress have not made any contribution to our Bai family over the years. Yet she is the one who takes the most of the pure liquid every time. If all the pure liquid were used to cultivate the descendants of our Bai family. The 3 elders were interrupted before they could finish their words. "All right, third brother." The elder of the clan gritted his teeth. "There is no regret medicine in the world. Isn't it just a little less pure liquid? Our Bai family is big and powerful. This damages the vitality of the Bai family, but it is not a fatal blow." This was the only way he could comfort himself. "Now, as long as we train Lure well, we may be able to reproduce the most glorious time of the Bai family." The elder of the clan felt much more comfortable when he thought of Bai Lu. It is also God's will that our Bai family will not be destroyed. Although we have lost the pure liquid, we have been given a peerless genius. I can guarantee that you won't find another child as gifted as our Lu, even if you search the entire 5 continents. Several elders nodded, thinking that as long as Bai Lu was there, the Bai family could return to its heyday. Destroy and then build. But why did Lure go to the palace by herself? What if the empress goes crazy again? The second elder said angrily, "If anything happens to Lure, we really can't leave the empress alone." "Not really. After all, she is still the head of the Bai family." The elder shook his head, feeling a little uneasy in his heart. "I'm afraid that the empress will take a fancy to Lure's beast essence and the mutant blazing hell dog and give them to Su Linyan." The other elders all changed color. Yes, they almost forgot. The secret technique of the Bai family. The emperor and empress love their daughter so much that they might do something like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Originally, the beast essence could exert 100% of its effect on Bai Lu, but only 80% of it would be effective when it was transferred to Su Linyan. "Hurry! Speed up!" Several elders were so anxious that sweat broke out. In the room, Inyan was already numb from the pain, but she felt more refreshed than ever before. "Who are you?" The emperor and empress stared at Inyan, feeling horrified. Even though she is a lesser god-level powerhouse, judging from her aura and blood and bones, she is definitely Bai Lu herself. Are there such strange things in this world? "Who am I?" You're curious, right? Inyan's gaze fell on the severed finger of the empress, which she had bitten off that day. Inyan slowly smiled and said softly, "I am here to take your life." She would not tell this vicious woman who she was. She wanted her to spend every day in fear and make her feel like a knife was hanging over her head every time she thought of today. "I will take away what you value most, time and again." Last time, she desperately bit off a piece of the emperor and empress's finger. This time she was going to take away something very important. "Just you." The empress was shaking with anger. How dare this little ant plot against her? "I tell the elders that you are not Bai Lu. You will be finished, you know? By then, I will make you wish you were dead, and I am afraid you won't tell me who you are." Inyan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "You said that you can't use the same move twice, right? I tell you this sentence is wrong. The same moves, as long as they are more ruthless each time, will be effective." Inyan grabbed the empress's arm with her backhand, and there was a bit of a demonic feeling on her face that could only be described as pretty. "Today, I will take the Bai family from you." The words fell before the emperor and empress could ridicule. Inyan grabbed the dagger and stabbed it into his shoulder. That is her left arm bone, and also where the real Bai Lu beast essence is located. "What are you doing?" The emperor and empress were shocked. Inyan ignored her completely. She seemed not to feel the pain. She pulled out the dagger and stabbed it into her heart without blinking. The emperor and empress were dumbfounded. Inyan slowly leaned back, and until the moment she fell, her eyes were still fixed on the emperor and empress. "This time, I want to take the Bai family away from you." Inyan pulled the corner of his lips. "I look forward to seeing you next time." As soon as he finished speaking, Inyan's eyes went dark, and his soul immediately left his body. But the emperor and empress don't know. In her opinion, this woman said a bunch of incomprehensible things and then committed suicide? Is she crazy? Who would gamble their life? Moreover, this woman actually said that we could see each other again next time. It was like being doused with a basin of freezing cold water from head to toe. Ugh. A desperate voice pierced her eardrums. The heavy door was kicked open by the clan elder. He looked at the corpse lying on the ground with bloodshot eyes. The last bit of hope in his heart was shattered before his eyes. The clan elder could no longer bear it, and all his aura exploded at once. With a loud bang, the whole house exploded. The clan elder is also a powerful person in the heavenly spirit realm. Although he is not as strong as the lesser god realm, he is also an absolute strong person. Are you crazy? The emperor and empress were busy protecting Su Linyan. What a cruel thing. The chief elder and other elders who arrived picked up Bai Lu's body and found that the body not only had wounds from a fatal blow, but also had broken bones and knees, and blood was flowing backwards from all 7 orifices. It was obvious that he had suffered inhuman torture before his death. The beast essence was dug out by someone, but it was not taken out in time. Their eyes turned red. You actually want to dig out your own niece's beast essence just to give it to your own daughter? This is also our Bai family's child, and the one with the best talent. Bai Ling, what have you done? They shouted the emperor and empress's names with gnashing teeth, feeling extremely disappointed. Bai Ling, you are no longer worthy of being the head of our Bai family. The elder's eyes were terribly gloomy. He stared at the emperor and empress and said, "Our Bai family does not need a vicious woman who only cares about her daughter, but not the family." The emperor and empress were shocked. At this moment, she finally understood what Inyan meant by, "I've taken the Bai family's property," before he closed his eyes. Everything was designed by her. This includes deliberately enduring the pressure from the lesser god realm to make the body look like it has been abused. The whole house exploded, and the pressure from the powerful heavenly spirit realm master dissipated, just in time for Zhuang Xian, who came rushing over with a dress to see it. Before he entered the palace, he saw the female slaves running out for fear of being affected by the fighting. "What's going on in the palace?" he asked someone at random. Miss Bai Lu is dead," the slave girl shouted with a pale face. They said that the emperor and empress killed the miss." Zhuang Xian loosened his grip, and the white skirt fell to the ground. At the same time, on a beast cart 100 miles away, the lifeless body, leaning on Yuan Xinsui's shoulder, suddenly opened its eyes. "She's back." Chapter 40, Can you lend me your pillow? "Master!" The 2 cubs shouted excitedly and jumped directly into her arms. "The master still smells the best." Lala shrugged her nose and said excitedly. Inyan hadn't used his body for a long time, and he thought that his muscles would be stiff after returning. "My shoulder." Inyan was stunned. I remember that my shoulder wasn't so comfortable before, and my physical strength. This body is much stronger than before. She turned her head and looked at Yuan Shinsue, who was sitting next to her, extremely surprised. What did you do to me? Yuan Xan blinked his eyes and said in confusion, It's just to keep your body from decaying. I use my spiritual power to warm you up every day. Yin's eyes suddenly widened. No one can directly help others draw spiritual energy to nourish their bodies. Even though the spiritual power entered his body last time, the demonic element also likes to enter her body. But isn't it too much to help others practice? You don't believe it? Yuan Shinsue was actually a little sleepy. He hadn't had a full night's sleep since leaving Mount Piku. Seeing Inyan staring at him in disbelief, he was shocked. He was too lazy to speak and just pulled the person in front of him. Inyan was pulled into his arms before he could react. When Inyan got closer, he smelled a very faint and strange fragrance on Yuan Shinsue's body. It was not unpleasant, but it made people feel dizzy. But the next moment she felt a hand on her neck. The hand was icy cold, and it pricked Inyan's whole body. But before Inyan could say anything, countless spiritual powers drilled into Inyan like crazy. No, no, no. That's enough. Inyan shouted hurriedly, and all her muscles and bones began to ache. The spiritual power that was forced into her made her feel swollen and painful, but she could indeed use it. Is this the ability of your Xian clan? The Xian clan has disappeared for too long, and Inyan herself has been locked up in the deep palace and knows nothing. Yuan Shinsue didn't answer. He just yawned sleepily and pressed Inyan's thigh very naturally. Inyan shuddered all over. He flirted with her? Yuan Shinsei couldn't hold on any longer after uttering just one word, and he rested his head on her legs. His usually bright red lips had lost their color, and he didn't look very well. I'll sleep for a while. Yuan Xian said this and fell into a deep sleep. Master, the grandpa outside said that he did this so that you can erase the seal. Bai Bian sat opposite, holding his little chubby face. The beast cart was shaking, causing the flesh on his face to shake. Grandpa outside? Inyan then realized that they were on the animal cart. If they were all on the animal cart, then who was driving? Inyan immediately opened the curtain, and dozens of men in black robes outside turned their heads at the same time. Miss Inyan, how do you feel? The elder turned around and saw that the girl, who was carefully protected by their young master, had woken up. He did not dare to touch Xiao. Do you need anything? Inyan was shocked. Where did these people come from? The great elder seemed to have seen through Inyan's doubts and immediately said, We are the people who serve the young master. I wonder if you have heard of the 5 continents Red Ghost Valley. Inyan, of course she had heard about it. The people from the Red Ghost Valley almost rushed onto the stage during the battle between her and Zhuang Xian. Yuan Shinsue is from the Red Ghost Valley. Isn't he from the Xian tribe? Inyan looked at the great elder with some vigilance and subconsciously hugged the sleeping Yuan Shinsue tightly. Could it be that these people knew Yuan Shinsue's identity? Seeing the vigilance in Inyan's eyes, the great elder understood that Inyan must know the young master's identity. He was willing to protect him even though he knew the young master's identity. The great elder couldn't help but feel a little more fond of Inyan. Don't worry, young lady. We know that the young master is from the Xian tribe. Our entire Chige Valley has continued to this day just to wait for the young master to appear. Inyan breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that. Where are we going now? Inyan said anxiously, I can't leave the kingdom of beasts yet. Don't worry, young lady. The young master has told us that we can only leave after you say you want to leave. Now we're just going to our temporary place in Chigue Valley. Inyan felt relieved. She also wanted to see how things were developing with the emperor and empress. Chigue Valley naturally settled in the best location in the kingdom of 10,000 beasts. And what a coincidence, people from Wojo's Zhou family, Wu family, Shengshan sect, and Lingtian Academy also live here. Before getting off the beast cart, Inyan saw many people coming out of the palace patrolling everywhere. Maybe some of these people recognized her face. Inyan frowned. Is he wearing a mask again? But after the remnants of the demon clan used the mask, the kingdom of beasts issued a clear ban on its citizens from wearing any masks. Girl, this is for you. Just as she was worrying, the elder took a bottle of disguise pills and said, If you are worried about being recognized, just use this. One can last for 8 hours. Disguise pill is a rare medicine, and its rarity is only slightly lower than the soul-changing pill. The Red Ghost Valley is really rich and generous. They gave me one bottle at a time. It just so happens that she and Lala both need this. Bai Bien can control his own face changing, so he doesn't have to eat this. How do you know I need this? Inyan looked up at him and asked. Young master said that it's best not to show your face. The great elder said with a smile. Come on, young lady, please get off the car. Inyan wanted to get off the car, but who could blame her for the fact that someone was still lying on her lap? Yuan Shinsue, wake up! Inyan patted his stunningly handsome face, which made the great elder feel so distressed. But I didn't dare say anything. The young master doesn't understand. He grabs the girl and calls her daughter. That's because he doesn't understand the relationship between men and women. How can a living person be a puppet? It's obvious that he likes the girl. Therefore, the great elder's attitude towards Inyan was very respectful. Chigwe Valley stayed at the intersection for too long and was seen by people from several major forces. Zhou Xiaoyu frowned and looked towards the intersection and asked, what are those people from Chigwe Valley doing? Is that their chief elder? Wu Shui, who was holding a piece of hibiscus cake next to him, was shocked. The leader of the Red Ghost Valley has never appeared. The chief elder has always been in power. But why is the chief elder? Why is he nodding and fawning like a loyal dog outside? They both looked towards the carriage. The next moment, a corner of the red skirt emerged from inside, and a slender hand lifted the curtain. The red skirt was like fire, and when the sunlight fell, it seemed as if you could see a layer of very, very fine red flames burning on it. Zhou Xiaoyu didn't look at the skirt but raised his eyebrows. Is it a woman? Qisha. Wu Shueka looked more carefully than the man. She stood up suddenly, and the hibiscus cake in her hand fell to the ground. The woman was wearing Qisha, which had completely disappeared thousands of years ago. Chapter 41, Do You Have a Master? Qisha. Zhou Xiaoyu's heart skipped a beat. Didn't that thing disappear 1,000 years ago? But that is clearly it. Who is that woman? Red veil on Inyan with a jealous look on her face. Just carrying a small piece of this thing can make the fire spirit become more compatible with yourself. Spiritual power is just a general term. Spiritual power is further divided into 5 elements: water, fire, wood, thunder, and earth. It depends on which specific element your spiritual power is biased towards. The offensive skills you practice later will be biased towards that element. For example, Wu Shui herself is a variant of the water system, the cold snow system. This woman actually got such a big piece and made it into clothes? She is so arrogant and loves to show off. If Inyan heard her inner thoughts, he would definitely spit in her face. This is obviously the old witch's tablecloth, okay? The old witch just threw it to her, and she even disdained it. Is she from the fire spirit department? Zhou Xiaoyu said with emotion. She looks very young. I guess she has good talent. I really want to try to fight her once. After Inyan took the medicine, her facial features changed a little. She still looked 50% of what she used to. Although not as stunning as before, she was still very beautiful. Wu Shui no longer had any other thoughts about this fighting maniac. But soon something even more shocking happened to the two of them. The woman was still looking inside the carriage, then turned and said something to the great elder. The great elder shook his head vigorously and refused to obey. Inyan sighed. Then she got back into the animal cart, and then she actually carried a man down. Zhou Xiaoyu and Wu Shui were stunned. It's a real hug. A horizontal hug. Male lover? Zhou Xiaoyu stuttered as he spoke. He is a man who has seen the world. There are many powerful women who have many male favorites, but it is rare for her to like a male favorite so much as to hug him in public. This is such a favorite. The two took 2 steps forward, but suddenly saw the face of the male favorite. Wu Shui could hardly hold the fan magic weapon in her hand. Isn't this the formation master? Yuan Shinso's pressure that day is still vivid in their minds. Today, this strong man was held in the arms of a woman like a little lamb? Zhou Xiaoyu was even more shocked. Who dares to hold a little god-level strong man in his arms like a male pet? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have thought that the person who said this was talking nonsense. Strange things happen every year, but this year there are more. Zhou Xiaoyu sighed. The Bai family's affairs have just started, and this woman has appeared here. Who is this woman? But it was obvious that the people in Chigwe Valley would not pay any attention to him. They went straight into their own courtyard. This courtyard is very large and is heavily guarded from inside to outside. Moreover, the rules were much more strict than those of the Bai family. Even when she walked in holding Yuan Shinsue, no one even looked at her. After putting Yuan Shinsue down, Inyan stretched his body helplessly. The great elder said he would never touch his young master's body, so she had to do the hard labor. Master, Bai Bian poked his round head out from her sleeves. Let's go out and watch the show now. Bai Bian, do you have a bump on your head? There are two small bumps on Bai Bian's round head. It feels pretty good to the touch, soft and bouncy. Well, it's time to advance. Spiritual beasts also have levels. Newly born spiritual beasts are called Chuyuan beasts. The next ones are Lingyuan beasts, and the last ones are Xinyuan beasts. The classification of spirit beasts is much simpler than that of humans, because spirit beasts value bloodline suppression more than level. Humph! Lala shook the feathers on her body. I want to advance too. I'm definitely faster than this worm. Seeing that the two kids were about to quarrel again, Inyan immediately said, Stop quarreling. I'll take you out to watch the fun. The excitement of the emperor and empress, and the excitement of the other members of the Bai family. She couldn't wait to go and see it. Inyan took the two children and went outside. I had only walked a short distance when I bumped into someone as I turned a corner. Sorry. The man opposite looked pale. After Inyan saw the man's face clearly, he subconsciously asked, Zhuangxian? Zhuangxian slowly raised his head when he heard the voice. He saw a completely unfamiliar face. He looked puzzled. Girl, do you know me? Inyan then remembered that he was not using Bai Lu's body. But she was not in a hurry and said calmly, Master Zhuangxian became famous in the beast fighting state banquet. Who among those who watched the competition that day didn't know you? Speaking of the beast fighting state banquet reminded Zhuangxian of the deceased Bai Lu. He originally thought that she was deliberately bullying him and was using that little thing to get him to buy her a skirt. But the last glance in the deep palace that day made Zhuangxian feel doubtful. That was definitely not the look of a person who would deliberately bully others. But she died, and he was killed by the emperor and empress? Thinking of this, Zhuangxian felt cold all over. Why the emperor and empress only asked him to go to the palace late at night. If he had gone in, he would have been the one to die, right? No! Thinking of this, Zhuangxian suddenly trembled all over. I have to go back to the villa quickly. If the emperor and empress really wanted to kill him, wouldn't they have attacked him? Inyan watched his expression change from time to time. Master, let's go to the palace quickly. Bai Bian urged in a low voice impatiently. It has never followed Inyan to cause trouble before. It is so excited. Can't wait. Inyan was about to walk around him, but suddenly felt the auras of several powerful people at the peak of the earth spirit realm around him. Bai Bian and Lala were the first to jump out from Inyan's sleeves. Master, be careful. Lala's little face was full of vigilance. There are enemies. The ever-changing body swelled up in the wind, encircling Inyan. Zhuangxian's perception was not as sharp as Inyan's. He was just shocked by Bai Bian's aura and wanted to ask what was going on when a dozen men in black suddenly appeared around him. A strong person in the earth spirit realm? Zhuangxian's pupils shrank sharply. Are you sent by the emperor and empress? He reacted immediately. The men in black narrowed their eyes. This kid is quite smart. But such a smart little genius is just a stepping stone for their princess. Now that you know everything, just follow me to the palace. Stop suffering physical pain. You know, the emperor and empress are going crazy in the palace. If they fail to complete the mission, they will die. After the man in black finished speaking, he looked at Inyan beside him. I'll go with you, but don't hurt any innocent people. Zhuangxian's heart skipped a beat. If she sees you, you can't be considered innocent. The man in black sneered and drew out his magical longsword. The pressure from the peak of the earth spirit realm made Inyan a little breathless. She subconsciously released her spiritual power to protect her bones and muscles. Otherwise, she would have fractured again. 2-star human spiritual realm? The man in black was surprised. The woman looked only about 18 years old. He has actually reached the 2-star human spiritual realm? Whose child is this? Will there be any consequences if I touch her? As soon as this thought came to his mind, the man in black felt an itch on his neck. The next moment, blood spurted out from his cut throat. The man in black widened his eyes and fell straight down, losing his breath in a second. Boss! The people next to him were startled. Who? Inyan was also startled. But soon the sound of smacking lips suddenly appeared behind her. Inyan was startled and turned around to see an old beggar with a missing front tooth, messy hair, one shoe on one foot, and the other bare. The old beggar looked as if he could be knocked down with one hand. But those eyes were surprisingly bright. Zhuang Tianwen is really something. His own son was surrounded, but he didn't come to take care of him. He even used his only favor to ask an old man like me to come. Hiccup, he burped. He was talking about the Zhuang family, but his eyes were fixed on Inyan. When Zhuang Xian saw the man's attire, he knew that he was the person his father had called with a message token. This person must be the mysterious master that Zhuang Tianwen asked about back then. Yes, is it Master? Zhuang Xian asked cautiously. The old beggar waved his hand in disdain and said, "Stand aside and wait." Turning his head, he ignored the black-clothed men who were glaring at him, looked at Inyan calmly, and asked with a smile, "Little girl, do you have a master?" Chapter 42. The melon woman came out to die. Inyan stared at the old man vigilantly. Lala stood in front of Inyan with a wary look on her face. "TSK, you shorty it?" The old beggar stared at Lala, and his expression changed as he spoke. Inyan saw a look of shock in the old beggar's eyes. "Lala!" Inyan immediately pulled Lala behind him to block the old beggar's sight. "Tisk, TSK, TSK." The old beggar stared at Inyan with a blazing and bright gaze. "It is said that the kingdom of 10,000 beasts has produced a princess with extraordinary talent. I have also seen the old princess from afar, but she is not even 1/10 as talented as a little girl like you." The men in black saw that his heart and eyes were filled with longing for him. They looked at each other and ran outside. What a joke. Their boss' throat has been cut. If they rush up now, they would be seeking death. Seeing them trying to run, Inyan subconsciously shouted, "Don't let." Before he could finish his words, he saw those people maintaining the posture of running out. Their lower bodies ran out, but their upper bodies were completely cut by the silk thread. Bang, bang, bang. All those heads smashed to the ground, leaving bloody holes, and all the silk threads were held in the hands of the old beggar without a drop of blood. The strong smell of blood irritated his eyes so much that they became sore, but the old beggar still had that smiling face. "How about it, little kid? Do you want to recognize me as your master?" The demons in Majian are her master's family members. Why would Inyan need another master? And he is such an ignorant person. "I don't." But the next moment the old beggar waved his hand. Inyan felt a pain in his neck, and his whole body went limp. "Hey, you don't want to talk?" The old beggar waved his hand, and Inyan was grabbed by him. "Then I'll take it as your consent." Lala and Bai Bien roared and rushed towards the old beggar. Very fierce, the old beggar chuckled twice, as expected of a divine beast cub. But the next moment, Lala and Bai Bien were knocked unconscious by him. Zhuang Xian witnessed all of this. If he still couldn't tell that his master was a powerful person in the lesser divine realm, then he had grown a pair of eyes in vain. "Master, this girl is innocent." Zhuang Xian was horrified. He knew that this master did things as he pleased, but he didn't expect that he would knock the girl unconscious without even saying a word. "What do you mean innocent?" The old man chuckled. "Didn't you see that he agreed to be my apprentice?" Zhuang Xian? Why does this master always talk to himself? Who has agreed to be his apprentice? He was about to refuse when he was knocked unconscious by a punch. "Okay, master, you can't do this," Zhuang Xian said earnestly. Taking a disciple requires mutual consent, and the other person may already have a master. As soon as he finished speaking, the old beggar waved his hand impatiently. With a pop, Zhuang Xian also fell down softly. The little kid is too nagging, just like his father when he was young. This is not good. The old beggar put Zhuang Xian under his right armpit and carried Inyan on his left shoulder. "I am still in need of a closed disciple, so you two will be the ones." Zhuang Tuan, that brat, was young and ignorant and did something wrong, which ruined his foundation. I didn't expect that the child he gave birth to would be so promising. Although Chilin can't compare to this little girl, he's still passable. The old beggar chewed his teeth while taking Lala and Bai Bien with him. "Ah, get one and get two free. What a good deal." The old beggar walked outside, trembling with every step, and with every step he took, he actually increased the distance by at least 10 miles. "Oh, that's not right." The old beggar suddenly frowned. "Those men in black just now were sent by that ugly woman in the palace, right?" He was shaking his head and acting crazy. After talking to myself, I got angry. "You touch my disciples? And you touch two of them at once?" The old beggar's face became increasingly gloomy, just like the sudden change in the weather in June. "Isn't this just shitting and pissing on my face? What a rebellious bitch." The old beggar walked thousands of miles and came directly to Baichao Villa. Zhuang Tianwen had been waiting outside eagerly. "Teacher," he saw the familiar figure, and before he could kowtow and kneel down, He saw the scene of master and disciple meeting again with tears in his eyes. Bang, bang, bang. Several people fell on him on the head. This is my new apprentice. Please take good care of him. I'm going to go teach that bitch a lesson. I'll be back soon, said the old beggar with a cold snort. Teacher. As soon as Zhuang Tianwen asked the two men, they were knocked down by a punch from the old beggar. Don't yell. The relationship between you and me as a master and disciple ended when you ignored my advice and went against the will of heaven. The old beggar looked at him calmly. This time you have used up our last bit of favor. I will never see you again. Zhuang Tianwen's eyes turned red, and he choked up and said, Yes, disciple. I understand. The old beggar walked out 2 steps with a serious face, but suddenly came back and poked Zhuang Tianwen and said, Although the fate of our master-disciple relationship is over, I still want to take your son away. Zhuang Tian asked. He lowered his head to look at his son, then carefully helped the unconscious Inyan into the house. This is the master's youngest disciple, right? She must be treated well. Although the master no longer recognizes him, he will still treat this girl as his junior sister. At this moment in the imperial palace, the emperor and empress were sitting in the main hall with gloomy faces. Aren't the assassins back yet? She cursed fiercely. What a waste. Didn't they just let them take a useless young master who doesn't even have a spirit? They can't even handle such a small matter. But how could she know that her own assassins had already turned into corpses? And there is the Bai family. The empress pinched her eyebrows with a gloomy face. She couldn't sleep well in the past 2 days. As soon as she closed her eyes, she saw the cunning woman staring at her with blood on her face, laughing sinisterly and shouting at her. I will take away everything from you. Wait for me. She was already a powerful person in the lesser god realm, but she still felt cold sweat when she opened her eyes. Indescribably creepy. Ever since she became the head of the Bai family, she has never encountered anything unsatisfactory. But how many things have happened now? The elders of the Bai family don't listen to me. They are all useless. Idiots. She swept away everything on the table in front of her, and the female slaves who were serving her were so scared that they knelt down trembling. Send someone to look for it again. Isn't it just to find a banker? Why is it so laborious? The empress said impatiently. But who would have thought that before the next wave of people left, the entire palace suddenly shook? There was a loud bang. There were also curses that made the emperor and empress brows twitch. That bitch hired someone to plot against my disciples. Get out here and die. Chapter 43. Beaten half to death and still telling the truth. A powerful person in the realm of lesser gods. The emperor and empress saw a huge human figure when they went out. The figure was so tall that it seemed as if it was about to soar into the sky. In his other hand, he held the wine jug and took 2 gulps of wine from it. Giant tribe? The queen's eyes narrowed. Didn't the giant tribe disappear 200 years ago? The empress did not dare to underestimate the enemy and took a deep breath. The next moment, a huge light array stretched out from under her feet. The roar of a spirit beast came from the light array. The Xinyuan beast, which was comparable to a strong man in the lesser divine realm, roared, and its huge body squeezed out directly from the light array. It had long thorns on its back, and its limbs were as thick as giant pillars supporting the sky. A pair of blood-red eyes stared at the old beggar fearlessly. At the same time, powerful auras of the heavenly spirit realm rose up from the depths of the imperial palace. They floated in the air and gathered towards the emperor and empress with their spirit beasts. What's going on, queen? Didn't the giants disappear long ago? They haven't disappeared. The empress looked at the drunken old man in front of her. Some races with special bloodlines have only lost their bloodlines, but that doesn't mean they all no longer exist. The giants are a race that is naturally good at fighting. This elder from the giant tribe, an old woman with a hunchback beside the empress, said, I wonder how my Wancho royal family has provoked you. Why do you come to attack our royal family? They were numerous and not at all inferior. Could it be that the giants really don't take our royal family seriously? As soon as he finished speaking, the old beggar suddenly stretched out his huge foot and kicked over the nearest palace. You put me in your eyes? The old beggar snorted heavily, still looking drunk. I feel unsatisfied even when I step on an old man. I want to ask you, old woman, why did you hurt my disciples? The empress immediately thought of the banker and the Xian, and she would only catch the banker and the Xian today. But where does the we come from? So the empress said calmly, I didn't hurt your disciple. What's your disciple's name, and where does he live? The old beggar was going to take a sip of the wine bravely, but he drank it too quickly, and the strong liquor flowed into his nostrils. Puff, 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 choked to tears, and in anger he kicked over another palace, cursing, "What kind of wine is this? You are so ignorant. What does it have to do with my royal family if you pour it into your nostrils? This is too much." The queen's eyes were bloodshot with anger. "God of War, kill him." Her spirit beast was named God of War. At the command of its master, the huge four-legged beast suddenly rushed towards the old beggar. "Come on," the old beggar shouted, and went straight to meet him. The God of War relies mainly on strength, but when his huge head hit the fist that was far smaller than his head, the God of War suddenly let out a wail. With a loud bang, it was smashed away. So strong. "Emperor and Empress, be careful." Everyone was shocked. I knew that the giants were good at fighting, but I didn't expect that even the spiritual beasts with stronger physiques than humans couldn't do anything to them. Senior, those heavenly spirit realm experts were not afraid of being embarrassed. Seeing this, they immediately said, "Maybe it's a misunderstanding. I advise you to stop in time. Otherwise, if our entire royal family takes action, you will become a mortal enemy with us." "What misunderstanding? Could I have made a mistake?" "Clean your ears and listen carefully. My disciple is called..." He paused, "Huh? What's that little girl's name? And what is the name of Zhuang Tianwen's son?" His confused mind couldn't remember for a moment, and when he saw the people in front of him, they were still staring at him eagerly. The old beggar looked unhappy for a moment, and he couldn't hold his face at all. He raised his hand, glared, and angrily said, "What? I said I would beat you, and I will beat you. Who gave you the nerve to ask me questions?" Everyone. The Empress could no longer bear to listen and raised her hands. "God of War, kill him for me." The God of War immediately jumped up with full health and rushed forward with his master. The two sides suddenly collided like falling stars, neither giving in. The battle between the powerful lesser gods was completely different from Inyan's previous small fight. Be it Shengshan Sect or Lingtian Academy, the leaders of these powerful teams were all suspended in the sky with shocked expressions on their faces. "What's going on?" The people from Shengshan Sect frowned. "The Imperial Palace again? Elder, shall we go take a look?" A person nearby said hesitantly. "After all, the princess has already decided to join our Shengshan Sect to practice." "Go!" The elders frowned. They still valued the princess's talent. Although the sacred beast was stolen, the people of Shengshan Sect believed that this was only a temporary problem. After all, the master pet contract is not so easy to break. Moreover, Phoenix Yuan is hard to come by, and you will be able to find many powerful spiritual beasts in the future. One person can lead a powerful team of spirit beasts. What potential? The people from Lingtian College frowned and said, "Let's go and take a look." Zhou Xiaoyu brought a group of people with him. "Let's go and watch the fun." Wu Shui left the mysterious woman behind and rushed to the palace with her family. For the younger generations like them, the clash between the powerful men in the lesser god realm could bring them immense benefits even if they just stood and watched. The old beggar and the emperor and empress fought for hundreds of rounds in an instant. The emperor and empress were slightly injured, and the old beggar was also in a very embarrassing state, but half of the entire palace was destroyed. This is too much. There were other strong men in the palace, and they also summoned their spirit beasts to surround the old beggar. The old beggar gradually showed signs of weakness. After all, two fists cannot beat four hands. "Let's drag him to death today." "Just you guys?" The old beggar shouted fiercely. "Look at my supreme, invincible, continuous kicks." Everyone was extremely careful. As a result, with a whoosh, the old beggar ran away. "I'm not going to play with you guys anymore. I'm going to have dinner." The emperor and empress almost vomited blood. Too cheap. This whole thing is too cheap. The old beggar returned to the villa, and before Zhuang Tian could ask what to say, he grabbed the two people who were still unconscious and said, "I'm leaving now. I will take good care of these two kids." At the same time, Yuan Xinsui, who was sleeping soundly, finally opened his eyes. He was awakened by the powerful waves of the fight between the powerful men in the lesser god realm. And when he opened his eyes, he was full of annoyance. "Young master?" The great elder came up to him immediately. "Young master, are you awake?" Yuan Xinsui didn't answer him, but habitually touched the side of the bed. "I got nothing." He woke up instantly, sat up suddenly from the bed, and asked gloomily with a strong sense of waking up, "Where is Inyan?" The girl went out to watch the fun. The great elder then realized that Inyan seemed to have been out for a long time. "Go find it." Yuan Xan pressed his aching head. The great elder did not dare to delay and immediately sent someone to look for him. However, 2 hours passed, and they searched the entire kingdom of beasts but could not find Inyan. I can't find it. The great elder was almost crying. Where did she say she was going before? Yuan Shinsue's face was so calm that it was scary. Let's go to the palace and watch the fun. Yuan Shinsue exhaled slowly and raised his eyes, which were frosty and cold. She has a grudge against the emperor and empress. Yuan Shinsue stood up and walked outside. Go ask the emperor and empress, and you will know. He felt that Inyan was captured by the emperor and empress. Can the queen tell the truth? Yuan Xan smiled slightly, but there was no smile in his eyes. It's okay. Even if you beat him half to death, he will always tell the truth. Chapter 44. The beggar fights and sleeps. In the palace, the emperor and empress looked at the messy ground with trembling fingertips. Empress, why did that giant say that you hurt his apprentice? Seeing the situation in the palace, some generals who protect the country couldn't help but step forward and ask, why did you offend such a powerful hidden master? Empress, do you have to give us an explanation for this matter? The other branches of the royal family, who had just arrived to provide support, also came. They became even more angry. The emperor and empress had been omnipotent in recent years, and the power of these side branches was increasingly weakened. Now that the palace has been destroyed like this, how can the royal family retain its dignity? They maintain their dignity in the kingdom of beasts? How should I know? He's just a drunkard acting crazy, the empress said with a gloomy face. But she was thinking in her heart, could it be Zhuang Xian? But she was clearly only targeting Zhuang Xian. But from what that drunkard said, there might be someone else? The god of war was beaten by the old beggar until his body was covered with blood. He was extremely irritable, and the emperor and empress could hardly control him. They quickly summoned him back to their own spirit beast space. At this time, people from several major forces finally arrived. The elder of Shengshan's sect walked in front, and the first thing he said was, "How is Princess Di?" Seeing that Shengshanzong really valued his daughter, the emperor and empress's expressions improved a little. Although she initially had her eyes on the Red Ghost Valley, because among the major forces, the Red Ghost Valley had many formation masters, talents in all aspects, and unfathomable strength. But although those people from Chigui Valley came, they were very cold and indifferent to her Yenner. The emperor and empress are such proud people that they would naturally not try to please someone else. Yenner is not in the palace. I asked her to go to another palace to recuperate, so it's okay. Thank you all for coming here. The emperor and empress looked a little better when they saw Zhou Xiaoyu and the others. She saw that the royal families from those branches were looking at her with dissatisfaction, but they also showed uncontrollable envy when she talked with the people from these big families. The irritability in the emperor's and empress's hearts subsided a little. What if these old immortals have their own ideas? Now the kingdom of beasts is completely under her control. Her daughter was born with Feng Yuan, so she can also win face in front of these big forces. The people from Lingtian Academy looked at the half-remaining palace and couldn't help but ask, what on earth did you do to make them come to your door without caring about anything? The Zhou family shook their heads to the emperor and empress and said, I never thought that the giants didn't disappear, but just went into seclusion. It's not easy to offend this secluded family. Although you're also a strong person in the Lesser God realm, if I'm not mistaken, you should be a 1-star Lesser God realm. That giant must be at least a 5-star Lesser God. It's not easy to offend such a person. If there weren't so many people in the palace, the old beggar would have been alone and could have been wiped out by her. The empress's face turned pale and blue as they spoke, but these people were not from a branch of the royal family, so she didn't dare to refute what they said. My royal family will never let this go, the empress said stubbornly, and I don't think he will dare to come again. If he comes again, I will kill him today. As soon as the words fell, a huge formation appeared with a boom and directly covered everyone's heads. The black formation emanated a terrifying pressure wave. Before the emperor and empress could react, countless flaming boulders rumbled down from the formation. The flames twisted the surrounding air into a trembling state and smashed directly into the remaining half of the palace. Hide! Get out of the way! The people from Shengshan's sect shouted loudly, and a group of people retreated outside together. The people in the palace retreated outside, trembling all over. Who is it? Who is it this time? There was a hint of collapse in the emperor and empress's screams. Zhou Xiaoyu and Wu Shui, 2 young talents, were held in the hands of their elders like chickens, feeling both ashamed and frightened. Especially Wu Shui. She enjoyed the admiration and praise from people who were not as good as her, thinking that in this small country of 10,000 beasts, there would never be anyone better than her, and she was not convinced even towards the princess. But she didn't expect that so many powerful people in the lesser god realm would come in one day. In front of these powerful people, she was like a chicken standing in front of a phoenix. There is no sense of existence at all. Wu Shui raised her head tremblingly. She had good eyesight and soon saw a man in black clothes with gold patterns above the formation. The man was not wearing a crown. He stood on the formation and looked down, as if he was looking down at all living beings. Then, that is, the formation master? Yuan Shinsue standing at the top. A formation master comparable to a lesser god. And this master's own strength must be not bad. Those people from the royal family branch went completely crazy, roaring at the emperor and empress regardless of anything. Bai Ling, what on earth did you do? Hitting her head one by one? The formation is the most difficult. The people from the Zhou family and the Wu family looked at each other and silently led their people to retreat. The Zhou family whispered, "This woman must have offended someone outside, and now they are all here to attack us." The Wu family also nodded. "The princess has nothing to do with us anymore, so we won't get involved in this mess." Not only them, but people from Lingtian College also retreated with their teachers and students. Anyone who rushes up to be used as a gun by this woman at this time would be a fool. They are not stupid. Even the people from Lingtian Academy were happy to watch the fun, and teased Xingxianzong, who had snatched the princess. "Come on, isn't he just a formation master of the lesser god realm? You Xingxianzong can handle it in a few moves, right?" "Shut up." The elder of Xingshan's sect was extremely annoyed. How come the empress is such a troublemaker? Now that we, the royal family, and the Fong family are here, we won't be afraid of a lone array master like him. Various thoughts flashed through the mind of the Xingshan sect elder. Go. But they rushed to the emperor and empress. But the Fong family member who had been silent all this time had a gloomy face. Fong Sun waved his hand and said in front of the horrified gazes of the emperor and empress, "Retreat." But just as he finished his words, he saw Fong Sun being pressed into the ground like a 1,000-year-old turtle. Fang Sun. This familiar feeling, you treat the formation master as a non-human, right? Why are you targeting him alone? Yuan Shinsue looked at him coldly. He still remembered the incident of the man pulling Yan's collar. He raised his hand and pressed down, just about to slap Fong Sun to death. But the elders of the Fong family joined forces to resist his attack and said with a dark face, "You are going too far. Do you think that the Fong family is a street cat or dog that can be bullied at will? Hey look, the people from the Red Ghost Valley are coming." Someone from the Fong family shouted with sharp eyes. The people from the Red Ghost Valley are proficient in formations, and using formations to break formations is the most effective. This man is about to die. But the people from the Red Ghost Valley did come. Their faces were covered in black robes, but they were filled with murderous aura. There was a strong sense of joy in the eyes of the emperor and empress. People have been provoking her again and again, and her patience has reached its limit. This formation master must be killed here today. Chapter 45. This hill is contracted by me. Everyone from the Red Ghost Valley, follow me to capture this man. I will reward you handsomely later. The emperor and empress said confidently to the people from the Red Ghost Valley. But the words had just been spoken. Then he saw the great elder of the Red Ghost Valley pull out his precious magical weapon, the peerless cold sword, which had not been used for hundreds of years. The sword energy spread out in a circle, shocking the emperor and empress to retreat repeatedly. The great elder spoke with anger and gloom in his tone. "Bai Ling, before my master gets serious, quickly hand over our Miss Nyan, or I will turn your palace upside down." This sudden change made everyone's mouths open as big as eggs. Yuan Shinsue in disbelief. Then, that man turned out to be the valley master of the Red Ghost Valley, who never showed up? Red Ghost Valley actually has a valley master? Wu Shui thought that there were very few men in this world who were worthy of her, because they were either too old or not strong enough. But if Yuan Shinsue is like this, what Miss Nyan? The empress was pointed at by the long sword, and the confidence on her face seemed to be cut and peeled off bit by the sword energy. "I have never seen the Nyan you are talking about. Also, this is not serious?" The empress looked at the completely destroyed palace and felt a surge of blood in her chest. She was so angry that she wanted to stretch out her legs and faint. Yuan Shinsue waved his hand, and the countless huge rocks in the formation that had not yet fallen were about to fall on the emperor and empress. He is even worse than that old beggar. He didn't even want to ask. Just start first and beat him half to death. And there's no need to waste time asking any more questions. Yuan Shinsua's dark eyes made the emperor and empress realize that he really wanted to attack directly. If it were normal times, the emperor and empress would not be afraid of him. But they had just fought a fierce battle. And she really didn't want to make enemies with Chigigu. Great Elder, there must be a misunderstanding. The empress no longer cared about her face and lowered her posture and said, I didn't touch Miss Inyan at all. I swear to heaven. Doesn't the Great Elder know how to cast the mantra formation? The Great Elder was the only one in the entire 5 continents who could set up that formation. If he stood on that formation, he would not be able to tell a lie. The empress gritted her teeth and said, You can try it for me. The Great Elder's pupils shrank. Looked at Yuan Shinsue. How dare this woman enter his mantra formation? It seems that Inyan's disappearance has nothing to do with her. Young master. The Great Elder flew up and came to Yuan Shinsue and said in a low voice, That woman may have never seen the girl. Besides, we didn't bring enough people this time. If we continue to entangle here, Miss Nyan might be in danger. Yuan Xin stared at the emperor and empress. After staring at the emperor and empress until they were all hairy, he waved his hand and said in a cold voice, Let's go find Nyan Nyan. The Red Ghost Valley left. The emperor and empress felt relieved, only to find that they felt like they had been fished out of the water. Sun, are you okay? Fong Sun was finally pulled out of the ground. This time, I was protected by my family elders, so I was not hurt, but I lost all my face. Ha 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 ha. Fong Sun, why don't you just change your name to Fong Wangba? Why do you always bury yourself in the ground? Wu Shui was watching the two of them from the side and originally thought that Fong Sun and Zhou Xiaoyu were already outstanding figures among the younger generation. But today, compared with that peerless man, I suddenly feel inferior. The empress calmed down and finally slowly looked at Fong Sun and said with a gloomy and twisted expression, Fong Sun, you just asked the Fong family to retreat? You are really amazing. Have you forgotten the engagement between your Fong family and my Yena? Fong Sun had long been fed up with that ugly Su Linyan. The sight of him losing and I would give me nightmares if I looked at it for one more moment. Engagement? Fong Sun sneered. It's not like you're already married. Why are you so excited? As for this engagement, if it can be confirmed, it can also be canceled, don't you think? Fong Sun said half threateningly. Besides, you and Su Linyan, are you really not hiding anything from me? The emperor and empress's heart suddenly skipped a beat. She felt a little uneasy staring at him. Could it be that Fong Sun knew something? The engagement is a private matter. The empress managed to calm down and said, Let's go inside and talk. She was afraid that Fong Sun would say something, as all the people from Shengshan sect were here. Okay. Fong Sun didn't want to fall out, so he led the Fong family members toward the palace. But after taking only 2 steps, I was stunned. Wasn't the floor already a mess? There were ruins all over the place. Where could he go to talk? At this moment, Inyan, who had been knocked unconscious, finally slowly woke up. As a result, when she woke up, she saw an old face in front of her. The deep wrinkles like old tree bark scared Inyan so much that she jumped up immediately. Ouch! Bai Bian was lying next to Inyan. Inyan stepped on its tail in panic. Bai Bian woke up immediately in pain and raised his head. Ouch! As a result, Bai Bian raised his head and hit Lai's chin hard again. Lala grabbed Inyan's ankle with one hand. The man and the 2 beasts immediately rolled into a ball. Ha ha ha. The old beggar held his belly and laughed. My dear disciple, what are you doing? Are you trying to make me happy? Inyan grabbed a cub with one hand, dragged him to his side, looked at him warily and asked, Who are you? Me? From today on, I am your master. The old beggar held his face in his hands, staring at her with a grin. What's your name? I have a master, someone who taught me martial arts and how to be a human being. Inyan thought of the old witch who was still trapped in the Devil's Ravine. Although she was a little hypocritical and always liked to look gloomy at her, she felt that the old witch and she were her reborn parents, and also her master. She also swore an oath with the old witch that she would never recognize anyone else as her master. Kicked her after she finished speaking. Humph! The old beggar didn't care about her. I never care whether others are willing to be my disciples. I bet you will like this old man's house very much. You won't leave even if I chase you away. Who wants to go to your house? Stop talking to yourself there. Inyan was very angry and didn't know whether Yuan Shinsue had noticed that she had disappeared. You are in my house now. The old beggar spread his hands, walked away from Inyan's sight, revealing the scenery behind him. Only then did Inyan notice the situation around him. This is a huge basin surrounded by mountains. Each mountaintop is shrouded in thick fog. Inyan can feel the abundant spiritual power even without entering a state of meditation. Zhuangxian was still lying there, not waking up. Inyan kicked him, and Zhuangxian sat up dazedly. When he opened his eyes, he was stunned. Where is this? The old beggar put his hands on his hips and didn't want to answer the boy's questions. He took a deep breath, and the sound suddenly exploded in the valley. You little brats, come meet your junior sister. As soon as he finished speaking, Inyan heard the words master, grandmaster, and grandmaster everywhere in the mountains. One figure after another ran down the mountain. They densely occupied the top of the hill. Inyan was dumbfounded. This old beggar's disciples can hold hands and occupy the entire hilltop? Chapter 46, You Can't Run Away, Hee. Before Inyan could react, a large circle of people had already surrounded him. This is my junior sister? Junior sister is so pretty. Master, you picked good ones this time. They are much better than Erga that you brought back last time. Who are you calling Ergo? A man with a full beard said unconvincedly. My name is Wang Erki. I know, Ergu. The person who spoke was a girl who was also dressed in rags. This girl had eyes like black grapes, blinking, and she had two cute dimples on her face. She glanced at Zhuangxian, then quickly retracted her gaze, turned to look at Inyan, and said, Junior sister, my name is Meng Xiaoqi, my master is an old beggar, and my senior brother is a young beggar. I am the only female disciple in our entire mountain. It will be great in the future, because you are my disciple. She was dizzy looking at all those stinky men in the mountain, and finally a pretty little junior sister came along. No more sleeping alone. Zhuangxian was grabbed by Wang Erei, who was standing next to him. Wang Erei had a strong body of muscles. He patted Zhuangxian's body in dissatisfaction and said, Junior brother, you are too skinny. Look at me. He showed off his muscles vigorously. Are you jealous? Zhuangxian, who has been a sickly person since childhood and walks in the same school as Master Yu. So ugly. Zhuangxian broke free from Wang Er's hand and bowed to the old beggar. Master, I. Before he could finish his words, the old beggar hit him hard on the head. What are you talking about? Who is your grandmaster? I am your master. Your father, that brat, and the old man have no relationship anymore. Don't think that just because I accept you as my apprentice, you can plead for your father. That's not the case. The old beggar snorted twice. When Zhuang Tuan was mentioned, Wang Erki, who was still smiling just now, paused for a moment, but soon adjusted himself and grabbed Zhuangxian and dragged him outside. Master brought you to our giant mountain, so stay here well. Your father must have agreed. Come, uncle will help you build muscle. No need. Zhuangxian's voice was immediately drowned out by the laughter of a group of muscular uncles. The giants worship strength. Even if they are not originally from the giant tribe, they will gradually be assimilated after staying with the old beggar for a long time. I didn't agree to come here. Inyan held La La in one hand and Bai Bien in the other, and said to the old beggar with a cold face, I want to get out. No way. If you catch the eye of an old beggar like me, you have to be my apprentice. The old beggar is extremely unreasonable. He is used to doing whatever he wants. His quirks are at most that he likes to drink or likes to keep some strange things. The old beggar is very powerful. He loves to take in disciples. When you see someone with potential, just go back to your own mountain. I don't know. Inyan wanted to refuse again, but a round thing was stuffed into Inyan's mouth. What the hell? Inyan was startled. The thing melted in her mouth, and before she could spit it out, it turned into a wisp of cool smoke and went straight down her throat. Don't be afraid, little junior sister. This is a spiritual fruit that only exists in our giant mountain. It's the Fian fruit. It's filled with very pure spiritual energy. Can you feel it? Inyan quickly checked his body, and sure enough, the white spirit ball in his body was jumping happily. The black magic ball next to it shrank into the corner unhappily with its back to Inyan. It was obvious that it was angry with Inyan because it could not absorb the energy. We have a lot of good things here, and we won't force things. Meng Xiaoqi said to Inyan, although the master has a weird temper, he is very good to his disciples. In the beginning, many people wanted to leave, but in the end they were convinced by the master and were vying to stay. I have something to do. Inyan looked eagerly at the fruits rich in spiritual power in Meng Xiaoqi's hands. She was a little hesitant, but she quickly suppressed her hesitation. I can't stay in this mountain forever. Ah, little junior sister, you are so cute. Who said we will stay in this mountain forever? Unexpectedly, Meng Xiaoqi burst out laughing. We still have to go out, but we won't tell anyone our identities. Meng Xiaoqi pulled Inyan to the foot of the mountain. Master said you are from the kingdom of 10,000 beasts. You're not familiar with the 5 continents at all, right? Then let's live here first. Wait, you said this is Wojo? Inyan suddenly asked in shock. How long have I been unconscious? I actually arrived in Wojo. Master, you're fast. We'll be here in a moment. Meng Xiaoqi said as she pulled her to the entrance of a dark cave. You can live here. I'll live in a cave next to you. Live in a cave? Inyan was really dumbfounded. Even when she was in the demonic gorge, she never lived in a cave. The big demons built a house for her. This is not an ordinary cave, look. Meng Xiaoqi knew what she was thinking when she saw her like this. She stretched out her hand and tickled the purple vine among the green vines. Open the door, vine. The purple vine actually made a strange laugh, which scared Inyan. The next moment, all the vines rolled up, revealing a huge space inside. Click sounds. Inyan saw several dwarf trees shaking their bodies, and the fruits on them suddenly lit up, illuminating the entire cave. Although the space inside is large, there is only one bed. You can ask the brothers to make other tables and chairs for you, but we have to buy some of the things we use for cultivation outside, and the same goes for food. Meng Xiaoqi pulled Inyan inside and introduced everything to her, saying, the purple vine, just now, is the gatekeeper demon vine. Drop a drop of blood on it later, and it will recognize you. It will only open the door for you in the future. Others who want to break in must first pass it. Don't be fooled by its ugly appearance. It is comparable to a 5-star human spirit realm strongman. Miss Ming, the gatekeeper vine is a kind of demon grass beast, right? Can demon grass beasts be tamed? And there is more than one kind of demon grass beast in this cave. Strange races such as giants and the Xian race. Among beasts, there are animal-related spiritual beasts and plant-related demonic grass beasts. Spirit beasts are divided into contracted beasts that are driven by humans and wild spirit beasts that cannot be tamed. As for the demon grass beast, Inyan had never seen anyone successfully tame it. This is the ability of our giant tribe. As long as you are still in the giant mountain and are recognized as a friend by our giant tribe, the monster grass beasts that are of the same blood as our tribe will not harm you. Oh, that's right. Meng Xiaoqi slapped his head suddenly. I suddenly remembered something very important. Chapter 47, Dare You Leave, Little Brothers? You come. She pulled Inyan to the innermost part of the cave. After twists and turns, Inyan actually saw 5 roads in the end, each leading to a larger cave. The 5 caves are specially used for spiritual bodies of various attributes to cultivate. Water, fire, wood, thunder, and earth. Don't you have a spiritual beast? What are the attributes of your 2 spirit beasts? You can also go in. Come on, Lala. I'll take you to the fire attribute to have a look. Meng Xiaoqi enthusiastically dragged Lala into the fire attribute path. There turned out to be a huge lava lake inside. The rolling magma emits amazing waves. Wow! Lala's eyes widened suddenly. This kind of place is really suitable for her to practice. She immediately ran forward and jumped into the lava lake with a plop. She held her breath and dived under the lake. After a while, her head popped out from under the lake with 2 flames burning on her hair. The flames were like 2 shy bags, timidly greeting Inyan. Master, look, I caught a fish. Lala suddenly threw the half-man-tall black fish with black scales and sharp teeth that she was holding in her arms onto the shore. The blackfish struggled and jumped, trying to bite Inyan's toes, but was smashed to death by Bai Bian's small fist. There are actually wild spirit beasts in the magma. They're just the lowest level wild spirit beasts, without any intelligence, just like wild beasts, but with very faint spiritual power. People who practice cultivation like this kind of uncivilized wild spirit beasts the most. Yes, there are a lot of them. The meat of this mullet is very delicious. Let's grill it. By the way, Bai Bian, what is your attribute? Meng Xiaoqi asked curiously. Changes without saying a word. Inyan suddenly remembered that Bai Bian was the beast egg that mutated after Fong Yuan Nirvana merged with the magic element after she fell into the demonic gorge. She immediately smiled and said, Bai Bian can be anything, it's more average. Is that so? Then you can go to either one. Bai Bian nodded and blinked at Inyan. influenced by the demonic stream. He is actually a combination of spiritual power and magic elements. His cultivation is not as fast as Lala, but as long as he can keep up with and master it all, his future achievements will definitely not be lower than Lala. Junior sister, the outside of the 5 continents is still quite dangerous, with good and bad people mixed together. Although you have good talent, you are not yet fully grown and your strength is too weak. You must not sneak out, understand? Knew this without Meng Xiaoqi reminding her. She was not familiar with the 5 continents, so she really couldn't run around randomly. She had to wait until she had a clear understanding of the surrounding situation before running. Besides, the people in this place all seem friendly, so there is no need to worry about safety at least. Inyan always knows how to plan before taking action, rather than just rushing forward blindly. If you don't take a long-term view when doing things, you will basically be in trouble. The old beggar drank too much and went back to his cave and fell asleep. Meng Xiaoqi was afraid that this new junior sister didn't know how to take care of herself, so she was as enthusiastic as a stepmother, helping Inyan to light a fire and clean out the mullet. We have no shortage of spiritual medicines here, but we have too few small items for daily use. You don't even have a pot. Bah! Inyan reached into his space magic treasure and took a look. Yes, here, use this. She took out a black iron pot that looked like it was rusted. I'm sorry, my pot is rather ugly, Inyan said sincerely because the pot was really ugly and uneven. What's the matter? I'll stew it for you, huh? Huh. Meng Xiaoqi took a closer look at the pot and immediately lost the ability to speak. You. This. Isn't this a top-grade magical weapon? Meng Xiaoqi finally uttered a complete sentence. The uneven spots on it were not rust, but carvings of thousands of beasts. This was a top-grade defensive magical weapon. Ah, really? Inyan looked up and down at the ugly pot. My elders gave it to me and told me to collect water and boil soup. I don't know what it's used for. In the words of the great demons, the top-grade magic weapon cannot be used by Inyan now anyway, so what use can it have other than to blow her up for fun? This ugly thing can be used as a pot, and is better than other high-quality ones that can only be used for frying, so she stuffed it into the space. It's okay, just use this to cook. Inyan didn't care. She had a lot of this in her space. Meng Xiaoqi looked at her in disbelief. She originally thought that the master had picked up a poor little thing from somewhere and brought it home. After such a comparison, it turns out that these kids from the mountains are the ones who are pitiful. The mullet was indeed very delicious. In addition, Inyan had not eaten anything along the way, so she almost finished the whole pot of meat. Lala and Bai Bian are hardworking kids. They plunged their heads into the training cave and couldn't get out. Come on, let's go out and buy something now. Meng Xiaoqi really couldn't stand Inyan wasting the high-quality iron pot. Oh, not the high-quality magic weapon. So after finishing eating, she dragged Inyan to the foot of another mountain. Look, this is the only way in and out of our giant mountain. You need a token to enter, but you are not willing to be our junior sister yet, so I won't give you the token yet. Lala, standing beside him with her hands on her hips, said, I don't need your token. I can carry my master and fly away. Oh, Meng Xiaoqi raised his eyebrows proudly. Then why don't you give it a try? Lala didn't believe it and flew straight up into the sky. As a result, she hit an invisible barrier with a loud bang, which broke all her bones and caused several soft hairs to fall off. I'm so pissed. Lala rolled on the ground after falling down. Just as she was about to rush up again, she was stopped by Inyan. Okay, let's try again next time. Let's get out first. Meng Xiaoqi took out the token and stuck it on the barrier in front of him, shouting, Grandpa Shan opened the door. Then Inyan saw a scene that stunned her. The whole mountain suddenly moved. 2 huge rock hands slowly stretched out from the mountain and continued to dig soil into its belly. This is... The terrifying aura made Inyan almost unable to breathe. Haha, isn't that awesome? Grandpa Shan is the same as Master. Both are the patron saints of Giant Mountain. Grandpa Shan is a demon grass beast comparable to a 1-star lesser god. This place is surrounded by mountains. Inyan looked around immediately after hearing this. Then, what about the remaining 4 mountains? Yes, they are all Grandpa Shan, Grandpa Dashan, Grandpa Erzhan, Grandpa Sanshan, and Grandpa Sisan. Meng Xiaoqi's eyes were filled with pride. Junior sister, although we are a hidden force, we are very strong. The Bai family of Wanshou Kingdom, which is very far away. The Bai family has been very dull during this period. The death of Bai Lu has made everyone a little unmotivated, and the Bai family is also in a rift with the emperor and empress. But this has nothing to do with the pegasus that the Bai family raises as their ancestor. The Tianma uncles lay in their comfortable big beds, but they felt a little listless. I really miss that little girl who is full of matching values. The Tiamat boss circled around in annoyance, and suddenly his eyes became fierce. He snorted at his Tiamat brothers and stuck out his hoof. The Tiamat boss communicated with his brothers. Why don't we go find her? Let her be our master. Brothers, do you dare to leave? Chapter 48. Fong Sun wants to cancel the engagement. The Pegasus snorted at each other, and when they saw each other, they realized that was what they meant, and they all ran to the door. They tiptoed out. Then flap your wings suddenly and fly. It was just that when the Bai family was having a conflict with the emperor and the empress, no one cared about Tiamat. When the female slaves came over with the delicious food, they found that all the Pegasus masters were gone. As soon as the things in their hands loosened, they immediately held their faces and screamed, "Elder, it's bad." The Pegasus have all run away. Compared to the many disasters that the Bai family had suffered, the emperor and empress were not much better off. Fong Sun and the elders of the Fong family sat across from him impatiently, sneering, "Why would I, Fong Sun, want a woman with a completely ruined appearance to be my wife? If your divine beast is still there, it's not impossible. At most, I won't touch her after we get married." The elders of the Fong family frowned. "Sunner, actually appearance is not the most important thing for a woman. Feng Yuan, the divine beast was stolen, but can it be found back? After all, the contract can never be broken." The elders of the Fong family felt it was a pity. How could Fong Sun not know what these old guys were thinking? He didn't give the empress any face and said directly, "I heard that woman say it with my own ears. The contract has been broken, and the divine beast blood phoenix can't come back." What? Several elders suddenly stood up from their seats, looked at the emperor and empress with gloomy faces, and asked, "Bai Ling, is this true?" The emperor and empress were startled. "How did Fong Sun know?" "You are wondering how I knew that, right?" Fong Sun sneered. "Of course I heard you and your good daughter talking." Fong Sun walked up to the empress and said quietly in a low voice, "Do you want me to tell you a few more secrets? For example, the Bai family's secret method? That's a good thing. Even I want it. Or for example, the Feng Yuan in your daughter's body was dug out from someone else." The empress's face turned pale immediately. You were talking nonsense. Sunner, be careful." The elders of the Fong family were afraid that the emperor and empress would go crazy, so they quickly pulled Fong Sun behind them and glared at the emperor and empress and scolded. "Why don't you cancel the engagement quickly? How can a half-useless beastmaster be worthy of our Sunner? Even if you marry her, she will only bring disgrace to our Fong family." The emperor and empress clenched their fists tightly. The Fong family, how dare they humiliate her daughter like this? If Yenneres' engagement was broken off at this critical juncture, not only would she not be able to become the future legend of Wojo, but she would become the laughingstock of Wojo. "Empress Bai Ling, how about we make a deal?" Fong Sun sneered and said, "As long as you can give me something that satisfies me, I will break off the engagement with this woman in 3 months. How about that? And I won't tell the people of Shengshan's sect that the beast no longer belongs to Su Linyan. Otherwise, she won't even be able to enter the gate of Shengshan's sect, right?" The emperor and empress were so angry that they were shaking all over. "Please consider the suggestion I made carefully." Fong Sun looked into the eyes of the emperor and empress and said meaningfully, "I think you are so smart, empress. You must know what I want, right?" The emperor and empress stared at Fong Sun. A man who hasn't even grown all his hair wants to threaten him? Oh, it seems that he wants to buy family's secret method. The emperor and empress really wanted to kill this ignorant young man right here and now, but that would make them mortal enemies with the Fong family. Okay, then 3 months. The empress suppressed the humiliation rising in her throat and said, "You go back and wait. I'll only stay for 2 days. You'd better hurry up." Fong Sun snorted coldly and left with a smug and domineering look on his face. Fong Sun left. The emperor and empress could no longer bear it. They covered their chests and vomited blood in anger. He had already been injured by Yuan Shinsei and the old beggar, and now he was even more anxious and angry. "Empress!" Her confidence expression changed drastically. "Are you okay? I'll go call the doctor." "There's no time. Go and bring Yenner here." The emperor and empress looked fierce. "They all look down on my Yenner, right? Well, then I will do my best to help my Yenner regain her talent." The confidant was stunned for a moment, then seemed to suddenly think of something, and said with a pale face, "Empress, You are not thinking? Stop talking nonsense. Go and bring the princess over. Yes. Su Linyan was supported and walked in. She had heard everything. Mother, I don't want to marry a hypocrite like Fong Sun. Of course, Mother won't let you marry him. The empress smiled at her daughter. It's just a delaying tactic. You must not give him the secret method. When I become a man of great talent in the future, I will tear this man into pieces. Su Linyan said viciously. How dare you humiliate me? I will chop his thing into pieces and let him chew it himself. He will never be a man again. This is the only way to relieve the hatred in her heart. Yan'e, lie down. The empress wiped the blood from her lips. I'm afraid Zhuang Xian is the disciple of that mad giant. We can't get his beast essence for the time being. Then, Su Linyan was so anxious that the emperor and empress stopped her from saying the rest of the words. In addition to the phoenix essence of that bastard, you can actually awaken your beast essence once more. The empress exhaled slowly and made up her mind. But the beast essence in your body is not good, or even very bad, because it is on the foot bone. So I have sealed it temporarily and will let your phoenix essence swallow it to nourish it later. But who knew that the divine beast was gone? And the phoenix essence connecting to the divine beast was also greatly reduced. That's simply garbage animal bones. How can they produce any good animal essence? So Inyan looked unwilling. How could such animal bones be worthy of her noble status as an imperial princess? But if your mother uses her blood essence to nourish you, she can transfer your beast essence to your skull. I'm sure you already know how important your skull is, right? The skull is the most important part of the human body. Of course, there is an absolute price to pay for doing this. That means the empress will never make any progress in her life. She will always be a one-star lesser god realm powerhouse, and may even have to regress in strength and return to the heavenly spirit realm. But for my daughter, it's all worth it. Yenner, your mother will definitely send you to the 5 continents. Enter Xingshan's sect and become a genius of the generation. The empress held Su Linyan's skull and said, let's get started. At the same time, the mountain in front of Inyan had hollowed out a huge hole in its belly. The tunnel has been dug. Meng Xiaoqi pulled Inyan and walked out. Let's go. What about this passage? Inyan turned around to look. Don't look at it. Grandpa Dashan will cover the passage again. As soon as Meng Xiaoqi finished speaking, Inyan saw that the 2 huge rock hands really began to scoop up soil to fill their stomachs. Inyan didn't show it on his face, but he felt deeply moved in his heart. Sure enough, the 5 continents are completely different from the small kingdom of 10,000 beasts. There are many talented people in the 5 continents, as well as many crises, and it is not uncommon to see powerful people in the realm of minor gods. Inyan whispered to himself, it seems that I still need to be careful in the 5 continents. It's always better to keep a low profile. Meng Xiaoqi smiled quietly after hearing this. Little junior sister, is so cute. She even said cautiously that she should keep a low profile. The 2 of them walked for a long time before Inyan gradually heard voices. Huh. Meng Xiaoqi pulled her and suddenly frowned. How strange. It seems like there's a fight going on ahead. Chapter 49, ha 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 ha, she's bald. The 2 of them walked through a dense forest, with La La and Bai Bian following behind them, secretly fighting behind Inyan as they walked. La La punched Bai Bian and said angrily, you are closer to the master than I am. You move back. We have to keep the same distance. Bai Bian kicked Lala and snorted. What about you? Don't think I don't know when you quietly reached out your hand to hook the corner of your master's clothes. Neither of them was willing to give in to the other, but when Inyan turned around and stared at them, they stuck together with a smile on their faces. We didn't quarrel, master, Lala said with a smile. Inyan glared at the 2 boys, but he couldn't care about them at this time, because the moment they walked out of the grove, I saw a group of sturdy men tied up with hemp ropes like dead fish, twisting on the ground like big insects. There was also a hum sound coming from his mouth. What are you yelling about? Do you deserve a lesson? A petite girl who was carrying a big knife, but was only as tall as Inyan's shoulder kicked the men's shoulders and spoke in an angry voice. These burly men are obviously the captives of this petite woman. This scene was so shocking that Inyan couldn't help but curl the corners of his lips. Opposite this petite woman stood a group of women in green robes, who seemed to be from the same force. Those in green clothes are from Xingshan's sect. Meng Xiaoqi whispered beside Inyan. Did you see the woman standing in the front? Her attire is obviously different from the other disciples. She is the first-ranked new disciple of Xingshan sect this year. She is known as the Fairy Spirit, and her name is Sheng Xianxian. Of course, she is also the daughter of the leader of Shengshan sect. You are the same age as me, junior sister. We are both 18. At such a young age, you have already reached the 9th level of spiritual body. Having said this, Meng Xiaoqi also glanced at Inyan. This junior sister must have a magical device that can block prying eyes. Unless she is someone as powerful as the master, people like her cannot tell what level the junior sister is. It is obvious that Sheng Xianqian's side is now confronting the petite woman. Hey! The petite woman suddenly stretched out her finger and pointed at Inyan's nose and said, "What are you two whispering about? What? Are you also from Sheng Xianqian's faction? Are you trying to snatch someone from me?" Meng Xiaoqi saw this woman coming up and pointing at her junior sister. She immediately became unhappy and was about to speak. But he heard Inyan say expressionlessly, "I'm not from that faction, but if you point your finger at me again, your hand will be gone." Meng Xiaoqi choked suddenly. "Good man. Is this what you mean by keeping a low profile? Do they have different understandings of keeping a low profile?" She was also worried that the little junior sister was too soft-hearted and thought that our giant tribe had never been afraid of anyone. But who knew that the junior sister was much more ferocious than her? "Oh, you are so arrogant." The petite woman laughed when she saw her like this. To Meng Xiaoqi's surprise, the woman was not angry at all. She said cheerfully, "I just like to chew on hard bones. Just wait. After I deal with Sheng Xianqian, I will come and fight with you." Her tone, Inyan suddenly felt inexplicably familiar. "Zhou Sheiru, you are relying on your membership in the Zhou family to bully the helpless and weak. Is it interesting?" The disciple next to Sheng Xianqian said with a dark face. "Why don't you let them go quickly? If we hadn't happened to pass by and discovered you bullying them, wouldn't these people have been killed by you quietly?" Zhou Sheiru? Inyan immediately thought of the fighting-loving Zhou Xiaoyu. Several burly men tied to the ground twisted their bodies desperately. Whoa, whoa, whoa. They looked at Sheng Xianqian with longing eyes, as if those eyes were saying, "Help! We in Shengshan sect hate this kind of bullying." The disciples of Shengshan sect surrounded Zhou Sheiru. At the same time, they looked at Meng Xiaoqi and Inyan who were standing aside. "Hey, those two girls over there, come and help. What are you doing?" Sheng Xianqian drew out her own magic weapon, a green folding fan, glanced at Inyan, and said to the disciple who spoke, "Don't force it. Not everyone has a conscience." Of course, who can have such a kind heart as our Xianqian? The people around him immediately flattered. Who in the whole 5 continents doesn't praise us as the peerless and righteous Xian Lingzi? Meng Xiaoqi frowned. "We didn't say anything. What are these two talking about? People from Shengshan sect are always pretentious. What nonsense are you talking about?" The disciple laughed at Meng Xiaoqi sarcastically. "People from small families are only jealous of our Shengshan sect disciples. People like you don't even have the qualifications to enter our sect. You see someone in need, but you don't help. You have a cruel heart." Sheng Xianqian didn't even have Inyan in her eyes. She looked down at Zhou Sheiru in front of her and said, "You are not my opponent. We have more people today. You can't escape even if you have wings. I advise you to apologize to those who were bullied. Otherwise, I will send you back to the Zhou family and make them lose face." "Bah!" Zhou Sheiru sneered and said, "These people deserve to die, so don't mess with my business." Although there were many people over there, Zhou Sheiru was not afraid and went up with her machete. This little girl is an 8th level spiritual body. TSK, she's going to suffer a loss. Meng Xiaoqi shook her head. "Master." Lala suddenly tugged at Inyan's sleeve and whispered in her ear, "The man who is tied up stinks. It's a foul odor." "Really?" Inyan frowned. "I don't smell anything." "It stinks." Lala was a pure-blooded spirit beast and a pure blood phoenix. She couldn't help but show a look of disgust towards those men and almost subconsciously said, "It's just a disgusting stench. Junior sister, let's go." Meng Xiaoqi didn't want to care about the quarrel between the two big forces, but several disciples of Shengshan sect immediately surrounded them. "Don't leave. Who knows if you and the Zhou family are in cahoots? Go back and inform the Zhou family. Stand right here." Meng Xiaoqi was completely furious and strode forward, ready to attack. "You are probably looking for death." But at this moment, a huge sword light suddenly slashed towards Inyan, but it was Sheng Xianqian who missed it. "Sheng Xianqian, you are crazy. Why did you hit her?" Zhou Sheiru saw that the sword light was about to chop directly at Inyan's neck, and she was furious. "If we fight, you come at me." Sheng Xianqian looked unhappy. Is that woman blind? Why is she standing there? She really deserves to die. Who made her stand so close to me? Shang Xianxian said angrily. Inyan, a foreigner standing outside the battle circle, watched the sword light getting closer and closer. Junior's sister, Meng Xiaoqi, was so frightened that she almost lost her soul, but it was too late for her to rush over. When the sword light came slashing down, Inyan didn't even move a step. Are you looking for death? Zhou Sheiru's eyes widened. Get out of the way. Before he could finish his words, he saw a flash of red light in front of him, and Lala appeared in front of Inyan. What are you yelling for? Why does my master need to take action for this? She opened her arms and stuck out her belly. Look at me. The sword light suddenly chopped on her belly, but Shang Xianxian's full-strength sword light couldn't cut through her tender white belly. Lala thrust forward suddenly, and the sword light was actually bounced back straight away and at a faster speed. With a swoosh sound, the sword light suddenly slashed towards Shang Xianxian's head. Shang Xianxian dodged quickly, but was still hit a little. How brave you are! How dare you attack me? Shang Xianxian felt extremely humiliated. She hadn't realized anything yet, but Lala suddenly started laughing, holding her belly. Ah! Lala pointed at the palm-sized patch of white scalp in the middle of Shang Xianxian's head. Oh my god! Her hair was shaved off, she's bald. Chapter 50. A face change in public. Shang Xianxian suddenly touched upwards. The touch was warm, but my scalp felt the coldness of my hand. Ah! Shang Xianxian suddenly screamed, and the face that had been maintaining a superior attitude suddenly showed a look of visibly collapsed. You dare to touch my hair? I will kill you. Shang Xianxian couldn't even cover her scalp and was so ashamed and angry that she wanted to die. How is it possible? The disciples of Shengshan's sect covered their mouths in disbelief. Xianxian is only one step away from the human spiritual realm. Who is this person? And this kid? How come this kid is so strong? What are you standing there for? Bring that woman to me. Shang Xianxian screamed and cursed. Junior's sister, Meng Xiaoqi, grabbed Inyan's hand. She looked at the Shengshan sect disciples in front of her with cold eyes. She raised her hand, and a huge meteor hammer magic weapon appeared in her hand. She stomped the ground heavily with the meteor hammer, and with a bang, the ground in front of her was dented. 5-star Earth Spirit Realm powerhouse instantly crushed the entire venue. Let's see who dares to touch my junior sister. Meng Xiaoqi shouted angrily. Don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you're from Shengshan sect. If anyone dares to touch a hair of my junior sister today, tomorrow my clan will bring everyone to flatten your vulnerable short head mountain. I am absolutely serious about this. The giants can really do this. Under the leadership of the old beggar, all the tribesmen have two unshakable beliefs. If my kid fights with someone else and wins, we applaud him. My kid's got into a fight with other kids, and we had to fight them. In short, they protect their own people, especially the younger ones in the clan, who are more protected. They can be bullied at will behind closed doors, but others just dream on. 5-star Earth Spirit Realm. Inyan was shocked by Meng Xiaoqi's strength. You have to know that Meng Xiaoqi looks only about 25 years old. As expected, those who were picked by the old beggar and taken back to the mountain to be disciples were not untalented. The disciples of Shengshan's sect immediately fell silent. In fact, they're just new disciples this year, and their strength is not as good as Shang Xianxian's. Especially the cultivation speed of their spiritual bodies is very slow. Shang Xianxian has not even broken through the barrier of the human spiritual realm, let alone them, and it's useless even if it breaks. This is a strong man in the Earth Spirit Realm, such a young Earth Spirit Realm expert. Someone couldn't help but whispered to Shang Xianxian. This person must be from a prominent family. I don't know where he comes from. Xianxian, why don't we just forget about it? Forget it. Shang Xianxian covered her scalp, shaking with anger. Crush the message jade to pieces. What? The man's face suddenly changed. Xianxian. That can only be used when encountering danger and enemies, right? Before he could finish his words, the man was slapped aside by the furious Shang Xianxian. Useless thing. Shang Xianxian took out the signal jade from her body and squeezed it hard. A beam of green light rose straight into the sky and exploded with a loud bang. This is the signal jade that only the disciples of Shengshan's sect have. It means that the disciples are in danger. Once the jade is broken, all the disciples who are close to here will rush over as soon as possible. Just wait. Shang Xianxian glared at Inyan, gasping in anger. We in Shengshan's sect will never let you go for your malicious acts of hurting me. Inyan was not afraid. Only those who are strong in the heavenly spirit realm can fly in the sky. At worst, she could jump on LA's back and run with Meng Xiaoqi. Meng Xiaoqi was not a coward, she sneered. You deliberately attacked my junior sister, and I haven't settled the score yet, so I'll ask your Xingshan sect to come. She also comforted Inyan. Don't be afraid, little apprentice sister. Then he quietly bent down and whispered, we haven't left the protection of Grandpa Mountain yet. Don't be afraid, even if people from the lesser god realm come. Grandpa Mountain's roots are right under our feet. Inyan looked down. A small piece of soil at her feet was quietly arched up, and a root as thick as a finger waved its tip towards Inyan, then touched her ankles soothingly, telling her not to be afraid. After the root touched her, it pointed at the people from Xingshan's sect opposite in front of Inyan, and then made a domineering gesture of wiping its neck. The general meaning is, don't be afraid, little darling. If she dares to mess with you, Grandpa will mess with her. Inyan couldn't help but smile. These giants, whether old or young, were all so cute. You're still laughing? Sheng Xian was shaking with anger. How dare you laugh at me? You are bald, who else should I laugh at? Huh? Lala shouted, hoping that the world would not be in chaos. Bald girl, he. Sheng Xian was so angry that she wanted to come over and kill the brat, but was held back by someone. Calm down, Xian Xian, you can't beat it, Xian Xian. Sheng Xian became even angrier after hearing this. Sheng Xian, what do you mean? Inyan was too lazy to talk to this silly woman, but Zhou Sheiru next to him couldn't help it. Hey Sheng Xian, what do you mean you're fighting with me? Are you still going to fight? The girl was being beaten by several men until she was bleeding, and now she was spitting blood and foaming at the mouth, but she still wanted to continue fighting. Inyan also felt that the Zhou family was indeed warlike from the beginning. Whoa. The men who had been ignored for a long time suddenly hummed towards Sheng Xian. Help. Sheng Xian looked annoyed. She wrapped her head with a veil and was only thinking about her hair. How could she think about these men? But so many people were watching. Go and untie them. Sheng Xian pointed at a disciple and said, No! Zhou Sheiru immediately held the big knife in front of him. I told you that these people deserve to die. You are not allowed to be a good person. It looked like a fight was about to break out again. At this moment, countless sounds of breaking wind were heard, as well as the sound of dense footsteps. Great! It's someone from our sect who has arrived. Soon a group of people in green robes arrived. Xian, what happened? Within just a few breaths, the disciples of Xingshan sect arrived. The leader was a very handsome man. Sheng Xian immediately felt wronged when she saw this man, third senior brother. She told the whole story from beginning to end with great grievance. Of course, it was all Inyan's fault. Inyan didn't just stand there and wait to be beaten. He actually dared to fight back and hurt her? Damn it. The third senior brother is named Yuan Shang, also a 5-star Earth Spirit Realm expert. Yuan Shang already liked Sheng Xian, and upon hearing this, he looked at Inyan in anger. You. But halfway through his words, a look of surprise suddenly flashed in Yuan Shang's eyes. Senior brother? Sheng Xian followed Yuan Shang's gaze and saw Inyan's face. Why does Inyan look completely different from before? She was clearly just a pretty woman before, but at this moment, she was so stunning that it made people forget to breathe. Inyan subconsciously touched his face under their suspicious gazes and finally was stunned. Oh no! I forgot to take the medicine to change my appearance. Chapter 51, Grandpa Dashin teaches people. But she soon remembered that this was not the kingdom of beasts, so there was no need to hide it anymore, and she became calm. What? Have you never seen a disguise pill? Seeing that Lala had not yet changed back to her original appearance, Inyan took out a pill and stuffed it into Lala's mouth. Lala opened her mouth obediently, her chubby face looking round and cute. Looked at Inyan's face carefully and became a little dazed. But soon she shook her head vigorously and asked, You are not those guys on the 5 continents wanted list. Why do you need to disguise yourself? Zhou Sheiru has liked good-looking people since she was a child. She was pointing at Inyan and saying you just now. Now she wanted to add a ya or any to her words as softly as possible. Inyan raised an eyebrow and looked at her, then smiled and teased her. You're so beautiful. I'm afraid that others will see me and I won't be able to walk. It was just a joke. Unexpectedly, Zhou Sheiru nodded seriously. You are right. Then how do you feed this child? The disguise pill tastes good. Is it wrong for me to give it to my child? Inyan glanced at her. Okay, you're beautiful and you can say anything. Zhou Sheiru stared at Inyan's face and said with a smile, "Senior brother." Sheng Xianxian was so angry that she almost died. How could this woman just eat such a precious thing as the disguise pill? Yuan Shang was not as aggressive as before. He stared at Inyan carefully, as if trying to gauge her background. "You must give Shengshan's sect an explanation for hurting my junior sister." Yuan Shang's voice became much calmer, "But I will deal with these people first." He took out his sword and was about to help untie these people. Seeing Zhou Sheiru about to rush out again, Inyan held her back and said to Yuan Shang, "Your two families are really interesting." She smiled and said, "One family is I don't listen, I just do what I think is good. The other one was, I won't say anything, just go up and beat me and that's it." Whether these people are innocent or not, it's not too late for you to judge after listening to what Zhou Sheiru said. Inyan looked at Zhou Sheiru and said, "Explain the matter clearly. If these people really did a lot of evil, then they are the ones who are not in the right." Meng Xiaoqi was playing with his sledgehammer beside him. Her eyes were fixed on Yuan Shang of Shengshan's sect. This man was also at the 5-star Earth Spirit Realm. Where should she hit him later? He dared to ask Junior Sister to give him an explanation. It would be true if she hit him on the head. What Zhou Sheiru disliked most was Sheng Xianxian. Plus, she had a hot temper and didn't want to talk much to someone she didn't like. But since the beauty said so, let's give her some face. When I passed by Shijia village in the east, I smelled a strong smell of blood. All the people in that village were dead. Zhou Sheiru stared at the people in front of her with disgust and said, "When I arrived, these people were killing people and taking their blood." There was also a strange formation on the ground. At this point, not to mention Yuan Shang, even Sheng Xianxian looked shocked. Yuan Shang couldn't help but ask, "Are these people actually evil cultivators?" As for the evil practitioners, they are all scums who take the essence and blood of others and use forbidden formations to forcibly increase their own strength. Anyone can kill them. Why else do you think I tied them up? Zhou Sheiru rolled her eyes. These guys must have just started practicing evil ways and are still weak, so I managed to tie them up by surprise. I'm going to take them back to the Zhou family and force them to tell me where the nest of these stinky rats is. You can tell whether they are evil practitioners by cutting them open and smelling their blood. The blood of evil practitioners is foul-smelling, but you cannot smell it if you don't cut them open. Lala is a top-level divine beast with a more sensitive sense of smell, so she smelled it immediately, but she didn't know where the stench came from. "Why didn't you say it earlier?" Sheng Xianxian said angrily. "Did you let me speak? Didn't you start scolding me right away?" The two groups were about to quarrel again, but the evil cultivators had already lowered their heads in despair. "Let's go." Inyan was no longer interested in watching any further, so she turned around and left. "Wait, you can't leave," Sheng Xianxian insisted. "You messed up my hair like this. Where else do you want to go?" "Brother, help me hold her down." Sheng Xianxian gritted her teeth. "I don't care about the evil master, but I'm going to pull out all her hair today." Yuan Shang hesitated. "Hurry up. Otherwise, if my father finds out, you will be in trouble." When Sheng Xianxian saw that Yuan Shang actually hesitated, she was so angry that she brought out her father, the clan leader, without caring about anything. But Yuan Shang hadn't taken any action yet. The roots of the mountain under Inyan's feet, which were already stirring, could no longer hold back. "Damn it." Yuan Shang hesitated, but Grandpa Dashin would not hesitate. He really could not help it and wanted to teach these shameless people a lesson on behalf of his own young people. With a loud bang, the root that was as big as Inyan's finger just now suddenly became as thick as a person, and it directly passed over Inyan and slapped Sheng Xianxian. The roots slowly squirmed, and the pressure they released made all the disciples, who only had spiritual strength, fall to the ground and unable to move. Demon Grass Beast. It's a demon grass beast from the lesser god realm. Yuan Shang was sweating profusely as he watched the root lift Sheng Xianxian up directly, but he was unable to move. Senior, we know we were wrong." Yuan Shang said hoarsely, "Please let my junior sister go. My junior sister was young and ignorant and offended this girl. I am willing to take my place." Yuan Shang's mouth was immediately tightly gripped by another root, preventing him from speaking. Grandpa Dashin was very angry. "It's so annoying with all the chatter." Senior brother, save me." Sheng Xianxian was so frightened that her face turned pale, and then she saw the root directly pulling off the scarf on her head. The next moment, the roots tangled up all the remaining hair of hers. "No, what do you want to do?" Sheng Xianxian couldn't help but burst into tears. "No, If you dare to do anything to me, my father will not let you go. Ah. Followed by a cry of pain. Strands of black hair were plucked out like plucking the feathers of a dead chicken. Sheng Xianqian's screams rose one after another, louder than the last. Xiaoqi covered her hair with her hands after hearing this. Grandpa Shan is so angry, so scary. She said it was terrible, but she had a smile on her face. It hurts just looking at it, so pitiful. So, if we had just left quietly earlier, wouldn't everything have been fine? Meng Xiaoqi snorted coldly. Does she really think that she is the only golden egg laid in a golden nest in the world, and no one can touch or scold her? If it weren't for the powerful spirit beast of Junior Sister, someone not as powerful as Sheng Xianxian would have died on the spot if he had stood there. And the people from Shengshan's sect were standing there and wouldn't let them leave. She was really the one who was right. She was the most pure and flawless. Soon, not a single strand of Sheng Xianqian's black hair was left. Her bald head looked like a funny egg. Inyan opened his mouth and was about to speak, but a familiar voice suddenly sounded in his ears. "You little annoying bastard. Can you hear me?" Inyan shuddered suddenly. Is this the voice of the old witch Yin knew? How could she? Could it be that the old witch used the 1,000-mile sound mirror that consumed all her cultivation? Chapter 52. Hanging and Beating. Old witch. Inyan was so excited that she immediately called out the nickname she had given Yin. She transmitted a message in her mind. Why are you using the 1,000-mile sound mirror? That thing is such a waste of cultivation. You little bastard, you called me an old witch. After a moment of silence, Inu's furious voice came over. Are you looking for death? Inyan chuckled. While Grandpa Dashin was lecturing people, Meng Xiaoqi was only looking at Grandpa Dashin. Inyan took 2 steps back and quietly responded to her, Old witch, I'm fine. Don't worry, I've also got the cub back. I haven't dealt with the mother and daughter yet. I will deal with them later. Inyan said in a low voice. Demonic Gorge. Countless monsters sat in circles around the 1,000-mile sound mirror. They held their breath in silence as they heard Inyan's words, and immediately raised their hands and cheered. I knew our Nyan was the best. Nyan, do you have enough magic tools? Nyan, have you lost weight? A chaotic array of voices mixed together, but when Inyan's next words came over, everyone was stunned. Inyan said, but now I've been captured by an old man from the giant tribe, and he wants me to be his disciple. But don't worry, I would rather die than obey. They looked at each other. Giants? The next moment, everyone burst into earth-shaking shouts. Follow him. Silly boy, obey him now. Inyan, what? She was unable to react for a moment. Shut up. Inu glared at the excited demons. After everything was completely quiet, Inu said to Inyan calmly, Are you stupid? I want to teach you a special skill. Why don't you learn it? Is this what I taught you? But there can only be one master. Inyan frowned. Who said there can only be one master? Also, how many times do I have to tell you that I am not your master? You were just a little thing I picked up. Inu cursed awkwardly. Go learn. The giants were also a very powerful tribe before the demons were sealed. Yes, Nyan. The big demons wanted to hold Inyan's head down and force her to come on. It's not in line with our demon style not to take advantage of the opportunity. Go on, squeeze out the giants' unique skills. Since they all said so, Inyan immediately smiled. You should have said it earlier. I thought you would be angry. She smiled with a determined smile. Don't worry, I will definitely learn it well and won't embarrass you. But I'm in Wojo now. I want to find a way to unlock the seal of the demonic stream. Where can I find more methods to unlock it? The smiles on the demons' faces suddenly disappeared. In fact, no one has any expectations about going out, but they couldn't bear to let the child down, so they thought about it and said, in the past, there was a Shengshan sect in Wojo. That sect had a library. Among all the human forces, it had the most strange skills, various formations, and methods to break formations and seals. Shengshan sect. Yes. Inu was relieved when she knew she was fine, but she would never show it on her face. Instead, she said impatiently, if you can find a way to sneak in, then go in and look for it. Okay, let's not talk anymore. You can practice on your own instead of wasting my cultivation. Ms. Yin waved her hand and unilaterally cut off the communication with Inyan. After listening with his mouth closed, Inyan looked silently at the group of Shengshan sect disciples trembling in front of him. They were all shaking like little mice that had been dragged out. The third senior brother, on the other hand, had a look of endurance. The most important thing is that Shengshan Zong most precious child, Shang Xianxian, is being pulled by the ankle at this moment. She was swung from the east to the west, wailing loudly. Ah. Then he was dragged from the west to the east, and his whole body was shaking. Oh. Inyan, can she still get into Shangshan's sect? Grandpa Dashin, please put her down. I have something to ask them. Inyan thought for a moment and said. Finally, the roots stopped teaching Shang Xianxian a lesson and let her go. As soon as Shang Xianxian came down, she touched her completely bald head. The shock was so great that her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Even Zhou Sheiru couldn't help but touch her hair out of sympathy. Too cruel. Junior sister. Yuan Shang hurriedly hugged her in his arms, but did not dare to act rashly. He looked at Inyan with vigilance. Seeing Inyan frowning, Yuan Shang couldn't help but feel nervous. What on earth does this woman want to do? Third senior brother? Inyan couldn't remember this man's name, so he just called out with a smile. Yuan Shang was shaken by her shouting, and almost blurted out, "Please don't call me that." But fortunately he calmed down. "Miss, can you please let us leave?" "Sure." Inyan changed the subject. "But, let me ask you something. Do you think I can go into your Shangshan sect and take a stroll?" All disciples of Shangshan sect. What did she say? Yuan Shang forced a smile. "Miss, please don't tease me. You are not a sect disciple. How can you get in?" But his heart was beating wildly. Could this mean that she was going to bring this strange demon grass beast into the sect? There are also many powerful people in the minor god realm in their sect. Forget it, I'm just asking casually, you guys can go now. Inyan also felt that these people were probably unwilling, so he waved his hand and asked them to leave. It seems I have to figure it out myself. The disciples of Shangshan's sect ran away quickly, fearing that if they stayed for even a minute longer, their hair would be plucked out by this cruel woman. Zhou Sheiru also smiled awkwardly at these evil cultivators. Well, then I'll leave too. No matter how beautiful a beauty is, you have to be alive to see her, right? What's more, the evil grass beast is still watching them covetously. Seeing that everyone had left, Meng Xiaoqi clapped her hands with a smile on her face. Let's go, junior sister. We are in the central town of Taiyizu, one of the 5 continents. There are many things in it. The 5 continents is a general term for the 5 continents united together. It begins with the word Tian and is divided into 5 states. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. The closest place to the giant's secluded place is the city center of Taiyizu, and the kingdom of 10,000 beasts is also within the territory of Taiyizu. Junior sister, come here. Meng Xiaoqi brought her to the city gate. Hand out your ID card. Inyan was stunned and took out the ID card that Zhuang Xian gave her. Fortunately, it was okay. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain if I can't produce my ID card today. As soon as she entered the city gate, Inyan suddenly thought of Yuan Xinsui. She turned around and asked Meng Xiaoqi, "Senior sister, which state is the Red Ghost Valley in? If it's not too far away, you can go look for it." "Red Ghost Valley? In Wojo." Huh. Meng Xiaoqi turned her head sharply and grasped the key point. She excitedly grabbed Inyan and asked, "Junior sister, are you calling me senior sister? Are you willing to stay in the giant tribe and learn skills from your master?" Chapter 53. All of Wojo are looking for her. Inyan nodded. Yes, if the master still wants me. She was worried that the old man would have a different idea from moment to moment and might kick her out the next moment when she returned. Yes, why doesn't the old man want it? A voice suddenly exploded beside Inyan's ear. Inyan and Meng Xiaoqi were both startled and turned around to face the smiling face of the old beggar. The old beggar patted Inyan's shoulder with joy on his face. Okay, it's good as long as you figure it out. Ha ha ha. Meng Xiaoqi puffed up her cheeks. Master, you were following us quietly along the way? Then why didn't you come out just now? How dare you bring that up? The old beggar looked unhappy. You should have picked up your hammer at that time, and you even let Dashin do the fighting. Why didn't you take advantage of such a good opportunity to fight? What did the master say? Only by fighting more can you improve. We can't fight among our own family members, so why didn't you eat the food that was delivered to our door just now? Little disciple. The old beggar looked at Inyan seriously and said, "Next time something like this happens, you don't have to waste time talking to them. If they are as strong as you, just go up and fight them. If you can't win, run away and go home to find your master. Do you understand?" Inyan nodded. "I understand." Hey, that's right. The old beggar and Inyan hit it off immediately. When other disciples first came, they all complained that fighting was bad. His little apprentice is really thoughtful and has the same ideas as him. Why did you ask about Chigui Valley just now? The old beggar narrowed his eyes. Why? Do you have a lover in Chigui Valley? No, Inyan said helplessly. It's just someone I know who's here. Okay, when I have time, I will take you to travel around the 5 continents and meet your lover. I've already said that you're not my little lover anymore, Inyan said helplessly. By the way, master, Inyan called out very smoothly. I want to go into the Xingshan sex library to check something. Is there any way I can get in? She was just asking. Unexpectedly, the old beggar frowned and thought for a while before saying, It's not impossible. Inyan was surprised. Is this possible? Just now, the disciples of Xingshan sect were hung up and beaten because of me. It's okay, as long as you don't arrest and beat the leader of Xingshan sect. The old beggar pinched his nose. Master, go talk to the leader of Xingshan sect. Do you still know the leader of Xingshan sect? Even if you know him, why do you beat his disciples like that? I don't know him. The old beggar picked out a large piece of snot and flicked it out, saying shamelessly, I'll know him if I go and talk to him. Wait, my disciple. I'll go and talk to him. Hey, master. Before Inyan could finish his words, the old beggar disappeared on the spot. Okay, little sister, our master always thinks and acts accordingly. You can't catch up with his pace. I'll take you to buy the things you need first. After they finished shopping, Meng Xiaoqi took Inyan to a particularly famous restaurant. The food here is all made from the meat of wild beasts. It is very nutritious and, most importantly, tastes good. Meng Xiaoqi looked at Inyan and liked her more and more no matter how she looked at her. The little junior sister's temper is just what the giants like. She is talented and pretty. Master, I want to eat fish, Bai Bian said, holding his little chubby face. La La was not to be outdone. Put more chili. La La likes spicy food. Meng Xiaoqi couldn't help but look at the 2 little guys. Who would have thought? These 2 children turned out to be 2 spirit beasts. A mere primordial beast could transform into a human form? This was something that at least a divine beast could do. Junior sister, we haven't had a beast tamer in our giant tribe yet. You are the first one. Meng Xiaoqi couldn't help laughing, but I heard that beast tamers themselves are very fragile. You have to be careful when fighting, okay? Inyan nodded, but still said, My physical body is not that bad, it's okay. Ha, little junior sister, don't try to be so brave. Everyone knows that a beast master himself cannot withstand a fight. It's okay. I won't look down on you for this. Unexpectedly, Meng Xiaoqi burst into laughter. Inyan also smiled. You will know it slowly in the future. Have you heard? The princess who was born with the Phoenix Yuan is going to join Xingshan sect. Didn't they say that Princess the Sacred Beast was stolen? Inyan suddenly heard the laughter and chatter of several people nearby. Are you talking about Su Linyan? So Su Linyan is going to Xingshan sect? Huh. Inyan shook the cup with her hands, a cold look in her eyes. This was even more interesting. She wanted to go to Xingshan sect even more. The fish was served, and Inyan continued to listen to the conversation on the other side. She stole it. The man was so excited that he waved the chopsticks in one hand in the air. But you would never imagine that the princess, in addition to having phoenix bones, she was also born with double bones. What? Everyone around was shocked and joined the discussion. Double bones? Is there such a thing in this world? Did the remaining bone give birth to the beast essence? The person who was speaking showed a bit of pride when holding the first-hand information. Why are you in such a hurry? I'm telling you, hey, it's amazing. God has been very kind to her, you know? The man sighed and said, that animal bone turned out to be a skull. Skull? The most famous beast master in the 5 continents. The one who has a divine beast that is comparable to an 8-star lesser god-level warrior. Must be the skull, right? That's right. Besides, the double-bone beast eggs have already come out again. But how can the beast essence beast eggs bred by the skull be any worse? Of course not. No wonder she was able to enter Xingshan sect. When will the princess come to Wojo? I'm still waiting to see what this person favored by God looks like. I'm really looking forward to it. Inyan clenched his chopsticks. Skull? A flash of coldness flashed across her eyes. How could Su Linyan have such good luck? Perhaps the empress did something again? The eldest brother who was talking continued. I heard that they have already set off. I estimate that they will arrive in the next 2 days. Xingshan sect is very lively now. There is Sheng Xianxian, who was born with a 9th-level spiritual body, and now there is a princess. TSK. Among the new batch of disciples in Xingshan sect, I guess only these 2 can compete with each other. That may not be the case. Someone hissed softly. I don't know for sure. There will be a dark horse rushing out. Impossible. Is there anyone with better talent than these two? The sound over there suddenly became louder. But Inyan was no longer in the mood to listen. Little junior sister, come and eat. Meng Xiaoqi picked up some food for her. Don't worry about Shengshan's sect. Although our master may seem unreliable, he is very accurate in what he says. If he says you can get in, then you should be able to get in. Okay, I got it, senior sister. Inyan smiled, with some anticipation already in her heart. What she didn't know was that at this moment, in the main family of the Red Ghost Valley in Wojo, Yuan Shinsue was sitting on a high chair with his head bowed, his face so gloomy that ink could drip out of it. Go find him, Yuan Xin said in a deep voice. You must find him within 3 days. Great Elder, you know what she looks like after she changes her appearance. Draw her, and tell all the 5 continents. Chapter 54. The Great Shengshan Sect. Young Master. Seeing that his expression was really ugly, the Great Elder sighed and consoled him. We will definitely find Miss Nyan. Yuan Xin had his eyes half closed, without making any sound of breathing, and looked extremely creepy. But the hand hidden in his wide sleeves was clenched tightly, as if he was enduring something. It was the first time that the other people in Chigui Valley saw Yuan Shinsue. Seeing him like this, they were so scared that they didn't even dare to raise their heads. They all have some Xian blood in their bodies. The Xian race has an extremely strong blood pressure, a pressure that only their own people can feel. Yuan Shinsue hadn't said a word yet, but just a breath of air had already brought them tremendous pressure, making them feel suffocated. Let's go out. The young master likes quietness. The elder sighed and took everyone away. Yuan Shinsue then slowly opened his eyes. He stared into space. After a while, he pursed his lips hard. Wait, he shouted. The great elder turned around immediately and asked, Young master, do you have any other instructions? It has to be posted everywhere in the 5 continents, and the reward for providing clues has to be generous. Within 3 days, I must see my Nyan Nyan. Do you understand? I understand. The great elder slowly stepped back. But in his heart, he felt sad that the young master had not been seen for many years. And after he came out, he was only accompanied by Miss Inyan. I'm afraid I'm going crazy with anxiety at this moment. Inyan didn't know that his disguised face would be made into notices and posted all over the streets and alleys of Wojo. She put all the things she bought today into her space magic weapon. By the way, senior sister, Shengshan sect is in Tianyi province, right? I remember. Yes. Seeing Inyan was so interested in Shengshan sect, Meng Xiaoqi simply pulled him forward. Master has gone there anyway. Let's go. Senior sister will take you over to see the excitement. Although we can't get in, I'll show you the door. But little junior sister, it's one thing if you want to go there, but you must not disown our giant race after entering Shengshan sect. Understand? Meng Xiaoqi turned around and stared at her, saying seriously, if you are a good junior sister to me, then I will love you from the bottom of my heart. If you dare to take advantage of master and turn against me, I will hit you with a hammer. Don't worry, senior sister. Inyan chuckled. There is absolutely no chance that there will be a happy relationship between me and the Shengshan sect. Let's not mention the matter of Sheng Xianxian. The fact that Su Linyan was going to enter Shengshan sect was enough to make Inyan feel sick. But senior sister, Inyan raised the corner of his lips. Give me a little more time to practice, and we may lose. That's right. Lala will work hard to advance. Lala held Inyan's right hand and clenched her little fist and said firmly, Humph. Bai Bian snorted coldly. Damn you. How long does the master have to wait? It must be me first. The group of people were noisy and soon arrived at the gate of Shengshan sect. Shengshan sect is indeed one of the major forces in the 5 continents. Inyan raised his eyebrows and said, just one gate is so magnificent. It's not that Inyan is ignorant, because even Lala and Bai Bian were stunned. How come the gate on this side of the mountain extends from one side to the other? Lala stretched out her chubby little arm to measure it. It's so wide. I wonder if it will be this big after I transform into a spirit beast. You definitely can't do it, but I can, Bai Bian said with certainty. Your 2 bird wings are not wide enough. You're looking for a fight, you bastard. Lala raised her fist in anger. Meng Xiaoqi next to them looked at the 2 little cubs with surprise. What extraordinary thing had she just heard? Is the original beast body as big as this daishaman? Ha ha, junior sister, your 2 cubs are so cute, but spiritual Yuan beasts can't grow that big. Talk to them when you have time, so they won't be disappointed. Inyan also smiled. Senior sister. My spirit beast didn't lie. Inyan turned around and smiled confidently. My spirit beast has reached the level of a primitive beast, and its body will only be larger than this door. Meng Xiaoqi's face disappeared little by little. Little junior sister, do you know how big this Datian gate is? Can't you see it right in front of you? Meng Xiaoqi disagreed and said, if the level of a primitive beast can reach this level, it must be at least a divine beast. Wait! She snapped back to her senses. Difficult. Could it be that all your spirit beasts, junior sister, are divine beasts? And there are two of them? Meng Xiaoqi's feet were a little unsteady. If this is true, then what junior sister said just now is true. Who will be beaten when compared with her? Meng Xiaoqi felt very complicated. Wow! There was a small vendor's son nearby, who looked to be about 3 years old. His father was busy packing things into packages for customers. Before he knew it, the child had come to the gate of Shengshan's sect. He was gnawing on his own fleshy hand and staring at the gate of Shengshan's sect with a longing look on his face. The gatekeepers were a group of disciples from the human spirit realm. When they saw the kid coming over with his hands chewed, they showed some impatience on their faces and scolded, "Get out of here, little brat." Meng Xiaoqi and Inyan turned around together when they heard the voice. Then he saw that one of the disciples seemed to dislike the child. He wanted the child to leave, but was unwilling to touch him with his precious hands. He just kept poking the kid's shoulder with the scabbard of his sword, cursing as he poked, "Hurry up and leave! Do you think you can get through the gate of Shengshan's sect?" The child was still ignorant and just thought that the door was tall and beautiful. He was suddenly stabbed and fell backwards, with his whole body pressed against a sharp stone and his face scratched. The child was very sensible. Even though he was in pain and had tears in his eyes, he slowly got up. As he stood up, he bowed to the others and said, "I'm sorry, big brother." But that's not all. The disciple was annoyed by his behavior and poked him again. "Hurry up and leave. You can't enter our gate." This time the child couldn't stand steadily at all. He was chubby and cute because of overeating. He rolled twice and was about to fall from the high steps and get a bloody head. Meng Xiaoqi's heart tightened, and she immediately went to answer it. But there is someone who is faster than her. Meng Xiaoqi only saw a figure flash by, and the next moment the child who fell from the high steps went directly into her arms. The disciple was also shocked. But when he saw that the stupid child was caught by someone, he immediately became arrogant again. Inyan stared at him quietly. He felt strange being stared at and couldn't help cursing. What? What are you looking at? Don't you know that our Shengshan sect's Datian gate is actually a high-level magic weapon? If you are not a disciple of Shengshan's sect, ordinary people who are not at the human spirit realm can't enter at all, and will be strangled directly in the magic weapon. This kid barged in here, looking for death. I'm trying to save him. Why are you glaring at me? Chapter 55. My apprentice is gentle and well-behaved. Inyan couldn't help laughing after hearing that. Is this the disciple of Shengshan's sect? It really broadens my horizons. That's right, junior brother Bai did nothing wrong. If it weren't for him, the child would have died long ago. They said such things, but they never thought that if Inyan didn't catch the child, would the child still be alive if his head fell to the ground from such a high altitude? What's more, the child has already apologized. You should just wait for the child to leave by himself. Why did you have to push and poke him, and then think that it's all their credit because the child is lucky enough to be fine? Is there such a truth in this world? Besides, why would a little kid like you break in? Isn't this courting death? Do you think you can touch our Datian gate? As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a childish voice. Oh, this is Daishaman? Lala walked to the side of the doorpost, put her hands on her hips, and kicked the doorpost of Daishaman with her feet. It is ugly and feels rough. Lala raised her eyebrows, strode forward, and stepped in. I'm coming in. Then he ran out again in front of the stunned eyes of his disciples. I'm out again. The junior brother surnamed Bai turned green in the face, shaking his hands and saying in disbelief, You, how could you? Such a tiny kid actually has the strength of a human spirit realm? Lala is a divine beast of the Chu Yuan level, and its strength is comparable to that of a 5-star human spirit realm. As its strength increases, it will be able to easily defeat a 9-star human spirit realm at the Chu Yuan level, okay? Your gate is really interesting, Lala said loudly, so that all the passers-by could hear. Your gate is not for keeping out bandits, nor for defending against foreign enemies. It turns out that it can't stop ordinary people in the human spirit realm. So you Shengshan sect are afraid that these weak, ordinary people will come in and tear down your nest. Lala patted her chest, blinked her eyes, and asked with a childlike look, Then how cowardly are you, Shengshan sect? You are even weaker than the rotten vegetable sticks in the hands of the vendor next door. Ha ha ha. The people around burst into laughter when they heard this. Were really angry when they saw the disciple surnamed by stabbing the child just now, but they did not dare to offend Shengshan's sect. Now that the child has spoken, of course they have to laugh as much as they can. With so many people laughing, even Shengshan's sect couldn't kill them all. You shut up. Junior brother, Bai anxiously drew out his magic weapon and chopped at Lala. Junior brother Bai now? Some disciples nearby were shocked. After all, he was just a child, and there was no guarantee that something had gone wrong with Daishiman. If a child was killed in public, Shengshan's sect would be doomed to failure. But this disciple was originally a child of a big family. He joined Shengshan's sect to study when he was young and lived a proud and contented life every day. How could he tolerate the ridicule of a child? He would have chopped the child off with red eyes. But just when everyone thought that the kid was going to be killed on the spot, La snorted coldly, raised her little fist, and quickly dodged the sword that was coming at her. Then he punched him hard in the stomach. Ah! The disciple screamed miserably and flew out, hitting the Datian gate that he was so proud of. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood. The strength of a one-star human in the spiritual realm was simply not enough in front of Lala. Lala touched her nose proudly, turned around and saw the child who was stabbed clinging to his owner and hugging her neck, and she immediately became jealous. She walked over and stretched out her arms. Master, please praise me. Is Lala's cooking good? Master, hibelalajo. Inyan smiled, put the child down, gently touched his head and said with a smile, Go find your father and mother. The child looked back at her every few steps, his eyes full of attachment. Inyan didn't see it, but Bai Bian did. Bai Bian's sharp eyes swept over the child, and he suddenly frowned. Something seemed strange about this child. Just as he was thinking about it, the child also felt the change in gazes. He didn't dare to look at Inyan anymore and ran away. Forget it. Bai Bian's frown relaxed. No matter who you are, just don't bother my master. Inyan had already walked to Lala's side and raised his hand to hug Lala. Well, that's great. Our Lala protected herself. Do you know who I am? Junior brother Bai was still shouting. He seemed to be on fire and cursed at Inyan with a ferocious face. I am from the Bai family of Wojo. The Bai family of Wojo? The same clan as the emperor and empress? Junior brother Bai probably thought he could still do it. Seeing Inyan was stunned, he pushed away the person holding him and walked forward, sneering, I am a child of the Bai family and a disciple of the elder of Shengshan's sect. My master is a powerful person in the heavenly spirit realm. When my master arrives, it will be too late for you to kneel down. Before he could finish his words, he was kicked out again. When no one could react, Inyan used all his spiritual power to kick him hard in the chest, kicking him out. This kick is much more fierce than Lala's. Bai family, Inyan sneered. Then you will be beaten even more. At the same time, in Shengshan's sect, the closed disciples looked at the old beggar standing in front of the sect master, and cold sweat dripped down their faces. When did this person appear in their sect? Sheng Hong, the leader of Shengshan's sect, frowned as he looked at the old beggar in front of him, with deep fear in his eyes. You are the leader of Shengshan's sect, right? The old beggar said while picking his teeth with his fingernails. I have nothing else to ask you, but I have a little disciple who thinks your Shengshan sect is quite interesting. Can you let her come in and hang out for 2 months? Of course. The old man, will definitely help my little apprentice pay for his tuition. Only disciples of Shengshan's sect can enter our Shengshan sect. Sheng Hong said coldly, Senior, please go back. No, I've already made a promise to my disciple. What do you think it will take to let her in? The old beggar thought for a moment and said with praise, My little disciple is very obedient and smart. Still obedient. She is very gentle and clean. You don't have to worry at all. As long as she comes, she will definitely not cause any trouble to your clan. This is not a question of whether the disciple is obedient or not. Sheng Hong was gradually losing his patience. He clenched his fists, and spiritual power surged through his body in an instant and began to put pressure on the old beggar. I see that your hair is gray, so I call you a senior. But if you insist, don't blame me for being rude. Hey, can we talk about this? Why are you fighting? The old beggar slapped his thigh. How about we exchange students? How about you send 2 disciples to our mountain to study? We don't allow anyone to enter our mountain. The old beggar narrowed his eyes. You're in luck, young man. Mountain? Sheng Hong suddenly calmed down after hearing him say that. What mountain? He knew that there were many hidden clans in the 5 continents. Could this old man be one of them? Oh, that's it. The old beggar hadn't finished yet. A disciple outside hurried in and shouted with a red face. Brothers and sisters, it's bad. Junior brother Bai was beaten by a woman and a child, and his mouth is full of blood. Chapter 56. Don't move. Everyone retreat. What? All the Shongshan sect disciples present were angry. How could you allow your own family to be beaten at your doorstep? What's the matter with the kid? Junior brother Bai can't beat a child. A figure walked out of the crowd. It was Yuan Shang, the third senior brother of Shongshan sect, whom Inyan and the others had met before. Yuan Shang has already come out of the trauma of seeing his junior sister being plucked out in public. As soon as he appeared, everyone immediately surrounded him as if they had found their backbone. Third brother, please go outside and take a look. We, the Shongshan sect, have lost all our dignity. That child is very strange. Shongshan sect's most powerful eldest and second disciples were both in seclusion, so Yuan Shang was the strongest among the disciples. When everyone saw him coming, they all clamored to teach Inyan a lesson. Let that little girl know how powerful our Shongshan sect is. Yuan Shang nodded and said coldly, don't worry, no one has ever been able to walk out safely after being a bully outside of our Shongshan sect. Yuan Shang led a group of people towards the door. Seeing this, sect master Sheng Hong smiled and said to the old beggar, the disciples of our sect have always been united in facing the outside world. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. The old beggar said seriously, it's quite funny. Sheng Hong's face suddenly turned dark. Okay, we haven't figured this out yet. You want to know who I am and what kind of power is behind me? Is it worth it for you to let outsiders come in to study? The old beggar didn't want to waste any more time, so he stretched out his hand and made a fist. Watch this, kid. Next moment, Sheng Hong saw the fist swelling bigger and bigger as if it was filled with water. Sheng Hong's eyes suddenly widened. You are a giant? But didn't the giants disappear long ago? Sheng Hong couldn't hide the surprise on his face. After all, those elders of Shongshan sect who had seen the old beggar in the kingdom of 10,000 beasts had not returned yet. So Sheng Hong naturally didn't know that the old beggar had already caused trouble in the kingdom of 10,000 beasts once. Anyway, after the commotion, within half a month, all 5 continents will know about the birth of the giants. The old beggar no longer hid himself. The children born by the earliest batch of disciples on his mountain are older than Inyan, so it's time to let them go out into the world and try their luck. We giants won't disappear so easily. Just tell us whether we should change or not. The old beggar said impatiently. I will send out 4 disciples, and you can send out 4 disciples, 2 of whom will be in the spirit realm and 2 in the earth spirit realm. You don't need to teach them deliberately. Just let them stand by and watch. How much they can learn and what they learn depends entirely on their own understanding. How do you think? 100 years ago, the giants were a race that was very good at fighting. Naturally, they have many unique skills. Sheng Hong was very excited. Okay, it's settled. He wanted to send his daughter in. It would be good to learn as much as possible about the cultivation methods of the hidden clans. It's a deal. The old beggar rubbed his nose vigorously. I will send my disciples over tomorrow. You should also get ready. Let's go and see what's going on. The old beggar was eager to make a move. Who is it? Why are you so arrogant as to cause trouble at someone's doorstep? The old beggar really wants to meet those 2 great men. Sheng Hong frowned. These are all matters concerning the younger generation. I won't go. This old beggar only has the strength of a lesser god, but he is so shameless as to join in the fun with the younger generation. He is the leader of a sect. How could he go? The old beggar didn't care about that and went straight to the door. Inyan and Meng Xiaoqi were just about to leave when they heard junior brother Bai yelling in frustration. Don't leave. Just because I'm hurt, I want to leave like this? Every bone in his body seemed to be falling apart. Several disciples of Shongshan sect quickly surrounded the 2. So annoying. Meng Xiaoqi waved his hand, and a heavy hammer appeared and was swung out violently, knocking away several disciples who came to catch Inyan. A 5-star Earth Spirit Realm expert? The disciples who gathered around were all shocked. With the strength of Heavenly Spirit Realm, one can become a sect elder. 5-star Earth Spirit Realm can be the guardian of a small force even in the 5 continents. Senior brother Yuan Shang is here. Someone suddenly shouted. Great! Senior brother is here. Brother, it's this bitch who hurt our junior brother Bai. These 2 women are just waiting to die. Everyone made way. Meng Xiaoqi carried his big hammer and whispered to Inyan, "The words Yuan Shang sound familiar to me. I seem to have heard them somewhere before." Inyan thought about who this remarkable person was. An intriguing smile suddenly appeared on his face. "Don't worry, he's an old acquaintance of ours." Yuan Shang was surrounded by his fellow disciples, with his chin slightly raised and his usual arrogant attitude. He stood on the high steps, his eyes slowly moving downwards. "Who is it? How dare you lie in front of my Shengshan sect?" "Ah," Yuan Shang said halfway through his words, and the last word turned into a blurt-out shout. The pride on his face was shattered in an instant. His two eyebrows were twisted together weirdly, because he was too surprised. "You!" He pointed at Inyan as if he had seen a ghost, his voice becoming uncontrollably high-pitched. You. What's wrong with you?" Yuan Shang was speechless. The disciples next to him were even more surprised and puzzled. "What happened to third brother?" "Oh, it's you." Meng Xiaoqi changed the hammer and carried it on his shoulder. When changing the hammer, he accidentally hit a Shengshan sect disciple who was standing next to him in amazement. He hit him hard with the hammer. "Ha! Is it the third senior brother of that bald-haired girl?" Lala leaned against Inyan and laughed at Yuan Shang. Inyan was holding Lala, with Bai Bian leaning against her. She raised an eyebrow at Yuan Shang. "We meet again?" Inyan's smile stimulated Yuan Shang so much that he remembered Sheng Xianxian being hung upside down in front of him and having her hair plucked out in clumps. For a moment, Yuan Shang felt that all that was flying in front of him were his hair. All kinds of hair! His eyes were stiff, as if he saw his junior sister's bald head still swaying in front of him. It was at this time that the old beggar rushed out. He originally came to watch the fun, but ended up finding out that the people who were having fun were his two beloved disciples. "Hey!" The old beggar was immediately furious. "What do those brats want to do by surrounding the only two female disciples on our mountain? Are they looking for a fight?" He didn't care about being bullied or not. He just rolled up his sleeves and wanted to help. But the leader, Yuan Shang, trembled all over, as if he suddenly remembered something, and stretched out his hands and shouted, "Back off! Everyone back off!" He shouted at the top of his lungs. "Watch your step." The disciples were pulled back by him, completely confused. "Brother, are you crazy?" Someone couldn't help but ask. "These are just two women. Why are you so scared?" "What do you know?" Yuan Shang tensed up. "There are roots in the ground. Do you want your hair pulled out?" Chapter 57, See you tomorrow. The disciples were almost crying. "Brother, what's wrong with you? Brother, have you been bewitched? What nonsense are you talking about?" Yuan Shang became even sadder. His fellow apprentices couldn't understand him. And that demon grass beast might still be following the two women? The demon grass beast in the lesser divine realm could suddenly attack and kill all of them in an instant. Meng Xiaoqi couldn't help but burst out laughing and whispered to Inyan, "This idiot doesn't think that the roots of Grandpa Dashan can follow us so far, right?" Inyan smiled and said nothing. Yuan Shang led everyone to retreat, looking at Inyan and the other person nervously. "What are you two doing here?" He looked extremely painful. "Wasn't what we did before enough?" Inyan sneered. "Don't act like you've been victimized. Ask your good junior brother what he did just now. Of course, you are from the same school, so it is possible that others are protecting him and refusing to tell the truth." Inyan stared at junior brother Bai with disgust. "There are many people outside the door who witnessed the whole scene today. Just ask anyone, and you will know why your good junior brother was beaten like a dog." "You!" The disciples of Shengshan sect all looked at Inyan angrily, and junior brother Bai even cursed. "How dare you, bitch, be so arrogant." She gritted her teeth in anger. "Master, you want me to beat you to death?" Huh? But someone was faster than her. Everyone only felt a black shadow flash by, and the next moment a ball of black mist appeared in front of junior brother Bai. Two tender white hands stretched out from the black mist and slapped junior brother Bai on the face. "What is this thing?" Yuan Shang was shocked, and a stream of spiritual power directly hit the black fog. The hand was retracted with a swish, and the spiritual power dispersed the mist but did not hurt the entity at all. What was that hand just now? The disciples had never seen such a strange move. Only Inyan could sense the fluctuations of Bai Bian's spiritual power. Was the black mist actually Bai Bian's innate ability? Was that hand also Bai Bian's hand? Inyan narrowed his eyes. Lala was very clear-headed, her potential was obvious, and she was full of fighting power. There are only a variety of changes, various strange talents and abilities, and an unpredictable true self. Is it really just a bug beast? What have you done? Some people felt their hair tingling. Before Inyan could speak, Bai Bian beside her had already pulled her hand and spoke slowly. He was not as aggressive as La La, and could even be said to be very gentle. She didn't do anything. She didn't move at all. Bai Bian curved his eyes, smiled softly, and said, "He is punished by God for his dirty mouth, right?" The disciples of Shengshan sect were so angry that they almost died. "Are you, a 3-year-old kid, trying to fool the devil?" Junior brother Bai was knocked unconscious by 2 slaps. Inyan? Xiaoqi. The old beggar saw that the 2 sides did not fight in the end. He shook his head, very disappointed with the cowardly disciples of Shengshan sect. He walked out and shouted to the 2 people, "What are you doing? Go home with master." "Bitch!" The disciple of Shengshan sect had just said one word when Bai Bian, who was pulling Inyan's clothes, turned around and looked at him. That look was so sinister that the disciple swallowed hard. "Well, you can't leave." He lowered his voice. Bai Bian's eyes were so cold that the disciple's throat tightened, and he felt as if he was being stared at by a fierce beast. The old beggar doesn't care about these cowards. They don't even dare to fight, and can only talk nonsense. It's very boring. He excitedly asked Inyan for credit. "My little disciple, master has done the job for you." "Really?" Inyan was surprised. "He would agree to this?" "Yeah." The old beggar rolled his eyes and didn't tell Inyan that when the other party agreed. He had no idea that his daughter and disciple were beaten by them. Anyway, he had already agreed, and if he dared to go back on his word, then he has a reason to take his disciples out to stretch their muscles. Inyan immediately smiled when she heard that. She turned around and gave a meaningful smile to Yuan Shang, who was still very vigilant, and the angry disciples of Shengshan sect. "Everyone then, see you tomorrow." The disciples were confused. Who wants to meet her tomorrow? But before they could react and curse out loud, Inyan had already been dragged away by the old beggar and disappeared from the spot. "Third brother." The disciples looked at Yuan Shang unhappily. "What's wrong with you? Why are you so afraid of that woman? Even the woman with the big hammer behind is only at the 5-star Earth Spirit realm. We, Shengshan sect, have lost all our face. What do you know?" Yuan Shang shouted angrily. "Those 2 women were protected by the lesser god realm, demonic grass beast. If I hadn't stopped you, you would have died long ago. I don't understand his painstaking efforts at all." Small divine realm? The disciples were shocked. And that old beggar. Yuan Shang was at least a 5-star Earth Spirit realm cultivator and a top genius in the sect. His perception was much sharper than that of ordinary disciples. He said solemnly, "He is not a simple person either." The disciples looked listless. "But this way, we will lose all our face, as the princess will be here tomorrow." "Yes, if they come and hear that so many of our disciples were unable to stop the 2 troublemakers, what will they think of us?" Upon hearing this, Yuan Shang raised his eyebrows and asked, "Will that princess arrive tomorrow?" "Yes, the elder has sent a message back." Somehow, when Yuan Shang heard the word tomorrow, he thought of Inyan's words, "See you tomorrow." Although the weather was warm, he shivered and got goosebumps all over his body. Seeing that there was nothing exciting to watch, the spectators around dispersed. One of them smiled and said to the father of the child who was stabbed, "You can't just focus on business and ignore your child, understand?" The man nodded with a simple smile. I know. I will definitely feel bad for my child. Let's go, son." The man took the child who was eating a string of candied haws nearby. Alas, it's unfair to be born in such a poor family. Someone couldn't help but sigh. It takes the help of kind people to help the child get justice. Otherwise, even if this kid died in front of the gate of Shengshan sect, it would be nothing. The doll took the man's hand and came to a deep alley. Only when there was no one left did the little girl let go of the man's hand. "What's wrong, son?" The man still had a simple smile on his face. The little boy had already dropped the candied haws in his hand. He turned around and smiled at the man. "I'm tired of playing the father-son game. I wanted to pretend to be dead to teach those unreasonable people in Shengshan sect a lesson, but it didn't work. But it doesn't matter. Thanks to this incident, I found a very interesting person." He smiled and put his palm on the man. A purple light flashed in the child's eyes. He said softly, "Wake up. I don't need you anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, the man trembled all over. The next moment, his somewhat cloudy eyes suddenly cleared up. "Huh." The man looked at the little kid in front of him and frowned. "Whose child are you? Why are you here alone? Where are your parents?" "I don't have any parents." The child said as he handed the man a bag. Uncle, I had a lot of fun playing games these days. Here's the reward. Now I'm going to find someone more interesting. The little boy smiled brightly. She smells so good. The man took it and was stunned when he took a look at it. A bag full of spirit crystals? No, this. The man raised his head and was about to refuse. But he found that the little boy was gone. At the same time, in the sky just before reaching the center of Tiny's city, the pegasus flying over from the kingdom of 10,000 beasts were grunting and snorting with excitement. They are coming. Find your own master. Chapter 58. Fighting on the spot. Inyan is already used to it. The pegasus flapped their wings and sniffed hard with their big noses. Odor. Which direction is the nice smell coming from? The largest pegasus flapped its wings and snorted at the horses behind it. Look around. Smell everywhere. You will always find it. The gangsters nodded one after another. Inyan didn't know that those uncles from the Bai family had secretly run out to look for her. She, her master, and Meng Xiaoqi have returned to Giant Mountain. When Inyan walked into Grandpa Shan's belly, he touched the hard mountain wall beside him and said, Grandpa Shan, thank you for your help just now. Grandpa Dashan fiddled happily with his 2 rock hands, and countless roots sprouted from the ground beside Inyan's feet. He patted Inyan's hands and touched her head. Okay, old buddy. I know you like Nyen as much as I do. The old beggar couldn't help but pull Nyen out of the roots and said unhappily, but don't get too excited. Last time you used the roots to entangle a young disciple's child, and you didn't let him go. The child was crying from hunger. Grandpa Dashan seemed to be angry, and his roots cracked at the old beggar like whips. Oh, you want to fight? Huh? Come on. I'm not afraid of you, because I'm a dog. The old beggar rushed towards the roots with excitement on his face. Oh my God, the master is here again. Little sister, let's run. They are fighting again. Before Inyan could react, Meng Xiaoqi grabbed Inyan and ran out. After the 2 of them finally jumped out of the cave, they heard loud rumbling sounds in Grandpa Dashan's stomach, as if it had exploded. It was so dangerous. Fortunately, I acted quickly. Otherwise, we would have been injured in the explosion. Meng Xiaoqi cursed. Master is always like this. When fighting, can't he consider that there are people around? Junior sister, why don't you say anything? Meng Xiaoqi gasped heavily. Inyan was not surprised at all, and even had the energy to look back at the fight between his master and Grandpa Dashan. What? Inyan looked strange. Isn't this a very normal thing? Meng Xiaoqi, what did you say? This habit of beating people up when they're told to do so would seem very strange to anyone the first time they see it, right? Could it be that this wasn't the first time that junior sister had seen this? Isn't this a very normal thing? Inyan said naturally. In my family, the adults are also like this. The big demons were acting very affectionate as brothers 1 second, and the next second they started attacking with bottles in their hands because of something they said wrong. It's totally normal. Inyan shook his head, but was startled when he turned around. Hey, little sister, come quickly. All the brothers, uncles, and uncles of the giant tribe put aside their cultivation and came to watch the old beggar fight. Come, watch how the powerful people and the lesser gods fight. It will be good for us. Lala wants to watch. Lala wants to learn. Lala happily squatted next to the senior brother who was talking. Inyan smiled helplessly. Seeing Bai Bien quietly squatting next to the giants, Inyan said, then you too just watch here. Yeah, Lala nadi frantikeli. Inyan looked around among the senior brothers who were watching the fun, and finally spotted Zhuang Xian, who was as thin as wind and stood out among a group of muscular men. Are you free? Chat with me? Zhuang Xian was forced to tie 2 pieces of Tianxian iron on his feet for muscle training, and was standing next to senior brother Erky with a bitter look on his face. Upon hearing this, he immediately said, Okay, junior sister, let's talk next to each other. He was finally able to take this thing off. Inyan saw that he started calling her junior sister, and it really came very naturally to her. Junior sister, you know this thing is really too heavy. I can't move my legs at all. Zhuang Xian whispered. What do you know, little brat? This sky black iron is a medium-level magical weapon. You can only achieve the greatest effect if you use this thing to practice the spiritual step technique unique to our giant race. She shook his head. We giants have to train our bodies. Training our bodies is the most basic thing. If our bodies are our greatest weapon, then that is our greatest guarantee. Zhuang Xian shook his head helplessly. He was a beast tamer. The spirit body has awakened, but the fluctuation of spiritual power is very weak. He doesn't plan to go the path of physical training. The two were about to argue when Erky saw Inyan buckle the thatched iron anklet onto his foot with a click. She tried to take 2 steps, and it was indeed very heavy. Inyan transferred some of his spiritual power to his feet, and only then was he able to walk normally again. Erky's eyes almost popped out of his head. The first time someone wears this sky black iron, it would be difficult for him to move an inch without spiritual strength. But the little junior sister looked only 18 years old. An 18-year-old human spirit realm expert? Even if she was at the 1-star human spirit realm, did the most gifted disciple of Shengshan's sect have such strength back then? But Inyan not only walked, he also started running. Even started raising legs high. Kick. Jump. After struggling for a few times, Inyan smiled at the dumbfounded Ershi and said, "Brother Ergo, do you have any more Tianqian iron? I want to wear 2 more on my hands." "Oh yes." Wang Erky turned around blankly and went to get it for his junior sister. He was so surprised that he didn't even care that his junior sister had learned bad things and called him Ergo. Seeing Ershi leave, Inyan walked over to the stunned Zhuang Xian and asked directly, "Can I have a word with you?" "Yes." Zhuang Xian looked at her as if she were a monster. At the same time, he also understood why the master paid more attention to the little junior sister than him. To be honest, he had the holy chilin, and he felt a little unwilling to accept it. But it seems that junior sister is indeed more powerful. "Want to talk to me about?" Zhuang Xian asked after they arrived at a secluded place. "Zhuang Xian from Baichao Villa. Do you know who I am?" Inyan looked at him and smiled. Zhuang Xian's heart tightened at these words. He narrowed his eyes and asked cautiously, "Have we known each other before?" Inyan said nothing and took out the ID card from his arms. The moment he saw the ID card, Zhuang Xian trembled violently, and after a long while with his mouth wide open, he asked tentatively, You are the mysterious person who saved my sister?" In fact, she was the one who saved him. It is also the remnants of the demon world that caused turmoil in the kingdom of beasts. But Inyan would definitely not tell him these. Inyan smiled and admitted, "Yes." "So it's you." Zhuang Xian sighed deeply after being shocked. "If it's you, just tell me what you want to help with. I will definitely help. I want an ID card that will completely arouse no suspicion." What Inyan has in her hand now can only pass the kind of lax inspection. If it is really checked, she will also need an identity card with her own name. However, every 5-year-old child is given an ID card when he or she is born, and he or she will no longer be able to have one after the age of 10. An illegal household without an ID card will find it difficult to take a single step. Su Linyan is coming soon, and she can use this face to face Su Linyan. After all, Su Linyan would not dare to make a fuss about poaching someone else's Fong Yuan if she has any brains. But she couldn't use her identity as a bastard. If Su Linyan asked people to investigate her because she had no identity and then the matter of Demon Gorge was involved, it would be bad. As for Shengshan's sect, they will definitely check everyone's ID card carefully. You won't be able to enter with just a faction ID card. You must have a personal ID card. Your sister has passed away before it was reported to the higher authorities, right? Chapter 59, Su Linyan. I look forward to meeting you again. No. Zhuang Xian had no intention of asking why Inyan had no identity. There are many abandoned children across the world who do not even have identity cards. Their lives were not easy, and they were not allowed to enter many places. Do you need it? Zhuang Xian quickly took out a green jade token from his pocket. There was a huge gold-plated number printed on it. That was each person's number. There was nothing special about the jade token itself. But the special thing is that this number is engraved by a special person using a special method and cannot be forged. I didn't want to destroy this ID card, so I left it here on purpose. Just assume she's still here. Zhuang Xian lowered his voice. But if I give it to you, I'm sure my sister will agree. In the suicide note that he sent back, in addition to the guilt towards his father and brother, there was also deep gratitude to Inyan who saved him. Zhuang Xian's sister is also a very kind woman, but such a woman died in torture. Inyan took the ID card solemnly and said seriously, I can swear to you that I will never use this identity to do anything that is against the will of heaven. I will never bring shame to your sister. No need to swear. Zhuang Xian's eyes were filled with deep sadness. How could I not trust the person that my family was grateful to and praised before they died? I won't let the Bai family go. All the sadness turned into hatred and murderous intent. This account will be settled bit by bit in the future. The Bai family and I also have a blood feud. Inyan dripped blood on the identity card. According to convention, The card would be collected and destroyed when a person died, but the dealer did not report her death. Now the identity card could be recognized again by dripping blood. Our goals are the same. Inyan looked at Zhuangxian and said. Zhuangxian nodded. I will send a letter home, and my father will also come to the same conclusion. From now on, you will be the second daughter of the Zhuang family. Don't worry, my sister was sickly when she was young, and she was raised in the house without any friends. Those people in my Baichao manor before died or left. As long as my father and I are sure that it is you, no one will recognize you. Thank you very much. As soon as Inyan finished speaking, the distant sky suddenly lit up with a red flame. There was a rustling sound as if red flames were rolling, soaring from the bottom to the top, and then exploding into a bright red light as bright as blood. What is that? Inyan asked with a frown. The place where the fiery red light exploded should still be very far away. It just flew high enough and was bright enough for them to see it. Oh, that? Senior brother Urxi came over with two Tianxian iron buttons on his hands and just heard Inyan's question. He curled his lips and said, It's the Shengshan sect. This sect loves to show off and is very particular about pomp and circumstance. They put this thing on display at the annual sect opening ceremony for the disciples to be accepted so that everyone in Tianyi province can see it. Then what is he firing now? Meng Xiaoqi came over and frowned, saying, Is this Shengshan sect person sick? He is firing another shot for no reason. They are not sick. Inyan stared at the exploding blood-red cloud with a burning fighting spirit and coldness in his eyes. They are announcing that Shengshan sect has received another outstanding disciple. Inyan sneered. Shengshan sect only accepts disciples once a year. Everyone in the 5 continents knows the rule of not accepting disciples after the deadline. But there are exceptions to everything, and this new disciple is the biggest exception. This is to tell everyone that Shengshan sect has snatched up a top talent that they must accept even if it means making an exception. Shengshan sect will naturally give this disciple enough honor. The old beggar didn't know when he had finished fighting with Grandpa Dashin. He walked over to Inyan and looked at the cloud that was gradually expanding after the explosion. He said disdainfully, This is just a show. It's useless to do all this. Look at the distance. At their speed, it will take at least tomorrow morning to get there. And they're already showing off now. After the old beggar finished speaking, he lowered his head and glanced at Inyan and suddenly said, My little disciple, you will go to Shengshan sect tomorrow. This is also your own request. I will let Zhuangxian, Xiaoqi, and Ergo go with you. I will first teach you one of the must-learn skills of the giants, which is the divine form step unique to our giants. Ergo and Meng Xiaoqi nodded. The master really valued the little junior sister. They were not qualified to learn this on their first day. Unexpectedly, the master pursed his lips and said, You have already offended all the disciples of Shengshan sect. Since we are exchanging disciples, it is not good for the master to always help you fight. You two brothers and sisters can't stand the beatings of so many people. I guess they all waiting in line to beat you up. If you learn this, we can at least run away when we can't win, right? Meng Xiaoqi. Master, can't you just hope that we order well? Thank you, Master. Inyan thanked him sincerely. The old beggar was willing to teach her such a unique skill, and he really treated her as his apprentice. Of course, forget about giving me any advice. I am only responsible for accepting disciples, not giving you any advice. Don't come to me unless you have reached a bottleneck. Just practice the techniques on your own. As he spoke, the old beggar touched Inyan's forehead. This technique is an inherited skill from the giants, and there is no way to copy it out. That's why it became a lost art. Moreover, Inyan can only learn it by himself and cannot pass it on to others. In an instant, Inyan felt as if her brain was about to explode. The pain was so severe that she subconsciously squatted down with her head in her hands. Oh, I almost forgot to give it to you. Come on, too. The old beggar nodded at Zhuangxian's head again. That's better. There were now 2 people hugging each other. It took Inyan a long time to gradually regain consciousness. The first thing to do is to look up the technique. But I found that it was not words, but a ball of gray gas. This energy directly entered Inyan's body, entwined into every inch of his tendons and veins, and then poured into his feet. Haha, junior sister, you've been fooled. There is no technique here. It can only be passed on by body. Meng Xiaoqi finally waited until the moment when Inyan was confused and suddenly burst into laughter. You keep using spiritual power to feed your qi, and driving your feet is our divine walking step. She also laughed. So even if the people from Shengshan's sect come, they won't be able to learn our divine steps. But we can practice some moves with them. He shouted to the remaining brothers and sisters. When the Shengshan sect's people come tomorrow, remember to let them practice properly. Of course, the brothers patted their chests. Don't worry, our tribe is the most hospitable. Inyan couldn't help but smile when he heard that. The old beggar took a sip of wine, looked at her, and suddenly said, "My little disciple, the master has no other requests." Suddenly, he pointed to the cloud in the sky. "Did you see that thing? What your master hates most is those who put on a show. I don't care how talented that princess or chicken is. You must be better than the new disciples of Shengshan's sect. Understand? Otherwise, I, your master, will have no place to put my face. Understand?" Inyan moved his chi through all his veins and smiled as he heard the words, "Master, don't worry. I will never let her go, no matter who I am." At the same time, the strange child who had met Inyan once finally found the location of the giant tribe where Inyan was. The child tilted his head and stared at the mountain for a while, then gave a weird smile and said, "Oh, there are so many strong auras in there. I'll wait outside for her to come out." Then he leaned against a big tree next to him with a smile. This night passed slowly like a turtle amid the anticipation and waiting of Inyan and the child. The next morning, a ray of light suddenly pierced the sky. Inyan, who was lying on the bed, suddenly opened her eyes and gave a cold smile. "Inyan, looking forward to meeting you again." Chapter 60. Quietly give you something good, Nyan Nyan. Nyan Nyan, let's go. Erki and Ming Xiaoqi were calling her from outside. Inyan didn't have anything to take with her, but when she was leading Lala and Bai Bian out of the cave, the two little guys were reluctant to leave. "Ah, my training cave?" Lala said with a bitter face. "My little magma, I can't bear to leave it." Bai Bian is not as exaggerated as Lala, but it can be seen that he also likes his training room very much. Inyan touched her bed, which was made for her by her fellow brothers and sisters using wood cut from the mountains overnight. A place that makes people feel comfortable will make people reluctant to leave even if they only stay there for a day or two. But if it's a bad place, you won't have a sense of belonging even if you live there for decades. "Inyan, come here." As soon as Inyan walked out, he received a pair of boxing gloves. Senior brother Erxi, who was covered in muscles, smiled and said, "This is a magical weapon that every new disciple of ours will use in the human spirit realm. Pass it on one by one." Ershi looked at Zhuang Xian and said, "Zhuang Xian, Nyan Nyan is the sitting duck this time, and you haven't reached the human spirit realm yet, so you can't use this thing. Is it okay for you to give it to Nyan Nyan first?" Zhuang Xian shook his head. Why would he have any objection? Although Inyan already has many magical weapons, most of them are used by demons and require magic elements to drive them. Now that the demons have not appeared, her identity cannot be exposed. This glove is called Summoning Fire, and it is one of the best medium-level magic weapons. Our master made it himself, and he is also a weapon refiner. Meng Xiaoqi said with a smile. "Keep it well, and try to make this summoning fire play its due strength in Shengshan's sect this time." "Thank you, master, and thank you, everyone." It was impossible for Inyan not to be moved in his heart. She had lived a miserable life for the past 18 years, but now everyone she met was a good person. "Go ahead." The old beggar waved his hand with a smile on his face. "Master will come to see you when he is free." Inyan nodded. When they reached the mountain passage, she walked at the back. When she lifted her foot forward, she found something entangled her foot. Inyan looked down and found that it was the root of Grandpa Dashin's tree. Before she could ask what was going on, the tree root rolled something up and stuffed it into her arms. Then he patted Inyan's shoulder and touched her lips to make a hush gesture. It's like an elder secretly giving candy to his or her favorite child. Inyan nodded towards the tree roots and said, "Thank you, Grandpa Dashin," 3 times happily in front of Inyan before going back. Inyan touched his chest and felt something bulging inside, but he had no idea what it was. You'll see for yourself when the time comes. The 4 people walked out of the mountain, and the little boy who had been squatting under the tree stood up. He tried to move towards Inyan, but his eyes were fixed on Baibian and Lala, who were holding one of their hands on each side. Baibian's perception was very sharp. He glanced over suddenly, and the moment he saw the little boy, a golden light flashed in his eyes. Gone in a flash. The little boy's expression changed immediately. The beast had discovered him, and its blood was purer than his own. The suppression just now had already made his legs and feet weak. Bai Bian snorted coldly. He let go of Inyan's hand and pulled La La next to him to whisper to her. Look what that is. He quietly avoided Inyan and pointed in the direction of the little boy. That's a baby animal. His previous perception was indeed correct. He had felt that the child at the gate of Shengshan sect was weird. When La La saw it, her already big eyes suddenly bulged out. Yoho! She knew it. Her master smelled so good. There would definitely be a scheming beast watching her, but she didn't expect it to happen so soon. Lala raised her little hand and made a gesture of wiping her neck towards the little boy. She is a ferocious blood phoenix, Xiao Lala. If you dare to covet my master, I will kill you. Humph. Lala snorted unhappily and then silently said to the little boy, You are not allowed to come over here, go away. It's hard enough to have a versatile person who shares the love of his master. There was a flash of unwillingness in the little boy's eyes. Seeing Inyan and the others walking further and further away, he narrowed his eyes and revealed a sly smile. If you don't let me follow me, then I won't follow you. He always finds a way to stick to Inyan when she is alone. He followed quietly. Inyan, ere she and others arrived at Tainyizu, they found that there were few people on the streets. What's going on? It's not nighttime. Why is there no one here? Meng Xiaoqi said strangely. A fat lady who happened to be running by turned her head and looked at them and said, Young people, don't you want to go and watch the fun? What's the excitement? Meng Xiaoqi asked. Could it be that the disciple from Shengshan sect has returned? Oh, what disciple? No one cares that much. The fat ant was very enthusiastic. It's just that there's a new missing person notice posted on the bounty wall of Tainyizu. They're spending a lot of money to find someone. I heard that if we find the person, we will have many skills, spiritual crystals, and magical tools. If we really find him, we will be rich. Looking for someone? Who? Meng Xiaoqi was surprised. Who knows? Why don't we go and take a look? The fat ant ran away in a hurry, fearing that she wouldn't be able to squeeze in because of the crowds. Meng Xiaoqi was also a little eager to make a move, but ere she next to her glared at her and said, Let's go to Shengshan sect to do business first. Meng Xiaoqi curled her lips. We just arrived near Shengshan sect. Inyan heard the loud neighing and roaring of spirit beasts coming from not far away. With a loud boom, the location of Shengshan sect's gate was the same as last time, and the familiar golden red light suddenly shot up into the sky. A huge cloud exploded in the sky. Because the distance was close this time, Inyan felt it more directly. It was like the cloud was covering the sky, and it seemed to dye the entire sky visible to the naked eye. It looks like the princess is here. Meng Xiaoqi crossed her arms over her chest, staring at the figure that was gradually appearing in front of her with a half-smile. The princess was worthy of being from the kingdom of beasts. The emperor and empress also gave the princess enough honors and sent an entire army of spirit beasts to clear the way for her. Although they are all primordial beasts, one has to know that there are not many beast masters in the 5 continents. So many neatly arranged spirit beasts lined up in a row to clear the way for her is very eye-catching. Su Linyan was sitting on the back of the largest unicorn. She wore a mask on the half of her face where the eye was missing, leaving only the other half intact. And on her shoulder was a golden, snake-like thing, with fur claws on its feet and 2 small horns on its forehead. Could it be a dragon? It's actually a dragon. She actually hatched a dragon? Some people passing by suddenly realized what was going on. No wonder. I was wondering why Shengshan sect had such a grand ceremony. Why is it another divine beast? I'm so lucky. I deserve such a grand ceremony. The young dragon's pressure suppressed the primordial beasts, making them dare not even raise their heads. Looking at the red clouds rising in the sky for her, a look of satisfaction flashed in Su Linyan's eyes. Of boom, 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 footsteps was approaching her, and a fat ant and a group of people were rushing towards her fiercely. Su Linyan was not surprised. They are just a group of mortals who come to admire the divine beast on her shoulders. Su Linyan raised her head proudly, ready to accept the praise from this group of mortals. Unexpectedly, the group of people rushed over directly, bypassing the herd of animals in front of her stunned eyes, ignoring her. The fat ant pointed at Inyan in front and shouted, Look, that's her. I think she looks at least 50% like the person in the portrait. Maybe she is the person that Shigue Valley is looking for. Chapter 61 Su Linyan's Collapse. Posted by Chigigu was Inyan's face after he took the disguise pill. The great elder thought that Inyan would continue to take disguise pills, but he didn't expect that Inyan would use his own face again after his disguise fell off for the first time. Now that she has found a usable identity, she no longer has to hide. But even if he took the disguise pill, his appearance was still at least 50% similar. In addition, after the artist from Chigiga drew the picture, Yuan Shinsue was furious and tore up the original picture and cursed. My Yin Yin is not so ugly. Are you looking for death? The frightened painter beautified the appearance of the great elder a little more. Now the portrait was at least 60% similar to Inyan's original appearance. Hey, girl over there, don't move. We're coming over here right now. We have something to ask you. Those who just came over from the notice were very excited, and the fat aunt clapped her hands directly. Come here, little girl. Annie has something to ask you. Princess? Shangshan sect? Unparalleled genius? Divine beast? Stop kidding. What does that have to do with ordinary people like them? Can they get any benefit from it? They are more concerned about whether they can find the beautiful girl in the notice and get the rewards offered by the Red Ghost Valley, right? Even if Su Linyan was extremely arrogant at the moment, they would not even look at her. Su Linyan watched helplessly as these foolish mortals in her eyes passed her without even a glance, and instead rushed over to surround the other woman. The woman's face was hard to see to begin with, and it became even harder to see after being surrounded like this. Who is that? The disciples of Shangshan's sect who were walking with her were unhappy. They followed Su Linyan all the way here. Why did they make such a big fuss? Isn't it just to make others envy their Shangshan sect? When something they're used to suddenly happens to their doorstep and no one pays attention to it, it's like they have just set off a dud. Everybody is unhappy, especially the elder of Shangshan sect, who was sitting on the back of the spirit beast next to Su Linyan, had a sullen face. Seeing this, he said unhappily, "Who is in front? What a shame to block the road. How uncultured." He was cursing Inyan, but he didn't expect that their team had occupied all the road along the way, and they wanted to line up in a row to let everyone see Shangshan sect and the divine beast. Let's go ahead and take a look. Su Linyan suppressed the displeasure in her eyes and chuckled. I'm afraid it's that person who is trying to attract attention. But this is the gate of our Shangshan sect. She is so rude. The elders must teach her a lesson. Inyan was surrounded by layers of people, and their conversations were chaotic, but Inyan still grasped the main points. You mean the Chigue Valley in Taiwanwazu sent out a notice to look for someone? Everyone nodded. Inyan was surprised. She had thought about it, but she didn't expect Yuan Shui would spend so much reward to find her. I heard that they spent a lot of effort to find him in every continent. Is that person you? Everyone was looking eagerly, waiting for Inyan to nod and receive the reward. Inyan frowned and was about to speak, but suddenly heard a delicate cry. With a sharp tone, he asked, Why are you blocking my Shangshan sect? Do you have any sense of shame or upbringing? The crowd dispersed, and everyone looked at the female disciple of Shangshan sect, who was speaking with surprise. This female disciple wanted to please Su Linyan and had simply become Su Linyan's lackey. Inyan's face turned cold, and he raised his head. It was this glance that allowed Su Linyan, who was already very close to Inyan, to see her at a glance. At that moment, Su Linyan stared at the familiar face and felt as if the blood in her body began to flow backwards. Inyan stared at the half-mask on her face and felt it was extremely ironic. Just a few months ago, she was the poor little girl who had to cover her face and couldn't raise her head in front of Su Linyan. But now, it was Su Linyan's turn to wear a mask in front of her and could not show her true face. The sky was still red, and in the midst of the blood-red cover, Inyan smiled at Su Linyan with curved lips. That smile was like an evil ghost crawling out of the endless purgatory, and even the movement of moving the corners of his lips revealed a strong murderous intent and hatred. Ah! Su Linyan finally couldn't help it and screamed as if she had seen a ghost. Ghost! It's a ghost! The elder of Shangshan sect originally wanted to speak. He was startled by the sudden howl from Su Linyan next to him. Turning around, he saw Su Linyan and Mo waving their hands in front of them like crazy. Are you here to take my soul? Ghost! Bastard! Are you here to take my life? Eyes she showed was wide open, with red bloodshot quickly filling the entire pupil. Get out! Get out! Lala suddenly grabbed Inyan's hand. She had taken a disguise pill. After all, this face of hers had appeared at the national banquet of the 10,000 Beast Kingdom before. But now seeing the ugly Su Linyan, she still couldn't hold back her inner anger. At the same time, she also took a look at the so-called divine beast. Is this thing worthy of being called a divine beast and being on equal footing with her? Yinner, what's wrong with you? The great elder suddenly grabbed her shaking hands and said, Wake up! Su Linyin was suddenly pulled off the beast's back, and she became more sober after feeling the pain in her feet. She was breathing heavily, and the dragon-like beast next to her rubbed its owner's cheek to comfort her, while at the same time exuding murderous aura towards Inyan, who had driven his owner crazy. Su Linyan's stiff eyes rolled twice, and she finally reacted. "You're not dead?" She pointed at Inyan excitedly and said, "You weren't thrown into the demonic gorge. You came out of the demonic gorge." Her lips trembled slowly. "You did it. You did everything. You didn't die, and you stole my sacred beast. You became a demon. You are a demon." When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Those who had been surrounding Inyan instantly dispersed and moved away from her with horror on their faces. Demon Clan? The evil woman who disrupted the kingdom of beasts? The elder of Shingshan's sect almost immediately took out his magic weapon and asked, "Are you serious?" It's true, it's true." Su Linyin could control her voice, and it sounded crazy. "Elder, execute her quickly." Meng Xiaoqi in air. She immediately protected Inyan and shouted, "How dare you? If you touch my junior sister today, my clan will go to war with Shingshan sect." Erqi and Meng Xiaoqi's selfless defense left Inyan stunned. She thought the two of them would at least be stunned for a moment. Nonsense. It's complete nonsense. At this moment, Zhuang Xian, who had been wearing a gloomy face ever since Su Linyan appeared, suddenly stood up. His fierce eyes shot directly at Su Linyan. It was these members of the Bai family who killed her sister. Now he wants to frame his sister's benefactor? Zhuang Xian looked at everyone and said in a clear and loud voice, "You, the princess of the 10,000 Beast Kingdom, were born noble, but does being noble mean you can slander others with empty words? My younger sister and I grew up together. We have been together for more than 10 years. We were born in the same year and month. Now you are so crazy that you want to slander my younger sister's innocence." Zhuang Xian strode forward. Every word he said was as sharp as a knife. "I think you lost a sacred beast, and you are so sad that you have gone crazy." Chapter 62, I'm going to quietly tell Chigigu. Ha ha ha. The people around immediately burst into laughter. Su Linyan was so angry that her face turned red, and she shouted angrily, "How dare you fools!" Zhuang Xian sneered. "Don't show off your power as an imperial princess in Wojo. Do you still think this is the land of 10,000 beasts? What do you think Wojo is? You are a noble princess. Are we all fools? Are you the only one who is so high and mighty, looking down on everyone? Put away your arrogance as soon as possible. The children of the 5 major families in the 5 continents are not as outrageous as you." Zhuang Xian's words came one after another, and each one was like a heavy blow, slapping Su Linyan's face hard. Meng Xiaoqi and Air, she were stunned. They always thought that Zhuang Xian didn't like practicing, but liked reading all kinds of books. I still think he is fragile. I didn't expect that educated people curse differently. Ha! Well said. Everyone nearby couldn't help but curl their lips and say, "That's right, fooling the people? We don't use that in Tainism. There is no princess here." Although Shingshan sect is the largest sect in Tianyi province, it cannot control everyone's mouth. The elder of Shingshan sect was extremely angry, thinking that these people did not give Shingshan sect any face at all. At the same time, he looked at Su Linyan with a bit of dissatisfaction. We have already left the kingdom of beasts, so some things cannot be said in public. What would it be like if people started talking about this? But of course he was still on Su Linyan's side, and his gloomy eyes fell on Inyan. "You said you are not a remnant of the demon clan. Yen'er is a disciple of our Shingshan sect, so we naturally believe her. But what can you use to prove your identity? Do you have an ID card?" "Elder, this woman doesn't even have an ID card," Su Linyan said immediately. "If you have the guts, show me your ID card." Inyan put his hand into his pocket, and everyone's eyes widened. But she got stuck halfway through. Inyan stared at Su Linyan and smiled. "But if you tell me to take it out, I'll take it out. Then where will I put my face? Just because your Shingshan sect is powerful and you are the princess of the 10,000 Beast Kingdom, you can bully others by taking advantage of your power? You said I was a remnant of the demon clan, and I said I was not, so you asked me to prove myself. But how do you prove that what you said is true?" Inyan said in a louder and louder voice, until finally his eyes condensed and sneered. "Don't you think that what you said is the absolute truth? I think you are feeling guilty." Su Linyan raised her eyebrows high, with a look of intense ecstasy on her face. "Have a look. Did she find the weak spot of this bastard? If you can't take it out today, you will be a remnant of the demon clan." Su Linyan said excitedly. Everyone can kill you. You're full of shit. She couldn't hold it in any longer. He wasn't as polite as Zhuang Xian, so he blushed and cursed. You have a foul mouth and a dirty mind. What are you thinking about? If you say so, then it is. The demon has disappeared for so many years. Have you ever seen it? How do you know whether the demon is good or bad? Even among humans, there are good and bad people. Why are bad people nobler than evil spirits? Inyan's hand holding the ID card suddenly stopped. Her heart was trembling. She originally thought that her brothers and sisters just believed that she was not from the demon clan, but she didn't expect that they were also worried that she was from the demon clan. They didn't even dare to say that she was dead. And it's all maintenance. Inyan pursed his lips heavily. Little junior sister, don't worry. Meng Xiaoqi came over quietly and took a deep breath. Senior sister believes that you are a good person. As long as you have a good heart, we can tolerate you no matter who you are. But what if the junior sister is a bad person? Even human beings cannot tolerate it. Inyan pursed her lips and said, Senior sister, don't worry. Although she can't tell you the truth now, she will definitely not drag down the giants. Su Linyan, watch out. Inyan took a deep breath, took out his ID card and showed it to everyone. What demon remnants? Why can't I understand what you were saying? Linyan jokingly. It seems that you are really too sad and your brain is not working well. Your ID card is fake. Su Linyan's breath was choked, and she said in disbelief. She has magic elements in her body. We can draw her heart blood to find out whether there are magic elements in her body. You're going too far, an angry voice shouted. With a loud bang, Shi, who was beside Inyan, stomped his foot suddenly, and countless cracks spread along the ground under his feet. Everyone only saw Ertie's whole body suddenly expand into a giant as tall as 5 people. Inyan looked up and found that Brother Ertie's small eyes were expanding along with his body. And still as small? Does your Xingshan sect bully me, the giant tribe, because we have no one? Erky stomped his foot heavily on the ground, and his strength at the peak of the Earth spirit realm immediately made countless people present feel fearful. This guy is so powerful at such a young age. The fat ant who led the others squinted her eyes and said, This talent is not much worse than that of the eldest disciple of Xingshan's sect. But after she finished speaking, she glanced around quietly. Good opportunity. Judging from the girl's reaction just now, she must be the person Chigue Valley is looking for. It would be better for her to take the bounty alone instead of sharing it with everyone else. While no one was paying attention, she quietly walked towards the notice. She wanted to find the people from Chigue Valley and tell them that Inyan was here. No one noticed her because everyone was staring at Inyan and the elder. The elder of Xingshan's sect said, with an unpleasant expression, Are you making trouble outside of my Xingshan sect? He was a powerful person in the heavenly spirit realm, and he raised his hand to suppress Shi. At that moment, Inyan felt that the thing in his pocket that dashing grandpa had stuffed into his pocket suddenly emitted a scorching heat, as if as long as the elder dared to make a move, a powerful force would instantly burst out of Inyan's pocket. But at this moment, a sound exploded out of nowhere, shaking the lungs of everyone present. Stop it! Sect Master Xinghong appeared in front of everyone with a dark face. He glanced at Inyan with an unsure look, then turned back to the elders. What's wrong? Linyan, who had been so proud just now, was about to speak. However, she felt an inexplicable pressure on her body, which made it impossible for her to speak. Xinghong just glanced at her lightly, and Su Linyan's heart began to beat wildly. This man could kill her with just a lift of his hand. This is the pressure from a true lesser god realm powerhouse. She was not like her mother, the little god who tolerated her and did not give off any pressure at all. Su Linyan closed her mouth tightly. The elder explained the whole story, then looked at Inyan angrily and said, This girl is the one who started this. Sect Master, you can't let her go. However, Xinghong did not kill Inyan directly as he expected. He frowned and looked at Inyan and the other 3. From the giant tribe? She stood in front of his fellow juniors and said in a loud and unyielding voice, That's right. I knew that the old beggar's disciples were no good at all, just causing him trouble. Tried to study because she was bullied yesterday. As a result, the 4 disciples from Xingshan sect have not set out yet. Chapter 63 Bow your head and apologize. Let me see your ID card. Xinghong stretched out his hand. Inyan simply threw the ID card over, without any fear of Xinghong on her face. She just subconsciously pressed her pocket. The scorching heat subsided again. Sheng Hong checked the ID card and said in a calm voice, "You and your brother don't look alike. It's natural that twins, boy and girl, don't look alike, and the difference between a man and a woman is even greater." Inyan said calmly, "Why? Or do you want to take my heart's blood, sect master?" The crowd watching the excitement nearby couldn't help but click their tongues. How is that possible? Like Su Linyan could say such a thing. If the heart blood is taken, the talent will be destroyed. Isn't this the end of one's life? Yes, sect master, take her heart's blood, Su Linyan said excitedly in the eyes of everyone looking at her like a fool. Sect master. Shut up. I'm here, the elders are here. Do you have the right to speak? Su Linyan's face turned pale. The attention that Shengshan sect had received during this period made her feel a little flattered. Sheng Hong also felt that this disciple was being praised too much. If Su Linyan had 2 divine beasts, he would definitely attach great importance to it. As for a single divine beast, Sheng Hong didn't actually feel too surprised that she could be on par with Xian, but there were other geniuses in the 5 continents. If Su Linyan behaved better, he would naturally give her enough show. But why doesn't this person know the situation? With a powerful lesser god as your backer and the giants as your backup, you want to take her blood? It's simply a foolish dream. You don't need to bleed your heart. Sheng Hong exhaled slowly. But since everyone has doubts in their hearts, it's better to make it clear, right? With just a drop of your blood, I can tell whether you have any demonic elements in your body. Sheng Hong didn't care what grudges there were between Inyan and Su Linyan. He just wanted to confirm Inyan's identity. If not, would you let your beloved disciple apologize to me? That depends on her, of course. Sheng Hong narrowed his eyes. You can also choose to go back now. If you don't join my Shengshan sect, I won't make things difficult for you. But if that happened, the entire Wojo would have to secretly investigate Inyan. The demons are beings they all fear. Before you negotiate with others, first see if you can crush or at least be on equal footing with that person. Do you understand? Shen Gongfoned. Ere she looked at Inyan, junior sister, if you don't want to, we won't go in. No need, senior brother. What am I afraid of? She looked inward intently, and the 2 beads in her lower abdomen, which had never interfered with each other, suddenly trembled. The white spiritual bead received the command from its master and moved directly towards the black bead. The black bead resisted and rolled on the spot proudly, but was still approached by the white bead. The white bead released its spiritual power and completely suppressed it. The demonic elements in her blood were instantly covered by spiritual power, thanks to her being able to switch between spirit and demon at will. Inyan bit his finger directly, and the blood condensed into a shape, and the blood wrapped in spiritual power fell into Sheng Hong's hand. The spiritual power of the powerful lesser god Realm Master is completely covered and integrated into this tiny blood bead. Everyone's heart was in their throat, staring at the changes in Sheng Hong's expression. After a moment, Sheng Hong opened his eyes and said to Inyan calmly, "Welcome to Shengshan sect." There was an uproar all around. Su Linyan covered her mouth in disbelief. "Impossible. You are obviously that bastard. You can't be Zhuangxian's sister. Are there really people in this world who look exactly like Zhuangxian? Princess D, I don't know what grudge you have against that person who looks like my sister, but you keep calling him a bastard. Isn't that a bad idea? Is this the upbringing you get as a princess of a country?" Zhuangxian shouted loudly. The people around nodded repeatedly. "It's just vulgar." Su Linyan's face suddenly turned pale. It was because she was so frightened by Inyan that she forgot everything. She couldn't even maintain her lofty and ethereal appearance. "Hey!" Meng Xiaoqi raised his huge meteor hammer and said coldly, "Shouldn't you apologize to us? We, Nian, didn't provoke you, but you came here and made things difficult for me." Meng Xiaoqi hated this princess so much. Apologize. Ask her to apologize? Where would she put her face? Su Linyan pursed her lips. How can I, a princess, apologize to her? A group of Shengshan sect disciples nearby couldn't help but ask, "That's right, isn't it enough to prove your innocence?" Among them, junior brother Bai spoke the loudest. "Who knows if your ID card is a fake? If you happen to look alike, it's just a coincidence. Why are you so aggressive? That is, how can we, the disciples of Shengshan sect, apologize to you?" Sheng Hong did not comment on this. He was also unwilling to let his sect's disciples bow their heads and apologize. Inyan sneered and looked at Su Linyan. Su Linyan stood straight and straightened her chest again with the support of so many disciples. What are you looking at? Su Linyan narrowed her eyes. How can I apologize to a foolish woman like you? She felt uncomfortable at the thought of not being able to call these people fools. But this is no longer the kingdom of beasts. Inyan stared at her with a sneer. She would definitely not let this matter go easily. She moved her fingers, took a step forward, and was about to speak. Do you dare to fight with me in a beast battle formation? A voice came out before Inyan did. Fabian took a step forward and pointed his hand at the so-called dragon beast on Su Linyan's shoulder. Beasts and beasts, humans and humans, as long as both sides agree, can line up for a fight. Once on the fighting arena, as long as you don't admit defeat, you can keep fighting. As long as you survive, you can be crippled. Roar! The spirit beast on Su Linyan's shoulder suddenly roared at Baibian. The bloodline of the divine beast cannot tolerate provocation. It pounced on Baibian on the spot. Come on! Baibian chuckled and slammed his hand down on the ground. Only spirit beasts can use the formation for a fight to the death. A huge array of light immediately enveloped the two beasts. Golden Dragon! Su Linyan looked at Baibian in surprise. That spiritual beast could actually transform into a human form? Isn't this something that only a divine beast can do? Even if her golden dragon was a divine beast, it couldn't do it. But Su Linyan had absolute confidence in her own divine beast. Seeing this, she smiled happily and said, Golden Dragon, tear it apart. Everyone was also shocked. Then, could it be a divine beast as well? But Su Linyan's divine beast is not in human form. Amidst everyone's discussions, the golden dragon's body gradually grew larger, but Baibian remained the same. He didn't even have a physical form. Roar! The golden dragon roared and rushed towards Baibian. It wants to swallow this ignorant bastard. It's over. Someone couldn't help but frown. That little girl is too impulsive. Even if her spirit beast is a little special and can transform into a human form, she can't fight against the spirit beast, right? But the next moment, everyone's eyes fixed. I saw the small, white hand suddenly holding down the head of the golden dragon that was rushing towards me. There was a golden light surging in his eyes. The next moment, the power of blood surged. There was a loud bang. He actually pressed the golden dragon to the ground. This was not over yet. The small ball of Bien grabbed the golden dragon's tail and whipped it to the ground again and again like a disobedient vine. Boom! 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 Outside the formation, there was dead silence. Su Linyan's eyes trembled. The divine beast that she was so proud of was actually completely unable to fight back. Bien grabbed the golden dragon's head and slowly raised its head in the blood. The golden dragon was twitching all over, and blood was constantly flowing out of its mouth. Baibian looked at Su Linyan and said slowly, If you don't want me to cripple your spirit beast, you apologize. I apologize to my beloved master, who has endured your torture for 18 years. I apologize to my fellow stupid bird, who I don't like very much but am still willing to protect. He wanted her to lower her disgusting head and pay the price. Chapter 64, I will never forgive you. What? How is that possible? What is the true form of that child? It's a divine beast. Everyone around was about to drop their eyes. Urki also showed a look of surprise. He had been looking jaw-dropped since the formation began. It was not until he saw Baibian pinning Jinlong to the ground and beating him up that he suddenly came to his senses. He scratched his head and said, I thought these two kids were my junior sister's children. Meng Xiaoqi rolled her eyes. How old is your junior sister? How would I know how old my junior sister is? She is the typical person who only thinks about cultivation and doesn't listen to or take things seriously. Change. Go. If you are a male beast, you have to solve it in a male beast way. As he said this, he pounded his pectoral muscles. Meng Xiaoqi felt that this big guy was really hopeless. The faces of the Shengshan sect's disciples looked as if dye had been spilled. Very interesting. Don't even think about it. Su Linyan felt cold all over, unwilling to accept the result that the divine beast she had hatched with great effort could not defeat such an ordinary little boy. Golden Dragon. The Golden Dragon is more powerful than this. You must be cheating. You must have done something. She pointed at Inyan and said ferociously, Tell me, what dirty tricks did you use to turn my golden dragon into this? My golden dragon is a divine beast. How could a divine beast lose? Baibian sneered, his childish eyes revealing a strong sense of mockery. Is this also a divine beast? As soon as he said this, the elders of Shengshan sect including the sect master, all changed their expressions. What does this mean? Not to mention that there are different levels of mythical beasts. This guy couldn't transform into a human form after hatching. He has horns on his head and feet under his belly. Even if his face is swollen, he can only be regarded as a small dragon with a low bloodline. How did it become what you call a dragon? A dragon is born to be a dragon. The voice of Bai Lu resounded throughout the silent and empty place with an innate noble pride. Besides, even if you are a dragon, you have to bow down in front of me. So, what if you turn into a dragon? The golden dragon. No, the golden dragon's head hard again. The golden dragon wailed and was about to bow his head to admit defeat. Unexpectedly, Bai Lu suddenly pressed down on the head underneath it, knocking the golden dragon unconscious. Hey, why is it dizzy? Bai Lu smiled and looked at Su Linyan. If the spirit beast refuses to admit defeat, I can keep fighting and break its beast essence and fracture its tendons and bones. As he said that, he punched the golden dragon's tail again. Blood splattered everywhere. Su Linyan was trembling all over. Bai Lu's eyes were fierce. I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to bow your head or not? Are you going to apologize or not? Su Linyan was trembling all over. Her face was pale, and she was about to collapse. Sheng Hong was about to speak when he saw this. Inyan, who had been silent, suddenly looked at Sheng Hong and said, Sect Master Sheng Hong, you just told me that if we are not at the same level, there is no need to negotiate conditions, right? So now they are equal beasts? Are Su Linyan and I equally powerful? Wouldn't it be bad if you intervened rashly? Of course. Inyan raised his eyebrows. If Sect Master Sheng Hong really disregards his own status and interferes in the affairs of his disciples, I will also make Bai Lu stop. Sheng Hong felt uncomfortable after hearing these two sentences. He sneered and said, So according to what you said, your master is shameless? Meng Xiaoqi and Air, she said in unison. That's right. Our master is shameless. Are you the same as our master? As long as you are shameless, it is others who will be annoyed. The corner of Sheng Hong's mouth twitched violently. He was very concerned about his reputation, so naturally he couldn't act like an old beggar. Sheng Hong took a deep breath and shouted fiercely. If your spirit beast is gone, you will no longer be a disciple of my Shengshan sect. Apologize. The golden dragon is at least at the level of a sacred beast. Although it is not a divine beast, it is also a good seedling. Even if Su Linyan lost, he didn't plan to drive her away. Su Linyan was angry and ashamed. She looked at the people around her looking at her, as if they were watching a joke. But if her golden dragon was destroyed, then all the hard work of her and her mother would be wasted. Su Linyan was trembling all over, as if the tears were coming out of her teeth, and she said to Inyan fiercely, I'm sorry. Just as he finished speaking, there was a crisp crack sound, and the golden dragon's tailbone was broken by Bai Lu's foot again. Face my master, Bai Lu sneered. What's your attitude in apologizing? You won't bow your head? You won't bend your waist. Apologize sincerely. I'll give you one last chance. Bai Lu stepped on the golden dragon's back. If you continue to be so perfunctory, I will crush its spine. It will never be able to stand up straight again. Su Linyan seemed to be about to faint. She looked at the Shengshan sect disciples around her for help. The disciples of Shengshan sect were completely stunned by Bai Lu's might and the fact that the beast was not a beast, and they haven't recovered yet. There was no way. Su Linyan could only suppress the surging fishy and bloody smell and turn to Inyan. Linyan expressionlessly. The look was as if he was looking at a bug in a stinky ditch. The bug is struggling hard. Su Linyan slowly bent down and lowered her head without looking at her. Her whole body was shaking like a sieve, and her throat felt as if it was pierced by countless needles. Yes, I'm sorry. No one is more qualified to hear these 3 words than Inyan. To everyone's surprise, Inyan did not express his opinion, but let her bend over and keep that posture for a long time before walking to Su Linyan. She helped the man up with a smile. It's okay. Inyan smiled appropriately and gently, which made the people around watching the show feel relieved. In the end, they reconciled. Yes, what else could they do if they didn't reconcile? He is already a disciple of Shengshan sect. The faces of the disciples of Shengshan sect also looked better. Sheng Hong rubbed his brows. He just wanted this matter to be over quickly. All right, everyone go in. Sheng Hong waved at everyone. Today I really lost all the people from Shengshan sect. Bai Lu also put away the formation and snorted coldly at Su Linyan. And it was at this moment when no one was paying attention that Inyan leaned close to Su Linyan's ear and whispered softly, "Anyway, I will never forgive you, never." Su Lingyan's eyes were bulging wide open, and she was so angry at Inyan's words that her face turned grim. Finally, she was so angry that she vomited blood and fainted on the spot. Junior sister Yena? Junior sister. The disciples of Shengshan's sect only then noticed her, and they pushed Inyan away and helped Su Lingyan up. Junior brother Bai stared at Inyan fiercely. "You're satisfied after making me spit blood? You're such a vicious woman." Ever since she saved the child yesterday, it was destined that these disciples would not like her. But Inyan didn't care. Inyan smiled brightly at all the disciples. "Yes, I am satisfied." Chapter 65. Young Master. The person has been found. Junior sister, let's go in. Don't worry about them. Meng Xiaoqi put her arm around Inyan's shoulders and led her around those disciples with hatred in their eyes and directly into the gate of Shengshan's sect. When entering through the gate, Inyan felt as if his body was swept by an invisible wave. Sure enough, this gate is a very powerful magical weapon. It's a pity that, as Lala said before, it can only block people below the spiritual realm. Isn't it just empty power and useless? Outside the gate of Shengshan's sect, the little boy who had been hiding in the crowd quietly poked his head out from the corner. "Oh, what should I do?" He tilted his head, staring at the gate of Shengshan's sect. "The two people around her are so strong. They will definitely not want me to go with them." "Yes." The child suddenly had an idea, and he chuckled. "Why don't I just transform into my original form and go in? My original form won't attract attention, and that broken door won't be able to stop me." He ran into a small alley, and after making sure that there was no one around, he transformed himself. A small purple-shelled snail suddenly appeared on the ground. This snail is only as big as a small fist. It looks similar to an ordinary snail, but there are intricate golden patterns on its shell, which makes it look very strange. These patterns also mean that it cannot be treated as an ordinary snail spirit beast. The little snail shook its two tentacles. The snail family is very weak, but it is not weak. It was different from other snails since birth. It was confident that it could impress Inyan and make her accept it as her contracted beast. Only spirit beasts can feel the attraction emanating from Inyan. The more talented the spirit beast is, the more it can feel it. With such a master to practice with, its strength will surely improve by leaps and bounds. But his body has a very fatal flaw. The little snail encouraged himself in his heart. "Come on, you can do it. Snail, you can do it. Snail, go ahead." Then, with its indomitable determination and momentum, the purple-shelled snail quickly crawled out to a distance only a hair's width away. In Shengshan's sect, Inyan looked at the clothes in front of him, raised an eyebrow, and said, "What does this mean?" The elder who was in charge of receiving them said impatiently, "When you come to our Shengshan sect, you must wear our disciple uniforms." "But I'm not your disciple." Inyan looked at the dull-looking disciple uniform with disdain, then glanced at the beautiful skirt she was wearing, which was made for her by the most skillful demons in the demon gorge, and said, "I won't wear it." "Yeah, how can I exercise my muscles wearing this?" Ere she patted his chest muscles. "This clothes looks effeminate on a man." The elder's face darkened, and he was about to speak. "All right, let them do whatever they want." Sheng Hong frowned. "It's better not to wear it, so that if you make a mistake, Shengshan's sect won't be blamed." Meng Xiaoqi sneered and snorted softly. "What good reputation do you have for Shengshan's sect?" All the disciples of Shengshan's sect kept a very long distance from Inyan and his three companions. The disgust almost turned into masks on their faces. But there were also disciples of Shengshan's sect who were staring at Lala and Bai Bian and whispering to each other. "I didn't expect that this woman is also a beast tamer, and that little girl is also a divine beast? No way. Maybe it's my sister or something. Impossible. I have never heard of a beast master owning two divine beasts at the same time." Junior sister Yenner was born with two bones. It's a pity that the original phoenix was a true mythical beast. I don't know if we can find it back. If you ask me, a beast tamer is not as good as us who cultivate spiritual bodies. If the spiritual beast is not around, we can kill her with one punch. After someone said this, the disciples looked at Inyan with unfriendly eyes. Yes, as long as the change is gone. They lined up to fight against Inyan. As long as she agreed, wouldn't it be okay to catch her and beat her up? If she doesn't agree, that's great. I will laugh at her every time I see her. However, this battle formation only allows people with a level difference of no more than 3 stars. The disciples rolled their eyes and immediately raised their hands to say to the elder, "Elder, if this person has spiritual power, it proves that he is a spiritual cultivator and beastmaster, right? How can we enter the gate of our Xingshan sect without testing his strength? That's a test. It must be tested. How can I know her level and challenge her in a duel without testing?" Everyone was making a fuss, and the elder glanced at Inyan and said, "You've seen it. This is the rule of our Xingshan sect. You have spiritual power, right? But even if the people of the kingdom of 10,000 beasts practice dual cultivation with spiritual beasts, their talents are basically very poor. For example, Fong Sun was born with a 9th level spiritual body, and his future is limitless. However, the transition from the spiritual body to the human spiritual realm is too difficult to make. Many people even spend 2 or 3 years trying to make the transition. Once they have made the transition, their cultivation in the human spiritual realm will advance by leaps and bounds. A little bit. Inyan smiled with his lips curved. A little? Even such an arrogant person dare not say so much. Junior brother Bai immediately sneered. Junior brother Bai's original name was Bai Qian. His scumbag look made people want to punch him. Now that you know that you have to test your spirit level, you were scared, right? Inyan had a divine beast made them jealous, and they hated her for showing off everywhere. In addition, Inyan is recognized by everyone as the enemy. How many times have the disciples of their Xingshan sect been bullied by this woman? We must cut off her fighting spirit. The elder took out the spiritual body measuring stone tablet and said, "Come here and strike with all your strength, and your spiritual body level will be revealed." Everyone conceded that Inyan's strength was only that of a spirit. After all, young geniuses like Fong Sun from the Fong family and Zhou Xiaoyu from the Zhou family have not yet broken through the barrier of the human spiritual realm. Then he took the inferior stone tablet for testing. "Test it." The elder raised his eyebrows. Lala hugged her arms behind Inyan and sneered. "These fools. How could her master judge with common sense?" Inyan turned his wrist. The white bead of spiritual energy in her lower abdomen began to tremble with excitement. It's time to use it. His master is a beast master, and those beast masters will lead the charge, so Inyan doesn't have to go up himself. It's finally its turn. Inyan only wanted to mobilize 1/10 of his spiritual power to show his appreciation, but who knew that Bai Zhu was too excited, and his spiritual power spread out violently as if he couldn't control it. Inyan was unable to stop in time and kicked the stone tablet hard. There was a loud bang. The stone tablet was actually kicked off. The broken pieces of the stone tablet flew everywhere and rolled to the feet of the disciples. How is this possible? The elder of Xingshan sect stood up suddenly, his old face twitching violently. Human spirit realm? Chigue Valley of Tainwazu. The great elder rushed into Yuan Shinsui's training room in a hurry. "Young master, the person has been found. In Tainwazu, it is said that they have confronted Xingshan sect." Chapter 66. The people of Xingshan sect were pissed off. Yuan Shinsui opened his eyes and looked towards the great elder. The light in his eyes gathered and surged, like broken stars cutting through the darkness. When she doesn't speak, she looks more like a beautiful god high above. Xingshan sect. Yuan Shinsui looked at the great elder. The great elder looked straight into his eyes. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but he always felt that the blood pressure on the young master was even stronger. Just looking at him made him want to kneel down unconsciously. "Yes, in Tainwazu. When do we set off, young master?" Yuan Xian stood up and walked outside at a very fast speed. Set up the space formation. "Go now." In Xingshan sect, Inyan felt helpless as he looked at the stone tablet that had been shattered by his kick. It was also the first time she saw this thing. After all, it was not in the demonic gorge. Never encountered it again after that. "I can't stop now." Inyan looked at the elder and said calmly, "How many spirit crystals does the stone tablet cost?" She still had some spirit crystals on her body, the old which had many in her private vault. The monsters didn't need to absorb spiritual power, so they had no use for it. Inyan could take as much as she wanted. The elder looked grim. "What do you mean by that? Could it be that our Xingshan sect is still missing a stone tablet? Why didn't you tell me earlier that you were in the human spirit realm? Did you do it on purpose?" "Alas, you are the ones who looked down on my junior sister and brought the lowest grade stone tablet. This stone tablet is not resistant to being kicked. My junior sister said she would compensate, so why should she be scolded by you?" She was immediately angry. He glared and scolded. "You didn't ask our junior sister. if you would believe it just by asking, why did you have to ask my junior sister to test it in front of you? You. The elder was extremely angry. Are you still going to test it? Inyan frowned. If not, take us to where we live. She was anxious to see what Grandpa Dashin had stuffed into her mouth. Test, the elder gritted his teeth. He wanted to see whether this person was truly in the human spirit realm. Although the strength was already there, the elders and disciples were unwilling to believe it until the last moment. How is this possible? Zhou Xiaoyu, Fong Sun, and Sheng Xianxian from their Shengshan sect have not yet broken through the barrier of the human spiritual realm. Soon a better stone tablet was brought up. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Inyan, including Sheng Hong, who seemed to have entered the house but was actually secretly watching outside. Sheng Hong stared at Inyan intently, and the shock in his heart was no less than those people outside. Is it possible? A beast tamer who owns a divine beast actually has better spiritual talent than those children from spiritually cultivating families in Wojo? In his surprise, Inyan punched the new stone tablet. This time Bai Zhuzi was even more excited, and the stone tablet shook when he hit it. She nodded. Junior sister, your physical strength is comparable to that of our giants. This was also thanks to Yuan Shinsei using his spiritual power to nourish her every day when she was still a corpse. A star slowly appeared on the stone tablet. It's indeed a one-star human spirit realm. The elder lowered his head as if accepting his fate. What else can he say? He can only say that this infuriating girl really crushed the geniuses of the 5 continents. I have to admit it. Wait, someone among the disciples suddenly exclaimed. There's more. Besides? The elder suddenly opened his eyes, and sure enough, under the bright star, there was another star slowly forming. The star is getting brighter and brighter, and it's not even dim. This proved that Inyan's current strength had reached the peak of 2 stars, and a breakthrough to 3 stars was just around the corner. 2-star human spirit realm. Bai Qian murmured, How? How is it possible? Sheng Hong slowly closed his eyes. What a pity. He felt sad from the bottom of his heart. How could someone with such great talent become the apprentice of that old beggar? What kind of shitty luck is this? On the other hand, his Shengshan sect finally thought they had recruited a top genius. But just as she got there, one of Su Linyan's sacred beasts was lost. Fortunately, she was born with 2 bones, unparalleled in the world, but how come it is not a golden dragon, but a golden dragon? A dragon is a dragon, but next to the character Jiao is the character insect, so the difference between them in terms of bloodline and talent is like heaven and earth. And Su Linyan looks crazy. This made Sheng Hong very unhappy. Compared with Inyan, Su Linyan looked like a fake product sold on a street stall. It always makes him feel like he's at a disadvantage. Is it all right? Inyan looked around and chuckled. Are you all satisfied? The expressions on the disciples' faces were wonderful. Everyone was gritting their teeth. But basically they are all new disciples this year. The Shengshan sect disciples who came in last year have basically surpassed the strength of the 2-star human spirit realm. They can only be jealous and think darkly. You have to live long to have talent. Who knows, one day I might get killed for being too rampant. The elder's expression changed many times, and finally he gritted his teeth and said, Others should also come for the test. The first to step out are Zhuangxian. He didn't even try to measure his spiritual power, but he summoned the holy chilin as soon as he raised his hand. Those disciples who had never been to the kingdom of 10,000 beasts and didn't know about the holy chilin twitched their lips fiercely. Sacred beast? A holy beast that is only 1 level lower than a divine beast? Is it the same level as Su Linyan's golden dragon that Shengshan sect had gone through so much trouble to find? How come they just randomly picked out a divine beast or a holy beast? Are holy beasts so common now? A disciple cursed angrily. Oh shit, Linyan is increasingly worthless. It's my turn. Meng Xiaoqi grinned, and his momentum suddenly dropped, reaching the 5-star earth spirit realm. To have such strength at her age, her talent is definitely not inferior to that of Zhuangxian. I don't need to do that. She curled his lips. Didn't you all feel it just now? The disciples were silent. Of course he felt it. He had the same strength as their Shengshan sect's eldest senior brother, at the peak of the earth spirit realm. This big idiot's talent is better than Meng Xiaoqi's. Okay, take him to a place to rest. The elder turned his head away angrily and didn't want to look. These children from hidden families so talented and annoying? Follow me. A female disciple who looked about the same age as Meng Xiaoqi came over. She glanced at Inyan and said stiffly, We will arrange a disciple room for you. Also, we eat together in the cafeteria. Disciples eat for free, but you. The female disciple said unhappily. The sect master said that you also eat for free. So angry. They also have to eat and drink for free. Meng Xiaoqi glanced at her expression and sneered. Don't think we owe you anything. Aren't people from your Xingshan sect also going to our giant clan? The female disciple curled her lips and stopped talking. But which of your Xingshan sect's disciples have gone? Meng Xiaoqi frowned. We didn't meet any on the way here. As soon as they finished speaking, they happened to pass by Sheng Xianqian's room. Sheng Xianqian's voice came from inside. I'm not going. I'm not going to any giant tribe. I'm going to catch the woman who bullied me. Father, help me teach her a lesson. Chapter 67. No one can bully you on Shui's Inyan. With a creaky sound, before Inyan could react, the door was suddenly pushed open. Inyan and Sheng Xianqian, who was wearing a hat, came face to face. The next moment, Sheng Xianqian's face changed from anger to fear, and finally, it was completely wrinkled into a bun. Ah! Sheng Xianqian subconsciously hugged her head and stepped back. Daddy! Daddy, she's here. Well, Daddy, the woman who pulled out my hair is here to see me. Meng Xiaoqi frowned. She originally thought that this girl, as the daughter of sect master Xinghong, would definitely go to the giant tribe, so this was a good opportunity to divert her attention. However, Meng Xiaoqi had thought of this possibility when she came here, so she was not afraid even if she started arguing about it. Xinghong came out immediately when he heard his precious daughter's cry. When he saw Inyan, the corner of his mouth twitched. Why is it her again? But Sheng Xianqian was his only precious daughter, and his cold eyes immediately fell on Inyan. Did you really do something to my daughter's hair? So what? Inyan looked at Sheng Xianqian and said, it was your daughter who didn't ask why and refused to give up. She almost let a few evil cultivators escape. I wanted to leave, but your Xingshan sect's people stopped me. She almost cut me with a flash of sword, which angered the elders of my clan, so they taught her a lesson. Almost cut you? Sheng Hong narrowed his eyes. You are a 2-star human spirit realm. How could she hurt you? And you actually hurt her in return? What? According to you, sect master, do I have to stand and get beaten? Inyan laughed out loud. Your daughter keeps saying that I deserve to die. How can I tolerate it? Can the elders of my clan tolerate it? She can't hurt you. You have talent, but not any tolerance. Sheng Hong's eyes were gloomy. Meng Xiaoqi was about to speak with a cold face. Sheng Hong, who had been holding back his anger since just now, suddenly waved his hands, and countless pressures were released, directly pressing on Inyan and the others. Inyan only felt the blood in his chest churning, and the smell of blood rushed up. Sheng Hong said gloomily, I'm not here to listen to your explanation. Little girl, I know that you are talented and your master has a powerful family, so you are arrogant. But my Xingshan sect is not afraid of you. Sheng Hong raised his hand. His eyes fell coldly on Inyan's head. Don't worry, I don't want your life. You can still stay in my Xingshan sect to study, but you have to suffer a little to calm my daughter's anger. How dare you? Ershi's eyes turned red with anger. But the lesser god realm expert was too powerful. My master will definitely not let you go. Then what if your master and I fight for 3 days and 3 nights? Sheng Hong's expression remained unchanged, and his voice was extremely loud. Do you really think I, Sheng Shanzong, am afraid? The next moment his hand was about to fall on Inyan's body. Inyan stared at him intently, and the desire for strength in her heart once again threatened to crawl out of her body. She is too weak. She is so weak that others can bully her at will. There is no need to reason. The powerful can determine the fate of countless people with just one sentence. If I want you to die, you must die. At this time, the 3 words, I won't kill you, seem to have become a gift. Your eyes are quite fierce. Sheng Hong sneered. You should remember this lesson. You should know that there are some people you cannot mess with. The hand finally landed on Inyan's head. Just as he was about to exert force, there was a sudden explosion above his head. The bright red clouds that were originally covering the upper layer suddenly shattered and retreated in all directions. The dazzling light immediately hurt people's eyes. A huge light array appeared above Xingshan's sect. A strong wind suddenly blew up, uprooting several sturdy trees next to Inyan. The roof of the tallest house in Xingshan's sect was shattered and blown into the sky. Space formation? Sheng Hong's face changed drastically. Why did the space formation of Chige Valley appear here? Red Ghost Valley? Inyan raised his head subconsciously. What is this? She was suppressed and felt uncomfortable, But he was stronger than Inyan, so he had no problem speaking. Who is it? A figure gradually appeared on the light array. Looking at the familiar figure, Inyan called out his name unconsciously. But she forgot that she was being suppressed by a powerful person in the lesser god realm. After saying these 3 words, she couldn't suppress the surging blood and energy, and she directly spat out a mouthful of blood. After spitting out the blood, Inyan felt strangely relieved. She looked at the blood she spat out in surprise. Isn't this wrong? In her pocket, the thing that Grandpa Dashin gave her started to get hot again. Could it be because of that thing? But she was confused, because Yuan Shinsue on the top had already seen Inyan, saw that she was being suppressed, and spat out a mouthful of glaring blood. I wonder if you were coming. Sheng Honggang bowed with a serious expression, but saw that the handsome man suddenly had a gloomy expression and set up countless formations around him. The formation was formed in an instant. Next moment, the beam of spiritual power attacked Sheng Hong like crazy. Every move is deadly. Master! The elders below rushed over together. Sheng Hong dodged in a panic. The speed and strength of this person's formation completely broke their inherent understanding of formation mages. Sheng Hong was hit on the shoulder and leg. How dare you? Sheng Hong raised his head with a gloomy look on his face and was extremely angry. However, the moment he raised his head, he discovered that in the blink of an eye, a dozen more light arrays had appeared above his head, and the light arrays were emitting terrifying fluctuations. Sheng Hong's scalp suddenly went numb. He was actually not afraid of getting hurt. After all, he still had his strength. He was just caught off guard just now. However, the biggest feature of the Formation Master is that he attacks indiscriminately. If these formations fall, Sheng Shan's sect will become a devastating ruin. Helpless, Sheng Hong could only suppress his anger and shouted, I have no grudges against you. Why do you want to bully my Sheng Shan sect? But as soon as he finished speaking, Sheng Hong saw Yuan Xin falling to the ground in pieces. He raised his hand and directly broke Sheng Hong's spiritual pressure. Inyan and the others suddenly felt relieved. Inyan, Yuan Shinsue's eyes were gloomy. He raised his hand and wiped away the blood on Inyan's lips. His voice was very light, but it revealed a fierce, murderous intent. You are bleeding. This was the first time that Inyan met a familiar person after coming to Wojo, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of grievance due to the familiarity. She tried to speak, but found that her breathing was trembling as soon as she opened her mouth. She was pushed to the ground if someone wanted to, and beaten if someone wanted to. Although she didn't say a word and refused to admit defeat, she still cared. It's okay. Yuan Shinsue immediately leaned over, smiled at her, and hugged her as usual. He coaxed her and was as patient as he could be. Don't be afraid. Nyen, I'll help you. Sheng Hong saw that this man came for Inyan and looked so doting on her. His scalp instantly went numb. That was all a misunderstanding. Sheng Hong immediately said, I didn't mean to kill. Before he could finish his words, Yuan Shinsei had already raised his head. His expression was cold, and even had a hint of cruelty growing from deep within. He tilted his head. Who wants to hear your explanation? The next moment, all the formations were launched. They all attacked Sheng Hong fiercely. The disciples had already been evacuated to the main gate by the elders. Bai Qian stared at the battle in the sky in a daze, feeling cold all over. At this moment, the roar of a spirit beast was heard from afar. Bai Qian subconsciously looked back. What did he see in the corner of the sky? He actually saw the Bai family's pegasus flying towards this side at the risk of its life. The pegasus' nostrils flared with excitement. Nyen is right in front of you. Yes, it's my Bai family who are here. The pegasus are here. Bai Qian shouted excitedly. I knew it. The Bai family is here to help Sheng Shan's sect. He ran towards the pegasus with a look of ecstasy on his face. It's getting closer and closer. The pegasus slowly descended from the sky, and then kicked Bai Qian in the face, and then farted at his surprised face with a sound of water. Damn it! Whose family is this person blocking the road? So ignorant. Chapter 68 Yuan Shinsue's Maintenance. Bai Qian's mouth was facing Tianma's butt. His face immediately turned green, and he bent over and began to vomit violently, constantly digging his throat with his fingers. The pegasus glanced at him with pride. Why is this guy vomiting? Spit on these beautiful things? Big Pegasus rolled his eyes. This kid is so unpleasant. Everyone shook the wings on their shoulders and watched as the people inside Sheng Shan's sect began to get excited again. The fragrant future owner is inside. But the strong ones are fighting, and Yuma, who is not very good at fighting, decides to take a look outside first and go in when it is safe. Red Ghost Valley is going too far. On several peaks of Shengshan sect, those old monsters who had been in seclusion finally woke up, and countless terrifying auras pressed heavily towards Yuan Shinsui. With the combined efforts of several people, the formation was shattered. Broken your formation. Shenggong sneered. Yuan Shinsui pulled Inyan behind him, and a hint of sarcasm flashed in his cold eyes when he heard the words. Naive. He chuckled. The next moment, the shattered fragments of the light array exploded directly in midair, blowing the houses of Shengshan sect upside down. Elders, please help me. Sheng Hong's eyes turned red. All the money he spent in the explosion belonged to Shengshan sect. Kill this man. He was so angry that he was mad with rage. But the next moment, an old hand pressed on his shoulder. Sheng Hong calmed down. The old man's face was covered with wrinkles, and his hair was dry and white, with only a few strands sticking to his scalp. He looked like he was about to run out of energy. Seeing this person, all the disciples of Shengshan's sect were shocked. They suddenly bowed to the old man and said, "Greetings, old sect master." Oh my God! There was an expression of ecstasy on everyone's face. The old sect leader is still alive? And he was hiding in Shengshan's sect to protect them? The old sect master is about to reach the peak of the lesser god realm, right? Master, Sheng Hong gritted his teeth with red eyes. Why are you stopping me? The old man didn't speak. He just stared solemnly at Yuan Shinsui opposite him, and Yuan Shinsui looked at him expressionlessly. My dear friend, since you have brought a lot of people with you, please come out together. The old man said slowly, and the giant friend hiding in the dark, please show up as well. I am old, so I will not look for them one by one. Ha 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 ha, the old sect master is indeed more reliable than that young boy Sheng Hong. A hearty laugh was heard, and the great elder appeared with a group of powerful men in the lesser god realm of the Red Ghost Valley. At a rough glance, there are no less than 15. Hey, you old fool are still alive? Another voice with a tone familiar to Inyan appeared while rubbing the mud on his neck. If you had come out earlier, this wouldn't have happened, right? The old sect master's eyes were a little cloudy, but no one present dared to underestimate him. Oh? If I don't come out, I'm afraid you will join forces with the people of Red Ghost Valley to cause trouble in Shengshan's sect, right? How could that be possible? The old beggar shook off the dirt on his hands and laughed. How could I, such a peaceful and reasonable person, be so prone to violence? Inyan saw the old beggar's eyes light up and shouted, Master! The old beggar smiled like a chrysanthemum. Don't be afraid, my dear disciple. In fact, the master has been following you all the way. The master will avenge you and beat them to pieces. Everyone in Shengshan's sect. What you just said is like a fart. The old leader glanced at him and turned to Sheng Hong. I just woke up. Sheng Hong, tell me what happened. A tribe of giants and a valley of red demons. Even the Shengshan sect can't handle it. The old sect leader's face showed no emotion, but his presence did intimidate the old beggar and the great elder of the Red Ghost Valley. Sheng Hong could only suppress his anger. He pushed his daughter out and said, Xian, come and talk to Master. This is intentional to let his daughter show off in front of the old sect leader. But where had Sheng Xian ever seen such a huge fight among powerful people in the lesser divine realm? Her legs had been trembling since a while ago. Now that the old sect master was staring at her, the pressure was so great that she almost collapsed. She bullied me. Sheng Xian was incoherent, looking at her pale face. She did bully me. Master, you have to avenge me. She kept saying these two sentences over and over again. The old sect leader looked at Sheng Hong impatiently, and Sheng Hong's face was also full of embarrassment. The matter is caused by the grudge between me and this girl. Let me tell you, Inyan was impatient that this matter could drag on for so long. She was in a hurry to go to the library to find a way to unlock the seal. I simply stepped forward and told him the story. Even though the person standing in front of her was a powerful person at the peak of the lesser god realm, she did not show any fear or hesitation. The difference between the two is immediately apparent. After Inyan finished telling everything, the old sect leader looked at Sheng Xian. Is what you said true? Not only did you almost let the evil master escape without asking why, but you also almost hurt someone else by mistake. Being stared at by such a top expert, Sheng Xian couldn't help but said, but they pulled out all my hair, and she fought back. The next moment, the old sect leader raised his hand. Sheng Xian was knocked flying, and hit the wall heavily. Master! Sheng Hong's face changed drastically, and he hurried over to help his daughter up. The disciples were all dumbfounded. The old sect leader actually helped outsiders to suppress them? Sheng Xianxian, you are impulsive and willful when you are outside and don't know right from wrong. The old sect leader said slowly. You will be confined to the sect for a month as punishment. No! Sheng Xianxian trembled all over. Master, you are favoring outsiders. Before he could finish his words, Sheng Hong covered his mouth. The old clan leader would not bother with a junior. Having lived to his age, he would only decide the outcome based on the situation, instead of impulsively taking sides. Little girl, are you satisfied with this? The old sect leader lowered his eyes and looked at Inyan. Inyan pursed her lips. She didn't want to become mortal enemies with Sheng Shan's sect right now. After all, she still wanted to go into the library to find something. I'm satisfied. Senior is righteous and can distinguish right from wrong. How could I be dissatisfied? Inyan laughed. The old sect leader saw her like this. He also started laughing. The next moment, the old sect leader's cloudy eyes suddenly became clear. He glanced at La La and Bai Bian, and then looked at Inyan. At that moment, La La and Bai Bian felt that they had been seen through. The best talent, the best character. The old sect master's wrinkled face spread out and he sighed. Girl is flexible. If you didn't have the support of two forces, I would definitely use any means to snatch you to my Shingshan sect. Hey old man, do you want to fight? The old beggar suddenly became angry. Yuan Xian's eyes, and he was about to start a battle if there was any disagreement. Shocked, Inyan grabbed his hand and said softly, stop hitting me. This won't end well if you continue hitting me. Yuan Shinsui might really hit the person on the head on the spot. I have fought enough today. I can't fight anymore. If a bloody fight really breaks out, Yuan Shinsui will also have casualties. Yuan Shinsui held Inyan's hand with his backhand, lowered his head to look at her, and his eyes softened again. Okay, you have the final say. He smiled and touched Inyan's hair. Then he nodded in his heart. Kindness. Yan's hair wasn't as pretty as when he helped her comb it. Inyan comforted Xia Yuan Shinsui, raised his eyes to look at the old sect leader, and said in a very affirmative tone, I have no connection with Shengshan sect. Not worthy. Chapter 69, I want to be your little husband. The old sect leader raised his eyebrows. The little girl is dissatisfied deep down. Forget it, just stay in Shengshan sect and study your knowledge. The agreement between Shengshan sect and your giant tribe is still valid. The old sect leader clenched his fist and looked at her. Since the other person was so kind, Inyan would not be so angry anymore and nodded calmly. At the same time, the desire for power became urgent again. Only a capable person can stabilize a situation that is on the verge of exploding with just a few words. If she had the same strength as the old sect master, it would not be a problem for her to kill the mother and daughter in public. After the old sect leader finished speaking, he looked at Sheng Hong and said with some dissatisfaction, Sheng Hong, I handed Shengshan sect to you because I trust you. Don't let our Shengshan sect disciples be too rude and lack strength. Do you understand? Sheng Hong lowered his head tightly, disciple knows. Since this matter has been resolved, then, Shengshan's sect prohibits outsiders from entering. The old sect leader looked at Yuan Shinsui and the old beggar, and the next moment his face suddenly changed, and the peak pressure poured out, and his voice resounded throughout the sect. Go out! After dealing with the whole cause and effect, the old sect leader's face began to show real anger. The old beggar raised his eyebrows, looked at Inyan, and said, My little disciple, the master will go back first. If you are not comfortable living here, come back home. Inyan nodded. But this is your young master, right? The old beggar raised his eyebrows. He has decent talent and looks, and is willing to protect you. Master, please give him a passing grade. This is not. What is a young master? Yuan Xian asked curiously. He didn't even look at the old sect leader, who had a furious look on his face. But he still gave this man, who he always called master, a few glances of respect. We are just lovers. The old beggar stretched out 2 fingers, put them together, and then bent them. Seeing Yuan Shinsui's eyes, there was a particularly clear look of confusion. I've already said that we are not that anymore. Inyan felt helpless. Seeing that Yuan Shinsui really didn't understand, the old beggar frowned and said, Are you a man? You've rushed straight over here, and you dare to say that you don't like our Nyen. Yuan Shinsui's face darkened. I like Nyen. This old man is so annoying. Should I kill him? Yuan Xan stared at the old beggar with a bit of confusion. The old beggar didn't know what Yuan Shinsue was thinking, but he thought the child's eyes looked quite innocent, so he explained, "This is the person you want to be with forever. This is what my lover is like. Do you understand?" Yuan Shinsue showed a look of realization, then pulled the corners of his mouth to reveal a faint smile. "Then I am Nyen's young master." Inyan. She looked at the old beggar helplessly and said, "Master, please don't teach him carelessly. There are some things he doesn't understand at all. How could I teach you anything wrong?" The old beggar was unhappy. "Isn't that what a young lover should do? Chat with you and eat with you during the day, and turn off the lights and warm your bed at night." Yuan Shinsui looked at Inyan and said unhappily, "I am here to warm your bed." "He warmed it up many times," Inyan said anxiously. "That's different." "What's the difference?" Yuan Xian frowned and said, "If you want me to take off my clothes, I will take them off too." Inyan. When did he know that he had to take off clothes before sleeping? Okay, shut up," the old beggar said unhappily. "Who wants to listen to you two talking about this?" "Master is leaving," the old beggar said, and then he slipped away. He came and went like the wind, doing whatever he wanted. Yuan Xian frowned. Nyen, come with me." "No." Inyan refused immediately. "I want to stay here." Yuan Shinsue looked at Inyan in disbelief. "Why?" He grabbed Inyan's sleeve. "Aren't you going with me?" Yuan Xian finished speaking. He looked around again. This time, there was a real murderous intent in his eyes. "Do you like this place so much?" "Young master." The great elder was startled and reacted suddenly. "Let's go out first and talk about this." At the same time, he winked at Inyan. "Miss Nyen, please escort our young master out." "Okay." Inyan had some things that were not convenient to say in front of these disciples. She looked at Meng Xiaoqi next to her and said, "Senior sister, you guys go to your place first. I'll come back after I talk to him." After saying that, he pulled Yuan Shinsue and walked outside. Lala and Bai Bian followed immediately. At the same time, the two of them glared at Yuan Shinsue. Stinky men pull and hug their masters. How annoying. But as the two of them were walking, they felt as if there were a lot of spirit beasts outside. Bai Bian and Lala looked at each other. Lala whispered, "Could it be that the little three beasts are here?" The versatile little meaty face sank. The two of them walked past Inyan and Yuan Shinsue and ran straight out the door. Want to seduce their masters? Don't even ask if the two queens agree. Inyan ignored the two little guys running around and just thought that her own baby was really energetic. Yuan Shinsue was pulled by her without saying a word. Wherever the two men passed, the disciples of Shengshan's sect ran away as if they had seen a ghost. These were powerful men who were no less powerful than the sect master. If they get hit even a little bit, they might die. Seeing the two men leave, Sheng Hong looked at the old master unwillingly and said, "Master, can we just let this matter go?" The old sect leader's gaze was still on Inyan. "What a nice child. It's a pity that he is not from Shengshan's sect." "Sheng Hong, you're the leader of a sect. You should be more rational and reasonable than others. It is true that Shengshan's sect is not something that can be bullied by anyone." The old sect leader looked at his most proud disciple, and a hint of disappointment flashed across his eyes. "But over the years, you seem to have made a mistake. If others cannot bully us, does that mean we can bully others? If you only have this kind of temperament, Shengshan's sect will be finished sooner or later, and all the disciples of this sect will be ruined by you." The old sect master said with a cold face, "I will not be in a hurry to retreat from now on. I want to see how Shengshan's sect has developed over the years. You go and prepare for the disciple competition. I want to examine the current strength of the disciples." Sheng Hong's heart skipped a beat. "I understand, master." Could it be that the master doesn't want him to continue to be the sect leader? The development of Shengshan's sect to this day is inseparable from the old sect master. After the old sect master came out, the old sect master still had the final say in Shengshan's sect. All the sect elders nodded in unison. "So, what should the prizes for the competition be this year?" an elder asked. The old sect leader frowned and thought for a while before he slowly said, "Then the final winner will be given the library for 2 days." The disciples' eyes widened upon hearing this, and the next moment they were filled with ecstasy. "Hide! Library? The old master is so powerful. There are countless techniques and various cultivation pictures there." In an instant, every disciple's eyes were like burning fire. "Must win." Inyan pulled Yuan Shinsue to a deserted place and whispered, "I'm not staying here just because I like it. I want to go into the library here to look up some very important things. Yuan Xin raised his eyebrows, his lips tightly pursed. Because of anger, there was a little bit of weird red at the corners of his eyes, which carried a sense of arrogance and a bit of distraction, making people feel itchy. Besides, I have my own things to do, so I can't always be with you. Inyan simply said, I am very grateful that you came to save me today, Yuan Shui. I will definitely repay you in the future. I already regard you as a friend in my heart. Yuan Xin frowned and brushed away Inyan's hand. He said coldly, You are my doll. Who wants to be your friend? He turned sideways, his black hair falling on his shoulders, and said in a pleasant voice, I want to be your little master. Chapter 70. Nyen, the beast's beloved. Don't listen to my master's nonsense, Inyan said helplessly. What the hell is this? The elder broke out in a cold sweat when he heard this. He took advantage of Yuan Xion's silence to interrupt and said carefully, Young master, Miss Nyen has something important to do in Shengshan's sect. How about this, we stay nearby first, and I'll take you around Tainyazu? How about we wait until Miss Nyen has finished her business and then discuss it in detail? Yuan Shinsue looked at him coldly, and the great elder quickly lowered his head. Yuan Shinsue suppressed his inner displeasure. Although he didn't nod, he didn't say no either. It's considered as a default. Inyan breathed a sigh of relief and led the two of them outside. Yuan Shinsue, if you have something to do, you can go and do it yourself. Inyan advised as he walked. No need to do it every day, eh? Before she could finish her words, a pegasus rushed up behind her and thrust forward. Inyan almost lost his balance. When I turned around, I almost couldn't control my expression. Why did Tiamat come here? Oh, master! Lala and Bai Bien ran over together. Tiamat's horse face suddenly showed a look of fear, and its 2 rows of big teeth kept chattering up and down. Lala hugged Tianma's neck with one hand. Bai Bien grabbed its hind legs, and the two of them rarely agreed, and the 2 little people worked together to lift Tiamat up. Tiamat kept kicking his legs back and forth, but it was of no use. Master, don't panic. We too will teach this pony a lesson before letting it out. Lala punched the horse on the head, and the Pegasus finally calmed down, fearing that he would be beaten again. Go and play without worry, master. Inyan. Tiamat stared at her with tears in his eyes. Help me. What do they want to do? Inyan asked helplessly. Contract with the master, but their qualifications are too poor, and they are far from being holy beasts. How can we make a contract with the master? Inyan was helpless. It was tiring enough for her to raise just the 2 little guys, Bai Bien and Lala. They would fight each other over a disagreement, let alone a group of horses coming. But don't these horses belong to the Bai family? Inyan raised his eyebrows and smiled with a gloating look. Are the Bai family members not crazy? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Bai Qian running towards him with a look of despair and tears on his face. Tianma, what on earth are you doing? There was still a smell on Bai Qian's body, and Inyan frowned subconsciously. Did this man fall into a cesspool? Of Tiamat kicking Bai Qian is still on his body. Zhuang Inyan, you shameless villain. What did you do to my Bai family's Pegasus? Because she used the Zhuang family's identity card, the people of Shengshan sect assumed that her name was Zhuang Inyan. Bai Qian finished yelling. Lala and Bai Bien had already let go of Tian Ma's hands, and instantly came in front of Bai Qian and slapped him twice. I think you're the kind of person who only cares about food and not about punishment. Lala was very angry. Who is the villain? Okay. Is this your horse? Take it away quickly. Our master won't take just anyone. My Bai family's Pegasus is proud by nature. How could it possibly circle around your master? Bai Qian said sharply, covering his face. Can. When he looked up, he saw the big Pegasus, which had just gained its freedom, circling around Inyan. He smelled Inyan's hand with an intimate look. The tail wagged more vigorously than that of other people's watchdogs. Bai Qian was stunned. Soon, the other Pegasus, who were originally hindered by the pressure from Lala and Bai Bien, could no longer bear it and rushed towards Inyan in groups. How is this possible? Bai Qian looked distraught. This is not our Bai family's Pegasus. The Pegasus all snorted. A contract with the Bai family. So isn't that place just a place where they can eat and drink for free? The Bai family provided them with good food and drink. They were occasionally used by the Bai family, who would even take their blood to make medicine. How disgusting. He took the opportunity to kick the Bai family. Beasts of their delicious masters. Bai Bien snorted coldly. Everyone get out of here. There was a golden light in his eyes, and the next moment the Pegasus trembled all over. The terrifying blood pressure made them clench their legs and tremble. Go away. Our master won't accept you, Lala said fiercely, with her hands on her hips. The Pegasus looked at Inyan with grievance. Inyan raised her hands helplessly. She had no idea that she was so attracted to these Pegasus. I have Lala and Bai Bien. That's enough for now, you guys go back. So many Pegasus. The Pegasus all shook their heads and raised their hooves to show that they were willing to follow her. The big Pegasus sat down at the gate of Shengshan sect with a rogue look on his face, saying, I won't leave if you don't accept me as a horse. Miss Nien, your spiritual beast compatibility is truly extraordinary. The great elder said from the bottom of his heart, I have never seen a situation where the compatibility is so high that such a high-level spiritual beast can pay for itself. Inyan was helpless. It's the first time I've seen it, too. Don't you want it? Yuan Xian looked at Inyan. You can take it all if you want. Bai Qian immediately began to falter after hearing what he said. What do you mean by take them all? Then what about the Bai family? Bai Qian didn't dare to say another word. If he said anything more, the man would notice him and he would surely die. He turned around and ran outside. He wanted to inform the elders of the Bai family about this. The Bai family has relatives in all 5 continents. The Pegasus were actually guarding the gate. Bai Bian and Lala put their hands on their hips and asked them to line up, preparing to give a lecture to each horse one by one. Master, go play. The 2 little cubs waved their hands and said very maturely, the cubs will take care of it here. Don't bully them, just persuade them to leave. Inyan warned the 2 boys, don't fight. Whoever does will have no dinner tonight. The 2 kids nodded repeatedly. Inyan helplessly pulled Yuan Xian away. She always felt that Yuan Xinsu's expression when he turned his head and stared at those Pegasus was as if he was considering whether to slaughter them for their meat. The great elder was indeed a man of speed, and he quickly found a suitable place to live, a large courtyard very close to Shengshan sect. Okay, I'll leave once you've settled down. I'll come out to play with you tomorrow when I'm free. Inyan felt like he was coaxing a child. Yuan Xian was about to speak with a frown on his face, but the great elder immediately stopped him and said, Young master, we also have a branch valley in Tianyi continent, and there are some things that need your attention. Should we deal with them first? I live here just because it's close to Shengshan sect. Otherwise, the great elder would definitely have ordered Yuan Xian to live and divide the valley. Yuan Shui, you are already the valley master. Work hard, Inyan said with a smile. I will go back first. Yuan Xinsue just watched Inyan leave. The joy in his eyes melted away like an icicle in the sun, leaving only coldness on the ground. The elder wiped the sweat from his forehead and shouted outside, Bring the people in. Several timid men were brought in and began to tremble as soon as they knelt down. Great elder, we are really possessed by evil spirits. They started to kowtow as soon as they came in. We have no intention of betraying the Red Ghost Valley. It's those forces who are using sweet words. Before he finished speaking, several rays of light flashed by. Blood splattered everywhere, and the bodies of these people were cut into several pieces. The great elder was shocked. Young master, although these people are connected with other forces, they are also considered my elders. Yuan Xian glanced at him and suddenly smiled. This smile was different from the one he gave Inyan, full of terrifying cruelty. Old man, Yuan Xian waved his hand, and the body was cut into even smaller pieces. Without Inyan, he seemed to have become a different person. He raised his eyes in the blood red and said with a smile on his lips, Since you are an old man, if you have other intentions, you must die more miserably. Chapter 72, The Other Side of Yuan Xian's Broken Heart. The great elder was stunned for a moment when he saw the blood and flesh all over the ground. The Xian people are inherently pure and kind. The great elder was a member of the Laotian tribe. His first reaction was to destroy the cultivation of those people, but give them a way to live. After all, I have been following him all the time, so even if I have no credit, I have worked hard. Young master, there is no need to kill him. The great elder couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Yes, even if it is for the sake of our friendship over the years. As soon as he finished speaking, the great elder bent his back and knelt uncontrollably on the bloody ground. Yuan Xinsue stared at him coldly. The veins in his neck emerged, the blood surged inside, and the suppression fell directly on the great elder. He was so stressed that he broke out in a cold sweat. Do you know how our tribe was destroyed? Yuan Xinsue looked up at the great elder. Although I was young at the time, I also knew that it was a traitor who worked together with those thieves to break our tribe's defense formation. That's why the following things happened. The blood on the ground slowly spread over, extending to Yuan Shinta's feet, staining the soles of his shoes red. Yuan Xian stood up and stepped on the red ground. Those people cruelly peeled off the skins of my people and took out their hearts. They even spared the babies. Do you know why they need people from the Xian tribe? Because the Xian tribe is blessed with great luck. At that time, the spiritual energy of the 5 continents was about to be scarce. Only by opening the heaven-defying formation could they break the way of heaven and introduce spiritual energy. However, that required a large number of flesh and blood hearts from our tribe as the guide. No man, woman, or child was spared, for fear that one would be left alive to rise up and take revenge on them. The great elder's pupils trembled. He only knew that his clan was exterminated, but he didn't know why. Because he wasn't there at the time. Did they succeed? Yuan Xian's voice was very light, but it was chilling. Of course they succeeded. Look at every spiritual force floating in the 5 continents. It is the flesh and blood of our people, and the cry of our people. Why are you still showing mercy? Let those betrayers go. Zhuanxin so mai sopti. He tilted his head and stared at the elder. If you are still so soft-hearted next time, will you die with them? Just because I listen to your advice on some things doesn't mean you can be my boss. Do you understand? There was a dark void in Yuan Xinsue's eyes. It was not until this moment that the great elder truly felt Yuan Xinsue's indifference and cruelty. He truly hated everyone in the 5 continents except Inyan. It doesn't mean that he is a good person to talk to just because he smiles in front of Inyan. Yes, young master. It was the first time that the great elder heard such detailed reasons for the genocide. For a moment, he didn't know whether he hated those thieves more or was more afraid of Yuan Xinsue. He actually began to tremble all over. But young master, where are those masterminds now? When they returned, they found that the Xian clan was completely wiped out. Over the years, we have been looking for the masterminds behind the genocide. Over the years, we have also found some of the masterminds. Among the 5 major families in the 5 continents, the Fong family, the Shengwan family, the Shinda family, and the Wu family are all involved. They all thought that Yuan Xinsue was young at the time and didn't know these things. Now it seems that this may not be the case. He should have asked carefully, but he subconsciously treated the young master as the child, thinking that he didn't remember or know. Yuan Xian lowered his eyes and looked at him. But there are more than just these few. Let me ask you, what is the most popular force in the 5 continents? Yuan Xinsue asked with a chuckle. Of course it is the floating god tower, which is above all the major forces in the 5 continents and governs the entire 5 continents. Because they made great contributions when the 5 continents were in danger, they're loved by everyone. At this point, the elder's face gradually became gloomy. Great merit? What great achievement? Good, it turned out to be like this. The great elder was so angry that he was shaking all over. Everything was connected. No wonder they kept silent about their great achievements back then. Everyone only knew that the spiritual power that was about to be exhausted suddenly returned, and they all thanked them. It turns out that it was the great achievement of killing all the people in my clan. The great elder felt blood boiling in his chest. It's good that you've thought it through. Yuan Xinsue sat back on the stool. Come one family at a time. There's no rush. Find a way to break the seal on Mount Piku and don't alert the enemy. The great elder said with forced calmness. Yuan Xian lowered his eyes, with a strong sense of hostility in his eyes. Who were the forces that instigated those people I just dealt with to betray the Red Ghost Valley? The great elder immediately took out a list from his arms. They are all here. They're also relatively large forces. We want them to steal the formation map of our Red Ghost Valley. Red Ghost Valley is the largest among the 5 continents. No wonder it attracts so much attention. Yuan Xinsue stared at the list of these forces and smiled. After a while, he stood up and walked outside. Anyway, Inyan is not here. It's very boring. Let's go check out those forces first. Inyan came out of the small courtyard and quickly headed towards Shengshan sect. She ran so fast that she didn't notice that when she turned a small corner, there was a snail working hard next to her with its tentacles twisted together, looking at her excitedly. Snail is so excited. Finally, it found the woman. It tried hard to shrink its body, shrinking its fist-sized body to the size of a finger, and shrank into a ball in a whoosh. It rolled towards Inyan's feet with a thud. Too fast, too fast. It rolled dizzy and finally landed at her feet. Wojo immediately wrapped itself around the hem of her skirt to cover its small shell, and then tried its best to suppress its spirit beast aura to the lowest level. Inyan had no idea that he was being taken advantage of by such a little thing. He returned to Shengshan's sect without stopping. When she arrived at the door, she thought that all the Pegasus had been trained away by La La and the others. Result: what is that? La La, Bai Bian. Inyan looked at the dozen or so short, chubby, and puppy-sized ponies standing at the door. Foals? He asked in surprise. Didn't you let them go? We told you. La La puffed her cheeks. They wouldn't even want to die. The owner didn't allow them to beat the horses. You also said you could become smaller and not take up space. La La was so angry. Inyan was in so much pain. The foals looked up at her, and the little wings on their backs flapped like fish tails hitting the ground. Everyone rubbed Inyan's feet. They don't want to leave, so please don't chase them away. The foals were still shivering in unison as the winter wind blew. Inyan, why are you pretending to be pitiful? Bai Bian grabbed Inyan's hand and said, La La and I have discussed this. Master, you don't have to sign the contract. You can still let them support you when you go out. The foals nodded. Anyway, they won't leave unless Inyan wants them. Inyan took a breath and said, forget it, just follow me in first. If left outside, there's no telling who would take him away by force to sign the contract. The ponies followed happily. Snail, who was clinging to the hem of Inyan's skirt, laughed. Snail also went in. Inyan turned around and found the disciple room assigned to her. She opened the door, but her face suddenly darkened. Everything inside, food and daily necessities. They were all cut into pieces by scissors. Chapter 72. Dare you say that Inyan is a coward? Who did this? La La had the worst temper. She looked at the mess in the room and said angrily, damn it, I'll go ask the people living next door. But La La was immediately held down by Inyan. It's no use asking. Inyan's eyes fell coldly on the broken things in the room. There are no people from our side around me. La La was stunned and looked around. Sure enough, Meng Xiaoqi and the others' rooms were somewhere else. They were divided far apart. Hey, what's going on? A voice came from the room next door, and a female disciple came out, staring at Inyan with a look of gloating in her eyes. Could it be that your spirit beast has destroyed everything that Shengshan's sect has prepared so well? I think so. A male disciple also came out from the other side. Other beast tamer spirit beasts are all very good, but the one she raises wants to fight and kill. How uneducated. What did you say? La La's eyes changed and flames began to burn on her body. The two disciples were startled. This child is indeed a spiritual beast. Judging from the fluctuations in its strength, he should be just a primordial beast. A primordial beast can transform into a human form. Is it a divine beast? What? Are you going to beat us again? The female disciple said arrogantly. Then let me tell you, your master is now living in Shengshan's sect, so he must abide by the rules of Shengshan's sect. Fighting is prohibited in Shengshan's sect. Anyone who violates the order will be expelled home, no matter who you are. Yes, Inyan is strong, but they didn't take action this time. If Inyan dared to hit them at will, he would be expelled directly according to the rules of Shengshan's sect. They wished Inyan could get out right away. The little Pegasus wanted to go out and bite them to death. The snail hiding in the corner of Inyan's skirt touched each other, and it stretched forward angrily. These two people, after they fall asleep, it will go and pay them a good visit. More and more disciples of Shengshan's sect came out from the surrounding areas. Taking advantage of the fact that Inyan could not do whatever he wanted in the sect, they all showed expressions of ridicule and satisfaction. Get lost soon. We in Shengshan's sect don't welcome you. Get out of here. Haha, are you trying to ask who did this? We won't tell you what happened. How could anyone tear her things? Didn't her uneducated spirit beasts bite them themselves? They all burst into laughter. His face was full of pride. If they can't beat them openly, can't they try to play covertly? It was obvious that everyone wanted to see a good show, and he was sure that Inyan had a lot of energy, but nowhere to vent it. Master, Bai Bian held Inyan's hand tightly. Let's go tell the old master. In the entire Shengshan sect, only the old sect leader can be respected by him. No need. Inyan suddenly smiled, and her eyes met those people. I have another way. She closed the door with a bang. The disciples' laughter became even more arrogant. Coward, as cowardly as a mouse. I knew that this woman is only good at talking. Without the men who protect her, she is useless. They say whatever is offensive. Do you really think that just because you have a little talent, you can convince us all? Who would like a woman with such a bad character and who acts like a shrew? La's face turned red as she listened inside, and she finally couldn't help but rush out. Bai and Kai held her down, his eyes flickering slightly. Wait for the master's instructions. Inyan completely ignored those words and took out the things that Grandpa Dashin gave her from her pocket. A wooden flute made of redwood? A magic weapon for group attack? Inyan's eyes lit up. Why can a formation master make people of the same level afraid? It is because with the same attack, others can only aim at one place, but the formation master can aim at a large area. The same goes for group attack weapons. And it's a group attack, music-type magic weapon. Inyan played with the wooden flute, reluctant to let it go. It's a medium-level magic weapon that I can use. There are few medium-level magical weapons that can be used in the spiritual realm, and even fewer that can be used for group attacks. There is also a score. This score is not a so-called musical score. After all, it is a magical instrument. What is recorded in this score is to control the spiritual power and inject it into the instrument to activate it. It is like controlling the changes in spiritual power to regulate the intensity of attack. Inyan took a quick look and put the things away. You can practice slowly later. In addition to this thing, there is also a large seed that looks like a pine cone. This seed looks ordinary, and there is no spiritual fluctuation. I'll hide it first. What Grandpa Dashin gave me must be something useful. This is the seed that was heating up before, and she didn't know if it was just her illusion. After the seed became hot, the wounds on her body caused by Sheng Hong were almost healed. After she checked these two things, the disciples outside were still clamoring. What do you think, Inyan? Do you want to file a complaint? We'll take you to complain, so don't hide in your room and cry. Ha ha ha. The next moment, the tightly closed door of the room was suddenly opened. The disciples stopped laughing, and the Pegasus returned to their normal size, each carrying the scratched objects on its back. Everything was carried out. Puchi, the female disciple, laughed and said, "Oh, are you here to throw things? I told you not to throw things. This is a reward from our Xingshan sect. Got it? If you don't use this broken quilt, you'll sleep naked. No shop in Tinyza will sell it to you. Just give up and use this broken quilt obediently." They laughed wildly and arrogantly. Today, they finally got rid of their anger. How could they not laugh? Inyan glanced at all of them and suddenly smiled and said, "You are all new disciples, right? I see that none of you has even surpassed the 9th level of spiritual body. So what? What? Do you want to hit us?" They look arrogant and their villainous faces are disgusting. Inyan's eyes were cold. "Let's go, la bai bien. Go to the disciples' combat power rankings." The new disciples were stunned. No? Why did she go to see the rankings? The Xingshan sect's disciple list clearly states the rankings and combat capabilities of all disciples, and is also intended to motivate everyone to keep moving forward. The higher the ranking of the disciple, the more resources he can obtain. Inyan's gaze searched from the bottom up. 2-star Spirit Realm disciples. She paused, her fingertips fell on the group of names, and lightly tapped. Found it. The new disciples were confused and didn't know what Inyan was going to do when they saw Inyan take a deep breath and suddenly shouted, "Xingshan sect, the 2-star human spirit realm disciple Zhang Meng. Inyan will line up with you to fight. Do you agree? No fighting within the sect?" Then she arrayed herself and invited them to battle. These weaklings are too far behind her in strength to challenge her? It doesn't matter. Do we still have senior brothers and sisters who are weaklings? Chapter 73 Inyan challenges Xingshan sect. Carrying spiritual power spread throughout the Xingshan sect in the silent night. The new disciples' faces gradually became more interesting. Several sounds of breaking wind were heard. In the nearby practice room, all came out. The one who came the fastest was a tall disciple with a square face. "I am Zhang Meng," he shouted. "Do you want to challenge me to a fight?" Behind him, many second-class disciples from the spiritual realm came. In Xingshan sect, there are third-class disciples who are new disciples who have just come in and have not yet reached the human spirit realm, second-class disciples who have reached the human spirit realm, and first-class disciples who have reached the earth spirit realm. As for those in the heavenly spirit realm, they can no longer be called disciples and are directly promoted to elders of Xingshan sect. Inyan waved his hand, and the Pegasus threw all the scratched objects in front of these people. The third-class disciples showed disdain on their faces. Does this woman think that the senior brothers will help her teach them a lesson? As expected, Zhang Meng and the others took a look at these, and there was no trace of surprise in their eyes. "What evidence do you have to prove that it was our people who cut it?" Zhang Meng's face, which should have been full of righteousness, was now very sarcastic. "Who knows if you cut it yourself? and put the blame on them? That's right. If you haven't seen it with your own eyes, you can't prove anything. The second-class disciples spoke up one after another. They looked at Inyan as if they were watching a joke. It is obvious that these people are in the same group as the ones who committed the crime. They might even have planned to do this disgusting thing behind people's backs. Inyan chuckled. I haven't said anything yet. You guys are really trying to cover up your mistake. Don't worry, I don't have the leisure to catch criminals one by one. Inyan chuckled and pulled out a long whip magic weapon. The long whip was called Pan Snake, and it was the most handy magic weapon for her. The coiled snake swung lightly, and the end of its tail stood up straight forward, turning into a black sword. The long sword pointed directly at Zhang Meng. It's okay if you don't recognize any of you. I just want to ask you, do you dare to line up and fight? No one recognizes it. Then Inyan attacked them one by one. Anyone who can meet the invitation conditions will not be let go. The second-class disciples looked at each other, with a gleam in their eyes. One of the disciples said to Zhang Meng, don't be afraid. You go first. We will take turns to challenge her, and we will kill her in a round-robin battle. Zhang Meng smiled, straightened his back, and said, come on, let's fight. Almost at the moment he finished speaking, Inyan raised his hand, and the spiritual power of the two people immediately surged out of their bodies, forming a light array that enveloped the two of them. Zhang Meng roared angrily, and a huge axe appeared in his hand, which matched his body's shape very well. D. Zhang Meng roared and rushed forward. But the next moment, Inyan did something that no one expected. She actually sat down cross-legged in the corner of the light array. Fuck him. I forgot this guy is a beast tamer. A disciple cursed in a low voice. Zhang Meng, you better be careful of that male beast. But he had just finished speaking. They watched as Bai Bian actually sat down next to Inyan. You are simply courting death. Zhang Meng's eyes turned fierce, and he cursed directly. Don't blame me if you die. The huge axe was about to fall on Inyan's head. But the next moment, a tender white little hand caught the axe. Zhang Meng's eyes were red with anger. He looked down and saw LA's little face. She was very excited. It's finally my turn to perform. Huh. Lala shouted loudly, and countless blood flames burst out from his body, instantly condensing into a huge fist, which smashed heavily on Zhang Meng's head. Boom! Boom, boom, boom. The terrible sound merged with Zhang Meng's screams. You teamed up with these disciples to use despicable means to bully my master. Today I will burn all your hair. Lala shouted angrily. Inyan laughed when he heard that. Has been feeling very depressed during this period. Coupled with what happened with Shang Xianxian last time, she now seems to have a special hobby for plucking hair. Blood flames burned on his body. He specifically picks out hair, clothes, and even armpit hair. It burned out in a flash. The disciples exclaimed. Zhang Meng was standing naked on the fighting stage. Not only was his body covered with scars, but he also had no hair left. Lala rushed forward and kicked Zhang Meng in the chest, yelling as she kicked him. Go to hell? A kick landed on his mouth. All the teeth in my mouth are broken. Blood Phoenix Clan, in addition to the fire that can burn everything, also has greater power than any other spirit beast. Zhang Meng spat out a mouthful of blood, and he lay on the ground like a dog, vomiting and spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with broken teeth. My eyes are so swollen that I can't see anything clearly. He quickly raised his hands and wanted to admit defeat, but how could Lala let him go? She has been holding back her anger all night. When he goes up, he punches you hard. The sound of bang, bang, bang made Zhang Meng completely faint, and it didn't count at all. Those new disciples with the weakest strength all swallowed their saliva. This might be a fatal fight, right? It was at this time that Inyan, who was sitting nearby to rest, finally stood up. She faced these new disciples and sneered. Let me ask you again, who cut up these things of mine? If you don't tell me, I will continue to challenge you. Inyan chuckled. Don't worry, I will definitely not complain. We young people should solve our own problems, right? You started the fire, and the senior brothers and sisters knew about it and covered it up. Do you think I will let this go? I can't beat you, but can I still beat you good senior brothers? The new disciples all gritted their teeth and said nothing. It was obvious that Zhang Meng on the stage was about to be defeated. Oh, very good. Inyan's eyes were cold, and his voice was even colder. You dare not take responsibility for what you have done. You are a coward. Why are you so arrogant? The second-class disciples were angry. If you have the guts, compete with us and let Zhang Meng go. Lala, throw him out. Inyan gave an order and looked at the second-class disciples with fierce eyes. What are you shouting for? Do you think I will let you go for helping Zhou to commit atrocities? Wait in line. Zhang Meng, who had been beaten to the point where his parents didn't recognize him, was thrown out of the formation. Inyan continued to look at the disciples' rankings with a calm expression. Above Zhang Meng is Xia, right? Inyan's voice rang out again. But this time the disciples no longer laughed at him. Instead, they felt that it was like a death warrant. Xia, the second-class disciple of Shengshan sect. Inyan wants to fight you in formation. Should I? The voice spread throughout the Shengshan sect, and the new disciples began to tremble slightly when they saw Inyan like this. There was even a hint of regret on his face. Crazy bitch. Isn't it just breaking her things? Why is it so serious? Inyan waited for a while, but Xia didn't show up. She didn't dare. Inyan said again. Xia, the second-class disciple of Shengshan sect, and Inyan, the beastmaster, want to fight you in formation without any spirit beasts. Should I do it? But the scene was still silent. Those who said they wanted a round-robin battle didn't dare to raise their heads. Someone like Zhang Meng would have to stay in bed for at least 2 months, right? Now Inyan is still alive and kicking. They don't dare to go up and be the next Zhang Meng. They just want to get some benefits later. You still don't dare to do that? That's fine. I'm a 2-star, and she's also a 2-star. It's me who bullied her. Inyan mocked, his eyes cold. I overestimated the courage of you Shengshan sect disciples. Her eyes went straight past those 2-star people, even past those 3-star people, and went straight to the 5-star people. In the 5-star human spirit realm, the best disciple is called, let me see. Inyan smiled lightly. Wang Sheng. The next moment, the shouting voice rang out again, louder than the previous 2 times. Wang Sheng, a 5-star human spirit realm disciple of Shengshan sect. Inyan, a 2-star human spirit realm beastmaster, invites you to line up and fight without any spirit beasts. Should I? Chapter 74, Full Fire. 2 stars out of 5, and the beastmaster doesn't bring spirit beasts? Everyone thought that Inyan might be crazy because his spirit beast was too powerful and had an abnormal brain. What? Even so, your people don't dare to respond? Inyan's eyes were filled with more sarcasm. Great job. Shengshan sect is so great. The words fell. A sound of breaking wind exploded beside my ears. A man with an ugly face appeared beside Inyan. The man looked okay, but his face was extremely gloomy. Do you want to die? The man who came was the man named Wang Sheng. He was tall and looked down at Inyan. You're fighting me without your spirit beast? I won't care if you die. Is that so? Inyan deliberately said. Then I'll bring my spirit beast to fight you. Let's be fair. Wang Sheng's arrogant look suddenly became distorted. Bring a spirit beast? Her 2 spirit beasts both looked like divine beasts. Even if they were only at the level of primitive beasts, they were at least comparable to the 5-star human spirit realm. The levels of spiritual beasts are divided into primary beasts, spiritual beasts, divine beasts, small divine beasts, and large divine beasts. Each level is further divided into 3 levels: high, medium, and low. Inyan's 2 divine beasts are at least mid-level primordial beasts, comparable to 5-star human spiritual realm powerhouses. Wouldn't it be the end of his life if he took these 2 with him? The disciples of Shengshan sect saw that Wang Sheng's originally arrogant expression collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye. There was even a hint of fear. It's so embarrassing. Forget it. The snake-shaped long sword in Inyan's hand suddenly turned into a long whip, and he threw it to the ground with a snap sound. I'll let you, come on. Just hit me like this. Ha. 2 stars give way to 5 stars. How shameless. Lala put her hands on her hips and laughed wildly, while retreating with Bai Bian. The master would never do anything without confidence, and they believed in her. The light array slowly rose, and Wang Sheng's expression suddenly changed from twitching to confident. He also used a long sword. Most of the disciples of Shengshan sect used long, sword-like magical weapons. You are courting death. The 5-star human spiritual realm can already be condensed into a spiritual armor. His body was covered in armor, leaving only a pair of eyes exposed as he stared at her with a hideous smile. You dare to challenge me with just a 2-star? I will break your hands and feet today. The skin on Inyan's face hurt from the impact of spiritual power. The long whip in her hand danced like a snake. The next moment, Inyan slowly closed her eyes, and a layer of spiritual armor gradually covered her body, But in a place that no one else could see, a layer of black magic armor quietly emerged on her skin. The two layers of armor overlapped, perfectly wrapping her flesh and blood body. Brother Wang Sheng, don't let her go. Let her know how powerful our Shengshan sect is. She injured our senior brother Zhang Meng before, and he broke her arms and legs and slapped her. She will never be able to act so recklessly again. Maybe the gap in strength is too big. The disciples of Shengshan's sect felt that they were doing well again. Seeing that the sword was about to pierce Inyan's body, everyone showed a nervous expression on their faces. Puchi. The sword went straight through Inyan's body. Wang Sheng's pupil shrank, and he asked in disbelief, Afterimage, you actually practiced a technique to increase your speed? Just then, Meng Xiaoqi and others also arrived. Seeing Inyan's swift flash, Meng Xiaoqi immediately shouted, Junior sister, use the magic steps that Master taught you to break through the shell of this bastard. 5 stars will fight 2 stars before they can fight. You Xingshan sect are a bunch of turtle bastards. Meng Xiaoqi cursed loudly, each sound getting louder than the last. Even if you win, I still look down on you. Erky didn't say anything, but the contempt in his eyes was exactly the same as Meng Xiaoqi's. This was also the first time that Inyan used this divine step. The energy in the body continuously flows through the tendons and veins everywhere. What a trifle, Wang Sheng said unwillingly, waving his sword, and suddenly hundreds of sword shadows appeared. I don't believe you can still dodge it now. Hundreds of sword shadows were fired at the same time. This time, Inyan didn't hide. She shook the magic weapon in her hand upwards. The whip seemed to be alive. One split into 10 into 100, and turned into snake shadows that stabbed straight forward and bit the sword tips. Intermediate magical weapon? The disciples below exclaimed again. She actually has a medium-level magical weapon that can be used in the spiritual realm? You should know that in their sect, only Sheng Xianxian has it. But that's not all. The next moment, a red wooden flute appeared in Inyan's other hand, the one that Grandpa Dashin gave her. The wooden flute has a strange shape, like a twisted and coiled tree with its crisscrossing roots all curled up together. When Inyan held it in his hand, the roots shook a little. Another medium-level magical weapon? The disciples of Shengshan's sect all stood up. What's wrong with this woman? She actually has 2 medium-level magic weapons? The prodigal giants don't care about her? Inyan didn't care about those surprised disciples. She looked at the snake shadow that was burnt by the sword with a tense expression. The white bead in her lower abdomen was trembling slightly. It was already as bright as it could be, and it was outputting spiritual power with all its strength. Small beads of sweat also appeared on Inyan's forehead. Wang Sheng sneered and said, You dare to compete with a 5-star me in spiritual power? You are looking for death. He shook his whole body and increased the output of his spiritual power. It seemed that the sword lights were about to crush her snake shadow. Inyan sneered. That may not be the case. The next moment she poured in her spiritual energy and blew the wooden flute. But this wooden flute actually sucked in Inyan's spiritual power crazily, pulling her white beads and causing pain. Without paying attention, Inyan spat out a mouthful of blood and felt as if his internal organs were being crushed in pain. This magical weapon is so powerful? D. Stabbed towards Inyan with a very ferocious and invincible attitude. But the sound of the flute had already come out, and the sharp sound of the flute formed an actual halo that enveloped the two of them. Then, the upward rush seemed to get stuck in a quagmire. The handsome sprint was stuck in this aperture, and the speed was slowed down by more than 10 times. Everyone watched Wang Sheng rush over with a ferocious expression on his face. He slowly stretched out his hand and kicked out with his foot. Slowing down a little bit, the sound also slowed down like a funny big turtle. Along with his voice, it was slowed down several times. You will die. All disciples of Shengshan's sect. Even Meng Xiaoqi and Erky opened their mouths wide. They could even see clearly that when Wang Sheng was eating at night, there was a large green onion flower stuck on his inner teeth, emitting a charming and mellow fragrance. Meng Xiaoqi. Ugh. Chapter 75. Inyan is in complete control. Lala and Bai Bian were both stunned. Master, this magic weapon is so powerful. How could you be able to slow down the opponent's movements to this extent? And it was at this moment that Inyan moved. With the help of the divine step, her speed was not only not affected, but it was actually increased. Even though the enemy's speed was slowed down to this extent, Her own speed was increased by almost double. Someone trembled all over and asked, "What kind of monster magic weapon is this?" Inyan kicked Wang Sheng. He put out his hand to block it, but the speed is too slow. It's like a baby trying to block an adult. Inyan was also vomiting blood. The previous attack almost drained all her spiritual power, and the light of the white bead dimmed. And this delay can only last for a few breaths at most. Inyan punched him again and again. There were constant muffled sounds coming from the armor. Is she crazy? The disciples kept twitching their lips. Does she think she can break the armor of a 5-star human spirit realm? No more white spirit beads could be squeezed out. Wang Sheng was beaten so hard that he vomited blood under her. But he grinned. "Wait until your delay ends, and then I will kill you. It will be easy," he said with difficulty. Inyan's injuries looked more serious than his. The clothes on his chest were stained with blood. But Inyan's eyes were firm. What kind of hardships did she not endure in those 18 years? Inyan raised her fist again, and the spirit pearl trembled violently along with her. She recalled the 3 months that the old witch had tortured and trained her. That sentence that is often said. She said, "Why do you think you are better than others?" Practice means constantly surpassing yourself, risking your life, and fighting. Others can't hold on any longer, but you hold on. Keep fighting, and you will break through. You must treat every battle as a life and death battle. There is no retreat. You must fight until you die. There was a bright light in Inyan's eyes. His spiritual power was decreasing, but his aura was becoming more and more fierce, rising steadily. She yelled, "Break it for me!" The spirit bead trembled violently. With a loud boom, the surrounding spiritual energy began to boil, swirling around Inyan like a big hurricane and rising straight into the sky. The Shengshan sect disciples were serious this time, and their jaws dropped in shock. A breakthrough? A breakthrough during the battle? Some of those who were close by sat down on the ground, their legs going limp from the shock of the fierce and murderous aura that Inyan had just released. A huge vortex of spiritual power finally took shape in the air, like a giant tornado. Wang Sheng's armor was shattered by a punch from Inyan, whose spiritual power surged. Taking advantage of the cover of the tornado, Inyan seized the opportunity. The magic beads suddenly exploded, and the spiritual power and magic elements blasted down together. Boom, boom, boom. Every punch bleeds. You want to break my hand? Inyan's eyes turned red as he punched his hand bone. You want to break my leg? Inyan kicked him on the leg bone. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, but the more she wiped, the more blood spread, and a strange blood red spread across her face. Her smile frightened Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng screamed in excruciating pain from his hands and feet. The delayed aperture had ended, but he could no longer stand up. What? You think you can definitely kill me with your 5-star ability? Inyan smiled strangely. Then let me tell you, it's easy to kill you. Wang Sheng, you are really a good stepping stone. Inyan looked at the powerful spiritual power in his hands. Why did she want to kill someone of a higher level? It's because she felt that she was stuck at the peak of 2 stars. Her way of training is to fight, fight, and fight again, to carve out a bloody path, and to fight for the possibility of reaching the top. Countless spiritual powers surged towards her, and she kicked Wang Sheng, who had completely fainted and was limp, out of the battle. The disciples outside didn't even dare to come and pick him up. The tornado is getting bigger and bigger. And just at this moment, in the western corner, a small tornado was also swirling up. The disciples of Shengshan's sect looked at it and asked in surprise, "Isn't that Su Linyan's room? That fluctuation, is it a breakthrough to the human spirit realm?" Su Linyan has broken through to the human spirit realm? Inyan looked over there with a gloomy face. Yes, Su Linyan made a breakthrough. She also carried in her body the spiritual essence and blood condensed for her by the emperor and empress, which was the emperor and empress's heartblood. There is no other way. Now that the Bai family ancestral hall is destroyed, the mother and daughter can no longer obtain the spiritual liquid to speed up their cultivation. What should they do? The emperor and empress were afraid that their daughter would be bullied. Since their own strength would not improve anyway, they might as well focus on training their daughter. He sacrificed his own blood and sweat for his daughter to eat. Forcefully increase her spiritual power. Look, after being stimulated by Inyan, Su Linyan directly swallowed the remaining blood from her heart, and her strength directly reached the 1-star human spiritual realm. I succeeded. Looking at the small tornado, Su Linyan felt a sense of pleasure, as if she was looking down on the world. Ha ha ha, she laughed crazily. Inyan, I don't need you for anything. How could I, Su Linyan, lose to you? I will definitely move forward step by step and surpass you a bitch. He didn't finish his words. Su Linyan's eyes widened. Next to her small tornado, a huge spiritual tornado that was 3 times larger came roaring towards her. And the owner of that tornado is Inyan? No. Su Linyan's eyes suddenly turned blood red, but she still had to accept other people's admiring gazes. Why? Why is this woman also breaking through? And it's so much bigger than hers? What did you take? Su Linyan asked sternly. You must have taken some natural treasures to forcibly increase your strength. Inyan looked at her from a distance with his hands behind his back. She looked at Su Linyan as if she was watching a big joke. Su Linyan. Inyan spoke slowly and smiled gently. You are so pitiful. Su Linyan was trembling all over. The disciples of Shengshan's sect were so ashamed that they had no place to put their faces. Inyan destroyed the confidence of all the new disciples of Shengshan's sect with his own strength. Use her strength to crush them hard, pull their despicable hearts out of their chests, and expose them to the sun. Garbage is garbage. At the same time, Inyan also told Su Linyan with his strength. Fake is fake. Inyan looked at the small tornado, as if it felt it was provoked. The white spiritual energy balls in the tornado became angry and instantly doubled in size, and the tornado doubled in size again. This is not the end yet. Part of Inyan's spiritual power balls suddenly broke away from her big tornado and rushed towards the small tornado in a hurry. It was as if saying, do you have a role to play here? We only need one curly here. Come on, brothers. Get her. The big gang's spiritual power ball crashed into Su Linyan's spiritual power ball. The spirit balls were so excited that they made humming sounds. Ah! Su Linyan screamed. He watched as his upgraded tornado was smashed to pieces, leaving nothing behind. Her eyes were bloodshot as she saw that Inyan seemed to be injured and the spirit beasts around him were gone. She suddenly clenched the magic weapon in her hand. If she explodes a magic weapon at Inyan now, she will get hurt, right? Inyan advanced, but advancement does not mean that his wounds will heal. Although Inyan was holding on, her internal organs were actually bleeding profusely. For a cultivator, this injury was not fatal, but she needed to lie down. But Inyan acted as if nothing had happened. To her, it was just a minor injury. Su Linyan tightly grasped the only medium-sized magic weapon in her hand, and a voice in her mind was shouting, Kill her! While there is no one around her, kill her at all costs. She rushed towards Inyan suddenly, and the magic treasure in her hand suddenly emitted an astonishing wave and was about to explode. I will kill you. If you don't die, I will make you half-crippled. Inyan frowned and was about to fight back. Snail, who had been hiding in the corner of her skirt, slowly poked its head out. A generation of snail god. Finally, there is a chance to perform. It wants to prove its strength to Inyan. Snail's tentacles twitched, and invisible mental control hit Su Linyan directly. Then, Inyan watched as Su Linyan suddenly stopped as if she had hysteria. Her eyes were dull, and she was controlled by snails, pulling her clothes open. He stuffed the spiritual treasure that was about to explode into his arms. He clapped himself like a fool, drooling and laughing, saying, Ah, Su Linyan is the best. I'll blow myself up. Chapter 76, The Old Sect Leader Teaches People. Inyan, is this guy crazy? The magic weapon hidden in her chest emitted a huge light. Is she crazy? Even the disciples of Shengshan's sect were stunned. Is Su Linyan really mentally ill? The disciples of Shengshan's sect were stunned, and then rushed over together, trying to stop her. But it was too late. At this moment, the golden dragon, whose wound had not yet healed in Su Linyan's chest, suddenly rolled up the magic weapon and rushed out. But it was too late. There was a loud bang. This magic weapon still exploded. The golden dragon's body was blown into a bloody mess, and its already injured tail was directly blown off, and it lay dead on the ground with blood gushing out. And Snail's mental control also ended at this moment. Although the exploding magic weapon was some distance away from Su Linyan, she was still affected. She was covered with wounds, and the mask on her face was blown away. The ruined face beneath the mask was revealed. The eye socket where the eye was missing was pitch black, which scared many female disciples who rushed over to rescue her. No! Isn't it said that the princess is beautiful, talented, and a peerless genius? The female disciple patted her chest. Why? Why is she like this? The male disciples were also shocked. It turns out they were all eyes? Can this be called beautiful? Some female disciples who were already somewhat jealous of Su Linyan's special treatment in Xingshan sect could not help but sneer. We are not the kind of people who judge people by appearance. Just because her face is ruined, then we just say it's ruined. Wojo has always been based on strength. What's the point of hiding and praising yourself for having a beautiful face? All right, stop arguing. The second-class disciples began to scold. Save the people first. At the same time, the second-class disciples were extremely frightened. What happened just now? Is it related to Inyan? Why did a good person suddenly go crazy? Etc. At this moment, Inyan spoke, and those second-class disciples trembled with fear. Second-class disciples cannot leave. Inyan showed a cold smile. I haven't finished the challenge yet. Don't you want wheels? I'll satisfy you. Bibian and Lala rushed to Inyan's side. They were full of energy and gave a sinister smile to the group of Xingshan sect disciples. Come on, keep fighting. Can't we just let this go? One of the second-class disciples gritted his teeth and said, You've beaten so many people. Haven't you gotten enough of your anger? Do you really have to make everyone look so embarrassed? You were the ones who started this. You started if you wanted to. Now you want to end it. Inyan swung the whip in his hand fiercely, and the sound of snap seemed to hit their hearts, giving them a severe shock. This matter won't end until I give my nod. Do you want to turn the page? Inyan laughed sarcastically. You're dreaming. If we don't hurt these people once, and for all this time, this kind of mess will happen again in the future. Who's next? Lala pressed her palms, and a particularly inappropriate grin appeared on her cute little face. Come on up, we're waiting for you to fight in a round-robin battle. Disciples of Xingshan sect. What the hell? Who is taking whose turn now? You two beasts are both so good at fighting. One of you fights while the other two are resting. Who can handle it if you take turns? Who's the next one? Inyan turned around and was about to look at the list. Those second-class disciples who had not yet taken their turns suddenly became anxious. All their previous thoughts of helping them were gone. You are a bunch of little bastards. Whoever did it should stand up for himself. Do you still need your senior brothers and sisters to clean up your asses? He really turns against me in an instant. Everyone is afraid of becoming the next Zhang Meng or Wang Sheng. Wasting 2 months of training time to recover from injuries? Then can they still participate in the disciple competition? Hurry up! Who did it? The second-class disciples roared in unison. The new disciples were dumbfounded. Inyan felt relieved. That's it. I'm having a hard time, so don't expect you to have a good time either. You, the Xingshan sect, accepted a bunch of spineless people, and as senior brothers and sisters, you dare to protect them? She insisted that they couldn't protect them. They have to try to investigate the matter themselves and let themselves go hysterical and crazy. One of the sisters suddenly had an idea and angrily asked, Was it Sheng Xianxian who did it? It's true that Sheng Xianxian is the daughter of the sect leader. But are we going to stand stalemate over the mistakes she made? The senior sister who was speaking must have a good family background. Otherwise, she wouldn't dare to mention Sheng Xianxian's name in public. Inyan looked coldly at the horrified expressions on the faces of these new disciples, laughed, and asked, What? Is it really Sheng Xianxian? At this time, Sheng Xianxian was kneeling on a cushion, being guarded with grievance, kneeling on the ground facing the deceased ancestors of her Xingshan sect. You are not allowed to leave the gate of Xingshan sect during this period. Miss, you should reflect on your actions here. The elders of Xingshan sect sighed. Please don't embarrass us. Sheng Xianxian's eyes widened. Who made things difficult for you? How could she dare to go out when everyone was holding magic weapons against her? Ah, Qiao. Sheng Xianxian sneezed with red eyes. She rubbed her nose and shuddered. Just now, for a moment, I felt like someone had poured dirty water all over me, and I felt extremely uncomfortable. Sheng Xianxian touched her bald head and gritted her teeth when she thought of Inyan. To fight was ignited in my heart. She must get back at Inyan. Take revenge. Sheng Xianxian snorted and clenched her fists. Stand up straight. The elders poked her back with a frown. Just ignited the desire to fight. Outside the sect, the faces of the new disciples were flushed. No, not Sheng Xianxian. Their voices were barely audible. Yes, sorry, it's us. They whispered vaguely to Inyan. Inyan touched his ears and said, I can't hear you. Everyone's face was so red that blood seemed to be dripping out. Inyan chuckled, looked at everyone and said, So all of you are involved in this? The new disciples remained silent. Meng Xiaoqi sneered directly. Xingshan sect is really amazing. All the new disciples are like this. Even the senior brothers and sisters were shocked. So what they decided to do, after discussing it all, was to tear up the other person's quilt? This is too unsupportable, isn't it? Inyan looked calmly at these new disciples who were extremely regretful and looked into the void behind him. Old sect master, have you seen enough of this drama? It's time to come out. Your own children, don't you teach them? What? The old patriarch is here? Everyone was startled, and when they looked behind them, they all froze. The old sect leader who witnessed the whole process appeared with a sullen face. Good, very good. The old sect master's eyes swept over the new disciples one by one. I have not come out of seclusion for so many years, and I didn't expect that the disciples of my Xingshan sect would be so bad. Chapter 77. An Ordinary Snail 2. Inyan didn't feel that the old sect master had arrived. It was because her magic bead suddenly shrank tightly into her body that she guessed that it might be the old sect master who came. After all, with such a big commotion, there was no way he wasn't aware of it. The girl is quite perceptive. The old sect master smiled and glanced at Inyan, but he was in a bad mood and his smile was not pretty. Don't worry, I will prepare a disciple room for you. You can live there without worry. As for you, the old sect master looked at the new disciples and said calmly, don't sleep tonight. Sit outside with an old man like me and wake up your rotten bones. A bunch of useless cowards. Then leave it to the old sect master. Inyan turned around without hesitation. The old sect master was the only one in Xingshan's sect who understood things. Brothers and sisters, let's go back. Just after taking 2 steps, I heard the old sect master say, Inyan, are you coming to our Xingshan sect's disciple competition? Old sect master, the new disciples exclaimed in unison. She is an outsider. How can we let her come? As soon as he finished speaking, the old sect leader raised his hand and threw him away. The remaining disciples who were about to lose their temper suddenly calmed down as if they were splashed with ice water. The old sect master's face was gloomy. When did the disciple question the sect master's decision? How did Shenghong discipline you? The disciples trembled. Especially the second-class disciples. These new disciples are really too bold. Who is that old sect leader? Shenghong has to bow his head to this existence. How dare you? Do you think you are more powerful than sect master Shenghong? Everyone felt bad when they thought about how they had just risked their lives for these stupid disciples. Disciple conference? What's in it for me? Inyan smiled with a bit of evil in his eyes. Inyan, won't do anything that has no benefit. Lala and Bai Bien nodded seriously. Benefits? The old sect leader raised his eyebrows and looked at her. Yes, in the disciple competition, the gap is not just 3 stars. It means that I have to fight with all the disciples in the spiritual realm, right? Inyan chuckled. You want me to be a whetstone for your Xingshan sect disciples, but what benefits can I get? This is the library of my Xingshan sect. If you win, you can go in. Library. Inyan's heart skipped a beat, but there was no hesitation on her face. Not enough. The old clan leader narrowed his eyes. Seems a little angry, but Inyan was not afraid at all. I am now the target of the collective crusade of the disciples of Xingshan sect. In order to defeat me, they will definitely change their previous decadent attitude and work hard to practice. It is of great benefit to your Xingshan sect, but what about me? The library is actually of no use to me. Inyan began to lie with her eyes open. A cunning flashed in her eyes. Is there anything more practical? Only in this way can I fight for you with my life, right? Beat your stupid disciples desperately, provoke anger, and promote their cultivation, right? After all, I've been working hard too. The new disciples stared in amazement as Inyan argued back and forth with the old sect leader. Too. So shameless. Who worked hard? Wasn't it hard for her to beat them? They looked at the old sect leader, and seeing that he was looking at her with an expression that was hard to tell whether he was happy or angry, everyone immediately became excited. Look, the old master is angry. Everyone was nervously waiting for the old patriarch to beat up this ungrateful woman. Ha ha, you little girl are quite good at calculating. But the next moment, the old sect master suddenly laughed heartily. Okay, I will arrange 3 training rooms for you and your spirit beast in my Xingshan sect. How about that? Practice room? The disciples were very heartbroken, and they all had to line up to grab the tickets. He actually gave Inyan 3 directly, just for her alone, and the old sect leader is not angry. The guy who just talked back to the old sect leader was slapped away, and the mud on his body hasn't even dried yet. Deal. Inyan smiled brightly. It's still good to talk to a smart person like the old sect master. Inyan went to the new disciple room prepared for her, which was bigger than the previous one. And the stuff is much better than before. As soon as the door was closed, Lala and Bai Bian's smiling faces fell. The next moment, the two of them slapped out at the same time, hitting the hem of Inyan's skirt hard. Woo, don't hit me. Wojo immediately rolled down from the hem of her skirt, rolled on the ground, and turned into a little fat boy who looked about the same age as Bai Bian and the others. Are you a divine beast? Inyan asked subconsciously. If the Chiyuan beast can transform, what else could it be but a divine beast? And isn't this the boy who was rescued from Shengshan's sex gate before? It's not a divine beast, master. Lala snorted. It's just a small mutant. I can smash your shell with one slap. Mutated beast, Bai Bian explained. And the way it mutated is very special. You were the one who did that to Su Linyan just now, right? Woa nodded, looked at Inyan timidly, and said, Who told her to bully my master? Lala pulled her face and said, Who is your master? Don't talk nonsense. Each of these beasts is very scheming. Get out, Lala said unhappily. With us here, the master won't get hurt. Wait, Bai Bian stopped Lala, looked at Wowo with a somewhat inquiring look, and said, Your original form is very weak, but how were you able to control Su Linyan just now? That's my innate skill, mind control. I can tamper with the memory of people without spiritual power. For people with spiritual power but whose strength is similar to mine, I can confuse them for a short time when they are not on guard. If your strength is the same as mine and you are prepared, I could do mental interference. Of course, if you are much stronger than me, I will be useless. Woa was a little excited, and two little tentacles suddenly emerged from her forehead, shyly twisting together towards Inyan. This ability is very good and convenient. Although Bai Bian was unhappy, the attack similar to mind control was too terrifying and impossible to defend against. He hopes the owner will keep the snail. Master, what do you think? Bai Bian looked at Inyan and said, In the disciple competition, there will definitely be someone at the peak of the spiritual realm. Above 5 stars, the gap is very obvious. They don't know snails exists. You can treat him as an unknown card. Inyan glanced at Wawa and asked, You want to follow me? Snail nodded immediately. Yes. After I follow you, you'll be a distinguished guest of our tribe. Snail said excitedly. Will you accept me? If you don't accept me, you will suffer losses and be deceived. My father is the chief of the snail tribe. Although the other snails in my tribe are not as strong, our information is very accurate. We are spread all over the 5 continents. It is snail, just an ordinary second-generation snail. The author has something to say. Happy New Year, everyone don't stop visiting us Nyen Suaso and Sway. Just because it's the New Year, come home and visit us often. It would be even better if you click on the reminder. Chapter 78, We are short of one. Come on, monster grass beast. Inyan. Really, our snail tribe is huge in number, the largest among the spirit beast tribes. There will be only benefits and no harm if you accept me. Woa recommended himself with all his strength. Inyan is not a timid person. After analyzing the pros and cons, she extended her hand to snails and said, Okay, snails are not as numerous as pegasus, and they are small, so it should be quite easy to raise them. In addition, his talent for mental power is so terrifying that Inyan doesn't want to miss it. As for the snail clan, Inyan thought the little snail was just bragging, but it didn't matter because she valued the potential of the snail itself. Spiritual beasts themselves is limited. But if you meet a good beast master, the beast master's beast essence can nourish these spirit beasts and improve their blood purity and talent potential. This is also the reason why these spiritual beasts are so attracted to Inyan. However, the more powerful the beast master is, and the more mature the beast essence is, the greater the help it can bring to the spirit beast. For example, the divine beasts currently look down on Inyan, a young beast master. Some things needed for signing the contract from the space. She usually kept these things on hand. It seems that when signing a contract, the spirit beast will have more or less resistance. Inyan clenched his fists. I'm mentally prepared. Snail took 2 steps at a time and rushed into the formation. Quick, stop dawdling, master. Let me become your beast. Inyan was silent for a long time because of his impatient look. Lala snorted and slapped Bai Bian unhappily. Why are you trying to persuade the master? The master would have accepted it even if I hadn't persuaded him. Bai Bian kicked back, then said with a dark face, Do you think that the master loves us and we can influence the master's decision? Lala puffed up her face. Of course she can't. Inyan seemed extremely gentle towards them, but she was a very opinionated person and would never be easily swayed by others. The formation was completed smoothly. The white phoenix essence behind Inyan emitted a warm light, enveloping Wojo, and finally turned into a thin thread connecting the two of them. And finally the thread disappeared into nothingness. This is how the contract was established. Although the influence of the beast essence on Wojo is not as great as that on his natal spirit beast, Wojo can still clearly feel that the flow of his spirit power has become faster, at least 3 times faster. This has already tripled? What if the master's strength increases in the future? What will happen then? Snail excitedly turned around twice. The foals outside were stamping their feet in anger. So angry! Why aren't they the master's spirit beasts? With Inyan's current strength, it is enough to collect 3 spirit beasts. If there are more, her little white phoenix essence will not be able to support it. There are 5 colors of beast elements: white, yellow, orange, red, and purple. The darker the color, the more mature the Beastmaster's beast essence is. The more beasts she can sign, and the greater the benefits she can bring to the beasts. A Beastmasters can also be divided into white Yuan Beastmaster, yellow Yuan Beastmaster, orange Yuan Beastmaster, etc. However, there has been no purple Yuan Beast Tamer found in the 5 continents so far. That is already a super powerful person who can drive large divine beasts, a true top-level powerhouse. It's a pity that a top-level powerhouse has not appeared in the 5 continents for at least hundreds of years. The foals shook their wings angrily. They need to try harder. We must drive beasts that Inyan would like. The ponies flapped their wings and flew towards Shengshan's sex training forest. They wanted to fight. The useless title of weakling beautiful Tenma, then Inyan will definitely like them. What was signed a contract in the room, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Owner! Lala and the others all changed color and rushed over to support her. Master, what's wrong with you? Are you hurt? Wojo immediately used her mental power to scan Inyan's body. The snail was stunned by the glance. Master, your internal organs are bleeding so badly. How could you endure it for so long? After hearing this, Baibian and Lala's eyes turned bloodshot. Master, why didn't you tell us anything? Lala touched Inyan's arm distressfully. Are you just holding on like this? How painful this must be. Linyan before, so she knew how painful it was to bleed. If she felt pain herself, as spirit animals have thick skins, but if her master felt the same pain, she would be heartbroken. It's okay. Inyan used her spiritual power to warm her lungs. There was no sign of pain on her face. That's why Lala and Bai Bien didn't notice anything. It's a pity that Snail is not a healing spirit beast. Snail looked at his hand in disappointment. It would be better if I was a healing spirit beast. Inyan's 3 cubs looked at each other. The 3 of them are strong attack, and spiritual strong attack. Isn't it like being at a loss when it comes to treatment? Inyan smiled when she saw them staring at each other. It's okay, I cough. He just said a few words of comfort, but ended up hurting his own wound, and then he started coughing violently. There were also spots of blood foam. Cubs were so scared that their faces changed. But at this moment, the seed in Inyan's pocket suddenly glowed and became hot. He was injured by Shenghong's pressure. A warm current suddenly began to flow through Inyan's body. Inyan's eyes suddenly widened. What did she see? A gentle green light was rapidly traveling through her body, healing most of the wounds to her internal organs. Her face immediately regained its color. What on earth is this? Inyan was shocked and took out the seed directly. But I found that the seed looked like a heart at this time. The gudong contracted and jumped, and it emitted a turquoise light intermittently with the contraction. Master, it's cracked. Wojo pointed at the seed and shouted. Sure enough, a small green leaf emerged from the seed, then slowly spread out, and a small seedling with 2 huge leaves on its head emerged from the seed. Those 2 big fat leaves on top of it are way too heavy. With its delicate roots, as expected, it fell in front of Inyan with a plop. Ouch! You heard Xiao Miao. A childish female voice came from Xiao Miao's body. This little thing can actually talk. Is this a demon grass beast? Inyan was shocked. The little seedling waved its leaves at her. No, I am the demon king grass, not an ordinary demon grass beast. Chapter 79 Yuan Shui Shui, don't go out so often. Inyan thought that this little thing was very good at talking, so he stretched out a finger and poked it over. As a result, the little thing jumped 3 times but still couldn't get up. You! How dare you be so rude to the Demon King grass? I will make you pay when I get up. Inyan, you better get up first. Xiaomiao finally got up. It raised its leaves angrily and slapped Inyan's hand hard, thinking it was very violent. With a snap, the green warm current flowed into Inyan's body again, and his injuries healed faster. Xiaomiao said proudly, "How is it? Are you scared? Inyan, did Grandpa Dashin give her this thing because Meow Meow is so stupid?" Ha 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 ha. Lala was the most outspoken one. She started laughing at the silly meow. This meow is so silly. Bibian grabbed it and said coldly, "Catch it and heal the master." After saying that, he felt that his expression seemed too bad, so he turned around and asked Yin shyly with a smile, "Master, what do you think?" The corners of Yin's mouth twitched. When Bibian was first hatched, he looked so shy and lay limply on her shoulder. But after La La came, her true character was more or less revealed. It's just you're so changeable. Do you think I would still believe you if you pretend to be your master again? Hey, put this little thing down first. Inyan coughed lightly. What is the demon king grass? It's the most powerful among all the demon grass beasts. Xiao Miao said angrily. Okay, then it's still a demon grass beast. Inyan concluded. Then what is your relationship with Grandpa Dashin? It is my guardian, but the guardian is old, and it didn't know whether I would grow up, so it changed my guardian. In fact, it is just changing a long-term meal ticket. The two leaves of the seedling are swaying, and it is conscious, but it can't speak or sprout. Girl, you are the woman chosen by me, Xiao Miao. You should feel honored for this. I'm telling you, every day I have to absorb the earliest sunshine in the morning, the dew at night, the cleanest soil, and the purest spiritual power, so that I can grow up quickly. If you serve me well, I might. Before it could finish, Inyan snapped his fingers and said to Lala, "Throw this little thing out of here." Okay. Lala immediately showed her signature little devil smile. Oh, no, 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 no. Xiao Miao's two energetic leaves immediately shrank together, and he tried hard to hold back tears. You can't do this to me. I'll die outside, Wojo. It's not a combat-type monster. Why don't you tell the truth? Inyan glanced at her and said coldly, "If you don't tell the truth, I will send you back to Grandpa Dashin. In fact, I saw your potential. I told Grandpa Dashin that I wanted to follow you. I am a healer, and I have no offensive power. I have to follow a strong person to survive." Xiao Miao's two leaves shrank, and he looked listless. "If you throw me out now, I will die. Grandpa Mountain is very strong, but he is too old and can't stay with me for that long. I see that there are too many beasts around you, so I want you to cherish me a little more." Who knew that this woman would not play by the rules at all? Healing demon grass beast. Although Xiao Miao calls himself the demon king grass, Inyan thinks it doesn't matter. They are all the same. She collects animals based on their abilities. Then will you take me in? The demon grass beast cried, "I'm so hungry. I haven't had a meal since I was born." It huddled in a small ball at the corner of the table. When it cried, white dewdrops began to ooze out from the leaves. It stomped on its little roots again, crying as it took a teacup next to it to catch the dew. "This is a good thing. Whoa, I have to catch it. Whoa." Inyan. Third child. As it cried, its leaves slowly dried up. Inyan was afraid that it would cry itself to death, so he poured it a cup of tea. It soaked its roots in the water and sipped it. "What did you eat?" Inyan thought that after all, someone was helping him heal his wounds, and it seemed that he had been a little too harsh just now. Burp! It burped with hunger. "I ate soil mixed with spiritual energy." Inyan asked Lala to dig some soil from outside and mix some of his own spiritual power into it. "Is this so?" It buried itself in it and started eating. "Are you hungry too?" Inyan looked at Lala and the others. "Come, let's cook some food." She took out a high-level magic pot that would make Meng Xiaoqi mad to death, and then moved out the meat of wild beasts and some vegetables and fruits from her own space one by one. It's all stewed. The food in the space is running out. Let's go to the nearest forest tomorrow morning to hunt some wild beasts. The three cubs nodded at the same time. This little bit of meat was not enough to fill their teeth. Inyan is stirring it. The three cubs all took their chopsticks. The room was warm, and everyone was sitting around a table. Don't be fooled by the fact that they are all happy at first. Once the meat is cooked, the scene is about to break out into a fight. The four of them were eager to use up their spiritual power to grab as much meat as possible. Inyan stretched out her chopsticks and was about to pick up the last piece of meat when a voice suddenly sounded beside her, close to her ear, and asked with deep confusion, Why are you all fighting for it? Inyan was so frightened that he couldn't hold the chopsticks steadily. When he turned around, he was met with Yuan Shinsue's confused face. Inyan's eyes widened. How did you get in? Yuan Exen tilted his head and said as a matter of course, I can come in if I want to. Didn't the old sect leader notice you? Inyan calmed down and found that Yuan Shinsue had a strong smell of blood on his body. She subconsciously reached out and touched his clothes dry. Inyan almost thought that his clothes were soaked in blood. That's why there is such a strong smell of blood. That old man is slaughtering pigs right now. Yuan Xian sneered and repeated his question again. Why are you guys fighting over the food? It tastes better when you rush to eat it. Inyan touched his mouth. Try it. Inyan picked up the last piece of meat and handed it over. Yuan Xian bit it off in one bite. How is it? Does the meat you snatched from me taste better? Inyan raised his eyebrows. Yuan Xian looked straight into her eyes, his thin lips opening and closing with a biting movement, revealing his snow-white teeth. He swallowed it, licked the corner of his red lips with the tip of his tongue, and then smiled charmingly. Yeah. But what about the killing of pigs you just mentioned? Inyan was almost blinded by his smile and quickly changed the subject. Shengshan's sect also raises pigs? Yes, I have a group of them. Yuan Shinsue put his arm around Inyan's shoulders and said, I'll take you to see them. The next moment, a light array lit up under his feet. Yuan Shinsue can move within a short distance in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Inyan arrived on the roof. And on the open space under the roof, Inyan saw the so-called pig slaughtering. The group of disciples who wanted to get her, each carried a huge stone and held it above their heads with great effort. The old sect leader stood in front of them, his eyes stern, and he said, Squat down. The disciples all squatted down, and the stones pressed down heavily, making them howl in pain. One or two of them don't work hard in their cultivation, and they only think about those lowbrow things. The old patriarch cursed, Get up! They all stood up again in unison. The old sect leader wanted to teach them a lesson by repeating this over and over again. Yuan Xian pointed at the group of people and said, Look, isn't it just raising a group of pigs? Don't they grunt when you kill them? Inyan pursed her lips, looked at Yuan Xian and said, Don't run out and look around when you have nothing to do, and don't apply it randomly after learning it. Did he sneak out to watch others slaughtering pigs? Inyan looked at the old sect master, wondering if he could lead these disciples. The next moment, the old sect leader asked, You are all lazing around in Xingshan's sect, trying to show off your power. I want to ask you, what is your goal? The disciples looked at each other. Unexpectedly, the next moment everyone roared as if in sync. Target! Down with Inyan! Chapter 80, You're not as hardworking as a horse. Inyan raised an eyebrow. Has she become the target of these people? Really interesting. Inyan curled his lips and couldn't help but clench his palms. Yuan Shinsue looked at the people below with indifference. What does Nyen want to do? Yuan Xian turned around and gave a particularly clean smile. Do you want me to help you? What can he do? Inyan stared into his eyes and shuddered subconsciously. No need. Inyan held down Yuan Shinsue, who was ready to move, and said, Let them chase. Isn't the goal meant to be pursued? Inyan's eyes were burning with fighting spirit. I will be their target for the rest of my life. It will become a goal that they cannot achieve in their entire life. Yuan Xian glanced at her, then looked at the group of people below. What are they doing carrying the stones so hard? Train the physical strength. Inyan explained to Yuan Shuishui, who knew nothing. When the physical body is strong, the defense will be improved, and the speed at which they absorb spiritual energy will also become faster. Inyan continued. Don't we usually need to enter a state of meditation for a long time before we can absorb spiritual energy faster and faster? Spiritual energy is particularly difficult to absorb, but when the body is tense to a certain degree, it will spontaneously begin to absorb spiritual energy, and the speed will be. Before he could finish his words, he saw several beads of spiritual energy condense and take shape in the air, and then enthusiastically flow into Yuan Shinsue's body. Yuan Shinsei slapped him away in disgust, saying, I don't want you now. Several spiritual beads broke apart on the spot and condensed into a broken heart, as if accusing Yuan Xian of being killed. Inyan! Yuan Shinsui turned around and looked at Inyan and asked sincerely, Why don't you continue talking, Nyen? I don't want to talk anymore. My mouth is tired. Inyan turned his face away expressionlessly. At the same time, the disciples below discovered that everyone had shouted out this goal in unison. It was as if a fire was burning in my heart. What? Beat Inyan. Revenge. They had never been so connected in spirit as they were now. The disciples looked at each other and suddenly felt that they were in each other. It's like a powerful belief that the soul and the body have merged into one. Shengshan's sect. We will win. They shouted slogans passionately. The old sect leader's mouth twitched when he heard this. These useless things. Before he could curse, several rows of moving large stones suddenly appeared in the square. The stone was about the same size as the one the disciples were carrying, but they were actually carrying 3 stacked stones at once. Who is it? The disciples endured the constant pain in their bodies and looked up, only to find that guy was not a human being. The 2 powerful front hooves held the huge stone tightly. Their hind legs stand firmly on the ground, their hooves sinking into the ground without any trembling. They have charming big eyes, round bellies, and agile bodies that are popular among thousands of Maris. Tian? Pegasus. The disciples' faces all fell apart. The same stupid horses that follow Inyan's ass? The Pegasus stood upright, carrying more stones than the disciples. They snorted and looked down at the disciples with contempt. Do you think you can defeat their future master just by carrying a stone? It's just a foolish dream. Circles around the square. Did you see it? They could still run, even though they are carrying so many big stones. There were several consecutive dong 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 sounds. Those disciples could not bear the shock and excitement. As soon as they loosened their grip, the big rock fell on them, making them scream. If I didn't have some strength, I would have been killed by them. Even one of them hasn't made an effort yet. The disciples were stimulated. More practice. I want more practice. I want one too. Grit your teeth. Damn it, I was actually looked down upon by a horse. This is intolerable. The old sect leader has been twitching his lips since just now. So is this a good thing or a bad thing? You say it's a good thing, but people only regard Inyan as their target, and this target is really speechless. It's a bad thing. These people's fighting spirit has risen. They are much better than before when they used despicable means. The old sect leader struggled for a while, then spread his hands and said, "Forget it. It's better to have a goal than no goal at all. The bastard is just too idle and needs practice." Indeed, if they're taught a lesson more often, they will feel physically tired and will not have any mental problems. Inyan also looked at the bustling square in silence. The new disciples all seemed to be stimulated. The second-class disciples were even worse. Already crowded practice room became even more crowded. Even the usually empty stadium was now packed with people. Old Wang, want to play? Brotherly, continue what you didn't finish last time. Can we still be surpassed by the new disciples? Everyone, get ready. Secure the human spirit realm, disciple Sai Yusheng for me. If Inyan takes away Yusheng, how can we still save our dignity? For a time, the cultivation atmosphere of the entire Shengshan sect was unprecedentedly positive. All the disciples are like having their run and do meridians opened. Is it shameful to be defeated? Shame. Will the sect leader help you? No help. Is it useful to play dirty tricks behind the scenes? Useless. He was beaten by Inyan so badly that his father didn't even recognize him. What to do? The disciples knew very well that they could only rely on themselves. When Sheng Hong came out of the retreat room, he was stunned when he saw Sheng Shanzhou, who had changed so much. Is this still a Shengshan sect? Why are so many disciples practicing late at night? No one has been on the competition stage for 10 days or half a month. What are the densely packed people on it at this moment? Sheng Hong opened his mouth slightly. What's going on? Sheng Hong found the old sect leader and asked in a somewhat incredulous tone, "Did you, master, give them the order?" The old leader stroked his white beard and said calmly, "It was my request at the beginning, but now they have to work hard on their own." Sheng Hong's eyes suddenly widened. How is this possible? So many people? Do you agree with me? Sheng Hong, do you know why the disciples of our Shengshan sect have become the ones who bully the weak and fear the strong? The old sect leader looked at the disciple deeply and said earnestly, "It's because you dote on them too much. You can love your disciples and protect their shortcomings, but you can't completely lose your principles." I don't object to young disciples being full of blood. I even like their fearlessness. But this doesn't mean they can bully others, and it doesn't mean you, the sect leader, can help them bully others. Over time, these people will become weak and incompetent, and they will not be able to stand stimulation. They think that the world must revolve around them, and if they are not satisfied, they will do whatever it takes to achieve their goals. Such a disciple will destroy Shengshan sect. Shengshan sect and its disciples complement each other, and we prosper together. Fortunately, these disciples have not completely lost their blood. As long as there are upright elders who can teach them to be sensible and restrain their bad behavior, they can still be saved. Do you understand what I mean? Sheng Hong lowered his head, his eyes dark, and no one knew what he was thinking. After a long time, he nodded with difficulty. At this moment, Inyan on the roof turned around and said indifferently, Yuan Shi, you go back first. I'm going to take a walk in the mountains. In the mountains, there are countless wild beasts that are more powerful than her. Are they trying their best? Phoenix, she will fight to the death. Chapter 81. This level is just Inyan's daily practice. There is a very large mountain outside Xingshan sect named Wangtian Mountain. There are many powerful auras in the mountains. Many wild beasts there. Of course, there must be some powerful ones living in seclusion in the mountains, but no one dares to explore where they live. After all, not many people usually go to Wangtian Mountain. Wouldn't it be seeking death to go there alone? If we go, we will go with some mercenary teams. Of wailing sounds of wild beasts broke out at the foot of Wangtian Mountain. Roar! A huge black panther had a bloody hole on its belly. Its pair of golden eyes stared at Inyan in front of it. The murderous intent in its eyes slowly dissipated and finally solidified into a turbid white. Master, you should take a rest. This is already the third wild spirit beast of the elementary realm that we have encountered today. La and Bai Bien just stood aside and did nothing. These three spirit beasts comparable to the 5-star primordial realm were all dealt with by Inyan alone. She was covered in blood, and her right hand was twisted into a strange arc. All the bones inside had been crushed. In the end, this Black Panther was very difficult to deal with. After fighting with Inyan for a whole day and night, Inyan finally found its weakness. He used spiritual power to attack, and with the help of magic elements, he finally killed the Black Panther. It's okay, la la bien. Xiao Miao crawled out of Inyan's pocket and said with a smile in her voice, I will cure Inyan. La stamp perfect. I feel so heartbroken. It is because of this little Meow Meow that she feels more confident. Now when Inyan fights, she is fighting with her life at stake. It's just too cruel. And they didn't feel sorry for themselves at all, as if it didn't hurt even if their flesh was minced. If they hadn't seen that the clothes on Inyan's back were soaked with cold sweat, they would have really thought that their master was fine. Gentle healing spiritual power continuously poured into Inyan's body. The injured hand is healing slowly. Inyan, you can't go on. Xiao Miao finished her last treatment and laid on her body to remind her. Xiao Miao is done today. Not a drop left. Inyan, you should go and rest. Otherwise, if your hand gets hurt again, you'll really be crippled. Xiao Miao said seriously. I know what I'm doing. Inyan looked at Bai Bien and La and grabbed the Black Panther's tail in his hand. It just so happens that we killed these 3 wild spirit beasts today. We'll have them as a snack tonight. Inyan was just about to go back, but suddenly he trembled all over. The magic elements in the air gradually condensed into shape, and small black magic beads couldn't wait to drill into her body. For a moment, Inyan's body was about to burst. It's about to break through. Before La could warn it not to talk nonsense about Inyan's identity as a demon, Xiao Miao happily circled around Inyan twice. I knew that Inyan had demonic elements in her body, which made me feel particularly close to her. God and devil are one. Xiao Miao has really found a treasure. If Inyan becomes stronger in the future, it may not be its turn to show its courtesy. But now Inyan is only in the human spiritual realm, which is just the strength that Xiao Miao can assist. Nor will I dislike it. The young seedling happily opened its 2 leaves. Wojo glanced at Xiao Miao. Of course, he already knew that his master was a demon. But what was wrong with the demons? Wasn't his master stronger than those humans from Xingshan sect? Xiao Miao, what does it mean to be close to magical elements? Wojo looked at Xiao Miao curiously and asked, You don't know that our demon grass beast clan has actually been on good terms with the demon clan a long, long time ago in ancient times. Xiao Miao said to them based on the unique inherited memory of the demon grass beast. The demon clan is strong and straightforward, which is very much in line with our demon grass clan's appetite. Didn't they say that the demons were cruel and tyrannical? Snail said in amazement. They also said that if they reappeared, all living things would be destroyed. Slander. This is all slander. Xiao Miao exploded. Our inherited memory will never deceive us. Those days of eating meat and drinking wine with big mouthfuls. They appeared clearly in Xiao Miao's mind. They were all the memories of his ancestors. It's because the demons are too powerful and the human race was weak at the time, so they made up these things and threw dirty water on the demons. Xiao Miao said angrily. I hate those hypocritical people. Stop chatting. Bai Bian reminded them at the right time. Master is about to upgrade successfully. Be careful of the wild beasts around you who will attack you. Everyone immediately became alert and surrounded Inyan. Fighting is indeed the best way to improve your strength. Moreover, the magic element really favors Inyan alone, and it tries its best to pour it into Inyan's body. Finally, Inyan trembled all over. She frowned and uttered a low moan, and an aura several times stronger than before swept out directly. Demonic elements were trying their best to enter her body. Inyan finally understood Yuan Shinsu's troubles. She pushed away all the magic elements that were pushing forward, coughed lightly, and said, No need, I've had enough. Demonic elements retreated in disappointment, looking back every few steps, like little children who were reluctant to leave. This is really a happy trouble. However, Inyan took a look at his improved strength and felt delighted. Sure enough, the struggle between life and death can better stimulate people's potential. She usually only dared to practice the magic element quietly. I originally thought that my cultivation speed would not catch up with my spiritual power. We have to find a way to unlock the seal of the demonic gorge as soon as possible. Inyan whispered, Only when the old witch and the others come out and I have the strength to check and balance the 5 continents can I practice the magic element without restraint. Let's go back. Inyan waved his hand, and the 3 of them left the mountains. But not long after they left, the space where Inyan was standing suddenly distorted. The next moment, a gray-robed figure appeared out of nowhere. There was no spiritual energy fluctuation emanating from him, but he had a unique fishy smell. The gray-robed man waved his hand in the air, and the remaining breath entered his nose. He opened his mouth, his hoarse voice floating in the air. It is indeed a member of the demon tribe. The remnants of the demon clan have come to Tiny. He showed a strange smile. How interesting. In Shengshan's sect, Inyan has not appeared in the sect these days, and the disciples have noticed it. Some disciples couldn't help but ask, Where is Inyan? Is she scared after seeing so many of us practicing so hard? Haha, we're just not serious. If we were serious, what would Inyan have to do with us? The disciples of Shengshan's sect have been practicing a little too hard recently and are a little too proud. But they hadn't finished being happy yet. Inyan, who had not been seen for the past few days, finally came back. When she came in from the gate, the 2 disciples guarding the gate were stunned. The smiles on the disciples' faces all disappeared. What is she doing? Countless disciples unconsciously made way for Inyan the moment they saw him. Inyan's clothes were soaked with blood blisters. Although her other hand had been treated, it had never been completely healed. At this moment, the flesh on her hand was still terribly rolled up. She was dragging a huge Black Panther beast. Even though the beast was dead, the astonishing spiritual power fluctuations were enough to prove how ferocious this spiritual beast was when it was alive. Inyan walked towards her room step by step. She took a step forward, and blood began to drip from her clothes, leaving a row of lonely, bloody footprints. Unique, yet intimidating. Inyan. Someone couldn't help but ask, What are you doing? Inyan glanced at him and said calmly, I didn't do anything. I was just practicing like you guys. Chapter 82, What Inyan Taught Me. Inyan's behavior deeply stimulated the disciples of Shengshan's sect. Only after she dragged the Black Panther out of their sight did these people come back to their senses from their shock. She's dying, isn't she? Where does anyone practice like this? Did you see her hands? This tragic scene also caught the eyes of the old sect leader, who was quietly observing his disciples' cultivation. The old sect master's perception is much sharper than those disciples. He knew clearly how serious Inyan's injuries were. And is that the breath of the healing demon grass beast? The old sect leader narrowed his eyes, looking at the seedling squatting on Inyan's shoulder and stretching its leaves from time to time, and said in surprise, Is that why you were practicing so desperately? It's like a person who discovered that his broken bones would grow back better. So he relied on medicine to break them and kept breaking them. He didn't even frown. This ruthlessness and courage, coupled with a unique talent. The old sect leader's eyes turned red with envy. If he were younger and could live a few more years, he would definitely try his best to snatch people. Character is more important than talent. The old sect leader shook his head and sighed. At the same time, on the other side, Sheng Hong also saw Inyan. His brows were tightly furrowed, and there was worry and a hint of viciousness in his eyes as he stared at Inyan. If this person keeps practicing like this, she might really win the disciple competition. Although Inyan is only at the 3-star human spiritual realm, she still has 2 spirit beasts. The rule when a beast master fights with others is that both humans and beasts fight together. After all, they are mainly beasts. How much can human combat power be worth? Sheng Hong clenched his fingertips, and the long robe he was wearing rustled in the wind. He couldn't continue to allow this woman to run rampant in his Shengshan sect. Inyan returned to her room, and she used her other hand to separate the skin and flesh of the Black Panther beast. Wow, I'm so hungry. The 3 kids immediately surrounded him. Xiao Miao Miao dragged out a large jar of dew from under Inyan's bed. Use this to stew it. Miao Miao can also eat it with this stew. Inyan was surprised. You can drink broth? If you boil it with dew, I can drink it. It is a small fairy seedling that can only drink dew. Okay. Inyan touched her seedlings and wondered if they could be cooked. They felt very tender. Xiao Miao didn't know what Inyan was thinking, and she moaned happily when being touched. La La makes a fire. Bai Bian washes the meat. Wu washes the vegetables. The 3 cubs each have their own duties. Inyan is not like other animal tamers who treat the spirit beasts as their ancestors. She treats the kids as one family, so everyone is equal and they all work equally, yeah. The aroma of the Chuyuan beast's meat rushed straight into my nose. Just by taking a sip, you can feel the spiritual power in that pot of thick soup. The disciples of Shengshan's sect who lived next door all felt that they were in dire haplessness. The 3 dishes and 1 soup in my hand suddenly lost their flavor. But even such a big primordial beast is not enough to eat now. A pot of broth was divided among 3 cubs and 1 meow, and there was not even a drop of broth left as it was sucked up by Meow Meow. Master, I'm about to break through to the intermediate level. Lala suddenly puffed up her cheeks and said, I'm still so hungry. Me too. Bai Bian put his chopsticks in place and immediately said, I'm also going to break through to the intermediate level. Wu scratched his head. He was originally a mid-level primordial beast. If a disciple of Shengshan's sect heard this, he would be shocked. Who were able to contend against the 5-star human spirit realm were actually just low-level primitive beasts. All I can say is that the blood power of the 2 is really too strong, so they have no problem challenging opponents of higher levels. Then let's go to Wangtian mountain range and hunt some prey. Inyan ate a big pot of meat, her stomach was full, and the injuries on her body didn't hurt so much anymore. She began to get restless again. Lala and Bai Bian felt itchy all over their bones at this moment. At this moment, I couldn't wait to have a good fight, so of course I nodded. Then you guys take a rest first. I'll go buy some clothes. Inyan glanced at her tattered clothes and said, let's go to Wangtian Mountain again when I come back. Third child had a full belly and answered her by lying on the bed, swinging his little feet. Inyan took Xiao Miao with him, but he still had to carry the blood bag with him. And the little bit of spiritual power that overflows is just right to nourish it. Inyan had finished eating a whole pot of Chuyuan beast meat. He was now feeling quite energetic and didn't want to sleep at all. He walked outside in the dark. The market outside was very lively, and there weren't many fewer people just because it was night. After all, practitioners often do not distinguish between day and night and can even go without sleep for a month. Where is the armor? Inyan looked around. She didn't buy ordinary clothes, but defensive clothes. The better the clothes, the more expensive they were. She still had quite a lot of spirit crystals left. But after Inyan walked around twice, he actually saw Yuan Shinsue in front of a small shop. He wore a rare white outfit today, with a loose light gold robe draped over it. Against the backdrop of such a pure color, his features looked less fierce, and his lowered eyes and pressed eyelashes made him look even more rare and well-behaved. People passing by couldn't help but cast their eyes on Yuan Shinsue. His mood seemed to rise and fall with his breathing. He was standing in front of a shop that sold ice. The owner was a mutant ice-type spiritualist, but his innate ability was too weak, resulting in the ice having little attack power. But you can do some small business, especially when the weather is hot. You can make a bowl of crushed ice, pour sweet juice or spiritual fruit jam on it, and make some money. And Yuan Shinsue was staring at the shop owner. He might have been too nervous because he was being stared at. His hands shook and the broken ice suddenly exploded. Countless pieces of ice turned into ice blue snowflakes that swirled and fell on his eyelashes. The ice blue melted into a tiny drop of water, gently adorning his eyelashes. Yuan Shinsei couldn't help but blink her eyes slightly, and the water drops dripped down and landed on the corner of her lips, which was breathtakingly beautiful. Inyan was also stunned for a moment. I even forgot to call him. Yuan Shinsue was the most beautiful person she had ever seen in her life, regardless of gender. I'm sorry, sir. Are you okay? The shop owner was very nervous. Yuan Shinsue would occasionally exude a bit of pressure, which made the shop owner realize that the person in front of him was definitely someone he could not afford to offend. Sir, as an apology, this is for you to eat, sir? With shaking hands, he brought a large bowl of smoothie with a lot of jam on it, which looked very tempting. Yuan Shinsue didn't answer. The fat son of the owner of the shop next door was eating a bowl of smoothie. Yuan Shinsue stared at him for a long time, then suddenly took the spoon next to him, scooped a spoonful from the bowl in his fat son's hand, and took a sip. He also avoided the side that had been gnawed. He frowned immediately after eating. It's not delicious. Inyan said nonsense. The food that was snatched was not delicious either. The fat son was stunned for a moment, then burst into tears. Chapter 83. Good and Obedient Yuan Shinsue. Wow, you're a bad brother. You stole the baby's food. The fat son shed 2 big tears in sadness. Inyan, what is this person doing? Yuan Shinsue put down the spoon with disgust. What you are eating doesn't taste good. Zhuanxin Frawen. The child suddenly cried even harder. The shop owner kept wiping the sweat from his head. I'm sorry, sir. Can I give you a new one? The shop owner was sweating anxiously. My son's taste is quite strange. Maybe you are not used to it. No more. Zhuanxin Frawen. What we snatched away won't taste good. It will definitely taste even worse if we keep it ourselves. He closed his fingertips, met the surprised look of the upper bunk owner, and added a rare sentence. Inyan said so. Inyan, she didn't say that. Yuan Xinsui. Inyan couldn't help but walked over. Yuan Shinsui heard her voice and turned around with a smile on his face, like a fleeting beauty that only appears once in the night. Inyan, what are you doing? Inyan pulled Yuan Shinsui away, looked at the shop owner and said, my friend has a bit of a weird personality, don't mind it. She took out a spirit crystal and said, this is for you. The shop owner waved his hands quickly. You've given too much, you don't need so much. But the fat son knew that this was a good thing, so he accepted it immediately, wiped his tears and smiled at Inyan. Thank you, beautiful sister. You are so beautiful. Yuan Shinsue had nothing else to say. Inyan pulled him away. He was pulled obediently, and the shop owner finally breathed a sigh of relief. He warned his son, how can you collect spirit crystals? You have to collect broken crystals. We can't take advantage of others. Besides, they didn't eat much. It's not good to be greedy for such a small advantage. 100 broken crystals are only worth 1 spirit crystal. The shop owner grabbed a handful of broken crystals from the drawer and chased after the man, only to find that the man had disappeared. His son slumped his shoulders in disappointment. But Dad, our family owes a lot of debts. It was that sister who wanted to pay it back. I didn't steal or rob. Take this spirit crystal and others won't hit you. The man was stunned. Then he rubbed his face. No, I still have to give it back to her. The man sat on the stool and waited. They will definitely pass by here when they come back. I will give it back then. On another street, Inyan pulled Yuan Shinsue to stand up straight and said seriously, that's not what I said to you before. Robbery doesn't mean you have to snatch it from someone else. It's just it tastes better when we eat together. Do you understand what I mean? Zhuanxin Fawen. It's not important. He no longer wanted to dwell on this matter. Inyan, could it be that she is being too serious? And you have to pay for food, you know? Inyan felt that he was really worried. Do you have money? Have. Yuan Shinsue took out a space bag and said, do you want it? I'll give it to you. I don't want it. Inyan asked him to keep it himself. Don't steal things from others in the future, okay? If you are not in the lesser god realm, you will definitely be beaten if you do this. Yuan Xan smiled with his lips curved, as if he disagreed with Inyan's next words. But he did not refute his thoughts. Instead, he nodded and said, well, it's delicious if it's not stolen. Nyan's is delicious. Yuan X's eyes sparkled with a smile. Only the ones you make are delicious. Seeing him like this, Inyan almost couldn't help but reach out and rub Yuan X's face. Fortunately, I held back. Inyan coughed lightly. Do you know where I can buy armor or something like that around here? Armurvest? Zhuanxin Frawen. Inyan was really afraid of hearing someone say, what do you need that for? Did anyone hit you? Fortunately, Although Yuan Shinsue didn't understand some things, he still understood some things about combat. I'll take you there. Yuan Shinsue dealt with the forces that were against Chigue Valley. He was so bored that he wandered around everywhere. Naturally, he knew where the best armor shop in Tianycon was. Here, Yuan Shinsue brought her to a place called Jianlu. Inyan tiptoed with his purse, and as soon as he walked in, he saw a huge crowd of people inside. Don't push! Don't push! In front of the counter where the armor was displayed, a man in red looked at the crowded scene with a smile and said loudly, "The armor of the human spirit realm is the second level, the earth spirit realm is the third level, and the sky spirit realm is the fourth level. Everyone line up." Yuan Shinsue, who was a little annoyed by the squeeze. But suddenly I heard a group of people chatting in the queue next to me. He has a very loud voice. Have you heard about it? The Jin family of Liqing, Xiangtian sect, and that. The man named several forces in one breath. He lowered his voice and made a gesture of wiping his neck. They completely dispersed last night. They are finished. The leaders of these forces and the elders are all gone. So cruel. The person next to him came over and asked in surprise, "Who did it?" You would never guess that it was Chigigu who did it. Chigue Valley. Chigue Valley is the most mysterious and the most low-key. Why would they want to kill the leader there for no reason? If the leader died, this force would be destroyed directly. I heard that he instigated some people from the Red Ghost Valley to rebel and wanted to obtain some rare formations from the Red Ghost Valley. The man knew quite a lot of information. That's really brave. This is the most important thing for a force. Isn't it courting death to covet it? But the great elder of the Red Ghost Valley has always been kind and benevolent. Why did he suddenly change his style? What great elder? You don't know that the Lord of the Red Ghost Valley has appeared. What? Those who were listening attentively turned around and asked in disbelief, "Valley Master? Is there really a Valley Master?" "It's true." The man shook his head, as if he had seen it himself. "I heard that the Valley Master has a face that does not exist in the mortal world. He can draw the formation easily, without any time at all. And the most amazing thing is when we absorb spiritual energy, we have to risk our lives, right? But he is different. With a wave of his hand, countless spiritual energy flows in. It is with this trick that those powerful people are helpless against him. Just brag, ha ha ha, you're not that great." Just as everyone laughed out loud, they saw several spirit beads condensed in front of them. These spirit beads jumped around, avoided them with disgust, and then excitedly poured into a man's body. The man lowered his head and stood there leaning against a woman whose clothes were torn in several pieces. He lowered his eyes and suddenly turned around to look at them. Everyone felt their breath was suffocated. It is a face that does not exist in this mortal world. Yuan Xian's eyes. These people were chattering, and it was so noisy. The surroundings gradually became quiet. Everyone was watching Yuan Xian succumb. A man covered in a gray robe quietly walked in from the gate. Chapter 84. A weird man is looking for Inyan. The man in gray robe covered himself tightly, and his face could not be seen at all. But he could see the people in the building clearly. This gray-robed man was the one who caught a wisp of floating demonic energy after Inyan left on Wangtian Mountain that day. Fortunately, Inyan left early, otherwise he would have been recognized by now. The gray-robed man twitched the corners of his cracked lips. They were all a bunch of useless trash. Kindness? His gaze paused when it moved to Inyan and Yuan Shinsue, especially when he saw those spiritual power beads continuously flowing into Yuan Shinsue's body. His pupils shrank sharply. Red Ghost Valley Master, who was making people's mouths dry with criticism? What bad luck! The gray-robed man lowered his head and walked towards the corner. I actually ran into a lesser god realm expert here. After saying that, he shook his shoulders. Suddenly, his already inconspicuous aura was even more restrained, and he became the least noticeable person in the crowd. Vests below were only worn by spirits, and she looked down on them. "We have to go to the second floor to check." Inyan said just this. The crowd lining up at the stairs on the second floor quickly made way for a line. Inyan. Can sleeping with Yuan Shui have the effect of a fox borrowing the power of a tiger to bully others? Let's go. Since there's no one here, let's go upstairs. Inyan took Yuan Shinsue and went upstairs. The people around him immediately moved further apart. Red Ghost Valley destroyed several forces in one night. His methods were ruthless and decisive. But don't get close. If they angered others, they would be destroyed in a snap. At the same time, a lot of powerful aura leaked out from the top floor of the building. One of them had an aura comparable to that of a lesser god, and might have already reached the half-step great god realm. This is the owner of Jian Tower. Come out and intimidate him? No one dared to say Yuan Shinsue's name. Then, everyone felt a little relieved when they thought that there were many experts in Jianlu. If someone dies in Jianlu, who would dare to come here to buy things in the future? Inyan and Yuan Shinsue didn't care about that, and Yuan Shinsue didn't take those auras seriously either. In his opinion, even though he is such a grown-up, he still can't control his aura. They should all start practicing again from the age of 3. There are many seats on the second floor. There is no counter anymore, so the armor suits are taken out one by one, and the highest bidder gets them. It's because armor is so rare. The man in gray robe also followed him up to the second floor. He sat down in the seat in the corner, glanced at Yuan Xian, and thought it was bad luck. What? They also want to buy the armor suits of the human spirit realm? The man in gray robe suppressed all his breath, as if he wanted to hold back his breathing. Boom, boom, boom. A loud stomping sound, and a fat man came up carrying a heavy box. Every time the man took a step, there was a heavy stomping sound. He held the big box, his forehead covered with sweat. But Inyan found that everyone sitting there straightened their backs unconsciously. Some regular customers even asked, "How many armor suits do you have today?" The man slammed the box down on the table. There was a loud thud. Fortunately, the table was solid, otherwise it would have collapsed. "How many?" The man wiped the sweat from his forehead. "One." "What? Just one?" The crowd immediately went into an uproar. They all began to count the spirit crystals in their pockets. If this is just one thing, how fierce is the competition? They don't even know if they have enough money. "What level is it?" someone asked carefully. Even armor of the same level has differences. The armor clothing of the human spirit realm is divided into 3 grades: upper, middle, and lower. This is the most basic one. The rarest of these is the top grade armor. However, if a blacksmith wants to produce a top quality piece, he may only be able to produce 1 out of 1,000. "What level?" The man in charge of the auction suddenly smiled at everyone and slowly uttered 2 words that made everyone tremble with fear. "Excellent." Bang, bang, bang. Many people fell off their stools. "Excellent? Extreme?" A young master from a sect was the first to react. He kicked his servant and said, "What are you standing there for? Go home and give me more money. Quick." Jianlu has an unwritten rule. That is, spirit crystals can only be formed in Jianlu. You can't go home and get it later. So when you come, you must bring enough spirit crystals. You go back and get it for me too. Tell my father that a top quality item has appeared in the human spirit realm. Bring me all the spirit crystals you have. If I had known earlier, I would have brought all my private money here, and I wouldn't have cared what that bitch at home said. Hey, I brought enough money today. I'm so lucky. Some people were ecstatic, some were beating their chests and stamping their feet, and some were dissatisfied. There are top quality products. Why didn't you advertise it earlier this time, so that we all know about it? Bring enough money. Yes, this is top quality. I almost missed it, but I didn't have enough money. Even if it is just a human spirit realm armor vest, the word top grade represents everything. A top grade human spirit realm armor vest will not be worse than an inferior earth spirit realm armor vest. Many elders of large families try their best to get a top grade armor suit for their talented descendants. After all, the weaker the strength, the easier it is to die. The man listened to their complaints and snorted coldly. The forger of this top grade armor said that today's top grade armor is not about spiritual crystals, but only about 2 words. Everyone pricked up their ears quietly. The man slowly extended 2 fingers. "Let it be." Everyone. "What does that mean?" The forger said that this top grade armor is spiritual and will choose its owner by itself. The man pointed to the deep pit he had just stepped on. "See this? If this armor doesn't recognize someone, let alone wearing it, even if you hold it in your hand, it will feel like 1,000 pounds. How can you fight? Of course, if this armor chooses its own owner, then he will be as light as a feather when wearing it, but as strong as a rock when defeating the enemy." Green wolf light flashed in the eyes of everyone in the audience. This is a spiritual and top quality product. The man continued. Today someone was able to recognize the master. The forger said that he would not take a single spirit crystal and would just take it away. That means it's fate. But if no one can take it away, it will remain there, waiting for the next day, day after day. So, do you know why Jianlu doesn't promote it? Because there is absolutely no need. Anyway, Just go with the flow. Everyone's eyes became greener. Also, there's such a good thing. Who can be the lucky one? Everyone believes that he is the lucky one. Inyan looked at the box. A blacksmith with a weird temper, and a suit of armor with a weird temper. If it were her, there would be no way she would not accept the spirit crystal. Being taken advantage of so much? She specifically said no. But Inyan didn't know that at this moment, at the top of Jian Tower, opposite the owner of Jian Tower, there was a man in white clothes and with black hair. Although the man is middle-aged, he still has sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and is handsome. Master Yi, you are really generous today, the host said with a smile. It is very difficult for you to create a spiritual masterpiece. Who are you going to give such a big gift to? The man sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. He didn't open his eyes when he heard that, but the corners of his mouth curved up. You are wrong. The one who gets the advantage is not the one who takes my armor suit. It was me. Chapter 85. I fly towards Inyan by myself. Oh, the host narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? But the man didn't want to say anything more. Okay, who can pry open the mouth of Master Yi and about things you don't want to talk about? The host poured him a cup of tea and said, let's just continue drinking tea. But today, your reputation has not spread out yet, so you will definitely not be able to attract the person you want to attract. Yin smiled and still maintained that expression. His voice was calm, yet it revealed an unquestionable firmness. It doesn't matter. I can wait as long as it takes. And below, Inyan rubbed his nose as he looked at the people who were rushing forward to compete for the first place. Inyan won't go. Yuan Shinsue looked at her and said, don't you want to go? When the people around heard his voice, they suddenly became quiet. So excited. Azura from the divine realm sitting here with his pet girl to get the armor. Yes. Compared to Yuan Shinsue, in their eyes, Inyan, who seemed very weak, was just the concubine of this cruel Shura. Because Inyan's face is so beautiful. It is the kind of beauty between cold and gorgeous, not smiling at the frost but frowning, independent in the world. When she smiles, all the flowers wither, ashamed to compare with her beauty. Me? Just wait until they're done. It's just a matter of fate. There's no need to rush. Inyan yawned sleepily. Although I wasn't physically tired, I was still feeling sleepy after practicing for several days and nights without sleeping. Xiao Miao curled up in the pocket of her shoulder and fell asleep, curling up into a ball when sleeping, like a small bulging bag. Just don't be unhappy about being robbed. Yuan Shinsui leaned back in his chair. But if you're unhappy, I have a solution. Inyan suddenly woke up from his sleep. Yuan Shinsui in horror. If she is unhappy about the admission that she can't get that thing, is he going to snatch it away? I won't be unhappy, Inyan said quickly. I will be happy if you calm down. Yuan Xian smiled at her. Yeah, I'm calm. The people watching felt their moods suddenly rise. Brush it down again. So exciting. However, seeing that Yuan Shinsue would not take action, the group of people looked at each other, and there was more or less some contempt for Inyan in their eyes. A woman like this, relying on her pretty face and the strength she exerts under men, would the best armor suit choose her? That would really make them laugh out loud. Anyone with a little bit of spirituality would not choose a female pet. When people love you, you are a treasure. When they don't, you are no different from a slave. Who's going first? The auctioneer looked at everyone. Me. A group of people rushed up immediately. The first person placed his hand on the box expectantly and lifted it up. The box is motionless and worth 1,000 gold. How could this be? He was very disappointed and wanted to try again, but was driven away by the man. Next. The people behind came forward excitedly. But unsurprisingly, neither was he. More and more people returned empty-handed. This gradually calmed down those who firmly believed that they were the chosen ones. They are not the chosen ones. We are all ordinary people. Average talent and average financial resources. Why do they choose these top-notch ones? After realizing this, some people lowered their heads in disappointment, but still continued to sit here unwillingly. If they can't succeed, they want to see everyone in this room fail. This way they will feel comfortable. Is there anyone else? Before they knew it, everyone on the second floor had tried it. The man knew this would be the result, so he shouted but no one came out. Just about to put things away. But then I saw a man in a gray robe slowly, standing up in the corner. I haven't tried it yet. His voice was hoarse, and everyone was visibly stunned when he stood up. Is there anyone else in that corner? I didn't notice it just now. The man in gray robe glanced at Yuan Xinshui. Fortunately, he didn't look over. He was looking at Inyan next to him. Inyan fell asleep while waiting for others to line up. The fatigue from days of fighting burst out at this moment. She couldn't help but fall asleep leaning against Yuan Xin. Yuan Xinshui was smiling and letting Inyan sleep on his legs, then helping her comb her hair bit by bit. His braids are the best-looking ones. Come here. The man waved to the man in gray robe. The man in gray robe looked at the box and was also very satisfied. The top-grade armor would be the perfect birthday gift for his beloved disciple. His hand fell on the box. When I lifted it, I found it was indeed as heavy as 1,000 gold. But, to the man in gray robe, this was just the weight of a small stone. He picked it up calmly and easily. Yin upstairs opened his eyes suddenly. There seemed to be a storm gathering in his eyes. He was extremely excited. The host's eyes widened as well. You found it already? First day. Everyone present was stunned. How is that possible? They were so jealous that their eyes were bleeding. The gray-robed man said calmly, Haha, it seems that I am the destined person. He pretended that the thing was very light and was about to take it away. If he took such a good thing back, even if his apprentice could not use it, he would not allow anyone else to use it. If his disciples have no use for such treasures, it would be better to destroy them. The sudden change happened at this moment. The box actually made a buzzing sound. It suddenly shook and did a 360-degree spin in the air. With a fierce kick, he pushed the man away and fell back onto the table with a bang. It even moved some distance away from the gray-robed man. Although it didn't say anything, its actions were full of disgust. Yin closed his eyes again. The host burst into laughter. Yin, with your intelligence, you should understand that if someone with the strength of the Earth Spirit realm or above pretends to be able to lift this thing, it would be a piece of cake. I am waiting for you to suffer a loss. I didn't expect that a top-notch person like you could recognize your master like this. Yin frowned and said nothing. But I felt a little disappointed. Sure enough, is it still impossible to meet the person he wanted to find on the first day? Well, since no one wants to try again, I will take this thing back. The auctioneer shook his head. But when he thought of the scene where the strong building would be trampled down tomorrow, he smiled. Then, as if he remembered something, he said, By the way, everyone, Jin Lu was entrusted by Shengshan sect to tell you that the Shengshan sect disciple competition will be held in 3 days. The old sect master will preside over it. If you are free, please come and give us a chance. When it comes to spreading news, Jin Lu is the fastest in Tianyi Prefecture. The author of this post and the old sect leader are very good friends regardless of age difference, so naturally he would like to help promote the group. If more people go, it will also increase the enthusiasm of the disciples. After saying this, without paying attention to the various reactions of the people present, he took a deep breath and prepared to leave with the box. But the box started shaking wildly again. From the beginning, the box knew who it was looking for. The box listened to its owner Yin, but that person actually said that the box was a weird box. The box was unhappy and planned to leave her alone. It waited and waited, but the person it was waiting for was still sleeping. The box could no longer be so proud. It showed a bit of anxiety, and finally it was silent for a moment as if it had made a decision. Then he suddenly broke free from the man's hand and flew towards Inyan. You're not coming. The box flew over by itself. Chapter 86 Yuan Shui Shui and Inyan had the same reaction. The box flew over with great force. Then with a bang sound, Yuan Xinsui slapped him away with a frown. The box was slammed to the ground, spinning around in grievance. Yuan Xion's face darkened. If this thing hit Yin Yin's face, wouldn't she be woken up? What an ignorant thing. But Yin was still awakened by the noise. She straightened up suddenly. I saw the box rub against her legs. Yin was startled and kicked the box away. What the hell is this? The box was kicked out again with a bang, and this time it flew even farther. It was directly pasted on the wall. Everyone present was stunned. Some even asked directly, You just kicked it out like that? Yes, what else? Inyan finally came back to his senses. Oh, isn't this the box containing the top-grade armor? She looked up at the auctioneer. Didn't you say it was heavy? Inyan twirled on her toes. It's not heavy. Very light. Auctioneer. Those who originally looked down on Inyan all widened their eyes. This lowly female pet is actually the one that the best is looking for? The world must be crazy. A few people couldn't stand the stimulation and their legs went limp, so they sat down on their stools. They actually lost to a woman who served men with her beauty? Yin upstairs opened his eyes again. This time he even stood up directly, and his eyes saw the scene below directly through the layers of barriers. The host next to him stopped drinking tea and asked in surprise, "You really found it on the first day? Is it such a coincidence?" He turned around and found that Yin, who always had a deadpan expression, actually showed some nervousness on his face. What is he nervous about? "Old Yi, this is just a little girl? Why are you so nervous?" Yin didn't answer him, his eyes fixed on Inyan's face downstairs. Jin Tower felt a jolt in his heart. He glanced at Inyan's beautiful face, and then looked at his old friend who had been famous for a long time, but never looked for a woman. Could it be that he is falling in love? This isn't about choosing a master for the armor. This is about choosing a woman for yourself. That's not right. Old Yi is not that kind of person. That girl is too young. The owner of Jianlu shook his head. Could it be that Old Yi wants a disciple? Nothing feels right. Both are possible. Inyan, who was below, had already walked to the box amidst everyone's shocked gazes. The box got angry and moved a little to the side. Inyan dragged the box back. The box offered no resistance. Inyan picked up the box easily. She looked at the man and asked, Can I take it?" The man said with a wooden face, "Don't ask me. Ask it." Inyan was about to frown when the box opened by itself. It's not the box that's moving. It's the armor inside that's pushing against the box. It floated up directly and landed obediently in Inyan's hand. Is this the best armor? Inyan looked at the piece of cloth lying obediently in his hand and was surprised. How do I wear this thing? It seemed that he understood what she said. The layer of skin floated up and stuck to Inyan's body. The next moment, Inyan's dress changed. The fiery red long skirt directly turned into an inky black long skirt with golden lines edging on the edge, which looked extremely domineering. The sturdiness of the clothes is directly increased tenfold. Inyan reached out and touched it herself. She even felt that if she faced the Black Panther again at this moment, she would not be injured. She could just consume it to death. Yuan Shinsue sat aside, took a sip of tea, looked at Inyan carefully, and finally nodded and concluded, "The clothes are beautiful. As for sturdiness or something." Yuan Shinsue thought that he could tear it open just by tearing it. Inyan was also happy, and even wondered if his luck was too good. The spirit beast likes her because of the spirit beast compatibility value. Why did this armor choose her? This is given to me? Can I wear it? Inyan confirmed again. The auctioneer still had a wooden face. He looked up at the upstairs floor and saw that the owner of the building had no intention of objecting. He nodded mechanically and said, "Yes, take it away." Everyone around him took a deep breath, still finding it impossible to accept this fact. But the fact is, this armor chose Inyan. "What's the name of this armor?" Inyan asked. "The best one should have a name, right?" "Nirvana." The auctioneer sighed and gradually calmed down. This is the way the owner of Nirvana hopes to choose a master. You should use it well and don't let its reputation down. Inyan raised an eyebrow. "Call Nirvana? Could that have something to do with her Fong Yuan? Can I meet the master of Nirvana?" Inyan asked cautiously. "Master Yi, and never meet strangers." The man shook his head, who knew that once these words were spoken, everyone would go crazy again. This is actually the work of Master Yin? Yin, the #1 blacksmith in the 5 continents. That Yin? Cold-faced Yin? Everyone felt like they were going to faint from anger. What a loss. Master Yin now creates forged works based on his mood. Where else can I meet him? I heard that last time the head of Wojo family went to ask for a human spirit realm armor suit for his grandson Zhou Xiaoyu. He was refused by Yin. The head of Zhou family didn't dare to get angry, even though he couldn't even see the other person's face, because he was the #1 blacksmith after all. How many firsts can there be in the 5 continents? Yin himself only has the strength of the heavenly spirit realm, but he can't stand the fact that others are top-level blacksmiths. If someone really irritates him, he can just raise his arm, and there are many people willing to be his thugs. Inyan felt a little disappointed that he couldn't see her, but he also understood. As for an expert, can he still be called an expert if he doesn't have a bit of temper? Then let's go. Inyan said to Yuan Xian. Thank Master Yin for me. I will make good use of Nirvana. Inyan said this very loudly. She was not sure whether the master was here. Yin upstairs clenched his fists tightly, his eyes fixed on Inyan below, his lips tightly pursed, his brows full of excitement. Jianlu couldn't help but ask, "Would you like to go down and see him?" Yin finally looked at him and said, "No hurry." "So, is this what you were planning to meet?" Jian Tower looked at him with a more meaningful look. Inyan and Yuan Shinsue walked out of the building together. Yuan Shinsue was walking behind, but after only 2 steps, he seemed to suddenly react and turn back as if he remembered something. Then he placed a spirit crystal in front of the man. Here, I'll give it to you. Yuan Xian glanced at Inyan and smiled at her. Didn't Yin Yin say that? You have to pay if you take something from someone else. The auctioneer looked at the lonely spirit crystal, his hands shaking, angry but not daring to say anything. Is he underestimating Master Yi An's armor? Chapter 87, Dogs in the Way, Kill Them. Inyan couldn't help but twitch the corners of his lips. Sorry. Inyan immediately took back the spirit crystal. He was just joking with you. After saying that, he quickly pulled Yuan Shinsue away. Really, it's a good thing that Yuan Shinsue is a powerful person in the lesser god realm. Otherwise, he would definitely get beaten if he walked outside like this. Until you walk out. I still think this is unreal. Inyan touched the edge of her black skirt. The golden line seemed to come alive and flow under her fingers. It was extremely beautiful. Yuan Xian tugged at the hem of her skirt. The skirt is beautiful. Suit her. Inyan couldn't figure it out. After Nirvana put it on, it stopped moving and became just like an ordinary piece of clothing. Don't think about it. Anyway, I got the upper hand in this matter. Inyan patted her skirt. I owe Yi in a favor, although she is still very weak now. But when she becomes strong enough, she will be able to help others. I must repay the favor when the time comes. Inyan looked at the dark sky around him. It's already late at night. There are a few fewer people on the street than before, but there are still quite a few people. Inyan and Yuan Xian walked back slowly. As they walked, Inyan suddenly looked at Yuan Shinsue and asked a question he had always wanted to ask. Yuan Shinsue, who gave you this name? It sounded weird. My mother. Yuan Shinsue said expressionlessly. Inyan nodded, not knowing whether to continue asking. Because how do you put this name? It's heartbreaking and sounds pretty. The word Yin in her name was given by the old witch. I heard from the big demons that the name was randomly chosen by an old witch, and then everyone decided on it. But the oldest old demon told her. Mizine actually likes her very much and is very happy to have her accompany her. The word Yin is taken from the word Yin, which means thinking with all her heart. It is what everyone is thinking about. It is full of blessings. She didn't know what the name Yuan Shinsue meant. Yuan Shinsue said calmly, when I was born, I was weak and dying. It was my father who went to the East China Sea and fought the dragon for several days and nights, and took the dragon's dragon ball to save me. But he was also bitten by the dragon. The dragon's fangs were extremely poisonous. Father didn't make it, so he died. My father originally named me Yuan Sui, saying that he hoped I would be broken and evil and evil. After my father died, my mother added the word in the middle of my name. I was very young at that time, and I didn't ask why my mother called me that. Later, my mother died, and I will never know why she named her like that. Yuan Shinsei looked at Inyan and smiled, a very shallow smile. So shallow that Inyan felt a pain in her heart. It's actually okay. It doesn't matter what they're called. They're gone anyway. The long years have not been able to wash away the faces of those enemies. They are engraved deeply in our hearts. But it seemed to wash away the faces of those tribesmen who were very kind to Yuan Xian in his broken memories and diluted his mother's face. Everything became blurry. All the warmth and kindness he had felt was buried deep inside. What remained on the surface was the filthy hatred. The pain was like gnawing at his bones, tormenting him severely in his empty sleep every night. Actually, I prefer you to call me by my name. Yuan Xian's eyes were filled with the surrounding lights, as if to wrap up the coldness with warmth. Inyan, please call me more often. Inyan clenched his fists. After a while, she smiled and said, yeah. The past cannot be retrieved. None of this matters anymore. As long as Yuan Xian is fine after being killed, that's enough. Inyan coughed lightly, regretting bringing this up. I subconsciously touched my head and wanted to say something else, but when I touched my hair. How come her neatly tied hair turned into a messy big braid? Inyan opened his mouth in shock. What is going on? I combed your hair. Does it look good? Yuan Shinsue asked with a smile. Inyan, it looks good. Yuan Shinsue immediately smiled even more beautifully, and even the darkness around him could not hide his bright face. Inyan was just about to express his emotion, but suddenly, I heard a sinister laugh and a child's sharp cry from the front. Come and turn that kid's face over for me. Open his eyes and let him see that this is what happens if you don't pay back the money. Ha 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 ha. Let's play football. The child's heart-wrenching cry was heard. There was sporadic laughter around. Inyan looked to the left and right. The alley was very deep, and there was no one around. Let's go and take a look. Inyan walked towards that road. If she wanted to go back, she must pass that road. After walking forward for a while, Inyan saw a scene that made his hair stand on end. In the alley is the door of the ice shop. Two men were standing on the left and right playing football. With a bang, the ball was kicked over. A few drops of blood splashed in the air. What they kicked was a head. The head was already bloody. Another man who looked more powerful was directing the rest of the people to grab a child and pry open his eyes. They are laughing. The man pointed at the child and said with a smile, "Come here. Look at your father. How happily he flies. My brothers are playing ball. Come and count how many times we kicked the ball." A man put his hand on the child's head. He let out a hideous laugh. "You better count them, or I'll tear your head off." The child was still crying heartbreakingly. Big tears rolled down my face. Inyan recognized the child. It was that child who just took a spirit crystal from her hand with a smile and called her sister. I'm so annoyed by the little things crying. The man's eyes turned fierce, and he was about to have someone kill the child. But he found a shadow beside his feet. The shadow stood darkly beside him, extending in front of him under the distortion of the moonlight. The man slowly raised his head. He met Inyan, who was standing not far away. "Hey!" The man immediately let go of the child. His eyes fell on Inyan's face, and he said with a smile, "Where did this little beauty come from?" He stretched out his hand directly towards Inyan and winked at the people around him. Inyan was surrounded. There was a lustful gleam in the man's eyes. "What a good woman. I'll kill her after having fun with her. TSK, I'm really lucky today." He couldn't sense any aura from Yuan Shinsue and Inyan, so he thought they were two weaklings. "Don't be afraid." His eyes flashed with malice. "Brothers are just playing games. He owes us money, and it's only right that he pays his debt with his life." The hand was about to touch Inyan's face. But the next moment, Inyan had a cold face and drew her sword straight out. She was really angry. For a moment, he was unable to suppress the demonic element in his body. A part of the demonic elements, wrapped in spiritual power, directly launched a full-strength attack with a magic weapon, doubling the power. The speed was so fast that the man only saw a flash of light before his eyes. Then, the outstretched hand was actually cut off at the root by Inyan. With a bang, it fell to the ground silently. Blood splattered everywhere. Inyan wiped off the blood that splattered on her face and said in a cold voice, "The dog is in the way, so I kill it. It's only right." "Ah!" The man yelled. Blood gushed out of the severed hand. "Kill her! Kill this bitch for me!" Xiao Miao immediately crawled out from Inyan's clothes. "Who to kill? Have you asked Miao Miao if she agrees?" It shouted, "Kill these bad guys." Inyan was unmoved. Yuan Xian looked at her and said, "Leave it for you to practice? They are all quite weak." Inyan nodded. But Yuan Shinsue turned around at this time, looked at the dark alley behind him, and said, "The one following behind, come out and stop following me." At the moment when Inyan was about to be touched, he felt the violent aura behind him. The words fell. Yin, dressed in white, slowly walked out from the corner behind the alley. Chapter 88 Yi An's Abnormality. Inyan glanced at Yin. "Who is this?" "Don't worry about it." Yuan Shinsue stood in front of her. "Leave this man to me." "You want to practice?" Yin raised his hand. "I mean no harm. Just protect her." "Fucking ignoring us?" The group of people couldn't stand the way Inyan and the others greeted the man, who suddenly appeared as if they were alone. Several people holding magical weapons rushed towards Inyan. There are 4 people in total, all of whom have the strength of a 2-star human spiritual realm. Inyan has now reached Samsung and is not afraid of them at all. Not to mention that she now has nirvana. Miao Miao danced excitedly on her shoulders. "Fighting, fighting, kill them." The violent Xiao Miao threw fierce left and right hooks. Old Li, surround this woman and outflank her. The leading man quickly swallowed a bottle of elixir to stop bleeding and relieve pain, and with his other hand holding a magic weapon, he rushed straight towards Inyan. With a thump, Inyan fought him once, but he frowned. The fluctuations of spiritual energy from this person felt very strange, and his strength was far beyond that of an ordinary 2-star human being. The man was knocked away by Inyan, and his heart was filled with turmoil. How is it possible? How come this woman's physical strength is so great? Before he could react, Inyan didn't give him time to breathe. She took out the wooden flute with her right hand and put it to her mouth and started to blow. The sound of the flute was smoother and more skillful than before. The four men were shocked at the same time, and their movements slowed down uncontrollably under their horrified gazes. Inyan picked up the sword without hesitation and attacked the leader. There was no hesitation in Inyan's eyes, and he stabbed his neck with the sword. If you don't kill this kind of person, he would just have to wait for death. The infinite monument. The man's pupils suddenly dilated, and he bit his tongue, spurting out a mouthful of blood. A huge shield appeared directly in front of him, with countless sharp spikes on it. The shield was not affected by the sound of the flute. It can be seen that it is a very good treasure. With a clang sound, the long sword slashed on the shield, but the shield didn't move at all. At the same time, a strong stench spread out as the man bit his tongue and spit out blood. Yin and Inyan's expressions changed at the same time. Evil cultivator? There is no one else except the evil cultivator whose blood has this rotten smell. A look of deep disgust flashed across Inyan's face. Cultivator does not follow the orthodox path of cultivation. He follows the same path as the scum of the Bai family, relying on torturing others and taking their spiritual power to enrich himself. It's just that the Bai family used a formation to filter, so their blood isn't as smelly as these people's, but they are essentially the same. Girl! The effect of the flute sound had expired, but Inyan did not kill the leading man as he wished. The man began to laugh wildly. Is this your trump card? Then today, I will teach you what it means to live a life worse than death. Use this. Yin behind him suddenly threw a red umbrella towards Inyan, and the umbrella opened with a flick. There were two huge eyes on the bright red umbrella, which blinked at Inyan. Then, he jumped and ran towards her wildly. Inyan's brows jumped violently. Another top-grade magical weapon? Inyan looked at Yin in surprise and refused to reach out to take it. She was very wary. I am the master of Nirvana. You can use my magic weapon. I have no ill will towards you. Yin said anxiously. I know Inu. Don't worry that I will hurt you. When he said the two words Inu, Inyan's heart was shaken violently. Old witch, this person knows about the demons? Inu? The former leader of the demon clan? Inu? The man with the broken arm trembled. You are the remnant of the demon clan. Go to hell? The man rushed directly towards Inyan. Inyan was prepared and was about to take action when he saw the red umbrella jump in front of him and open with a rustling sound. The man's magic weapon cannot penetrate the red umbrella at all. The red umbrella was folded up again, and a sword tip flashing with lightning suddenly shot out from the top of the umbrella. A treasure that combines both offense and defense. Inyan glanced at Yin and saw Yuan Xin staring at the umbrella carefully for a few seconds and then nodded at her. Then she grabbed the handle of the red umbrella without hesitation. Spiritual power poured into the magic weapon, and the two big eyes on the red umbrella suddenly blinked happily. You're looking for death, little girl. The man rushed over again. Since you are a remnant of the demon clan and already know my identity, I can't let you go. Inyan immediately opened the red umbrella. But the moment she opened her eyes, she saw the man pause and suddenly rushed out. Are you trying to run away? The man was trembling all over. The man behind her raised his hand and held a top-grade item. It was obvious that he was from a powerful family. If he didn't run away now, he would be seeking death. Yuan Xin frowned, raised his hand, and used a formation to suppress the other three people who were fleeing from other corners. Snapped his fingers. 3 boom 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 sounds, 3 explosions were heard. The unpleasant and pungent stench made Yuan Shinsu cover his nose with a look of disgust. What about the other one? Yin asked subconsciously as he looked at the one-armed man. Yuan Shinsue looked at him impatiently and wanted to slap him away, but he held back when he thought that Nyen Yen quite liked the things made by this man. If I don't leave it to Nyen Yen, she won't be able to sleep because she's so angry. Yuan Xian glanced at him, took a step forward and said, Nyen Yen, I will help you chase. Before he could finish his words, a flash of white light appeared in front of him. The big Pegasus has arrived in front of Inyan. He kept shaking his hips and wagging his tail at her. Come up, come up. I've never been afraid of a speed pony. Fortunately, he went out for a walk and saw Yin fighting with someone. Inyan immediately jumped onto the horse and turned into a stream of light and leaped out. Very fast. Even with the help of speed, Yin still hadn't reacted. 3 breaths later, Inyan came back. She sat on Pegasus's back and dropped the thing she was carrying. With a thump, it was the man's head. This person knew her identity so Inyan would not let her run away no matter what, and Tiama arrived in time. Well done. Inyan touched Tiama's head, but his body was stained with the foul stench of this dirty blood. The child stood there, holding his father's body in his arms, as if his soul had been drained out. Even his eyes were dull. Inyan looked at the mess on the ground, took out a piece of clothing from the space, and put it on the child. Where are your family members? My father is the only one left. The child was trembling all over, with many blood marks on his body from being beaten by those evil practitioners. Sister, my father is dead. These people are bad people. Yes, they are bad people. Inyan pursed her lips, but the bad guy is dead. The child sat there for a long time before he took out a handful of broken crystals from his arms with trembling hands. She cried and said, Sister, this is what my father said he would return to you. Chapter 89, if you don't mind, call me Dad. Inyan was stunned looking at the broken crystal. On the broken crystals. In fact, she had forgotten about this matter. A spirit crystal was really insignificant to her, but she didn't expect that the child still remembered this at this time. It can be seen that the child's father kept muttering, return the extra money to the customer before he died. Why are they looking for your father? Do you know who these people are? Those who practice evil usually form a group. They disguise themselves as ordinary people and blend it into the crowd. Once you find the right person, just act quietly. My father owes them money, but I don't know where it comes from. The child pursed his lips tightly, tears still falling. Inyan frowned and looked at Yuan Shinsue, wanted to ask what to do with the child. But Yuan Xian is broken, forget it, it would be strange if he knew. Yin took a step forward and said, Tai Nizu has a place that specifically takes in innocent children whose parents were killed by evil cultivators. I will accompany you to send the child there. Inyan wanted to ask about Inu, but Yin glanced at the child and said, let's talk after we send the child off. Don't worry, I will definitely answer all your questions clearly. Children of this age can also remember things. He felt that it would be bad to cause unnecessary trouble. Yin was very patient with the child. He and Inyan took the child to bury his father, and then took the child to the place where they were taken in. Shortly after several people left, a man in a gray robe hurriedly followed the direction indicated by the compass and came to the door of the shop. Disciple, disciple. He was trembling all over. The jade token that contained the soul of his beloved disciple was actually shattered just now. The gray-robed man's eyes were bloodshot, and the broken jade token meant that his disciple was killed. The gray-robed man, who wanted to avoid those powerful lesser gods, came out to search with a compass in his hand. The corpse had been disposed of by Inyan long ago, and the one-armed man turned out to be the old man's beloved disciple. This old man wanted to get nirvana for his beloved disciple. There was still a pool of blood on the ground that had not dried yet, and the gray-robed man touched the blood with his trembling hands like withered claws. The familiar smell made him vomit blood. This blood was 10 times more smelly than the one on the ground. Disciple, the gray-robed man screamed. Who killed you? I will make her suffer the pain of being cut into pieces. As he said this, the gray-robed man bit his own finger and covered his disciple's blood with his palm. Conquer the soul. The gray-robed man's voice was sharp. This was a special method he had. He could see the memories of the deceased before he died. All he needed was a little blood from the deceased. However, it would probably take several months to use it. I want to see who has the courage. After the old man said this, Inyan's face slowly appeared in front of him. She looked at him indifferently, then slashed with her sword. It's actually her. The old man's eyes were bloodshot. I will definitely kill you to avenge my disciple. His voice echoed in the alley and could not be calmed down for a long time. At this time, Yin had already brought Inyan and Yuan Shinsue to their destination. Is this it? Inyan looked at the place that looked like a college. It was quite large. Tanyuan. Yes, there are many people taking care of them, so it is considered a big force. Yin knew that Inyan knew very little about the 5 continents, so he introduced. Children's academies are set up in the 5 continents. When the children here grow up and receive the grace, they will repay the children's academies, and most of them will become teachers in the children's academies. In terms of talents, there are not as many as Lingtian Academy here. But when it comes to the hard work of the kids here, they are much better than those at Lingtian Academy. They all carry a deep hatred for the evil master. There are almost no lucky children like this one who encountered Inyan and took revenge on the spot. Most of these children survive by chance, while their enemies are still hiding somewhere and living a good life with plenty of food and fish. The thought of them makes their eyes bloodshot. How can I not practice hard? Sister, can I still go back to see my dad? The child seemed to have grown up a lot overnight. Of course. Inyan herself lost her mother when she was young, so she was extra patient with the child. As for her father, he might still be sitting somewhere in seclusion, not caring about worldly affairs. The kingdom of 10,000 beasts was controlled by the emperor and empress, and everyone had long forgotten about him. The Children's Academy does not restrict your freedom. Yin touched the child's head. You should practice well. Sister, my name is Jian Bao. Jian Bao was somewhat dependent on Inyan. Where do you live? Can I come to see you later? His eyes were filled with fear of the new place. Inyan smiled and said, I live in Shengshan sect. My name is Inyan. If you are bullied, come find me. The children schooled by the teacher, looking back every few steps. You can come and see this place later. Yin suddenly said, there aren't many brave people in Shengshan sect, so they probably won't be of much help to you. There are several tough guys at the same level as you in Tangyuan, but they are low-key and don't compete for rankings, so their fame is not as high as those so-called young geniuses. We'll talk about this later. Inyan looked at the man. His eyes were not as gentle as when he looked at Jian Bao just now. Tell me, how do you know my mother? But the man's expression suddenly changed at this moment. Mother? What do you mean by that? The man's eyes were bloodshot. You said she is your mother? He was so excited that his breath became unstable. Yuan Xinse pulled Inyan over, looked at the man coldly, and said in a cold voice, do you want to die? The man's shoulders suddenly collapsed, and he said as if he was heartbroken in front of Inyan's horrified eyes. So she has found her ideal partner in the demonic gorge. Inyan. Then The man showed an extremely painful expression on his face. Inyan felt that she seemed to understand a little. Then he said calmly, Godmother. The man's eyes suddenly brightened. He raised his head abruptly, staring at Inyan with burning eyes. Do you recognize her? You're not my biological child. Inyan. Ha 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 ha. Yin suddenly burst into loud laughter. Now even Yuan Xinsue frowned. Is this person mentally ill? Yin, stay away from him. Yuan Xen held Inyan's hand and explained to her softly. Who knows if this disease is contagious? If someone else had said this to Yin, his face would have turned black a long time ago. But at this moment, Yin, who had gone from hell to heaven, didn't care at all what others said. After he laughed, a slight blush appeared on his usually cold face. Then he said to Inyan hesitantly, well, since she is your adopted mother, you can actually call me Daddy. Inyan. Chapter 90. Don't ask me. You were just a kid. Inyan was stunned on the spot. She took 3 steps back with Yuan Xinsue, their faces full of vigilance. In this day and age, there are still people rushing forward to be recognized as fathers? This person likes an old witch? Don't be afraid. I really know your mother. Seeing Inyan's face full of vigilance and fear, Yin immediately waved his hands in panic. If you don't believe me, let's go back to Demon Gorge now and ask through the seal. Are you a demon or a human? Inyan narrowed his eyes and looked at him. Of course I am a demon. Yin smiled and said, it's just that I am the first demon with a spirit body in the demon clan. Even if I am in the 5 continents, no one can find me as long as I hide well, even if my demon body is stronger than my spirit power. Inyan's pupils shrank sharply. No wonder. The old witch had determined at a glance that the special physique she had formed when Feng Yuan was reborn before she fell into the demonic gorge was a spiritual demon body. The strange things that the old witch and the demons gave her to eat were just right for her physical condition. At that time, her mind was filled with hatred and becoming stronger, and she didn't even think about how they knew what to eat to become stronger. The old witch said that she was using her for experiments. But now that I think about it carefully, none of those things went wrong. Each one is tailored to her physique. You are also a demonic body, right? As expected, Yin said. When the kingdom of 10,000 beasts revealed the remnants of the demon race, I set out for the kingdom of 10,000 beasts, but I didn't find you. Based on what those who witnessed the demonic elemental riots said, I can conclude that your strength is in the human-demon realm. I went back to the demonic gorge again. I found the shadow beast and asked for information about you. I only know that your name is Inyan, and you are also a spirit demon. I didn't dare to use your name to find you in a big way, for fear of causing you unnecessary trouble. Of course, he was also afraid that Inyan would be wary of him and would not come to see him, but instead stay away from him. He was also worried that the name Inyan would be remembered by the people at the Floating God Tower. After all, the Floating God Tower sent many people to capture the remnants of the demon clan. But Inyan hid well and didn't notice them. And people like him, once they make a big move, everyone will pay attention to them. Then I thought you might have come to Wojo. But Wojo is too big to be easy to find, so I took out the only top grade armor that I had forged before that can only be used by the spirit demon body. I thought that if I spread the news, you would definitely come without the armor. This armor is only suitable for the spirit demon body. It bent several circles, but fortunately, this is the safest way. Shadow demon? Inyan heard so much and instantly grasped the most important words. You have seen the shadow demon. Why don't you go find my mother? Also, the entire demon clan has been sealed. How come you are the only one who has not been sealed? I didn't hear my mother mention this kind of person the last time I used the 1,000-mile sound mirror. Otherwise, the old witch would definitely have mentioned this person last time. Then tell her to go find this sucker quickly. If you don't take advantage of a good opportunity, you're a bastard. That's certain given the old witch's personality. Speaking of Inu, Yi-An's face turned red. I was actually kicked out of the demon clan. Mizine drove me out, so when the demons got into trouble, I wasn't sealed in. Mizine also refused to see me and would not allow me to go near the Devil's Gorge, so I could only ask the shadow demon that jumped out. Why? Inyan asked immediately. Yi-An's face immediately turned redder. It's just something happened between me and Mizine. You were just a kid, so don't ask about it. Inyan's face suddenly darkened. Okay, this guy must like the old witch. And something happened between him and the old witch that made her angry and embarrassed, so she was driven out, and then the incident of the seal happened to happen. As for why she was angry and humiliated, normally if she was really angry, Inu would kill him directly. How could she drive him out alive? If you don't trust me, just send someone you trust to go to the Demon Gorge and ask me. Yin said frankly, just ask Miss Yin if I will harm you. In fact, after he said this, Inyan already believed it a little. The remaining 8 points will be left for her to confirm with the big guys in Majian when she goes back. I understand. Let me confirm with everyone. Inyan was very vigilant. She wanted to return the red umbrella and Nirvana together. Then return these two first. I haven't even finished my words yet. There was a flash of white light in front of me. Yin actually lifted his sleeves and ran away. Only a voice came over. Take it and use it. I have a lot more. I've been looking for a way to unlock the seal for years. If you need anything, just ask me. I will definitely come to see you at the disciple competition. Inyan stood awkwardly in the air, holding the red umbrella. The two big eyes on the red umbrella stared at Inyan, and Inyan also stared at it. Her big eyes blinked and curved towards Inyan, as if she was smiling in a flattering manner. When it smiled, the umbrella became even redder, like a glowing red lantern in the dark. Xiaomiao was so angry that he died. Can an umbrella seduce people these days? It was so angry that it jumped directly onto the umbrella and slapped it with one leaf. Don't laugh. Who are you laughing at? It seemed to understand. Those eyes suddenly showed a sad expression. Brush and pull. The red umbrella surface turned into a pitch-black color. Inyan was surprised and waved the umbrella, but he failed to control his spiritual power and attacked Miao Miao. Be careful. Inyan immediately gathered his spiritual power, but Miao Miao still touched the edge a little. But it was not hurt, so Inyan breathed a sigh of relief. But the next moment, she saw Xiao Miao collapsed in extreme sadness. It curled up, looking listless. I'm just a useless seedling. It actually began to become inexplicably depressed. Yuan Shinsue took a look at the umbrella and said in amazement, this magical weapon looks quite decent. The attacks it launches can actually affect other people's moods depending on the mood of the umbrella spirit. This is probably a magical instrument that is even more superior than Nirvana. Inyan watched the umbrella slowly turn back to red. Inyan was amazed by what he saw. The best magic weapon is indeed incomparable to ordinary magic weapons. Well, when the time comes, you can ask him how to better use this ugly umbrella. Yuan Xian nodded. The umbrella suddenly turned black again. Inyan put the dejected seedling into his pocket and said to Yuan Xian, it takes you a long time to set up a formation, right? Devil's Gorge? Well, it will take quite a long time considering the distance, but I'm pretty fast. If I take you with me, it will take longer, and I might not be able to catch up with your disciple competition. Inyan actually wanted to go back and see them, but I still have to participate in the disciple competition. Nothing is more important than entering the library and finding the thing that unlocks the seal. I'll go back and ask for you. Yuan Xian calculated the time and said, I'm pretty fast myself. Is it okay? Inyan didn't want to bother Yuan Shinsue all the time, but she didn't dare tell anyone else about the demons. It would be nice if I could use the formation as well. It works. Who knew that Yuan Xian's next words would be? I will just teach you how to form formations. Inyan chuckled. Don't be funny, isn't talent the most important thing for a formation master? It's said that mental strength is required. I don't feel that I can use spiritual power. As soon as the words fell, Inyan was pulled over by Yuan Shinsue. The next moment, their foreheads touched. Yuan Xan's broken voice rang in her ears. Yes. Yuan Xan rubbed her forehead. The spiritual power is inside.